My girlfriend of 6 years never had the heart to marry me. I jokingly said to her while drunk, if you don't say yes on my 100th proposal, I'll give up on you. On the 99th time, she still didn't take it seriously. On my final attempt, I happened to run into a friend's birthday party. As I pushed open the door to ask her one last time, I saw her in the arms of a college student with 8-pack abs. The room fell silent for 5 seconds. Everyone knew I loved her with my life. Yet she showed up with someone new. Soo Yuan. Our feelings have faded over the years. Achin is a good guy, and I want to give him the commitment he deserves. I nodded numbly. She added, if you ever need help, you can still reach out. /no need. /I forced a smile. Since we're breaking up, let's make it clean. It's only fair to him. Jiang Yihui raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised. I turned to the birthday boy and said, happy birthday, everyone. Have fun. I'll head out first. The plate of oranges on the table is peeled by me. Don't let it go to waste. Jiang Yihui disliked fruit, except for oranges, but she was picky. She'd only eat them if every white pith was meticulously removed. All these years, to make sure she got her daily vitamin C, I'd peel them, clean every segment, arrange them on a plate, and bring it to her. When Jiang Yihui was in a good mood, she'd cling to me affectionately and tease, my boyfriend is too good to me. Why are you so sweet, trying to marry me? Ha! She always knew what I wanted but never offered it. Let the driver take you. I called a car. Chang Zhou offered, brother Yuan, I'll walk you out. I waved him off and left. Sister Wan, look at this mess. I think brother Yuan is really angry this time. It's not that serious. How many times have they fought before? Every time. Su Yuan comes crawling back after a few days, acting like nothing happened at the next gathering. This time, I bet he'll be back in 5 days. I bet 6 days. Jiang Yihui glanced at the unclosed private room door and smiled coldly. I bet he'll come back to me in 3 hours. Sister John's got this in the bag. The whole world knows I'm crazy about her. It was past midnight when I returned to the villa. It took me half an hour to pack my things. I'd lived here for 3 years. I left all those unworn designer shirts in the walk-in closet, along with the watches and accessories I never used. The only thing I regretted leaving behind was the wall of professional books. But thankfully, their contents were already in my mind, so carrying them wasn't that important. My gaze swept over the dressing table, and I walked over to open the drawer. Inside was a check for a full 50 million, with a document underneath, Dongjia Plot 72, Blocks 3 to 5 transfer contract. Though it was in the suburbs, it was conservatively worth 20 million. Both items bore Jiang Yihui's signature. She'd left them there during one of our previous breakups, certain I wouldn't dare take them because doing so would mean the relationship was truly over. 6 years in exchange for 70 million, suddenly, it didn't seem like a bad deal. How many men could cash in their youth for that much? I packed both items into my bag. If someone's giving it, why not take it? If love's gone, at least there's money. I'm not some naive male lead in CEO novels who treats money like dirt. I left the keys in the entryway and took a taxi straight to my buddy's place. Jiang Yihui didn't get home until the early hours. The cleaners had long since finished and left, and the pungent smell of alcohol on her clothes made her head throb. She loosened her collar, planning to sit on the sofa for a bit, but ended up falling asleep there. When she woke the next morning, the familiar clatter of dishes came from the kitchen. She threw off the blanket and sat up, rubbing her temples while reaching for the water glass only to grasp empty air. Her hand hovered over the coffee table before she smirked. He was back. The blanket was draped over her, yet he couldn't be bothered to prepare hangover tea. This half-hearted resistance was getting old after all these years. Jiang Yihui stood up. You'd better not come back today, miss. You're awake. Please freshen up first. Breakfast will be ready in 2 minutes. Oh, and weren't you cold sleeping there? I turned on the heating, but just to be safe, I added another blanket. Why isn't there any millet porridge on the table? You mean the stomach-nourishing porridge? Ah, the one Mr. Su often makes, millet with yam, lily bulbs, and red dates, simmered together. Miss, I simply don't have the time to prepare that. The lily bulbs, barley, and red dates need soaking overnight, and you have to start stewing them early the next morning. The heat control is especially tricky. I don't have Mr. Su's patience to watch over it, and mine never turns out the same. Jiang Yihui said, bring me some beef sauce. Here you go, Mississippi. Why does it taste different? Jiang Yihui glanced at the jar. The packaging's wrong too. The original jar's empty. This is all we have. Go buy a couple of jars from the supermarket later. You can't buy this, Mississippi. Auntie Wang smiled awkwardly. Mr. Su made this himself. I don't know how. Miss, aren't you eating anymore? Auntie Wang watched the woman's retreating figure up the stairs, baffled. Why the sudden outburst? Anzi, wake up. I turned over without opening my eyes. Don't bother me. It's almost 8. Don't you need to go back and make breakfast for your Miss John? In the past, I would occasionally stay overnight, but I had to rush back before dawn to make nourishing porridge for Jiang Yihui. who had a sensitive stomach. I found it ridiculous. Was Jiang Yihui disabled or something? Was it so hard to order takeout on her phone? Why insist on making things difficult? Frankly, it was just a bad habit she'd been spoiled into. I was sleeping soundly and waved my hand dismissively. We've already broken up. How long is this breakup going to last this time? Well, sleep as long as you want. Breakfast is on the table. I'm going to work, and I have a date tonight, so don't make dinner for me. Actually, you'll probably head back soon anyway. Close the balcony window on your way out. I woke up from hunger. Eating the sandwich my buddy made, I gazed at the bright sunlight outside the window. I couldn't even remember the last time I'd slept in. After finishing breakfast, lunch and changing clothes, I headed straight to the bank to cash the 50 million yuan check. Money only feels real when it's in your hands. Then I went to another bank next door and told the private client manager I want to deposit 10 million. Eventually, the bank president stepped in and offered me a decent annual interest rate. I demanded 2 more percentage points, and we happily settled the deal. Using the same tactic, I deposited another 10 million each at 2 more banks, negotiating higher rates each time. By the time I walked out of the last bank, I was a newly minted mini tycoon holding black cards from 3 banks, with 30 million in deposits and a 20 million yuan liquid reserve. Not a bad breakup, instant wealth overnight. Passing by a bustling hair salon, I walked in and immediately signed up for a 2,000 yuan membership to skip the queue. Sitting in front of the mirror, I looked at my brown curly hair and felt disdain for the first time. Handsome, your hair is so well maintained, the stylist said. I kept it short because Jiang Yihui liked the vibe after intimacy. Her fingers always lingered in my strands, but maintaining a head of delicate curls meant spending extra time on upkeep. I smiled faintly and told the stylist, please cut it short, straighten it, and dye it black. Leaving the salon, I felt lighter. Next door, a Uniqlo was having a sale, so I went in and picked out a white t-shirt and a pair of jeans. Under the same night sky, at a riverside villa, President Jiang, the bank confirmed that Mr. Su personally cashed the 50 million yuan check at 12:05 p.m. today. Jiang Yihui hung up the phone and stared coldly at the night view outside. Su Yuan, what new game are you playing now? If you think this tactic will win me back, you're sorely mistaken. Once I've made a decision, there's no going back. Yao Yao, let's grab a drink. Half an hour later, Jiang Yihui pushed open the private room door, and Cheng Zhou was the first to greet her with a smile. Sister Miwan, everyone's here, just waiting for you. What are we drinking tonight? Jiang Yihui walked in, but Cheng Zhou didn't move, instead looking behind her. What are you standing there for? Is Brother Yuan parking the car? Jiang Yihui's expression darkened slightly. Is it hard to find a spot? I'll go help. Noticing the woman's unpleasant expression, Cheng Zhou finally realized belatedly, Sister Miwan, Brother Su hasn't come back yet? It's been over 3 hours. Jiang Yihui spread her hands and shrugged. Come back? You think breaking up is a joke? With that, she walked past her and sat down on the sofa. Cheng Zhou scratched her head. No way, is this for real? But she quickly shook her head, thinking she was overreacting. To say that Jiang Yihui can do say split, he believes, but Su Yumian, every woman under the sun might agree to break up, but not her. This is a recognized fact in the circle. Why are you alone? Guizhou watched the fun, holding his hands and smiling. The 3 hours you bet on is now a day over. Jiang Yihui hooked his lips, willing to gamble. What's the penalty? Guizhou raised an eyebrow. Change the game today. No alcohol. You call sleepy and say in the gentlest tone of voice, I'm sorry, I was wrong, I love you. Ha ha ha. There was a big laugh all around. Cheng Zhou even directly snatched Jiang Yihui's cell phone to dial Su Yumian. After the beep, sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Is this being pulled? Jiang Yihui froze slightly. The crowd's laughter gradually subsided and they began to look at each other. Cheng Zhou immediately hung up, while returning the cell phone, while looking for a remedy. What? Said maybe it is really unable to connect. How can Sister Yumian pull the black brother Jiang? Unless the sky is raining red, haha. He embarrassed himself at the end of the sentence. Guizhou thoughtfully, may sleep this time play really. Jiang Yihui snorted lightly. The breakup is not real. Can you still play fake? I don't want to play this kind of game for the second time. Who dares to mention Su Yumian again in the future? Don't blame the brothers for not having anything to do. Guizhou's eyes narrowed slightly, squeezing out a sentence in the middle of the day. Just don't regret it. Jiang Yihui hooked his lips in disbelief. He does things and never regrets them. Shen Shiyan saw this and hurriedly rounded up the situation. Don't make it so serious, ha. Are all brothers. Early morning, 7 o'clock. Xiao Yue finished her morning run, and just as she entered the door, she smelled a smell of food. Su Yumian came out of the kitchen with hot porridge, a 1000 bird check dress, revealing white straight legs, powdered but beautiful. take a quick shower and finish breakfast. Xiao Yue, huh? Changed your hairstyle? A long black ponytail? You look so good. Are you ready to go back? Or will Jiang Yihui pick you up? Oh, can you expect me to be nice? Jiang Yihui even took the initiative to come and pick it up, and he still doesn't call Pan hello? Xiao Yue walked to the dining table and found a bounty unlike anything else. Go take a bath. Su Yumian slapped away her outstretched paw. It's dirty. You're double standard. When Jiang Yihua used his hand, why didn't you hit him? Well, I'll definitely fight next time if I get the chance. The hell with you. After Xiao Yue finished washing and came out, Su Yumian had already left with the thermos box. TSK, obviously made breakfast for me and still don't forget to bring a copy to a man. They got Shijing Hospital, single room. Oh Yang, how are you feeling today? Ouyang Wangqiu put down the paper in his hand and pushed his presbyopic glasses. Old Sean, why are you here? Don't you move. Shang Mingyi hurriedly shoved a pillow behind her. The wound is still fresh. Appendicitis, minor surgery. It's just that I'm old and not recovering well. That's why I was held back by the doctor for so many days. By the way, has the school's master's degree enrollment come down this year? Coming down. 3 for you, 4 for me. 3 ah. Ouyang Wangqiu muttered. What? Are you still planning on just 2 this year? Yeah. Old cluck. You can only take 2. Shang Mingyi bristled. Clearly that spot was purposely reserved for her, and still denied it. Professor Ouyang, eh? Professor Shang is also here? He Songcheng came in with his 2 senior brothers and put down the fruits and flowers. We're here to visit the professor. In casual conversation, a student mentioned, I heard that there was a junior in my freshman year this year who was super awesome and got straight into this college's undergraduate program. Keep in mind that the U of B School of Life Sciences, in the last decade, has had no more than 3 straight undergraduate students. It is said that this elementary school sister won 2 gold medals in the International Olympiad in math and computer competition in one breath last year, and was directly guaranteed to be admitted to our institution. 2 gold medals? That's also okay. I remember there's an older sister who seems to be a student of Prof. Ouyang, right? At that time the undergraduate entrance had 4 gold medals in her hand. Math, physics, chemistry, and computers were all taken by her. Seems to be called Sue. Sue, what sleep? It's almost time. Shang Mingyi spoke promptly. You guys go back to school first. Oh, then, we'll go first. Aha. After leaving the hospital room, the student hung his head in shame. Senior brother did I say something wrong? Why do I feel that Professor Ouyang and Professor Shang's faces are ugly? He Sancheng also looked puzzled. Inside the ward, Shang Mingyi, those students didn't mean it, and you shouldn't think too much about it. Ouyang Wangqiu waved his hand, but his lips couldn't stop trembling, and the tears piled up in his eyes, and eventually he couldn't shut them off and trickled down. A genius like her shouldn't, but why? Why don't you value your talent? Sang Mingyi, take it easy. Old Sean, do you know what she told me the last time we met? She said she wanted love. Ha ha, she wanted love? She broke my heart. Su Yumian stood at the door of the hospital room. Her hand clutched the thermos box, and her tears flowed downward. Sorry, Mr. Ouyang. In the end, she still didn't have the courage to go in and left the thermos box at the nursing desk. This is for Mr. Ouyang. Please pass it on for me. Thank you. Hey, you haven't registered your information yet. What's the point of running? Su Yumian ran to the outside of the hospitalization building in one breath and took a big breath of fresh air, but the feeling of guilt to the point of suffocation still lingered. Su Yumian? The tall woman with exquisite makeup stepped on her high heels, carrying the classic 5-compartment toffee, and walked over. A small suit with a one-line skirt and straight hair draped over her shoulders. She is sensual from head to toe. Jiang Cheating, Jiang Yihuai's own sister. Is it really you? What are you doing at the hospital if you're not at home? She glanced at the building in front of her. Inpatient department. Shouldn't be here to see obstetrics. She sighed in relief for her own mother. If Su Yumian really got pregnant and married her son, MS, Shu Yuqin would have fainted in anger. Shi Ting. Su Yumian barely managed to pull out a smile. Why are your eyes red? Been crying? Su Yumian didn't say anything. Another fight with my brother? No. Jiang Cheating only thought that she was being tough-talking, and sympathy could not help but show in her eyes. In fact, she quite liked Su Yumian, with good looks and a good personality. Unfortunately, enough to reach the threshold of their Jiang family is still a bit short. In particular, MS. Shu Yuqing values education so much that she only likes top students from prestigious universities to be her daughter-in-law. It's pretty tiring being with my brother, isn't it? He's got a bad temper, so you put up with it more. Su Yumian, actually, we've already split. I have things to do, so I won't talk to you much. When he finished, he glanced at the time and headed toward the building. She was here to visit Professor Yang, and she had heard that she liked smart and well-behaved students, so she had dressed up today. A direct blogging spot is in the bag. It's all about the trip. Chapter 4, as expected. Women can't be spoiled. I drank a little too much last night, and in the second half of the night the Chungjo kid was screaming for a refill. When Jiang Yihui was sent back to the villa by the chauffeur, the sky had already dawned. He had collapsed into bed, sleepiness raging, but braced himself for a shower in the bathroom. I don't think Sleepy will scold him now, right? In a daze, Jiang Yihui couldn't help but think. Opening my eyes again, I was awakened by pain. Hiss. He pressed one hand to his stomach as he rose from the bed. I have a stomach ache. Sleep dash. That name had just come out of his mouth when he stopped cold. Jiang Yihui frowned. She can be really good. More productive than last time. Okay, let's see how long she can be stubborn. But what about drugs? Jiang Yihui went to the living room and rummaged through all the cabinets that could hold something, and still didn't find the family's spare medicine box. He called Wang Ma. Stomach pills, you say? It's stowed away in the medicine cabinet. Jiang Yihui's temples burst into flames and he took a deep breath. Where is the medicine box? Bedroom checkroom drawer. Prepared several boxes of it. Miss Su said you drink too much the next day to wake up in bed is prone to stomach problems, so put the medicine in the bedroom convenient to take. Hello? Hello? Is young master still listening? Why did you hang up? Jiang Yihui walked to the checkroom, and sure enough, he found the medicine box in the drawer. Underneath were all the stomach pills he always took, 5 whole boxes of them. After taking the medicine, the pain was relieved and his tense nerves slowly began to relax. Casually pushing the drawer back, suddenly the man's movements stalled. Jewelry, big brand luxury bags. These are the same quite a lot. Only drawer Su Yummy and all the documents, including ID cards, passports, degrees, diplomas, all gone. One more look at the suitcases stacked in the corner, and sure enough, one was missing. Jiang Yihui stood still, unexplained anger rushing straight to the top of his head. Good, good, really good. He said yes 3 times in a row, nodding his head as he did so. Sure enough, women can't be spoiled. The more you get used to it, the bigger your temper gets. Just then, the sound of the door opening suddenly came from downstairs, and Jiang Yihui immediately went downstairs. Why you? Jiang Cheating was changing her shoes and was slightly surprised when she heard. Or else, who else? Jiang Yihui walked to the sofa and sat down, his interest lacking. What are you doing here? Something wrong? I heard from Wang Ma that you have a stomach problem? Isn't this by the order of my mother-in-law to visit as well as care for my dear brother? Jiang Cheating said while walking towards the kitchen. I haven't had lunch yet, so I just happened to come over to rub it in. Another reason why she had a good impression of Su Yumian was that her cooking was just too delicious. And yet half a minute later, brother, why are you so cold here? Where's Su Yumian? She's not home today? It shouldn't be. Normally at this point, she would have already made dinner and waited for her brother to come downstairs for it, and with any luck she would be able to dabble in a meal herself. Su Yumian again. Jiang Yihui pinched his temples, not wanting to ignore her. Jiang Cheating came out of the kitchen with a disappointed look. Is she not feeling well? She didn't look very good when I saw her face in the hospital yesterday. You saw her in the hospital? Jiang Yihui subconsciously sat up a few points straighter. Yeah, yesterday I went to Shijing Hospital to visit Professor Ouyang and ran into Su Yumian at the entrance of the inpatient building. Brother, let me tell you. Prof. Ouyang promised to give me a place in the direct examination. The man frowned. Why is she in the hospital? You ask me? How can I know if you don't even know? Jiang Yihui didn't say anything. Or maybe it's not that she's sick, just visiting someone else? But I haven't heard that Su Yumian has any friends either. Her life is all about you besides you. Finished? Jiang Cheating let out an ah. Finish and hurry. I'm still awake. Jiang Yihui got up. Not. You want to kick me out so much? Fine, I'll go. Jiang Cheating put on her shoes while getting angry. By the way, I came here today but I have a mission. Jiang Yihui didn't even want to hear it and headed straight upstairs. Tomorrow, 2 p.m. West Bank Diner. Mom's got a blind date for you. Don't be late. That's a lot of crap. Jiang Cheating made a face at his back before leaving. For such an arrangement, she had long been surprised. Anyway, being with Su Yumian was not a contradiction to identifying a marriage partner for her door-to-door union. Her brother hadn't been on many of these boards over the years, though most of the time it's a walk in the park and a perfunctory visit to my own mom. Driving Jiang Cheating away, Jiang Yihui went to the study to deal with company affairs. In his early years he came out on his own to escape the control of his family. At first 3 years is really difficult, and he is not willing to accept the help of the family. There is only one Su Yumian around. Only in the last 2 years have they finally made a name for themselves. With their own companies, finally getting rid of the rich second generation dude name. At this point, the family's attitude softened in turn and began to actively lean toward him. This was generally visible from the fact that he was extremely opposed to him and Soo Yumi-in being together in the first place, to nowadays turning a blind eye and acquiescing. The sun had set by the time the work was taken care of. Twilight was falling outside the window and the lights were on. It was only then that Jiang Yihui felt hungry. He took out his cell phone and called his girlfriend. "What's doing?" There was a ringing on the other end, and then only after that was the girl's reply in a lowered voice. "Bao. I'm sorry, I've got a class. I'll find you after it later?" That bao made Jiang Yihui feel uncomfortable. "Well, you're busy, then just hang up and toss the phone aside." After half a minute, someone called in. Jiang Yihui did not look at it and continued to work. It wasn't until his stomach began to protest that he then had to leave the study. After meeting Chang Zhou's group for dinner, Jiang Yihui changed his clothes and prepared to go out. The girl sitting in the doorway jerked up at the sound of the noise and turned, smiling cleanly and shyly. I'm sorry, I knocked on the door and I don't think you heard me, so I'm just going to have to sit here and wait." She glanced at the man's suit jacket resting on the crook of his arm. "Are you going out?" Jiang Yihui didn't answer, only frowned and asked, "How did you find this place?" She was a bit vain. "I asked your friend, Ching Chao?" No, it's Gu Yizhou." Jiang Yihui, come in first." The girl's eyebrows were recolored with a smile, bouncing into the door, surveying the surroundings while complaining aggressively. "You didn't even pick up my call after you hung up, causing me to worry for a long time." "Jiang Yihui, don't you have class?" "I'm not. Boyfriends are more important." Soo Yumi-in wouldn't be like that. When he used to chase her, she was just a freshman in college and had a lot of full classes, but never missed or skipped a class for him. Then the two of them got together, and with fewer classes her senior year, she slowly carved out free time to spend with him. "Pa, you haven't eaten yet, have you?" Do you know how to make stomach-nourishing kanji?" Jiang Yihui ghostly asked. "Stomach-nourishing porridge? Can't but I can learn." Politely refusing Shirmushi's hint of wanting to stay the night, Jiang Yihui drove the person back to school after eating the takeout she brought, and then only to find Cheng Zhou in the gap between waiting for the red light on the road. He glanced at his cell phone and remembered that during the day, Zhang Cheating said that she had seen Soo Yumi-in in the hospital. Although the two have broken up, the love affair is still alive after all these years. Even if you're just a casual friend, you should care a little. He clicked on the tweets. Sick? Sim turned on friend verification. You are not her friend yet, please. First, Chapter 5, it's not the right flavor. What's wrong with Jiang? Cheng Zhou looked at the man who was drinking mulled wine and quietly moved his butt next to Gu Yizhou. Just now when he entered the door, Jiang Yihui had a dark face. All the movement that had been so lively was a little less. Got blackballed by someone. Gu Yizhou, who knew the truth, added fuel to the fire and watched the fun. The voice came over, and Jiang Yihui's face sank a few more points. Clang! The glass slammed on the glass table and he unbuttoned his shirt with one hand in annoyance, taking on a few violent tones. Told you not to mention her again. Don't you understand? Gu Yizhou shrugged and didn't say anything else. The atmosphere changed. The singer had the sense to shut up, and those around him were silenced from speaking again. Cheng Zhou choked on a mouthful of wine in his throat. Sister Yumi-in, this is for real? Shin Shuryan drank a little dizzy. Back to God whispered and asked Cheng Zhou, Soo Yumi-in went back yet? Cheng Zhou shook his head. How dare he say it? Only returned a sentence of do not know. Shin Shuryan has a number in his heart. This is probably a person who has not returned yet. The bartender brought in 5 dozen drinks, and someone had the audacity to raise a ruckus. How about a game of truth or dare? All are human savvy. This circle of people have brought people? Squeezing the eyebrows will all understand. Immediately jumped out to liven up the atmosphere and ease the embarrassment. Dare is good. I love dares. A woman just happened to come in. Shanshan this side. Just in time. We Jiang here less people. The woman was pushed and shoved to sit next to Jiang Yihui. She was the head honcho of this club, and it certainly wasn't the first time she accompanied Jiang Yihui. Jiang Shao. Jiang Yihui drew himself up, lacking interest. You guys play. I'll go back first. Leaving behind a stunned crowd in Sin Sin, who was sorely missing out on tonight's sky-high introduction fee. After leaving the bar, the driver asked Jiang Yihui in the back seat where he was going. After 2 glasses of brandy, he was dizzy, thinking of the empty villa. Go to the office. Mr. Jiang, what brings you here? At 10 o'clock in the evening, the assistant was getting ready to leave work and had just packed up her things when she saw Jiang Yihui coming out of the elevator. The surprised look on his assistant's face annoyed his mood a few more points. Usually at this point, Soo Yumi-in worried about his irregular work and rest are reminding him to go to bed early. Do not agree to pounce on pampering, although his mouth said annoying, but in the end will listen to lie down. You're getting off work? Yes. Is there anything else you want? Jiang Yihui wanted to say no. He didn't eat in the afternoon and drank 2 glasses of wine. A cramping pain came from his stomach. His face went 2 shades of white. Go and pack a porridge for me. After thinking about it, he added, make it the best restaurant. The assistant was very efficient and delivered the beautifully packaged lunchbox to Jiang Yihua in 20 minutes, but once he opened it, he couldn't help but frown. What's with the seafood porridge? The assistant looked puzzled. The most famous signature of Bijou Garden is seafood congee. Forget it, you're out. Seafood congee is full of color and flavor, and in the mouth is the light aroma and sweetness of seafood. Just a few bites in and he dropped the spoon with little appetite. Jiang Yihua can't help but miss the millet porridge made by Su Yumian. *********. He's really obsessed. Back to the apartment from the hospital. Su Yumian touched the switch by the wall and pressed it, and an ambiguous sound was heard. The lights were bright, and Xiao Yuwei, wearing a sexy halter silk nightgown, was pressing a young man to make out. The two of them were right there on the couch, the woman's pale hands wantonly slithering under the boy's shirt, revealing her 8-pack abs. Just this mouth is not idle. You nibbled back and forth. The red marks on the woman's neck ambiguous and conspicuous. Xiao Yuwei was stabbed in the eyes by the light for a moment, and with a few moments of bewilderment on her face, she subconsciously stopped the man's movements that wanted to kiss up. "Ha, sleepy, you're back. Ahem. So what? Why don't you guys get dressed first?" The corner of Su Yumian's mouth twitched, and sensibly turned her back at the first opportunity. "Leave it to the two of you to organize," she sighed. Xiao Yuwei is afraid that she can't stay here for long. Even the best of friends have their own privacy, and living together for long periods of time is inconvenient for each other. Xiao Yuwei, on the contrary, graciously hooked up her red lips, half minding what had just happened. She casually hooked up the sling that had slipped down her arm, grabbed a tunic and draped it over her, and picked up the man's jacket at her feet and threw it over the man. A lipstick mark was left on his handsome face. The man's eyes were still a little red. Xiao Yuwei patted his face soothingly. "Be good, go wait for me in the bedroom." The little wolf dog obediently picked up his clothes to barely cover his chest, revealing his hickey-covered shoulders, and graciously smiled towards Su Yumian. "Hello, sis, good evening." Su Yumian subconsciously returned. "Hi, Kevin." The man smiled and went into the room without saying anything. Xiao Yuwei poured herself a glass of red wine, took a sip. Sweet and with some slight astringency swept across her tongue. She sighed tersely in satisfaction before slowly correcting herself. "This time this is called Steven, not Kevin." "Su Yumian, where did you go to come back so late?" Xiao Yuwei saw that her eyes were a little red and frowned slightly. "You've been crying?" Su Yumian poured herself a cup of warm water and said, lost in thought, "I went to visit Professor Ouyang in the hospital today. The two are university classmates, and the same as Professor Ouyang's students. Xiao Yuwei is still in the university WeChat group, but I have heard about this." She sneaked a glance at Su Yumian. "You," just opened his mouth, but hesitated. At first, Xiao Miannian was Professor Ouyang's most favorite student. Other people are not sure, but as a dormitory and best friend, she has seen the professor give her small meals and feed her projects alone, and even bring her along to write her thesis. You should know that Su Yumian was still an undergraduate at the time, and Prof. Ouyang wasn't even her proper mentor, yet they are willing to lean so many academic resources in her favor, according to the path that Professor Ouyang had planned for her, treading down the road, without accident. Within 5 years, Su Yumian was expected to become the youngest doctor of biological sciences in China. To this day, Xiao Yuwei couldn't figure out why Su Yumian had to give up her studies, thinking of the teacher's favoritism towards her. "I can't help but feel in my heart that maybe some people don't cherish what they get too easily. Geniuses have the right to do as they please." I heard that the professor was a bit seriously ill this time. "How is his recovery after the surgery?" Xiao Yuwei asked. Su Yumian shook her head. Xiao Yuwei laughed in exasperation. "How in the world did you explore this disease, knowing nothing about the patient's condition? I didn't dare go in." "So wimpy?" Spying her scowl, Xiao Yuwei didn't hold back. "You just deserve it." Su Yumian fluttered her eyelashes and didn't say anything. When Xiao Yuwei saw her stubbornness, she then reacted to the fact that all that food in the morning was originally sent over to the professor. "Are you going to stay like this?" She had always been brave and resolute, but she was too timid to even show her face. Su Yumian was still quite sober. "Sooner or later, the professor and I will have to meet. There are some things that can't be solved by escaping." In the next second, she raised her eyes. "Yuwei, would you accompany me to meet the professor? What do you want?" Chapter 6, Have you found your next home? There should always be a formal apology for being impulsive and irrational back then. It's something I owe her. Xiao Yuwei almost choked on a mouthful of wine. She coughed twice, her face full of rejection. "Spare me, sister. It's not like you don't know. The only thing I've ever flunked a makeup test for in college was Professor Ouyang's elective class, and I get scared when I see her. Besides, with a little transparency like me, the professor might even forget who I am. I really can't help you." Seeing that she was avoiding it, Su Yumian didn't force it anymore. However, Xiao Yuwei's gaze was crafty, and her words changed. "I do have a suitable candidate here. You remember my cousin Xiao Wenbai? don't you? Su Yumian took a small sip of warm water and nodded. Of course I remember. Xiao Wenbai, the country's youngest young leader in physics, topped the list of the top 10 young scientists who have influenced the world, as rated by Nature magazine last year. As an undergraduate, he studied under Prof. Yang, studying applied biological sciences, with 5 SCIs in 2 years, and was highly expected and exclaimed as a genius by the biology community. Then for some reason, on a whim, I switched majors across disciplines and ran off to study physics. It caused quite a stir at the time. It has been proved that if a man is a man of action, he will do one thing, and 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 one thing. Xiao Wenbai is now a pivotal figure in the international physics community. Su Yumian is not in the same school as Xiao Wenbai, and is considered his schoolmate. When she first enrolled in school, she had heard about the legend of Xiao Wenbai, and later realized that Xiao Wenbai was her cousin when she met Xiao Yue. Over the years, he has served in physics institutes abroad, returning home only 3 months ago. My cousin was asking about the professor's condition a couple days ago. He just hasn't had the time, so it's perfect for you two to go together. The more Xiao Yue talked, the more appropriate she felt, and directly dialed Xiao Wenbai over. Rings twice, connects. Su Yumian heard a low voice coming from her, with a hint of coldness and boredness. Something wrong? Xiao Yue spoke briefly. There was some noise in the background and he seemed busy, hanging up in less than a minute. Done. My brothers asked you to meet him tomorrow at 2 p.m. At the West Bank Diner to talk about it. Xiao Yue shook her hand. You should get a good night's sleep today, and we'll talk about the rest tomorrow. Su Yumian nodded. Thank you. I know. Day 2. Su Yumian went out half an hour early. When she arrived at the restaurant, she raised her hand to check her watch. It was 2 minutes to 2 o'clock. Not too early, not too late, just right. She pushed her way in and the waiter led her a little way, and when she looked up she saw the man sitting by the window. He inclined his head, looking indifferent as he sipped his coffee. A simple white shirt with black suit pants, a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, the sunlight falling on the side of his face, like an independent self-contained oil painting. On the contrary, white t-shirt, jeans, high ponytail, plain face, ahem, does seem a bit too casual. Feeling Su Yumian's gaze, the man turned his head. Sit down. Have a drink? The magnetic voice drilled into his ears with a hint of shallow tingling, and Su Yumian returned to her senses, pulling out a chair across from him and sitting down. Sorry for the wait. The girl's obsidian-like pupils held a few apologies. Xiao Wenbai pushed his glasses and spoke faintly. It's not that long. I'm only 5 minutes ahead of schedule, and there are still a few more sets of data to come out of the lab, so I can only give you 30 minutes today. Is that enough? Enough. The waiter came over and Su Yumian asked for a glass of lemonade. Xiao Wenbai got right to the point. Going to see Professor Ouyang. What do you expect me to do? Unexpectedly dry. Su Yumian liked this kind of no-nonsense attitude, and slowly explained his intention. Professor Ouyang has already been discharged from the hospital, and I don't know her specific address now, so I hope you can take me with you to pay a visit to the door. If you can. Her eyes flickered. When the professor is angry, you help persuade a little. That what? Gas hurts. The man seemed to curve his mouth vaguely at the sound of this. Su Yumian continued to speak. I know you're busy, so you set the time. Xiao Wenbai nodded. Okay, 2 days later then. Su Yumian said thank you. She held the lemonade and suddenly asked, why are you willing to help me? Xiao Wenbai's dark moist eyes looked at her, and for a long time, just when Su Yumian thought that he wouldn't answer, the man spoke. Because you are Su Yumian, Professor Ouyang once said. The man took a sip of coffee and spoke slowly. So far, she has 3 regrets in her life. One is that the scientific research vastness of life is too short. The second is that she has no children. And the third is Su Yumian. Su Yumian froze, her fingertips stabbing into her palm. Xiao Wenbai's somewhat sharp gaze looked straight at her, a deep flash of inquiry and sizing up in his eyes, but it quickly returned to a silence. This was the first time he had seen Su Yumian, but not the first time he had heard the name. What is so special about the girl that Prof. Ouyang called regrettable and ranked alongside life, research, and loved ones? Su Yumian's throat went dry and she slightly lowered her eyes. She could even think of the disappointed and pitying look in her teacher's eyes when she mentioned her. Xiao Wenbai took out a piece of paper and wrote down a string of numbers. Here's my cell phone number. Su Yumian glanced at it, a hand of beautiful italics. Here's the tiramisu you asked for. As the waiter put down his things, he couldn't help but secretly survey the table of guests in front of him. The man's handsome face was a little careless, and there were a few hints of impatience under his eyes. Opposite the woman in a Dior high-fashion small red dress, carrying a Hermes milkshake white kongkong, at a glance, we know that it is a rich and noble birth of a 1,000-year-old girl. She seemed completely oblivious to the man's annoyance, and a small-mouthed Baba, why? I heard Auntie Jiang say that your stomach is not good. Our family has a doctor who specializes in regulating gastric problems. When the time comes, Zhang Yihui played with the lighter, occasionally responding twice. This matchmaking bureau today was arranged by MS Shu Yuqin, and since he was here, he didn't intend to make too much of a mess. It's just that he has no interest in what comes out of a woman's mouth. His eyes drifted a short distance away, and suddenly his vision lurched and he sat bolt upright. 4 or 5 seats apart, Su Yumian and a man sat opposite each other. He couldn't hear the conversation, but he was able to see the light smile on her face. The sounds in his ears, which he could barely tolerate, suddenly became loud, which made him more and more irritable. Zhang Yihui sneered and averted his eyes. I should go. Xiao Wenbai's time was very tight, and being able to spare 30 minutes was already the limit. Su Yumian expressed her understanding, and the two of them got up together. When leaving the restaurant, Xiao Wenbai stepped forward first and put his hand against the door, signaling her to go first. Very gentlemanly. Su Yumian smiled. Thank you. The two came to the curb and Xiao Wenbai, my car is here. Su Yumian nodded. See you the day after tomorrow. Standing in place until he left, Su Yumian retracted her sight, but the moment she turned around, she coldly met a pair of eyes that seemed to be smiling. It was full of sneers and coldness. Finding your next home so soon? Chapter 7. Does he think she's just playing around? Getting closer, Zhang Yihui realized that the woman's beautiful wavy hair was straightened, and his favorite color had been dyed back to pure black. No makeup and no heels. A white t-shirt. Vegan to the core. Only, those eyes seemed to be a few points brighter than before, completely unable to see the gloom and depression of lost love. If this was pretending, then Zhang Yihui had to admit that she was pretending quite well. Good enough to, well, succeed in pissing him off. Su Yumian frowned. She knew him too well. This expression was a precursor to anger. Ha, only to hear the man snorted. But your vision is not good. In my side for so many years, how to have some requirements, right? Don't any cat or dog can do. Otherwise, let me this ex-boyfriend's face where to put it. Face? Su Yumian suddenly felt a little funny. Only in that smile, there was a hidden touch of sadness. Unfortunately, Zhang Yihui didn't notice. His mind was now filled with images of Su Yumian smiling lightly at other men, and the more he thought about it, the more angry he became. He attributes this emotion to the male's sense of territory. This territory of Su Yumian, since it had been occupied by him, even if he didn't want it now, he wouldn't allow those lowly cats and dogs to come and piss on it. I have something to do. I'll leave first. Su Yumian didn't want to hear him continue. Go? Where can you go? Xiao Yui's apartment? That's the only place you can go. But you're tough this time. You took the check and documents with you. Okay, you want to play, right? Su Yumian's heart stabbed. She had long been used to the fact that he was ill-tempered and could even be said to be well-behaved and violent, but she still couldn't help but feel a little hurt when she actually heard those words. He thinks she's just playing around? Su Yumian slowed down her breathing and tried to adjust her emotions, then pulled the corner of her mouth. First of all, Mr. Xiao and I are just ordinary friends. It's not as nasty as you think. Also, we're broken up. What you want to think is your business. That's when the car she called arrived just in time. Su Yumian pulled open the car door and sat in the car. Driver master, please drive. Zhang Yihui snorted. Su Yumian was really getting more and more capable. It wasn't as if she hadn't threatened him with that tactic during that argument the two had 3 months ago. This time it's good. Bringing wild men directly to him. How dare she? Suddenly, a pair of soft hands climbed onto his arm, and Fang Chun leaned closer to him if she had to. Yihui, how can you just say go? Don't even wait for others. The strong perfume odor came from Zhang Yihui. Zhang Yihui couldn't help but frown, but he didn't push the person away. Instead, he wrapped a hand around the woman's slender waist. What? Want to follow me? She's the only one who can find a man. Can't she find a woman herself? The car. Su Yumian looked at the intimate man and woman in the rearview mirror and suddenly hooked her lips in a self-deprecating manner. It turns out that Shirmushi is not the only one. 6 years, so it's all been fed to the dogs. In the afterglow, the cab drifted away, and Zhang Yihui changed his face, coldly pulling away Fang Cheng's hand. Fang Cheng didn't know what was going on with him and wanted to continue to stick up, yet the next second she was mercilessly thrown away as the man walked away without looking back. It's not. Why? Zhang Yihui, stop right there. The woman bit her lip in exasperation. Zhang Yihui got into the car and started the engine while calling Zhang cheating. Brother, aren't you on a blind date? Zhang Yihui gritted his teeth. Did you tell Su Yumian about my incident at the West Coast restaurant today? Will you put a smart face on it and tell outsiders everything? Mom forced me to go on a blind date and you didn't help to hide it a little bit, but you also leaked the news to her so that she could find a man on purpose to piss me off. Can you grow a brain and do anything stupid? Zhang cheating was startled by the sudden rise in his voice. No, brother, what are you talking about? When did I? Inexplicably being given an output, she looked at the hung-up cell phone and was speechless. No, what did I do me? She didn't wait too long to get angry when the butler came over with a list of gifts. Miss, can you see if these are enough? Zhang Cheating swept a glance. It was all good stuff, then carefully confirmed it and nodded with satisfaction after finding it to be correct. These things are for Professor Ouyang. Pay attention when you prepare them, absolutely no mistakes. Got it? Yes, MS. Sue, this is the best listing near the University of B. Look at the light and the environment. How many people are waiting to rent it? If you don't decide, maybe even this house is gone. The agent introduced it enthusiastically, and Su Yumian looked all around. The house is not big. 2 rooms and 1 living room. The decoration is also more than 10 years ago, old and shabby not to mention, or the traditional staircase house, but the advantages are also obvious, not to mention the proximity to the University of B, next to the library, easy transportation, and most importantly, really good lighting and environment. If she wanted to start over, this was definitely the place to do it. Okay, I'll rent it. She signed a 1-year contract in one straight breath. Xiao Yue came back and saw the suitcases spread out on the floor. You're moving? Su Yumian was packing her clothes. Well, I've already found a good house. Xiao Yue sound. Guessed, Zhang Yihui came to find you? Not bad. This time at least insisted on a week. It should be hung out to dry those dogmen, lest stomping on the face. Really think they are dragging AOT on. Su Yumian's movements lurched, and his 4 eyes met. Wei. This time, Zhang Yihui and I are really separated. I won't go back. Xiao Yue froze for a moment and suddenly became a bit convinced. 6 years, she watched Su Yumian little by little for Zhang Yihui to hide the original self. The light on the body also dimmed day by day, turned into a housewife around the man. No, the housewife is still licensed and is a serious original partner. What is she, Su Yumian? That dog Zhang Yihui is purely a spoilsport. Well divided. It should have been like this a long time ago. There are so many men under the sky. He's not the only one. Aha! Su Yumian nodded. Ahem. What's that? Absolute fidelity this time? You're not going to go back on your ass in a couple days, are you? Su Yumian lost her smile. On her way back, she stopped by the market. The house is old and the siding has come off quite a bit. The furniture also all looks like antiques with age. She plans to go ahead and buy some eco-friendly paint and repaint her home. Master, please. The driver helped her carry several large buckets out of the trunk one by one. Su Yumian tilted his head. Where is the 7th floor? Had to climb by myself. To repaint the walls. Naturally, all the furniture in the house will have to be moved to a new place. Just to reorganize the layout, she simply left the door open and went ahead and brought up several buckets of paint one by one. Bucket is not light. Su Yumian whimpered and panted and took a lot of effort. Climbed 2 floors and rested. Climbed 2 floors and rested again, until a few buckets of paint was finished by her. She was already tired and panting. After resting for a few minutes and going to the restroom to wash my face, my strength was slowly returning. She picked up her stucco tool and gestured at the wall. And, roll up your sleeves and get to work. Chapter 8 Neighbors. Su Yumian hadn't experienced this do-it-yourself feeling for a long time. During those years with Zhang Yihui, she did not say that she was clothed and fed, but it was true that she had never dabbled in this kind of physical labor. Even a few years earlier, when he first started his business and finances were tight, the house was cleaned on a weekly routine by a maiden aunt who was hired to do the work. After a bucket of paint was finished, Su Yumian rested her somewhat sore waist. After a few years of pampering, it's pretty uncomfortable. She went out to the hallway, intending to bring in the rest of the paint. I hadn't thought about it, but my foot was a step too fast and I kicked over the bucket. It was saved just in time, but it still spilled a small puddle on the next door neighbor's front door. She rushed for the mop and was halfway through cleaning up when the door, which had been closed, suddenly opened. Four eyes met and she was about to say sorry when she was surprised to see a familiar face. You live here too? Why you? The two spoke almost simultaneously. Xiao Wenbai looked at his feet and his gaze moved back behind her. So you're the one who moved in today? Su Yumian also didn't expect such a coincidence. As you can see, from today onwards, we are neighbors. Xiao Wenbai's eyes moved. He chose to live here because of its proximity to both the lab and the school, making it easy for him to teach students and go to the lab for experiments on a daily basis. But what about Su Yumian? And why is she? It was obvious to the naked eye that this was not a suitable environment for a girl to live in, not to mention the fact that there was no elevator, which would not be an option for a young person. Seeing that he didn't move, Su Yumian thought that he minded that he had soiled the corridor. Sorry, I spilled some paint earlier. It'll be ready in a minute. She sped up her movements and quickly cleaned up. As she descended the stairs, she pointed to the trash in his hand. It's just downstairs. Why don't I stop by and bring it down for you? Xiao Wenbai didn't refuse, and in return, he took out the folding ladder from home. If you want to paint the wall, it's more convenient to use this. Thanks. With a ladder, painting walls is much more efficient. In one morning, she painted all the walls in the house that were peeling off. It's instantly clean and organized. After that, she picked up a sofa and table and chairs set at the furniture store, and shallowly decorated the room again, and it was finally finished. After doing this, it was almost dark. Soo Yummy-in hammered his shoulders, looked around. Warm yellow light sprinkled down. The original stale atmosphere was swept away. The home is brand new, and just came when it seems like two worlds. Looking at her nest, the bed was covered with her favorite light-colored cotton comforter set, which smelled faintly of good laundry detergent after a day in the sun. The greenery I bought in the afternoon is lined up in front of the window, lovely and lovingly radiating life. Black and white blocks of lazy sofa with the right size, bulging full of pillows, reading a book to read when leaning against, not to mention how cozy. It can be described as a small space with all the essentials. So this is your new home? It's kinda nice. In the video, Xiao Yue lamented, "You're still so good with your hands. You're really worthy of being the strong man who made a big renovation to our dormitory in the first place by himself." Soo Yummy-in smiled. "It's okay, of course you have to be attentive to where you live." "Sleepy, you're stronger than I thought. Finding a new goal so quickly." Xiao Yue guessed something when she heard the new address, but she didn't mention it. "I'm really happy that you were able to get back in." Hanging up the call, Soo Yumyan's heart despaired for a few moments. She woke up too late, and the good news is that it can still be salvaged. 6 points. After a busy day, Soo Yumyan hadn't eaten yet. There was toast and fresh veggies and some millet in the fridge. It was late, so she simply made a little porridge and a sandwich. When she returned the latter, she thought better of it and packed a porridge and a sandwich. Xiao Wenbai was busy revising the experimental data for his thesis. Hearing a knock on the door, he left the study and went to open it. "Thanks for the folding ladder, and here's what I made for dinner. If you don't mind, will you eat?" The girl's eyes were watery and bright in the light. Xiao Wenbai froze for a moment, raised his hand to take the item and said thank you. Back in his bedroom, he readjusted the data, extrapolating the results of his experiments compared to the previous rounds. By the time all the revisions were done, it was 8 o'clock at night. Stomachs are empty and hungry. He took out his cell phone out of habit, ready to order a takeout. Inadvertently glancing at the bag under the desk lamp, he opened it, and it was covered with an insulating layer. So the sandwich and porridge were still warm now. He picked up the sandwich, took a bite, and froze. The flavor of the bacon combined with the crispness of the vegetables and the freshness and sweetness of the perfectly fried egg in the middle whet his appetite. After finishing his sandwich, he scooped up another spoonful of millet porridge, the simple, delicate texture of which was better than most porridge he'd ever bought, and a few mouthfuls of it warmed his stomach. Xiao Wenbai raised his eyebrows pleasantly, and if those who were familiar with him knew that this was a state he enjoyed, well, good cooking. Within a few moments, the porridge and sandwiches were cleaned out of his hands. 10 points. Xiao Wenbai finished his night run and on his way back, he bumped into Soo Yumyan. She had changed into a casual suit with a pom-pom hairstyle and still stood out in the crowd. "Out for a walk? You run at night?" Both spoke at the same time. Soo Yumyan nodded. "Well, came out for a walk and picked up the delivery on the way." He slowed his pace, adjusted his breathing, and walked alongside her. "Thank you for dinner today. It was delicious." "Soo Yumyan, you helped me twice. I should say thank you." Across 2 gravel roads, there is a children's park. The noises of the neighborhood children were extraordinarily clear. "It's pretty busy here." In Jiang Yihuai's villa, it was always terribly quiet. Xiao Wenbai followed her gaze. He'd lived here for over 2 months, and it was rare that he would notice this. Remembering the message he had received on his way out the door, he spoke faintly. "I just asked my senior brother. Professor Ouyang is at home recuperating for the time being. I plan to go over there at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Is that okay with you? Tomorrow at 10? Too soon." At the threshold, she thought of her professor, whom she hadn't seen in 6 years, and was suddenly a little apprehensive. "What's the problem?" "No." Xiao Wenbai glanced at the side of her face, and although he sensed the woman's change in mood, he did not ask more questions. He doesn't like prying into people's privacy. The 2 men parted in front of the house and each entered. Soo Yumyan somewhat absent-mindedly took a shower and lay down to brew sleep. In the middle of the night, it was drizzling. She tossed and turned and didn't get much sleep all night. "I got up early, ate breakfast, and waited for Xiao Wenbai." 10 points. The knock on the door was right on time. She pulled open the door at the first opportunity. Already in a cleaned-up state of appearance, Xiao Wenbai froze for 2 seconds. "You can go." Chapter 9, You're a Good Keeper. Soo Yumyan went first, and the man was a step behind. She was clearly back to normal compared to last night's apprehension. Xiao Wenbai drove the car over and Soo Yumyan sat in the passenger side. On the way, past a fruit supermarket, Soo Yumyan suddenly spoke. "Can you stop and delay for 2 minutes? I want to go down and buy some fruit." "Fruit? For the professor." Xiao Wenbai gripped the steering wheel, somewhat puzzled. Need to go to so much trouble? Su Yumian? Suddenly I felt a little funny. Do you always come to the door as a guest with empty hands like that? Xiao Wenbai nodded honestly. Su Yumian silently gave a thumbs up. Bull. Maybe the big boys are so unpretentious? That being said, the man pulled over. Ouyang Wenqiu lives in and not far from the University of B, not far from the Ring Mountain Road. A small house with a combination of Chinese and Western design. Single family. Simple, but without losing the heritage. Through a grove of maple trees, you can see the mansion. 6 years. Su Yumian tightened the seatbelt in her hands and looked at the fruit basket at her feet, and was suddenly timid. Xiao Wenbai sensed something. Not getting off? Su Yumian bit her lip. I want to wait for a while. The man looked at her for 2 seconds and nodded. I'll go in first then. Su Yumian was grateful that he didn't ask anything. As she watched the man leave, she took 2 deep breaths before she unbuckled her seatbelt and got out of the car. 100 flowers bloom this time of year. Once inside the small courtyard, the light scent of flowers was sent with the wind. The little green vegetables by the railing are probably absent because their owner is sick and left unattended. Before even entering the door, Su Yumian had already heard the professor's voice. Her heart trembled slightly, and she hurriedly chased Xiao Wenbai over. Professor. Ouyang Wenqiu put down the new issue of the biology journal magazine in his hand and raised his presbyopic glasses. Wenbai, why are you here? Xiao Wenbai went forward to help her, and the two of them slowly walked inside. Come to see you. Are you feeling better? A little problem. Why do you need all of you to rush over here? She patted his hand. I'm sorry for your trouble. I'm fine. Nothing at all. Xiao Wenbai pondered for a moment. I brought one more person with me today. Who? Ouyang Wenqiu's eyes were puzzled. Following his line of sight, Su Yumian appeared in the foyer, standing there obediently with her head lowered like a child who had done something wrong. Ouyang Wenqiu's pupils trembled, and he subconsciously took 2 steps forward, but soon the dismay and hidden surprise in his eyes turned into complexity and deliberate coldness. What are you doing here? She scowled. Teachers. Su Yumian was a bit overwhelmed. Ouyang Wenqiu hardened his voice, expressionless. In the beginning, who was the one who mouthed off about pursuing love? You can disregard everything for love. What are you doing here now? The corners of Su Yumian's mouth pursed, and tears followed. Teacher is sorry to disappoint you. And Ouyang Wenqiu rarely saw a time when he was so serious. Su Yumian, and I was wrong. After a pause, she spat out another low. Is it too late? Finally, Ouyang Wenqiu sighed. His face gradually eased. Do you know how long I've been waiting for you? 6 years. 6 whole years. Su Yumian's eyes stored tears. Choked. I don't know. Has the teacher been waiting for her? It's good that you figured it out. Just this awakening behind do not know how much aggression and hardship hidden. Ouyang Wenqiu's face showed heartache. Su Yumian's nose turned sour and she could no longer hold back, jumping headfirst into her arms. Teacher. The dry soft palm patted her back, and Ouyang Wenqiu's heart slowly softened a few points. Well, are such a big man. Still love to cry. It's time to make a joke. Xiao Wenbai watched quietly from the sidelines the entire time, and when the two hugged and reunited, he silently left the living room to go to the balcony to provide space for the two to talk. Teachers and students meet again after many years. Ouyang Wenqiu can't help but ask Su Yumian about her current situation, but never mention her emotional aspect. The fact that she can say the words "I was wrong today" already shows that the path she chose at first, or that person, was not reliable. If that's the case, why should she bother to pluck out the scar on this child's heart? Su Yumian, I rented a house near the school, and I've already started studying for your graduate school exam at the end of the year. Ouyang Wenqiu's eyes were glowing, and the huge surprise seemed to be drowning her. Really? Is it true? She even confirmed it twice. Aha. Su Yumian nodded. She didn't have the face to look at her teacher when the road was already paved. She didn't take it and now she wants to start all over again. Good. It's long overdue. Don't you dare swindle me and say you'll take my grad school exam. This year's quota is finally not in vain. Su Yumian was a bit stunned. Although she had guessed that Professor Ouyang might have reserved a spot specifically for her when she went to visit the patient, she was still a bit incredulous when it was confirmed right now. Su Yumian, what are your virtues? Teacher, it's still a toss-up whether I'll pass or not. You, don't expect too much. Ouyang Wenqiu, as long as you want to, it's impossible for you to fail the exam. I know best where your ability lies. Unless you purposely failed the exam to tease me. An old woman, how can? Su Yumian cried and laughed. It's not early. You and Wenbai. Where's Wenbai? Teacher. Xiao Wenbai came in from the balcony. It's this time of the day. You and your senior sister stay for lunch today. I'm going to cook myself. Su Yumian's face changed drastically upon hearing this, and Xiao Wenbai's expression was also complicated. So what? You'd better stop working. I'll do it. It's not that Su Yumian doesn't appreciate it, but the teacher cooks, and she is afraid that the kitchen will be blown up and lost. Yang Wenqiu coughed somewhat awkwardly, obviously also have a clear understanding of their own cooking skills, but in front of the students, and cannot lose face. Vague, cough cough cough. Also, I'm recuperating at this moment. It is not appropriate to cook. It is not appropriate. Su Yumian neatly tied on her apron and entered the kitchen. Xiao Wanbai also rolled up his sleeves and spontaneously followed. I'll go help. Yang Wenqiu's gaze glanced back and forth between the two, and his smile deepened a few points. The fridge was full and the ingredients were fresh. The professor had just been discharged from the hospital and was still recuperating, so Su Yumian planned to make something light. Xiao Wanbai, what do you need me to do? Su Yumian swept her eyes over the dishpan. Can you wash the dishes? Aha! It shouldn't be too hard. Su Yumian moved out of the way. The man's washing of the vegetables, though unskillful, was not perfunctory, and the greens were cleaned of dirt and sand. Su Yumian casually asked, any contraindications? No. Where are the flavors? Both. You're pretty well bred, she muttered in a small voice. Unlike Jiang Yihuai, his mouth is tricky and he has many demands. Chapter 10, she'll come back like a dog and beg for me. Xiao Wanbai didn't say anything. Food was just something for him to replenish his energy. He didn't care if it tasted good or bad. Wash up. Su Yumian looked. Washed red peppers and Shanghai green neatly yards together. A look is from the hands of obsessive-compulsive disorder. What are you laughing at? Xiao Wanbai wondered. Su Yumian cleared her cough. It's nothing. You go out first. Good. Xiao Wanbai dried the water stains and nodded slightly. Su Yumian made a large table of dishes. The taste is on the light side. Basically all that Yang Wenqiu loves and can eat. It's hard for you to remember, the old lady exclaimed. After eating, Su Yumian took the initiative to clean up the dishes again. Xiao Wanbai spontaneously went into the kitchen to help. The man stood in the warm yellow light, his back elongated. From Su Yumian's point of view, the delicate lines of the side face were like a statue of a human head from the ancient Greek period, with clear angles. Yang Wenqiu stood by the doorframe. Mian, how did you and your senior brother meet? Xiao Wanbai was her most pleased disciple, while Su Yumian was her favorite student, and a long time ago, she had wanted to introduce the two to each other. Unexpectedly, by mistake, they got to know each other first. Just then, there was a sound from the door. Professor Yang, you have a visitor. Yang Wenqiu turned and went out into the living room, only to see the girl rise from the sofa with a smile. Hello Professor, I'm Jiang Cheating. I visited you in the hospital before and asked you about this year's graduate student enrollment. Yang Wenqiu nodded. Remember, I have an impression. Have a seat. Jiang Cheating's smile was 2 points brighter. I heard that you have been recuperating at home for this period of time, and I specially brought you some supplements. Yang Wenqiu did not move to look at the gift box placed on the tea table. Ginseng, bird's nest, cordyceps. The smile couldn't help but fade a few moments. Jiang Cheating, last time I mentioned to you about the graduate school places this year. Yang Wenqiu interrupted. Thank you. I appreciate the thought. You'd better take these things back. As for graduate students, I recruit every year, and the competition is not small. Whether or not you can get in, it all depends on your true ability. Jiang Cheating was stunned. That's not what the professor said last time in the hospital room. She said there's a chance. You can try. Go for it. How come today? Professor, Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry, I still have guests here, so I won't keep you much longer. I'll have Xiao Wang help you carry the stuff to the car. How could Jiang Cheating not hear such an obvious send-off? She didn't know what the problem was, and when she left the house she lost her mind and accidentally bumped into someone. Su Yumian? She exclaimed in shock. You, why are you here? Su Yumian in front of her was dressed in a simple white tee, tied with a rustic northeastern large flower apron, and carrying a bag of black garbage in her hand. What a coincidence. Su Yumian was also a bit surprised, but she quickly put up a smile and greeted her. She didn't hate Jiang Cheating, although she had the pettiness and arrogance of $1,000 lady. She wasn't arrogant and nasty, and the proper manners were still there, but that was the extent of their relationship. It was impossible for them to be as close as she was with Xiao Yue. You, Jiang Cheating looked her up and down. How did you become a bellhop for someone? Su Yumian, didn't my brother give you any money to use? Geez, it's so classless. I just can't stand him. As she said, clawing her way out on her heels. While walking, he also reached for his cell phone. It is not that she is not happy for Su Yumian. She loves to be a licking dog as she deserves it. The main bar. Her brother, this behavior is also too much too. Drop. It's like going to a Western restaurant and not tipping. Jiang Cheating felt super humiliated. Hey, brother, I really can't help but say you. The phone was connected, and Zhang Cheating was just about to output, "I'm too busy to mess around with you." Not, "Who made a scene?" The one who has gone too far is you, right? How did you learn to be so stingy? Don't you know stingy men are as disgusting as rats? Find someone else to have a seizure. What a thing to say. Zhang Cheating doesn't care. Su Yumian at least gives you laundry and cooks, plays and sleeps with you. How can you not do anything? Forced her to give people as a bellhop to make money. Spread the word. Your face still do not want it? There was a moment of silence on the other end. Who are you talking about? Su Yumian. What does the clockwork mean? Zhang Cheating said all that she had just seen. This time you really went a little overboard. Licking a dog is also a dog. You don't abuse small animals. What Zhang Cheating said afterward. Zhang Yihuai didn't listen to any of it. What echoed in his ears was, Su Yumian, bellwether, making money. It seems that even though she cashed that $50 million check, she didn't dare to actually use it. He tugged the tie loose from his chest, his gaze sullen, his expression neither good nor bad, carrying a metaphysical quality. He, at first walked quite dry, thought she really can do it, but it turned out, it was surprisingly difficult to even survive without him. Why? What are you fuming about? It's your turn. Shin Shurian pointed at the dice cup in his hand and opened his mouth to remind. No more games. Zhang Yihuai picked up his suit jacket, took the car keys and prepared to leave. Weren't you the one who said we should get together? Shin Shurian was confused. Zhang Yihuai, no more gatherings, something's up. It's time to beg him to pick it up, isn't it? Zhang Yihuai sat in the car and waited, during which he didn't receive the call he wanted to take except for 2 work calls and a bunch of work messages. He simply didn't wait and drove directly toward Xiao Yue's apartment. Su Yumian has no relatives in the imperial capital, and every time she quarrels with him, she runs to Xiao Yue's place, and he doesn't go to pick it up. So, no need to navigate at all to get there. Zhang Yihuai just got off the bus. Someone called him. Zhang Yihuai turned around, just in time to see Xiao Yue holding a young boy. Should be going home. What are you doing here? Xiao Yue looked at him with a bit of defensiveness. Where's Su Yumian? What do you want? I asked you where Su Yumian is? His tone was colored with a bit of impatience. Xiao Yue, this woman, bold, play with flowers. Zhang Yihuai's impression of her is very general, and can even be said to be bad. He also warned Su Yumian to associate less with her, lest he learn from her. But the always obedient Su Yumian, in this matter, rarely didn't listen to him, which made Zhang Yihuai's impression of Xiao Yue a few points worse. Xiao Yue was not accustomed to him. Get it straight, big brother, you've already broken up. In what capacity are you asking me for someone now? Zhang Yihuai sneered. How many times have we split up? Can you count them on one hand? So, there's no point in you stopping me now. Don't be evil for nothing. In the end, Su Yumian would end up obediently begging for peace anyway. Xiao Yue laughed at his arrogance and hubris. In your eyes, is Mian Mian not even worse than a dog? You want it if you want it, and throw it away if you want it. It's not important and not worth cherishing anyway. Zhang Yihuai didn't want to listen to her nonsense. If you don't say anything, I'll go upstairs and look for it myself. At this time, the little puppy beside Xiao Yue, who hadn't said anything, stepped forward and physically stopped him. Sir, it's against the law to forcefully break into people's homes. Zhang Yihuai didn't even look at him. His gaze went directly to Xiao Yue, nodding his head with a cold smile. All right, I'll remember. However, it's useless for you to stop. In the end, she'll still come back obediently like a dog and beg me. Chapter 11, Dead Memories. After saying that, Zhang Yihuai directly got into the car and left with a kick of the gas. Angry Xiao Yue jumped in place and cursed. What do you mean this? What kind of person now this? Scum, scumbag, I'm so angry. I'm telling you. She tugged at the little puppy's collar. Sleepy will never go back this time. Absolutely not. Little puppy is frantically placating. Yes, don't be angry. But is it possible? The man swore and spoke with conviction. Fearing that he had already had a plan, he stole a glance at Xiao Yue. If only she could be as dead set against men as her best friend. Hold it. Stop it. He wouldn't dream of doing that. In the car, Zhang Yihuai received a call. The mood was bad, and along with it the tone was cold. What is it, Pa? I've recently discovered a treasure store with superfat crabs, and it just so happens that tomorrow is Saturday, so let's go eat, okay? Shirmushi's crisp and cheerful voice came from the other end of the phone. She knew that Zhang Yihuai loved seafood, so she threw her hat in the ring. Combined with the fact that the two hadn't been in contact since last night, she couldn't control the panic in her heart, a panic that made her ignore her reserve and take the initiative to dial up. In the past, most of the time, it was Zhang Yihuai who took the initiative to arrange a date, and she only needed to shyly excuse herself a bit before nodding her head haughtily in response. But not lately. He reaches out to himself less often, sends messages that are brief and concise, and sometimes doesn't even reply. To ask is to be busy. Like right now, Saturday? I'm busy. I'm not available. You can do it on Saturday if you have something to do. And you can do it on Sunday as well. Shirmushi gripped her cell phone tightly, her lips a little white. I said I'm not available. Let's do this first. After saying that, Jiang Yihui hung up. Shirmushi looked at the phone that was hung up, and that panic in her heart swept over again. No, it's hard to become Jiang Yihui's real girlfriend. She can't just admit defeat. As the sun set, Xiao Wenbai and Su Yumian bid farewell to Ouyang Wenqiu. How did the time go so fast? Professor Ouyang looked at the sky, his eyes showing reluctance. Why don't you stay and eat your dinner before you leave? Xiao Wenbai, no, I have to go back to the lab. Su Yumian also shook her head. There will be many opportunities in the future. Good, you guys go back, take care on your way, and come visit me more often when you have time, okay? The last half of the sentence was addressed to Su Yumian. She was too busy nodding. Aha, by the way, there are 2 files and 3 books on the table. Take them back. You left them before. She majored in bioinformatics and has studied algorithmic directions. Before graduation, intended to be submitted to the SCI paper is only half written. These teachers even still help her stay. Su Yumian's eyes trembled slightly. Teacher, okay, get going. Oh, and the lunchbox on the table. It's been cleaned. Don't forget. Su Yumian was stunned. Ouyang Wenqiu stared angrily, all the way to the door of the ward. Did not know to come in to see me? Leaving a lunchbox, causing me to almost eat that meal. Su Yumian blushed. Not in the future. On the way back, Su Yumian knew that Xiao Wenbai was going to be busy, and she wasn't so thick-skinned to ask people to send her downstairs, so she offered to get off at the B gate. Anyway, it's not many steps, so it's just a walk. Xiao Wenbai nodded. Good. Jiang Yihui's heart jerked up when he saw the figure sitting in front of the villa's door. But soon, after getting a good look at the woman's face, it sank to the ground again. Brother Hui, you're back? The girl stood up in surprise, her bright black eyes brilliant as stars looking at him. What are you doing here? I'll wait for you. I called you during the day and you said you were busy and unavailable, so I'll have to wait until you're off work and not busy before I come over. I'm not interrupting your work, am I? The girl was careful, with a few apprehensions in her eyes. No. Jiang Yihui slowly shook his head. That's good. A smile reappeared on her face, but it quickly drooped again. Brother Hui, I'm hungry. Shirmushi blushed and lowered her head, bulging into a bun face. Come on, take you to dinner. Yeah, the two of them went to a Western restaurant. Jiang Yihui didn't move a few bites, but Shirmushi was enjoying the food the whole time. I could probably tell that he was in a bad mood today, so he was talking less than usual. Had enough? Shirmushi nodded. Aha, come on, let's get you back to school. Oh, the restaurant wasn't far from Polytechnic University, and it took less than 10 minutes of driving to pull over. Shirmushi's movement of pushing the door to get out of the car paused, turning her head to look at Jiang Yihui. Aren't you going to send me in? Jiang Yihui nodded. Good. In front of the Polytechnic University, a number of students came out to forage for food just as evening classes were ending. Shirmushi was the recognized schoolflower of the Polytechnic University, so her appearance drew a lot of curious glances, especially since the schoolgirl was holding a handsome and noble elite man. As if she couldn't hear the comments of the surrounding students, she looked back at Jiang Yihui and smiled wryly. When will I bring you to meet my roommates? Okay, they're very curious about you. No, it should be the entire Polytechnic University that was curious about the innocent schoolgirl's rightful boyfriend. Once upon a time, that woman was still by his side. He had not been corrected, when Mushi did not dare to bring him to flaunt. But not anymore. He had promised himself that he would give her a name, and now that he was true to his word, he didn't have to hide it himself. Jiang Yihui didn't make a sound, or rather, he wasn't interested in what the girl called a housemaid meeting. Shirmushi, however, as if she didn't notice his coldness, only smiled and said, "It's so good, Brother Hui. Every second I'm with you is so happy." After saying that, she suddenly faced Jiang Yihui and jumped up when the man was slightly stunned, her ponytail swaying lightly behind her head, rippling with sweet arcs, and then a warm and soft kiss landed on the man's thin lips. Wow! A gasp rang out around them. So the rumors are true. The schoolgirl really does have an owner. Oh my god, it's just like an idol show. Shirmushi is so pretty and her boyfriend is super handsome. Now that's a man and a woman made for each other. Get high! Su Yumian was currently standing at the back of the crowd of onlookers. Not that she wanted to watch, but the commotion as she passed by was just too great and attracted her attention. What a coincidence! Jiang Yihui returned to his senses and looked at the lightly smiling girl, and a pair of equally bright, glittering eyes suddenly flashed through his mind. Back then, at the U of B undergraduate graduation ceremony, a girl had looked at him that way. Her eyes were brilliant and her smile was like a flower. Jiang Yihui, I chose you. I have no regrets. Memories buried deep down, memories he thought were long dead, just jumped out at him without warning and hit him in the soul. He subconsciously stepped back and pulled away from the distance between him and Shirmushi. Why? You, the girl wondered. Zhang Yihui, it's late. You go in first. Chapter 12, it's impossible for us Yihui to marry you. Don't. She shook her head, and in the next second, she tiptoed on her toes with a red face. I want to stay with you for a while longer. Before she could get close, Zhang Yihui turned the tables, wrapped one hand around the woman's slender waist, and kissed her forcefully. Hiss! The crowd of onlookers was once again up in arms. I'll go, what a cow. God, how much love does it have to be? Su Yumian took this scene in, and clutched the book with fingers so hard that they blanched. It turns out that the heart still hurts, but the expression is horribly calm, almost numb. Just get used to it, she thought. There's still a withdrawal reaction to quitting smoking, let alone someone you've loved for 6 years. Su Yumian didn't stay too much longer and turned to leave. She had to go back to reading. Zhang Yihui, who was standing in the crowd, seemed to sense something and turned his head to look. A vaguely familiar back flashed across his vision, but the next second, the girl's soft hand burrowed into his palm, intimately interlocking her fingers. Timothy, what are you looking at? Zhang Yihui retracted his gaze. It's nothing. Dropping her off at the bottom of the dormitory building, the man prepared to leave. Shi, however, took his hand and refused to let go, her eyes full of attachment. It's still early. Can't you stay with me a little longer? Zhang Yihui touched her head. Be good. I'll come pick you up on the weekend. Under the streetlight, the man stood backlit, dark shadows cast on his face, more and more set off the features' deep, clear contours. When Mushi's eyes flowed, dyed with a trace of pure charm. Brother Hui, can I go home with you today? I'm afraid every adult understands what that means. Zhang Yihui froze slightly, and a few complexities welled up under his eyes. You're still young, wait a little longer. Mushi was a bit stunned, but a trace of joy was vaguely crossed in his heart. The fact that he doesn't touch her shows that he cherishes her and doesn't crave the pleasures of the moment, but wants to be with her for a long time to come. Well, I've got things to do, so I'll go first. Zhang Yihui raised his hand to look at his watch. Mushi nodded her head obediently. Good. Remember to rest early. I'll send you millet porridge tomorrow. He didn't say anything, just drifted off and lost his mind again. Room. The computer was on, and Su Yumian's movements on the keyboard suddenly slowed down. An image of the two kissing flashed through her mind and she pursed her lips. He got up and went to the bathroom, pouring 3 handfuls of cold water in a row before his mind slowly returned to clarity. There's no point in thinking about the past when it's already thrown away. The priority was to prepare for the exams, leaving her little time. Returning to her computer, Su Yumian flipped through the 2 books that Professor Ouyang had given her. One was a textbook specializing in bioinformatics, and the other was something like notes, annotated by Ouyang Wenqiu. On top of that, there was a flash drive containing a paper she had written halfway through her undergraduate studies, originally for grad school, only later. At first, for this thesis, she could soak in the laboratory for 3 days and 3 nights, sleep and food, just to collect and organize the data spent half a year. Step-by-step argumentation for the solution is even more perfect. Later on, although she gave up her master's degree and concentrated on taking care of Zhang Yihui's diet at home, Su Yumian didn't completely throw this thesis away. Over the years, she's done nothing but 2 things. One is to be a free babysitter for Zhang Yihui, the other is to perfect this thesis. What Professor Ouyang gave her was only what she had completed during her undergraduate studies, the second half of which Su Yumian pulled out of the computer, and the front and back parts were combined to form a complete paper. At that moment, it was as if the first half of my life, which was sparse and confused, and the second half of my life, which was clear and bright, met and came together to form a complete self, busy until the day will break. Su Yumian looked at the finished manuscript. So I struck while the iron was hot, submitted to Science, one of the world's 3 top academic journals, representing the highest level of human natural science research. Su Yumian had little certainty about passing the manuscript. After all, there are so many disciplines, so many fields, so many strong researchers all over the world. What does she count? But she still wants to try. Rushing to catch the day before dawn, Su Yumian shut down her computer and grabbed some time to catch up on her sleep. At 8 o'clock on the dot, she opened her eyes, washed up, ate breakfast, then grabbed her revision materials and set off for the library. I didn't expect that as soon as I went out. I bumped into Xiao Wenbai, who had just returned. It was raining outside, and the umbrella he had gathered in his hand was still dripping. Good morning. You didn't stay up all night, did you? Xiao Wenbai, well, the experiment rushed out the data. He'd just gotten back from the lab, briefly grabbed a few things, and was on his way there again. This is for you. Su Yumian handed over the hot milk. Drinking it will warm you up a lot. Thanks. Get wet and remember to change your clothes. She pointed to the man's shoulder, and Xiao Wenbai inclined his head, only to realize that there was a wet patch here. Then I'll leave first. Su Yumian smiled and turned around to go downstairs. It wasn't even 9 o'clock and the library was already quite crowded. She gathered up her umbrella and hadn't even entered the pavilion when a familiar voice suddenly came. Su Yumian. Zhang Qiting had come over to visit the school leaders today for the sake of the exam. It happens to be raining as she passes by the library, so she's stuck here for the time being, but she doesn't want to run into someone she knows. What brings you to the library? Part-time job again? You're short of money these days, aren't you? Don't worry, I've already mentioned it to my brother and asked him to be more generous in the future. So quit these part-time jobs as soon as you can, and take care of my brother more than anything. I heard he had another stomach bug yesterday. You, Ting Ting, who are you talking to? Without waiting for Zhang Qiting to finish, a voice suddenly interrupted her, only to see a tall, middle-aged woman with an unassuming demeanor walking this way. When she got closer, she realized that she was wearing C's new spring high fashion this year. Her well-maintained face could not see any obvious wrinkles, and she was carrying a Hermes rare leather Kelly in her hand. Shu Yuqin walked over to her daughter and rolled her eyes. Ha, isn't that her son's cheap little girlfriend? Looking Su Yumian up and down, his originally unfavorable expression added a few more points of disdain. Going out in a t-shirt and jeans, with no makeup on and hair unkempt, is just not up to snuff. Shu Yuqin looked at the library behind her and swept over the 2 books in Su Yumian's hands, her gaze slightly deeper. MS. Su, what a coincidence. The word coquettish was deliberately emphasized. The implication is that even this crappy chance encounter scene was staged to please me. You're kind of well-intentioned. Shu Yuqin sighed, but as the old saying goes, monkeys in clothes, no matter how much they pretend to be, they're still not human. These tricks should be saved in the future. I don't eat this. Since we bumped into each other today, I'm not afraid to make things clearer again. It's impossible for our Yi Huai to marry you, but considering that you've taken care of his food, clothing, and shelter all these years, and that you've done hard work without merit, when he gets married, there will be a place for you by his side. As for the rest, you should stop wishing for it. Be at peace with yourself so that you can live long. Understand? Chapter 13. Who are you? The marriage of the luxury family, the man outside to raise 3. Raise 4 is very common, as long as the red flag at home does not fall. Outside those things as you want to raise how to raise it. She, as a mom, wouldn't interfere much. Today is considered to be an official promise to Su Yumian. However, the scene Shu Yuqin imagined of the girl's gratefulness did not appear, but instead received a cold laugh. Su Yumian, MS. Shu, it's better to leave your charity to others. I'm not blessed to receive it. In addition, Zhang Yihuai and I have already broken up. If we meet again in the future, it's better for us to be strangers. In the past, she could unconditionally tolerate Shu Yuqin for Zhang Yihuai. She resented her lack of education, her lack of background in studying abroad, her lack of career and job after graduation, and in a word, her unworthiness for her baby boy. In the past, Su Yumian might still want to find a way to please this future mother-in-law, but now, she doesn't even want Zhang Yihuai. So what does his mom count as? Dancing in front of her. How can this be tolerated? By the way, MS. Shu, a word of advice. Shu Yuqin? Su Yumian smiled faintly. Don't speak so meanly in the future, because it's easy to get beaten. Also, monkeys wearing clothes are called moo monkeys. Learn from that. When she finished, she turned around with a flourish and went into the library. Shu Yuqin froze in place, her pupils seismic. What did she just say? She dared to talk to me like that? What kind of thing is she? Does she still want to marry into the Zhang family? Zhang Qiting was pinched by her mom's arm and shaken furiously for a while, which brought her back from her stunned state. Murmuring, Mom, Su Yumian just said that she broke up with my brother? Ha, do you believe that? That's right, she split with my brother so many times, and she hasn't really seen a split. After all, everyone knows that Su Yumian loves Zhang Yihuai to the point of madness, just like a dog that recognizes its master, and can't be driven away. Zhang Qiting retracted her gaze. Mom, don't forget that you still have business to attend to today. You have to accompany me to visit the school leaders. Looking at the time, if I don't leave, I'm going to be late. Shu Yuqin took a deep breath before calming the anger that was churning in her chest. Let's go. She, Su Yumian, is nothing. We can't delay my daughter's proper business because of her. The university library has a long history and a wide range of books, and is known as an ocean of knowledge. Su Yumian wandered around twice before finding a seat, and it just so happened that behind her was the categorized bookshelf of bioinformatics. Easy access to information at all times. Glancing over the top, he unexpectedly saw Xiao Wenbai's name. She pulled it out with some curiosity, and the book cover was the vastness of the universe. Just as Xiao Wenbai as a person gave her the feeling deep, vast, calm, and silent. This is a research note, probably about the structure and dynamics of protein molecules, which is an interdisciplinary study of biology and physics. Turning to the first page is a handwritten quote, "Everything is interconnected and disciplines have no boundaries. The only people who can say interdisciplinary research with such confidence are generalist geniuses." Unconsciously most of the day has passed. This book was also so you sleep on read 7 or 8. Although her undergraduate degree was in bioinformatics, she didn't do too badly in physics. At 1 p.m., she closed the book and put it back in its original position, taking a deep breath, which made her feel hungry. Leave the library and get ready to grab a bite to eat before returning to continue reviewing. Halfway through the meal, Xiao Yue's call came. "Vivi, what's wrong? Are you home?" "No, I'm in the library." Su Yumian took a sip of water. "What's the matter?" "Yesterday, that scum Jiang Yihui came looking for us." Xiao Yue is still a little angry even now that she mentioned it. "Open your mouth and ask where you are." "Just kidding, how could I tell him? You haven't run into him in the last 2 days, have you? It's so hard to get rid of scum. You mustn't jump back into the fire." Su Yumian shook her head. "No, that's good." Xiao Yue sighed in relief. "Right, are you free tonight? Do me a favor." After visiting the school leadership, everything went well. Jiang cheating face more smiles, sweeping away in Ouyang Wenqiu where the wall of depression. "Come on, Mom, get in the car." Shu Yuqin frowned and withdrew her eyes from the direction of the library. "You go back first, I have something else to do." When he finished, he called the other driver in the house to bring the car around. Jiang Cheating thought that her mother was going to attend some wives' party again and didn't think much about it, but unbeknownst to her, Shu Yuqin sat on the car and directly ordered, "Go to EHH." Just after the meeting, Jiang Yihui saw his own mother frowning and coming on strong. His scalp tingled. "Mom, what are you doing over here?" "What, I can't come?" "Not really." He rubbed his nose. Shu Yuqin hummed lightly and walked straight to the sofa to sit down. "If you can't manage a woman well, I don't mind stepping in to help." "Jiang Yihui, look at Su Yumian's attitude. In the end, it's not because you spoiled her." The man's pupils tightened slightly. "Su Yumian, what happened to her?" "You're still asking." "I ran into her just now in the library of the University of B. I just said a few words to her, and she was all over me. She said I'm mean and sarcastically said I'm uneducated. I'm really from a small family. No education at all." Jiang Yihui frowned. "You ran into her in the library?" "Yeah, instead of cooking and cleaning up at home, she goes to the library and pretends to be a cultural person, thinking that I'll think highly of her? What a dream. And she also said something about having broken up with you, and that if she ever sees me again, she'll be a stranger." "Does she talk to her elders like that? Does she still want to enter our Jiang family's door?" Jiang Yihui's pupils grew darker. Suddenly, Shu Yuqin asked, "Did you guys really break up?" He ghosted back. "How can that be?" "Humph, I knew it. She's the kind of person who can't easily catch a golden turtle. How can she easily let go of it? Anyway, you know what happened. Go back and teach her a good lesson." Shu Yuqin complained a bunch of times, hearing Jiang Yihui get upset. "Mom," he interrupted. "You stop, I have a meeting later. I'll have someone take you home." "Not, I haven't said dash end." Seeing her son's increasingly sullen face, Shu Yuqin wisely shut her mouth. "Well then, I'll leave today. You can't let her off easy. Women just need to be disciplined and taught to obey." Aha! Sending his own mother away, Jiang Yihui casually tugged his tie loose and exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air. Watching the sun set outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, he did not want to go back to the villa. Remembering that in 2 days it was Shi Mushi's birthday, he sent a message to ask Cheng Zhou to send something good. Cheng Zhou seconds back. "Women like jewelry. Pick a bracelet, necklace or something estimated on the line." Jiang Yihui, "I wouldn't choose. Go together." Ching Chao, "Wouldn't he, a single dog, have picked it?" The two were meeting at SKP in the city center. Inside the jewelry store, "What would you two like to pick?" the counter girl inquired with a smile. Jiang Yihui, "For my girlfriend. What do you think of this lady's necklace? The peach heart design is understated and sweet, best suited for young women dash." Cheng Zhou did not study these, glanced at them and turned his head to survey the surroundings without interest. In the next second, he shouted out excitedly, "Sister Yumian?" Jiang Yihui's body stiffened for 2 seconds before he turned his head as if nothing had happened. "Xiao Yue has a business banquet tonight. People in the company cannot go, so asked Su Yumian to come to the store to help her pick up a set of previously customized jewelry. I didn't think it would happen here." She smiled at Cheng Zhou. "Chang Zi, it's been a while. Have you been busy lately?" He swept his gaze toward Jiang Yihui's side vainly. "Just happened to run into each other. Let's have dinner together." Ha! Chapter 14, Mian Mian. "You're with me. I'll skip the meal. I have things to do, so I'll make a date later." Su Yumian had a good relationship with Cheng Zhou, and even if he refused, he was smiling and didn't brush him off. Cheng Zhou noticed that she was holding a high-definition special jewelry box in her hand, and it looked like something was indeed wrong, not a pretext. He answered and wanted to speak, but Su Yumian had already crossed over Jiang Yihui and left straight away. The whole time, He didn't look away. He didn't look at it more than once. The air pressure around him suddenly became extremely low. Changzhou secretly glanced at Jiang Yihuai's face, and dryly rounded off the scene. That what? Jiang, Sister Yumian probably didn't see you. Don't take it to heart. It was fine if Changzhou didn't say anything, but once he did, Jiang Yihuai's face stunk even more. He coughed dryly, not daring to speak again, but in his heart, he said, Sister Rain's sleep is really tough this time. Are you still buying, sir? Jiang Yihuai raised his eyes coldly. Buy? Why don't you buy? Get me the most expensive. She doesn't care. There's always someone who does. The party was held in a single house on Yunqi Road, and when Su Yumian arrived, a lot of people had already come. Someone recognized her and their eyes became subtle. Once upon a time, she was brought along by Jiang Yihuai and didn't rarely go in and out of such occasions, and over time she had mixed up a familiar face. They didn't know her name was Su Yumian, but only knew that she was Jiang Yihuai's girlfriend, a little sparrow that flew up to the branch. However, recently the circle is rumored that the two have broken up. Coupled with Su Yumian at this moment alone appeared in the banquet. I'm afraid that the news is not false. It was the eyes of the crowd that were subtle. The little sparrow who was about to become a phoenix was suddenly knocked back to its original form. 6 years of dedication and nothing to show for it, and she's become an outcast. Isn't that exciting enough? Su Yumian turned a blind eye to the various gazes and went straight to find Xiao Yue, handing her the jewelry in person. Sleepy, why don't you stay and have some fun too? The food is good today. No, you drink less and be safe on the way back. Okay, Xiao Yue did not persuade more. Those people what mentality she simply do not know too well. Sleep to stay will only be embarrassed. I know, small nag. I'll let assistant Lu send you. Aha. Su Yumian turned to leave. Around. Did you guys see that just now? That who? Still dares to come. What a cheek. People have been with Jiang Yihuai for 6 years. How much love is there? That's a laugh. You didn't see what she was wearing. Our house sitter is better dressed than her. Who doesn't know that she follows Jiang Yihuai around every day, doing his laundry and cooking for him, no different from a nanny. MS. Su. Xiao Lu glanced at Su Yumian's expression. Those unpleasant words were unbearable for a man like him to hear, but she was calm as if nothing had happened. Go. She already had a good idea of what those people would talk about. When she first decided to separate from Jiang Yihuai, she had expected such a scene today. Assistant Lu, Miss Su, wait a moment. I'll get the car. Good. Su Yumian stood outside the banquet hall and looked up at the sky. The sun was setting and the wind was gentle. Just then, Su Yumian, a low, male voice with a few hints of intoxication came out. She turned around and looked at each other in all directions. What a coincidence. Lin Muzhou shook his goblet in his hand, his dark eyes carrying a few moments of internalized surprise. It's been a long time since I've seen you. I didn't expect to meet here. I want to think about how long it has been. The last time we met, it should still be your college graduation ceremony. But unfortunately, was Jiang Yihuai blasted out of the room, and the flowers were not sent out. Su Yumian was a little embarrassed. In the beginning, Lin Muzhou and Jiang Yihuai chased after her at almost the same time. Both of them are rich boys with superior appearance, but one is crazier than the other. I've got things to do, so I'll leave you to it. Lin Muzhou, however, was unwilling to let her leave just like that. All these years, Jiang Yihuai has treated you as if you were his private property, putting you in his home, hiding and covering you up. It's really hard to see you. Su Yumian raised her eyes, her smile converging for a few moments. What exactly do you want to say? Lin Muzhou, back then, you rejected both Jiang Yihuai and I, but in the end, you chose him, simply because he lasted longer and was better at pestering people. But have you ever thought that he could hold on longer because in this male competition, he wanted to win more? In that instant, Su Yumian's heart, which had already been broken open, was stabbed with another big bloody hole. So, what she thought was deep love was nothing more than a man's moment of anger and competition. Seeing the woman's face suddenly pale, a trace of heartache flashed in Lin Muzhou's eyes. He tried to reach out to touch the woman's face, yet before he could touch it, Su Yumian took half a step back and pulled away. Mr. Lin, please respect yourself. Lin Muzhou pressed closer. Don't pretend. I know you and Jiang Yihuai have broken up. So, Su Yumian smiled and raised her eyes. Mian, you come with me. I will cherish and love you more than Jiang Yihuai. Whatever you want, I'll do my best, as long as you're willing to be with me. Whether it was 6 years ago, or 6 years later, when he saw her again, Lin Muzhou's heart still beat so fast, he knew that he had never let go. Su Yumian laughed. Just got out of one fire pit and jumped into another? Mr. Lin, it's nice to see you today, but going forward, it's better for us to go our separate ways. After that, he turned to leave. Whether it was Jiang Yihuai or Lin Muzhou, she didn't want to mess with any of them now. They'd better not mess with her either. Lin Muzhou looked at the woman's slender back, a deep color crossing his eyes. Suddenly, a light sigh escaped his lips, and he murmured with a soft laugh, "Mien mien, the trees want to be quiet but the wind will not stop. Do you think you can escape?" Unbeknownst to him, in the distance, someone was watching this scene from beginning to end. Guizhou glanced at the photos he had just taken and hooked his lips in satisfaction. It just so happened that Shin Shiryan was also there today, and when he came out to take a breath, he saw Guizhou holding his cell phone, smiling like a fox that stole fish. "What are you looking at, smiling so disgustingly?" Guizhou didn't care that he was talking hard. He just proudly raised his cell phone and waved it in front of him. Shen Shiryan's eyes were sharp, and he recognized the person in the photo with a light sweep of his gaze. Su Yumian? Aha! Guizhou lifted his chin with a look of watching the fun. In addition to her, there's also Lin Muzhou, who has already sent it to YZ. Back then, the scene of two men competing for a woman. They could have seen it with their own eyes. How crazy Jiang Yihui was at that moment. They are now shaking their heads when they think about it. Shen Shiryan's eyes deepened. Just messing with the breakup. Lin Muzhou popped up. And look at Su Yumian's attitude. He paused, his tone tinted with a few hints of meaning. It seems that Su Yumian is going to play for real this time. No. Su Yumian doesn't have that kind of ability. Wait and see. It's impossible for her and YZ to separate. To be precise, it's impossible for her to leave YZ. And you sent him the picture? Guizhou did not think, playing around, watching the fun. What's wrong with that? Shin Shiryan raised an eyebrow. Don't play it off. And in the end, you won't even be able to be a brother. I'm just taking a photo. Besides, as far as YZ's attitude towards Su Yumian, an ex-girlfriend, it's really not that bad. Look at my photo capture. Isn't it just right? Look at this little atmosphere. Shin Shiryan's gaze lingered on the beautiful side face of the woman in the photo. You're right. An ex-girlfriend is just an ex-girlfriend. And it's normal to have other men chasing after them. Chapter 15. Does she think he cares? Assistant Lu sent Su Yumian downstairs, and after she got off the car and thanked him, she didn't go upstairs directly, but turned into the vegetable market next to her. 20 minutes later, she was about to go upstairs with her big bag when she saw Xiao Wenbai walking from the sunset. The sky was already a bit dark, but he was draped in an orange-red haze. His already slender figure stretched even longer by the setting sun. He didn't look away, and he seemed to walk with an air of concentration. What a coincidence. Meeting again. Su Yumian took the initiative to greet him. Xiao Wenbai looked up and pushed up his glasses. What a coincidence. Have you had dinner yet? I bought groceries. Would you like to join us for some? Xiao Wenbai subconsciously wanted to refuse, but remembering her handiwork, ghostly nodded. Su Yumian's home. His first visit. On the balcony directly in front, tulips are in full bloom. Two red carp swim around in a square fish tank at the back of the side. White curtains are blown by the wind at sunset, and the cherrywood table and chairs come with a warm atmosphere. Warm, calm and wonderful. On the glass coffee table, spread out on the exam questions and books. He scanned through them and knew that the answers written in black pen on the papers were almost all correct. Something to drink? White water is fine. Su Yumian poured him a cup of warm water. Thanks, I bought a little too much food today, just right for fondue. She opened her shopping bag, an assortment of vegetables, a piece of beef, and a box of hand-beaten meatballs, and there were leftover beef bones from the last time she was at home. Just the thing for a light beef fondue. You got one of the multiple-choice questions wrong. Xiao Wenbai suddenly spoke. Su Yumian followed his line of sight and landed on the test paper she had just brushed this morning, obviously knowing which question he was talking about. I'm sorry, that question involves the cross-discipline of biology and physics, and I haven't gotten too much out of the part about the knowledge of dynamics. Acting potential and kinetic calculation. The selection of the acting potential is extremely close to the kinetic calculation, and by choosing different acting potentials, the potential energy surface of the system will have different shapes, and the trajectories of the molecular motion and the intramolecular motion obtained by kinetic calculation will be different. Xiao Wenbai nodded. Su Yumian first froze, then fell into contemplation, and after 2 seconds, suddenly both eyes lit up. So that's how it is. Xiao Wenbai was a little surprised to see her react so quickly. You hear me? Most of it. Su Yumian was honest. I've read your research notes in the library and know some of the basic principles of molecular dynamics. Can you read? Aha. Xiao Wenbai's face rarely showed a trace of embarrassment blush, that is the previous undergraduate period notes. Cough. Typos a little more. Put. Su Yumian couldn't help but laugh. To be honest, it does seem a bit much. You're smart and perceptive, graduate school exams won't be hard for you. Su Yumian's smile became a few points brighter. Is that so? Then I'll take Professor Xiao's good advice. It was already dark when Jiang Yihui and Chang Zhou came out of SKP. Chang Zhou looked at the paper bag he was carrying in his hand. Nearly 7 figures of jewelry. Just like this, he was carrying it in his hand with a big swing, flinging and shaking, TSK, and I don't know who I want to show it to. Obviously the store had said they could provide security delivery, but this one froze. Unfortunately, they didn't even run into the who again all the way out here. Chang Zhou suggested, it's this time of the day. Let's go eat first. Jiang Yihui hummed with little interest. You arrange it. Chang Zhou chose a private restaurant that was quite famous in the neighborhood. The two asked for a box on the second floor with a good view and still clean. The waiter came over to send the menu, Cantonese cuisine dishes, and the main fresh soup water quite a lot. Chang Zhou picked half a day. Eyes are almost picking flowers. Noticing that Jiang Yihui didn't make a sound for a long time, he took the initiative to pass the words over. I've heard that this Cantonese restaurant tastes good. The food is authentic and plentiful. Brother Jiang, do you have anything you want to eat? Jiang Yihui didn't have much of an opinion. Just take your pick. He had been playing with the lighter in his hand, absent-mindedly, since he came out of the jewelry store. When he thought of Su Yumian not even giving him a proper look, just pretending to be unrecognizable as she walked past him, Jiang Yihui's brows were hard to stretch. How dare she treat him like air? Also, it's obvious that you've moved out of Xiao Yue's house. Why don't you move back in? How much longer is she going to make a scene? Thoughts a jumbled mess. He lit the cigarette in his hand and inhaled deeply. Chang Zhou chose pickled duck fresh, braised water duck with shiso, pineapple goulash, and added the obligatory seafood. The dishes are served one by one. The fragrance wafted in the air. Chang Zhou early hungry. This will smell the aroma, only want to smother the dry rice. He picked up some chopsticks, and well, the flavor was really good. Looking at Jiang Yihui again, he was unable to eat and was slow, without any pleasure of enjoying the food. Brother Jiang, still thinking about what happened just now? I think so. Sister Yumian is probably still angry. After this bout, maybe she'll be fine. He thought of what? The action of the food a meal. Besides, you that day, when we so many people directly mentioned breakup, so that the face of the sister of the rain sleep to where to put aside? I'm afraid that the heart will not be able to pass for a while, and so on a few days, she gas dissipated. You take the initiative to coax on the good. Jiang Yihui tensed his face. Who said I was thinking about her? Eat your meal. Oh, stiff upper lip. You do. Suddenly, the cell phone vibrated. Jiang Yihui clicked on it and a photo popped up. The woman stood on her side, and the man reached out his hand fondly, and was about to touch the woman's face in the next moment. The pixels weren't very tall, and even a bit muddled, but he instantly recognized the woman as Su Yumian and the man as Lin Muzhou. Jiang Yihui's eyes instantly quenched like ice. Chang Zhou's heart thumped when he saw this. Brother Jiang, what happened? He flung his cell phone on the desktop and chilled his face. Is this what you mean by after a while? I think she has a big heart and fat guts. I can't believe I went to mess with Lin Muzhou again. Chang Zhou blinked for a moment, his eyes skimming over the photos in his cell phone, and suddenly his teeth hurt a little. This Lin Muzhou is really colorful and courageous, knowing that Sister Yumian is gambling, but also deliberately picked this time to take advantage of the situation and add fuel to the fire. Really not afraid of death. Ha! Jiang Yihui coldly hooked his lips. Leaving me? Your vision has also become worse, to the extent that you can even look at such goods as Lin Muzhou. She thinks he cares? What happened in the outside world? Su Yumian didn't know or care. Her life today is filled with studies, boring and monotonous, yet fulfilling and peaceful. Every day, rental house, library, 2 points, 1 line. After studying to make a good meal for themselves, and by the way to share with the next-door neighbors who often stay up late at work, it was nowhere near as materialistic as it had been, but even the air smelled of freedom after leaving that villa. Sleepy, studying? Xiao Yue thundered a call every day. Aha! Su Yumian got up and went to the corner, lowering her voice and trying not to disturb the others. It's Friday, why don't you come out for dinner? But, don't be butthurt. All the donkeys in the production team have to rest. What's wrong with coming out to relax? Besides, study should be a combination of work and rest. Don't bore yourself silly. Good. The two were meeting at a Japanese restaurant. Chapter 16. He can circle her wrist with one hand. Xiao Yue likes sashimi and ordered fresh salmon, and other common seafood prawns. Su Yumian was not used to eating cold food, so she asked for a bowl of ramen and a serving of sushi. The ramen is average in flavor, but it's a good thing the ingredients are fresh. Xiao Yue watched her eat moderately and intentionally teased her. This salmon is tender. Are you really not going to try it? It might open up a new world. Su Yumian respected. It's not like you don't know that I can't accept raw food psychologically. I'll just eat my ramen. It's been so long and you haven't changed a bit. From the time he first met Xiao Yue, he realized that she had always been obsessive about the things she liked, and by the same token, the things she hated were the same. Speaking of which, I haven't been to the spa in days, and my hands are getting brown from all the work. Speaking here, He sighed again and spat. It's all my father's fault. Lately he's been urging me to go on a blind date. And it's not even if my mom doesn't stop me, but she's even helping my father to count me out together. It's not like you can't afford me, so what's the point? Besides, my cousin who is so great hasn't even tied the knot yet, so what's my hurry? Mentioning Xiao Wenbai, Su Yumian remembered that although they were neighbors, but each was busy with their own business, from the last time they ate hot pot together to now. In the middle of the sandwiches delivered to him once, and then never seen again, Xiao Yue didn't notice her wandering off and forked a piece of sushi into her mouth. Remembering their last meeting, you went with my brother to see Professor Ouyang, and then what happened? Su Yumian buried her head to inhale the noodles, chewed for a moment, and swallowed before saying, that's probably it. The professor has already reserved a good place for me, so I have to pass the line in this year's graduate school exam. Xiao Yue clapped her hands. Good job. I love to see you so confident. As a reward, how about I take you somewhere for the weekend? Su Yumian, what place? Go and you'll see. At Su Yumian's strong request, the two of them finished their meal, and Xiao Yue drove her back to the library. It's still early. You can still learn for a while. After brushing up on 2 sets of questions, I looked up and the sun was setting. She sat by the window, the sunlight refracting in through the floor-to-ceiling glass and spilling right over her, golden and warm. Su Yumian stretched her back and had just packed up her books and test papers when she heard the sound of the radio reminding of the closing. She grabbed her bag and left on time. The orange sunset reflects half of the sky red, layer after layer, from light to strong, like a colorful oil painting. Su Yumian's footsteps slowed down, and she was already thinking about what she was going to eat in the evening. Without realizing it, he walked downstairs, and suddenly, a black figure broke into view. A week ago, the latest data derived from the laboratory is wrong. Xiao Wenbai a few days without sleep, over and over again to redo, but the results are not as good as expected. The person in charge of the docking experiment was a middle-aged man in his early to mid-40s, and he had been there since Xiao Wenbai took over the experiment. At this time, the laboratory has a problem. He is also worried. The experiment results are clearly positive at the beginning, and the subsequent progress has been normal. Why the data will be wrong? Xiao Wenbai frowned slightly. Experiments exist for the sake of trial and error, and results are not the only theory. But wrong data proves that the experiment is wrong. We've repeated a problem dozens of times. Isn't a week enough time for us to see it clearly? The person in charge looked at Xiao Wenbai and cautiously tried. In my opinion, since we can't proceed, why don't we stop in time? It wouldn't be wrong to try another direction? Xiao Wenbai's expression was thin, his sharp gaze questioning through the lens. Are you worried about the experiment failing? Or do you feel that the direction proposed by Professor Zhu is more in line with what you consider to be the supremacy of interests? He pushed up his glasses. Physics never happens overnight. It has its own rhythm and course, not something you can change just by saying stop. The head honcho snapped. I'm just saying. The two people parted unhappily, and when Xiao Wenbai turned back, Su Yumian smiled and waved at him. Long time no see, neighbor. Walking side by side on the way home, Su Yumian intentionally avoided what had just happened and only chatted casually. Thanks to you last time, I've been doing well the last few days. Xiao Wenbai didn't take credit for it. It's you who are enlightened. In the past few days, have you gone to see the professor? Su Yumian carried her hands behind her back, looking at the stones under her feet, walking slowly forward. No, only through a few phone calls. Her body is recovering well. She can go back to school in a couple of days. Xiao Wenbai nodded. That's good. The professor has always been responsible for his teaching duties. Resting for these 2 days, he should also be a bit unable to stay. It was getting dark and someone was riding a bike with a wobbly faucet. Su Yumian also happened to step on an uneven stone slab, stumbled a little, did not grasp the balance, and looked about to collide with the bike. In a flash, Xiao Wenbai reached out and pulled her slender wrist, slightly exerting force. Even Su Yumian's entire body leaned over, narrowly avoiding the rampaging bicycle. Is everything okay? The man's warm fingers tightly clasped the woman's wrist through the sleeve. The summer clothes were thin. The warm temperature came. Su Yumian's ears instantly rolled hot. It's fine. Thanks. The two were just too close, so close that breathing seemed to be close at hand. Realizing this, Su Yumian took a half step back. Xiao Wenbai also reacted and let go of his hand, and then the two were speechless the entire time. When we arrived at the house, we each said our goodbyes and went inside, closing the door. The scene just now flashed back in Su Yumian's mind, and the details were uncontrollably magnified. The man's warm fingers, his breath faintly scented with mint, and his dark eyes. Su Yumian lowered her head and rubbed her wrist, where it was hot as if she had been scalded. After walking back from the lab and arguing with someone, Xiao Wenbai was sweating and not feeling too well. change into your sandals and get ready for a shower. He fished for his cell phone on the table out of habit, intending to order takeout first, but then I didn't realize that the square pop-up that popped up in the app was a pair of bare slippers for $9.90. He froze for a moment. The last time he went to Soo Yumian's house, she seemed to be wearing this pair. The girl's toes were small and rounded, and her dark slippers set off the snowy white backs of her feet. Xiao Wenbai's mind suddenly flashed back to the scene just now, where he was able to circle her wrist with one hand, and the skin there, it seems, is whiter. Turning to Sunday, the sun was blazing, the sky was blue and the clouds were white. She chose a ruffled dress, plain light green, dotted with small yellow flowers, lining her literary and fresh. It took another full hour to put on the perfect full makeup. The roommate on the top bunk snickered. Why is the person who usually doesn't sleep until 12 on weekends up so early today, and dressed up so beautifully? I'm so envious that someone can ask our little fairy out. The last time she and Zhang Yihui kissed intimately at the entrance of the school was on the forum, and now everyone in Polytechnic University knows that she has a mistress. The girl next to her picked up. Then what's the point of guessing? Of course it's our Mr. Jiang. Cici, today is your birthday. Mr. Jiang should have prepared a surprise for you, right? When Mushi put on the sunflower-shaped earrings, there were a few moments of anticipation inside, but her mouth said, I don't know, should I? Her roommate was about to ask again when she glanced at the time, grabbed her bag in a bit of a panic, and changed her shoes. We'll talk about it when we get back. I'm leaving. Chapter 17, Birthday Gifts. Mushi took 3 or 2 steps down the stairs and ran towards the school gate, searching for Zhang Yihui's car parked on the side of the road at a glance. The man was leaning against the front of the car, a long dark gray jacket over a beige t-shirt, with smooth lines of black slacks, like a college student. Young, vibrant. It caused the people around him to turn around frequently. 3 times in 3 minutes he raised his hand to check the time. The promised 10 o'clock is overdue. He took out his cell phone, found Mushi's number, and was about to dial it when a fragrant and soft scent stuck over. Mushi hooked her hands around Zhang Yihui's neck and softly pouted. Have you been waiting for a long time? You're late. Zhang Yihui's dark eyes glanced at her, his hands lazily stuck in his pockets. I'm sorry, I promise I'll be on time next time. Seeing that he didn't take it into account, Mushi was secretly relieved. Get in the car. For her small mind, it wasn't that Zhang Yihui couldn't see it, but he was just too lazy to poke at it. Timothy quickly got into the passenger seat, chattering and barely stopping along the way. Zhang Yihui turned the steering wheel without looking at it, and occasionally answered 2 voices. The car stopped at the intersection. Mushi inadvertently looked out the window, the huge LED screen playing the newly opened Universal Studios advertisement. She was instantly moved and tugged at the corner of the man's shirt, her eyes looking expectantly. Bao, let's go to Universal Studios today, okay? Aha. Today was to accompany Mushi for her birthday, and Zhang Yihui didn't care where he went. He casually handed over a bag with the logo of some luxury jewelry. Birthday present. Mushi opened it and exclaimed, isn't this the latest season's limited edition bracelet from the C family? It's super expensive and hard to buy. Saying that, she immediately took it out of the box and put it on her hand. Looking at the shell-style design with the chain body set with sparkling white diamonds, Mushi couldn't help but reach out and shake her hand in front of him. Is it good? How do you know I like this? Cooing and cooing, with a bit of pouting and whining, it simply crisps up a man's bones. The light was green and Zhang Yihui let go of the gas. Turning his head sideways, he found that Mushi was taking pictures with his cell phone, and he casually said, it's good that you like it. Xiao Yue said that she wanted to take her somewhere, and Su Yumian didn't expect her to be so early. She had just woken up when she got the call. Xiao Yue, hurry up little sleepy, you can't park downstairs. I'll give you 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, Su Yumian sat in the car and handed her a sandwich along with it. Xiao Yue took a bite and lightly sked. You're really never late. The sports car sped off, roaring along, eventually coming to a stop outside Universal Studios. Su Yumian tilted her head. This is where you're bringing me? Alas, what if I'm bored out of my mind reading and reviewing every day? It's just the weekend. Of course we need to relax. I'll go buy 2 tickets. You wait for me here. It didn't take long for her to return. In addition to the 2 tickets, Xiao Yue held 2 hair bows in her hand together. One for each of us. Xiao Yue gave her the pure white fox hairband, leaving herself with the pinkish-colored Reina Bell. After putting it on, she looked at Su Yumian's delayed movement. She urged, why aren't you wearing it yet? Helplessly, Su Yumian could only put it on. Xiao Yue came right in front of her, sizing her up for a few moments, then nodded in satisfaction. Fluffy, not bad, it has that flavor of a little fox fairy descending to earth. She held Su Yumian up. Go. I've already made a good strategy before I came. Today, I'm going to bring you a good time. Mommy help me. The rising and falling screams lasted for 5 whole minutes in the ears. Soo Yumian rubbed her numb ears, looked at the person who had just finished vomiting and her face was pale, and gently patted her back with amusement and heartache. Did you feel better after you threw up? Vomit dash. Soo Yumian see her to the trash can again to vomit, hurriedly took out paper towels, and screwed a bottle of water, and when she finished vomiting, immediately handed over the water. See Xiao Yue rinsed her mouth, did not vomit again before she was relieved. They say the roller coaster here is the devil's paradise. I kind of understand what hell means. It scares me to death. Xiao Yue vomited all over the place, wiping her mouth with paper while patting her little heart. Soo Yumian, who said to push the limits? You are just making. Xiao Yue is slightly afraid of heights, and to persist in such a situation can only be said to be vegetable and fun-loving. Asking for it. Oh, it's not okay that I regret it. She leaned against Soo Yumian's shoulder, lingering for breath. After resting for a while, Xiao Yue's energy was back to 7 or 8. It just so happened that it was also lunchtime, so Soo Yumian proposed to get something to eat first. Halfway there, passing tourists saw something and stopped to excitedly take pictures of the sky. That's a lot of balloons. Is this some kind of opening surprise event? Are merchants so rolled up now? So many balloons that it takes hours just to blow them up? Soo Yumian looked up. The blue cloudless sky floating up a large number of balloons, as if a large blue ocean, tied with the balloon colorful tape naturally hanging down. The wind blew, as if the butterflies were dancing. The melon eaters swiped to the short video and said enviously, broken case. Central Square direction there is a rich second generation to get out of the birthday surprise for his girlfriend. How come such a romantic thing didn't catch up with me? It's really not a good time to eat melon. Xiao Yue had little interest in this means of pursuit and poked the arm of the person next to her. Let's go. I'm hungry. Aha. Universal Studios was crowded on the weekend, with 2 long lines for the pirate ship near the Central Plaza. Jiang Yihui lined up. Shermu she bought a smoothie on the side. Looking at the blacked out heads in front of him, there are still 10 people coming to us. Hold on a little longer. Today's temperature jumped straight up to 32 degrees. Jiang Yihui took off his jacket and put it on his arm, and during the waiting period, he played with his cell phone in boredom. The people next to them murmured, and Timothy followed the crowd's line of sight. Just in front of the carousel next to the sea of cascading balloons slowly rise to the sky, the man holding a bouquet of red roses toward the woman, and then the two embraced together. Looks like a romantic love fairy tale. Is this a birthday surprise? So romantic. Shermu she is somewhat looking forward to. Today is also her birthday. I do not know in addition to the gift, Jiang Yihui has not prepared other surprises. Jiang Yihui swept a lazy glance that way and lowered his head again with an expressionless face. Others find it romantic. He just finds it boring. It wasn't that he didn't know what Shermushi was expecting. It was just that he hadn't arranged for any of these flashy things when he was with Soo Yumian before, and now he would be even less likely to make an exception. Chapter 18, Unexpectedly Thinking of Her. After lunch, Xiao Yue bought 2 tickets for the animal show and was excited to take Soo Yumian with her to see the dolphins. Cutting through the crowds, the two followed the crowd to the animal show pavilion to the southwest. The pavilion is air-conditioned, and it's like being in another paradise than the searing heat outside. While Soo Yumian has little interest in animal performances, Xiao Yue loves dolphins and hands her a camera to help take pictures during the interactive session. Infected by Xiao Yue's smile, Soo Yumian couldn't help but tickle the corners of her mouth as well. Half an hour later, the performance ended. Soo Yumian handed her bag to Xiao Yue. She wanted to go to the restroom. As soon as he crossed the corner, he saw Shermushi who was washing his hands in front of the wash basin. She was on her feet, and then crossed to her, heading straight for the cubicle. After coming out, Shermushi actually still in place did not go. Looks like, is waiting for her specifically. Soo Yumian remained oblivious, washing her hands earnestly. The water is ticking. The scene is silent, but the atmosphere is vaguely tense. Raising her head for an instant, Soo Yumian unexpectedly bumped into Shermushi's eyes, and moved away again flatly, as if facing a stranger. But Shermushi suddenly returned a smile. She glanced at her wrist which was hidden in the long sleeves if the bracelet was hidden. Sister Yumian. What a coincidence. Soo Yumian didn't answer. Shermushi didn't care and continued on her own. How have you been lately? Soo Yumian smiled and spoke faintly. Not bad. Shermushi's eyes flowed, as if trying to see if her calmness was feigned or real. After a few seconds, she smiled. Really? Moving out of the villa wasn't easy, was it? Soo Yumian, I don't need you to worry about it. Speaking of which, I should be thanking you. Really? Speaking of which, tears actually flashed in Shermushi's eyes, matching her innocent and childish face, so pure and moving. Choo-choo Shangren. If you weren't willing to quit, I might not even be able to have Hawaiian one piece right now. Soo Yumian quietly listened as the water flowed down and carefully cleaned the foam on her hands. From the backs of her hands to her fingertips, she washed them with care and concentration. Just now, you should have seen that sea of balloons, right? today is my birthday. That was a birthday surprise from Brother Huai. Shermu, she hooked up the corner of her mouth and raised her hand without thinking. Oh, and also, this is the birthday gift he gave me. Pretty, right? He said my hands are white and tender, especially suitable for this bracelet. As soon as he saw it, he wanted to kiss. Speaking of this, Shermu, she shyly reddened her face, her watery eyes moist, like a peach that had been moisturized. Su Yumian instantly recognized the logo that was revealed when she turned her wrist. It was instantly clear. It turns out that day at the jewelry store, he was choosing a birthday gift for Shermu. She turned off the faucet. The pain of her nails embedded in her palms brought her back to her senses, and she hooked her lips in a self-deprecating smile. Really? Congratulations then. When she finished, she lifted her foot to leave. Xiao Yue was already waiting at the exit and waved to her when she saw Su Yumian come out. Didn't get enough to eat? Why don't you look well? Su Yumian pinched her brow somewhat tiredly. Wei, I want to go back. It's only 3 o'clock. I haven't played for hours. Xiao Yue stared wide-eyed and pulled her arm. You can play with me for a while longer. I've already queued up on the app just now. She winked. Supposedly it's the hottest item in the studio's haunted town. Su Yumian, aren't you afraid of ghosts? Xiao Yue is thunderous in her work and life, but her unexpected fear of heights and ghosts is to the extent that she sniffs at the mention of horror movies. You're not afraid. I'm very relieved to have you by my side. He. Su Yumian. Eventually the two went ahead. The entrance to the haunted house. E-ticket vouchers, take a look. Xiao Yue took out her cell phone, swept it against the ticket gate, and passed with a drop. It's okay to go in. Behind the staff was a curtain that opened in half on both sides, and a grimy wind blew through it, lifting a corner to be able to see the darkened passage. From time to time there were screams. Xiao Yue gulped and grabbed Su Yumian's hand, grinding her way inside. Su Yumian was almost dragging her forward. Looking at her in this scowling manner, she felt a little amused. Why don't we not go? No way. Come all the way. Come all the way to Dafa to harm people. Xiao Yue was obviously scared to death, but refused to admit it, pretending to be brave and pulling Su Yumian forward. Suddenly, a horror mannequin jumped out. Aha, sleepy, save me. Jiang Yihui turned his head violently. He seemed to hear someone calling, sleep just now? Yet searching around, the familiar man was nowhere to be seen. He couldn't help but frown. Shermu, she didn't notice the man's wandering. She held him with a timid face. Brother Huai, I'm scared. You protect me in a while. Okay. Jiang Yihui returned to his senses and hummed in a dispensable manner. In front of her eyes was pitch black, only not bright, occasionally flickering red light. Shermu, she all the way tightly grasping the man's arm, afraid to hide in his side, did not dare to take the initiative to move forward. Occasionally, a real-life NPC with female ghost makeup, half of her face skin falling off, and blood on her face appeared, and she was scared to the point of wailing, and even more afraid to take half a step away from Jiang Yihui. Ooh, so scary. Why, is that thing gone yet? Timothy buried his face in the man's chest and shivered. Jiang Yihui patted her back perfunctorily. It's already fine. With the poorly made up, dirty female ghost costume, it was hard for him to understand why anyone would be frightened by such poor tactics. Su Yumian wouldn't. Jiang Yihui's body subconsciously stiffened when that name surfaced in his mind. Why do you think of her without thinking about it, when it's clear that he's wanted to separate for a long time? Why? When Mushi raised her head, she saw a flash of deepness in the bottom of the man's eyes, and she was a little puzzled. Jiang Yihui gathered his emotions. Aren't you going to continue? Let's go. There was more than one scared squealer. Xiao Yue before coming in has already given herself courage. The result is that, seeing the coffin suddenly open eyes of the small zombie, directly scared of a jolt, instantly holding the head, disappeared without a trace. Su Yumian, who wanted to grab the person but didn't react at all because someone slipped away too fast, she could go for a full marathon at that pace. Xiao Yue was running towards the exit, but after she passed through, this exit was closed. Su Yumian, who was left behind, wanted to go out. She could only find another way out. She turned around and inadvertently met a pair of black and white eyes. The NPC in the coffin blinked, and the long-tongued prop in his mouth jumped out at an inopportune moment. A little pathetic and a little funny. Su Yumian was silent for 2 seconds and stepped forward to help him repress it. NPC, you're still weirdly nice, huh? The town had 3 exits, and in the passage with only faint light, Su Yumian was unsurprisingly lost. She turned around for 10 minutes and decided that it shouldn't be called a haunted house. It would be more appropriate to call it a maze. After all, who would fix 3 very different exit routes, one of which is still a dead end? In case of an accident? The next second, a sharp siren went off overhead. Su Yumian, That's a bit of a coincidence, isn't it? Is her mouth that good? As soon as the announcement of the fire alarm sounded, the people in the haunted house instantly panicked and pushed one by one towards the exit. The place where Soo Yumian was a little less crowded, but they all desperately rushed out. She didn't know where the exit was, so she could only move forward with the flow of people. The space around her became narrow and she frowned, feeling a little breathless. She could only slow down her pace. Chapter 19. How long are you going to be angry? Soon. She was the only one left in this side of space. While after the alarm went off, the lights were a little brighter than earlier, and 2 steps ahead, there was a queue map, passing through the second level without incident. She heard the sound of a crowd clamoring not far away. She frowned and glanced in that direction. I think the exit was blocked by too many people. Just as Soo Yumian hesitated to squeeze through as well, another wave of people surged behind her, causing her to be unable to retreat. I don't know who squeezed her to the side, and who stepped on her. When she reacted, Soo Yumian had already pressed her whole body against the uneven wall. Her chest was pressed against it, and she drew a breath of cold air in pain. Suddenly, she noticed a line of sight falling on her, and subconsciously raised her eyes, colliding squarely with the man's gaze. Zhang Yihuai looked at the wretched woman, a little heartbroken and a little angry. It was really her, and that sleepy sound just now was not a hallucination. But on second thought, she was actually in the mood for a haunted house adventure. So it seems that after the breakup, she had a pretty good little life. Brother, why? Shirmushi nervously shook Jiang Yihuai's arm, and her eyes towards Soo Yumian were unconsciously colored with a hint of defensiveness. Soo Yumian lowered her eyes, obviously unwilling to take care of these 2 people. She re-squeezed into the crowd, ready to follow everyone out. The heads of the people were saved. The light in the cave was bright and dim. I don't know who let out a scream, and in the next second, a hanging wooden sword shook, and just below the wooden sword was Soo Yumian. Look out! Completely subconsciously and without any thought, Jiang Yihuai shook off Shimuxi, who was holding him, and then pushed through the heavy waves of people, pulling Soo Yumian to safety with one hand. Clang! The wooden sword landed on the ground with a loud sound. The crowd gasped as it turned out that the sword was made of iron, only painted with wood-colored paint. The consequences of hitting someone can be imagined. Soo Yumian's heart palpitated, and a slight sense of confinement came from her palm before she realized that Jiang Yihuai was still holding her hand. Before the man could react, Soo Yumian broke away straight away. She held onto the wall and stood up. Thanks. Jiang Yihuai saw her detached expression, and his dark eyes sank slightly. Don't you have anything to say to me other than thank you? Soo Yumian looked at him suspiciously. What else is there to say between them but thank you? Why did you black out me? Jiang Yihuai leaned forward, his dark voice a little low. Soo Yumian was surprised. It's not like the 2 of them haven't pulled the plug on each other from their previous fights. It's just that every time, she's the one who first bowed her head and gave in, and then took the initiative to add it back. But this time, might have to disappoint him. Soo Yumian slightly hooked her lips. Isn't breaking up and deleting your ex a normal operation? Jiang Yihuai choked and couldn't help but frown. Then when are you going to add it back? Soo Yumian's eyelashes fluttered lightly, and she gently opened her mouth. It's better not to add it. Jiang Yihuai was inexplicably annoyed as he watched her hang her head and lower her eyebrows. How long are you going to be angry? Don't challenge my patience. Soo Yumian laughed sarcastically. The surging crowd pressed in again and the 2 men were swept away. He wanted to go back to reach Soo Yumian's hand, yet the next second he was taken by the arm. From a short distance away, Shirmushi saw the scene and was so jealous that she was about to go crazy in her heart. She unwillingly crossed over the crowd and came to Jiang Yihuai's side and took hold of him. Bao, let's go out. It's so dark and scary here. I almost fell down just now, and I couldn't find anyone when I looked for you everywhere. I'm scared. Don't you leave me behind, okay? The girl's voice was stunned and her expression was wincing with pity. At that exact moment, a staff member's voice came from the doorway. The route fault has been resolved. Please line up in order to evacuate for congested visitors. Someone kept order and the scene quickly ended in chaos. Soo Yumian didn't bother to look any further and quickly walked out. Jiang Yihuai drew out his arm and followed suit. Shirmushi gritted her teeth. Brother, why? Wait for me. Ticket gate. Xiao Yue has come out early. Heard that the route failure inside almost started a fire. She remembered that Soo Yumian has not yet come out. If it is not someone to stop, she has already rushed in. Fortunately, in less than half an hour, Soo Yumian came out safely. Xiao Yue hurried over. Are you not hurt? I almost didn't die of fright when I heard the alarm just now. I'm fine here. Come on, go back. After playing all day, she was really kind of tired. Xiao Yue nodded. Then isn't that Jiang Yihuai? Before his words fell, he only saw Jiang Yihuai and Shirmushi come out one after the other. How can you come out to play and run into such a bad luck thing? Soo Yumian retracted her gaze after a glance. Don't be angry. It's just a chance encounter. Let's go. On the way back, the more Xiao Yue thought about it, the more angry she became, and the dotted line intersection directly turned around. Su Yumian was a bit confused. Isn't it going home? I decided not to go back first. It's just a man. It's not easy to find a three-legged toad, but there are plenty of two-legged men. Come on, I'll take you to see the world. Su Yumian, it's 8 p.m. And the nightlife is just starting. Su Yumian was brought into the noisy bar by Xiao Yue like a marionette. The pungent smell of cigarettes mixed with perfume. The lights flashed red and green, and there were people coming and going all around. She was dressed casually and looked out of place altogether with her surroundings. On stage, a beam of light is cast down as the resident female singer sings a lyrical English song. Xiao Yue directly pulled her to the second floor box and let the waiter open a bottle of whiskey. Su Yumian is not accustomed to drinking. Asked for a cocktail with a shallow degree. However, after drinking a little, it still went on my face. She ran the back of her hand over her cheeks. They were a little hot. Vivi, I'm going to the restroom. Xiao Yue waved her hand. Aha, come back soon. When he came out of the restroom, he unexpectedly met Shin Shurian. Among Jiang Yihuai's several brothers, she was more familiar with Chang Zhou and had little friendship with Shin Shurian. So at this moment, Su Yumian merely greeted him out of politeness. What a coincidence. Shin Shurian had originally come over to drink with a few of his brothers, but he didn't expect any unexpected gains. Alone? As he spoke, he looked twice more at the woman's ripe cheeks. No, with a friend. Why Z? Su Yumian's smile faded a bit. No, you take your time to play, I'll leave first. Men Mien. Suddenly, Shen Shurian called out to her. This title made Su Yumian uncomfortable, but she still managed to maintain her smile. Anything else? Did you and YZ really split up this time? Su Yumian asked rhetorically. Is there a fake breakup? Shen Shurian's gaze was deep, and only after a long time did he nod his head. Got it. When Su Yumian turned to leave, he ghostly raised his cell phone and took a picture of the woman's back. Then, tap on WeChat. Find a group chat shared by several people, and hit send. Images. Look who I ran into. Chang Zhou. Holy, Sister Yumian? Seriously? Guizhou, at the bar? Xingqiao, that goes without asking? It's the one we always go to. Shin Shurian, why don't you say something? At Jiang Yihuai, Chapter 20, sorry, man. Jiang Yihuai was enjoying a candlelight dinner with Shirmushi in a Western restaurant, and when he saw the message, his face directly darkened by 1 degree. Seeing the man's suddenly sunken face, Shirmushi cautiously said, "What's wrong?" Jiang Yihuai held his breath and didn't say anything. Scratching away from his cell phone, he replied back, "None of my business." Shin Shurian looked at the chat interface, and the corners of his mouth rose with a few hints. Looks like this time, you and Su Yumian are really split up? Jiang Yihuai glanced at it and secretly gritted his teeth, but the text he sent out was cloudy. Aha, you got a problem with that? Shin Shurian, no, I wouldn't dare have an opinion. It also comes with a hands up emoji. Shin Shurian, then if there are other people chasing after Su Yumian, you shouldn't mind either? Guizhou suddenly jumped out. What, you want to chase her? Shin Shurian's eyes sank slightly, and he returned a motion picture, GIF. Xingqiao, ha 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 ha. Guizhou, you're really something. No one really believes that. Jiang Yihuai didn't think anything of it when he saw the emoticon and typed a reply. Okay, then you chase after it. With his purpose achieved, Shin Shurian put away his cell phone. I just don't know if Jiang Yihuai will regret it later. Pa, thank you for having the happiest birthday ever with me. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Yihuai sent Shirmushi to the dormitory floor. The girl took his hand and clung to it. The thought of being separated from you soon is so sad. She smiled brightly, revealing 2 small tiger teeth, and came up to his eyes, pouting jokingly. Why are you so calm? You won't even miss me? The girl's eyes were clear, her smile was sweet and soft, and her voice was even more delicate and coy, like a woozy wind that blew the heart. Jiang Yihuai's eyes moved slightly. Looking at the girl's upturned little face, he reached out and rubbed her head. You still have to go to class tomorrow. You're tired for the whole day. Go back to rest earlier. Shirmushi pursed her lips. A few points of disappointment flashed past under her eyes, but in the end, she still answered obediently. Okay, then I'll go back first. Half an hour passed after such a delay. From the Polytechnic University to drive the car out, the left is the direction of home. The brain suddenly flashed. Shin Shurian sent that back photo. Jiang Yihuai ghost hit the steering wheel, straight to the right to drive. Halfway there, a light drizzle fell. Water beads condensed on the glass windows, and the red and green lights blurred into a patchwork. In the rearview mirror, a cashmere square blanket was thrown in the back seat. It should have been used by Shirmushi just now, and got off the car and forgot to organize it. Jiang Yihuai suddenly remembered that Su Yumian used to complain that the air conditioning temperature in his car was too low, and it was cool to sit in. After a few fruitless complaints, he was purposely dragged to the mall to buy a light brown chevron blanket. After the two broke up, the blanket sat neatly unused in the back seat until today, when it was opened again. Drip drip dash. The sudden blaring of a horn pulled him back into his thoughts as the light turned green and he sprinted off with a kick of the gas. When he got to the bar, He tossed the keys to the bartender and walked familiarly through the first floor. He was a regular and the manager came over first thing to greet him. Where is Shin Shuriyen? Young Master Shin and the others are all in the second floor box. Ignoring the manager's attentiveness, Zhang Yihui went straight up to the second floor. Inside the box, a few of the people gathered had drunk a lot, and were falling over and talking in gulps. Zhang Yihui came in and swept a glance. Su Yumian was not there, and Shen Shurian was still awake. Why are you here? Shen Shurian's eyes showed surprise. Aren't you accompanying your little girlfriend? Just dropped someone off at school. He returned lightly, then found a place to sit. Shin Shurian didn't ask too many questions. The corner of his mouth rose, freshly opened burgundy. Have a drink? He said, pouring half a glass and handing it over. Zhang Yihui took it and took a small sip. Not bad. After a pause, he asked as if he hadn't thought about it. Didn't you just say that Su Yumian was also there? How come I didn't see her? You wouldn't have come over to see her on purpose, would you? Shin Shurian shook his goblet, seemingly smiling. Ha, Zhang Yihui's complexion faded a few points, but just happened to want to come over for a drink. Since I bumped into it, is it against the law to ask? Shen Shurian shrugged his shoulders. Bumped into in the corridor. People just come to have a drink. This moment should have long gone back, right? Zhang Yihui didn't say anything, only that his expression obviously stretched quite a bit. Sure enough, Su Yumian is not adapted to this environment. Putting down his glass, he got up. I have to work tomorrow, so I'll go first. This one today. Put it on my tab. Shin Shurian looked at his back as he left, his eyes slightly deepened by a few points. Half-heartedly, he sighed softly. Sorry about that, bro. The two of them stayed in the box for less than an hour before Xiao Yue fell asleep because she had drunk half a bottle of wine. Su Yumian also dipped into the wine. There is no way to drive, and finally called a chauffeur. Sent people to the apartment. She took a taxi from downstairs back to the rental house. It was pouring rain halfway across the street, and it was so late in the day that the cab would only drop her off at the end of the alley. Su Yumian didn't bring an umbrella. The pouring rain didn't know when it would stop. She planned to run back in the rain. Su Yumian. A clear voice came from behind, stopping her from taking a step away, and looking back. Xiao Wenbai came from the rain and fog with an umbrella. Are you planning to run back in the rain? He wasn't wearing a shirt today, having changed into a slightly more casual outfit that was a little less serious than usual. Su Yumian nodded her head numbly. She did indeed intend to do so. This umbrella is for you. The man forced the umbrella into her hand. Su Yumian frowned. What about you? In fact, she wanted to say that it would be okay for two people to squeeze in. I'll borrow one from the store. After saying that, he ran across the street to the fried food restaurant and asked the owner to borrow a retractable umbrella. Su Yumian blinked. The owner of this store was eccentric. Even the customers were indifferent. How did he borrow it? There was a problem with the electrical circuit in his house before, and I stopped by to help solve it. Xiao Wenbai has no intention of explaining more. Seeing that the rain has gotten a few points smaller, opened his umbrella and stepped into the rain. Su Yumian froze for 2 seconds as she looked at his back before following. The streetlights in the old neighborhood were already dim, and because of the rain, they were even weaker. The sky suddenly flashed with electricity and fire, and the trees were also rattled by the gusty wind. Su Yumian's grip on the umbrella handle tightened, and she couldn't help but speed up her steps. The two of them walked through the alley with heavy rain one after the other. Su Yumian found that the distance between her and Xiao Wenbai was always kept at 2 or 3 meters. Not too far and not too close. Did he this? No, he was afraid, so he slowed down on purpose? At that moment, the man who had been walking forward suddenly turned around. What's wrong? She was stunned for a moment. It's fine. Keeping up? Aha. The rain was too heavy, and by the time he returned home, Su Yumian's pant legs were already wet to the point where he could wring out the water. She quickly stripped out of her wet clothes, took another hot shower, changed into pajamas, and blended a packet of antiviral pellets for fear of catching a cold. Drinking the bitter medicine in her mouth, Su Yumian couldn't help but flash in her mind the back of the man holding the umbrella, upright and broad, as if just looking at it would make people down to earth. Chapter 21, she sent just the right amount of porridge. The life of revision was boring and tedious, but Su Yumian was unexpectedly used to it. At the end of another day of studying, when she returned home, she rubbed her shoulders, intending to take an early rest, but she didn't expect to receive a call from Professor Ouyang. The professor started by asking her how her review was going. Su Yumian briefly reported on the progress. Ouyang Wenqiu then didn't ask further questions and seemed to be very relieved of her. Su Yumian lost her smile and heard the other end say, "Early tomorrow morning, you come to the house." After saying that, he hurriedly hung up the phone, fearing that Su Yumian would reject it a second later. The next day, Su Yumian got up early and spent half an hour preparing breakfast. Of course, not forgetting to prepare an extra portion for Xiaowen by next door as well. She didn't hear the door open next door last night until she went to bed, so she guessed he'd been up all night in the lab again. Opening the door, I ran into someone who had just returned. It had been 2 weeks since the last rainy night, presumably because he had just returned from the lab. The man who had always been neat and tidy had his sleeves crumpled and the fatigue between his eyebrows was more than obvious. Su Yumian recalled the conversation he heard last time and guessed that he should have encountered a little trouble in the lab. No more questions were asked, just a thermos raised in his hand. Millet porridge as I boiled last night. Small fire slowly stewed until the morning. Stay up all night, people. Appetite will not be too good. Drink some millet porridge, just warm stomach. Xiaowen Bai from the former boil a few days did not feel uncomfortable. The past 2 days is probably not regular diet. The stomach some hidden pain. Want to eat some light? She sent the porridge just right. Thanks. You gave me a ride home the other night. I'm the one who should be saying thank you. She smiled weakly. Xiaowen Bai raised his eyebrows. We're neighbors, but just passing by. He asked again. You're going out? Su Yumian nodded. The professor asked me to come to her house. It should be something. She raised her hand to check her watch. It was almost time. I'll go first. Remember to eat the porridge and eggs while they're hot. Good. Watching the woman's back disappear around the corner of the stairs, Xiaowen Bai only opened the door and entered the house. Unscrew the thermos and an aroma hits you. The softly cooked millet porridge had pumpkin added to it, and he took a bite. Just the right amount of sweetness, mixed with the fresh flavor of the millet. The eggs were ordinary white water eggs, which he usually didn't love. But at the moment, feeling the warmth in his hand, he meticulously peeled the shells anyway. Well, it didn't seem as bad as I thought it would be. On weekdays, the subway is so crowded that there's not even a place to get off. Su Yumian almost thought she would be squeezed into a meat pie when she found a gap in the sea of people and drilled out. But fortunately she was agile and escaped. She'd checked in earlier when she'd come to the professor's house, so this time the doorman let her right in. The doorbell was rung and it wasn't the professor who came to the door. Only heard the boy eek, looking at Su Yumian, as if suddenly remembering something. It's you? He Sancheng came to get the information, heard the movement, then took the initiative to come over to open the door. The first time he saw Su Yumian, he felt inexplicably familiar. It quickly came back to him. That day in front of the school, a girl rushed out, grabbed him and started asking about the professor's condition, and he still remembered the other person's expression that was so anxious that she was on the verge of crying. Su Yumian was stunned for a moment and also recognized who he was, and was about to speak when Ouyang Wenqiu's voice came from inside. Is it rain sleep? He Sancheng sidestepped and let her in. Teacher. Carrying a horseshoe cake she'd picked up on the way, she walked into the foyer and changed her shoes. You're just in time. I'm going through the information. Come and help me see if I'm looking for the right thing. Ouyang Wenqiu wore old-fashioned glasses and waved at her. Su Yumian put down the things in his hands and came to her side, only to see a full English book related to gene sequencing on the table, a sort of expanded field of the discipline of bioinformatics. You have a good memory. I remember there was a book in this series dedicated to genetic testing. Why can't I find it? Su Yumian didn't have the gift of unforgettable memories. She just had a deeper impression of the key points. The book the professor was talking about. She just happened to flip through it in the library 2 days ago. Her eyes turned to the bookshelf, sweeping all the way through it, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Teacher, isn't this the one you're looking for? Ouyang Wenqiu glanced at the cover. That's right. This is the book. Or you have good eyes. I've been flipping through it for half a day, so it's right under my nose. Song Chang come over here. This book plus these first-hand dissertation materials should be enough for reference. Take it first. I'll look for it later and see if there are any others. Thank you, Professor. He Sancheng reached out and took it. He has recently been preparing his graduate thesis, and some of the materials are not complete enough, so he heard that Professor Ouyang has the original version here, so he came over early in the morning. It was only then that Ouyang Wenqiu remembered to introduce the two of them. Nian Nian is my former student, but soon she will have to be my student again. He Sancheng was stunned and only reacted after a long time. Is it to prepare for your graduate school? Ouyang Wenqiu immediately smiled, then turned to Su Yumian. His name is He Songcheng. He's in his second year of study this year, and is preparing to read for a doctorate. It just so happens that he is also reviewing recently, so the two of you can be companions. Su Yumian nodded slightly. Hello senior brother, my name is Su Yumian. It turned out that she was also Professor Ouyang's student. Thinking of this, He Sancheng took out his cell phone and took the initiative to exchange WeChat with Su Yumian. That's great. We can make library appointments together and talk to each other about any professional issues. After chatting for a couple of minutes, He Sancheng still had a class, so he left first. Su Yumian remembered the horseshoe cake on the table and took out the plate from the kitchen to serve it. Ouyang Wen took a look and immediately smiled away. It's been a long time since I've eaten it. You went to buy it on purpose? This horseshoe cake on the east side of town is an old favorite and notoriously difficult to buy. Su Yumian didn't mention in the slightest that she had waited in line for nearly an hour. Just happened to be passing by, so I bought it. You, just bring someone next time you come over. There's nothing at home, and that store is far away and there's a line. Su Yumian wrapped her arms around the old lady's arm and pouted. It's not far. It'll be quick. The professor gently patted her head. Okay, no pussyfooting around. I have 2 sets of specialized questions there. Why don't you go do them? You didn't call me over here specifically just to stare at me and do questions, did you? She deliberately deflated her mouth. Don't be poor. I'm urging you to study. Got it. Doing it now. Looking at her brisk back, Ouyang Wenqiu smiled gratefully. After spending the day at the professor's house, in the afternoon, she made him another nice dinner and cleaned up the kitchen before leaving. That night, Su Yumian was studying at home when suddenly her cell phone vibrated. Hisancheng, going to the library tomorrow? Together? Su Yumian thought for a moment and replied, okay, see you tomorrow. In the morning, Su Yumian went to the library and saw Hisancheng standing at the door waiting for her at a glance. Have you eaten? Brought you breakfast. Hisancheng came from the dormitory and bought an extra serving when he passed by the cafeteria. Su Yumian said thank you, and after eating the buns and soy milk in 3 or 2 bites, the two of them went into the library side by side. Hisancheng had already occupied the 2nd floor in advance. The elevator opened. Su Yumian was about to walk in, when suddenly someone rushed over in a hurry and entered the elevator ahead of him. It was none other than Toki Muhi and her roommate. Chapter 22. Is there anything you wouldn't dare to do? Originally set the alarm clock at 7 o'clock, but she was late to get up, and finally was about to be late. The 2 people ran all the way over. How many floors? Su Yumian glanced at her and asked. 2nd floor. In contrast to her calmness, the running, unimaginative she secretly gritted her teeth. The 2 people went out of the elevator together. When Mushi realized something and saw the exam material in her hand, her expression was a little strange. You also came to the library to study? You're not preparing for the exam, are you? Su Yumian didn't speak and her expression was light. She read to herself. How many college students can't get into the exam? You're a person who has graduated for several years. You don't really think you can pass, do you? Su Yumian spoke faintly. Whether I can get into the exam or not is another story. Is the current college student you say can't get into the exam your own? She almost didn't tense up at the sound of it. She's a junior in college this year. She's not thinking about working. She's just getting ready to go to graduate school, and there's still a year to go, so she's not in a hurry. The same dormitory has long been a good review plan. When Mushi University years learned a half-assed, thinking of the test on the test is not their Johnny Huai pocket bottom. Being said so by Su Yumian was simply poking her lungs. What do you think? Anyone is like you? It doesn't even matter to me if I pass the test or not. He said that he'll hold anything I want in front of me. Su Yumian had no intention of saying more. Really? Then good luck staying so grounded. After saying that, she caught up with Hisancheng who had already walked out a good distance ahead with the crowd. The roommate looked at Su Yumian's back as she left, and then looked at the angry Mushi beside her. Her eyes rolled and she couldn't help but be curious. Cece, who is she? Timothy said vaguely, just a stranger I've met twice. Let's go. Aren't we going to get a good seat? Halfway there, she suddenly thought of something and asked her roommate, do you know how to cook millet porridge? Never cooked it, but aren't there quite a few tutorials online? So go search for them. Mushi immediately downloaded a cooking app with detailed steps. She found a seat and sat down, then began to concentrate on it, spending the morning on it. The roommate to see the book she brought did not even turn over, open-mouthed to persuade, but on second thought, people are evening the rich 2nd generation. The future does not worry. Why should she talk too much? When she came out of the library at noon, Mushi went straight to the supermarket to buy back a bunch of pots and pans and millet. Housemate, Timothy, starting today, I'm going to learn to be a virtuous girlfriend. She wasn't the only one who could make kanji. Su Yumian, housemate, the moon is in the middle of the sky and the lights are still on. Jiang Yihuai ended his work, all tired. The driver sent him to the entrance of the villa, and just as he got out of the car, an enthusiastic figure pounced on him. Bao, I've been waiting for you for a long time. You're finally back. Jiang Yihuai took 2 steps back before he could stand still. He signaled the driver to leave first. When did you get here? I came over in the afternoon. Are you busy this late every day? It's so hard. Let me massage you, okay? Said the man, about to get his hands on him. Jiang Yihuai dodged without a trace. I'm not tired. you came over today for something? When Mushi pursed her lips, turned around and picked up the insulated bag at her feet, took out a bowl of millet porridge inside. Last time you did not say you want to drink millet porridge. This is what I did. You taste how it tastes? Jiang Yihui frowned, his fingerprints unlocked, and looked back at her. Come in first. This was the first time since the two had been dating that Mushi was allowed to enter this villa. Her heart thumped hard and she took a deep breath before walking in after the man. She knows that the villa is big, spacious and bright, but this is still the first time to be in it. The American style of decoration, the color scheme of gray dumplings, black and white, low-key but inadvertent details highlighting the luxury. Mushi's sophomore elective art appreciation recognized the wall as hanging cheap Baisher's paintings. Surrounded by furnishings is worth a lot of money. Even in inconspicuous garbage cans are printed on the LV logo. Through the living room is a well-tended indoor garden, next to a dedicated audiovisual room, gym and a set of golf clubs in the corner. I heard that this villa area comes with its own golf course. She pinched her palm before she met Jiang Yihui. The most extravagant thing she had ever seen was the Hermes crocodile skin Kelly that her classmate was carrying, a designer limited edition, valued at $300,000 in the second-hand market, which could buy a 3-room house in her hometown. In this villa, the unattainable H pattern is everywhere. Key rings, mahjong, lighters. If she can stay by Jiang Yihui's side all the time, marry him, and have children for him, does that mean she can have all this too? Big villas, designer bags, chauffeured in and out, served by maids. Jiang Yihui didn't notice Mushi's wandering off. The millet porridge was thickened, but he only tasted a mouthful before setting aside the spoon. Mushi blinked with a puzzled expression. Why don't you drink it? Is it because I didn't do a good job? Jiang Yihui, I just ate after work. I'm not really hungry yet. I'll drink it later. Alright then, if you say it doesn't taste good, I'll be sad. Mushi cupped her cheeks, her gaze clear. It's the first time I've ever cooked, so bear with me. Jiang Yihui stroked her head favorably. No class today? Have time to make kanji. It's almost the end of the semester. There aren't many classes, and I'm planning to study for my exams. So I spent the day in the library today reviewing, and I didn't have time to come see you until this afternoon. Mushi remembered the encounter with Su Yumian. Her eyes flickered slightly and changed the topic. The news said that there was a meteor shower recently. Let's find a time to go see it together, okay? Jiang Yihui gave a light unable to see the slightest impatience, but the subconscious action of tugging the tie loose brought out a few moments of mania. The news now is true or false? We'll talk about it when the time comes. Timothy had the sense not to mention it again. It's late. He got up. I'll take you back to school. Mushi bit her lip, remembering the low-neck dress that she deliberately went back to the dormitory to change in the afternoon. She smiled and took the man's arm. Her chest brushed against it carelessly, so light that it was just like fluttering flotsam. Are you in such a hurry to drive me away? The joking tone, paired with the girl's innocent smile, was like a fudge that was about to melt. A sweet scent seemed to waft through the air. Jiang Yihui gently hooked his lips. Self-control is too poor to stay. Is there anything else you wouldn't dare do? The girl raised her eyes, innocence and seduction blending in her. There is. The man smirked. Why? Actually, I don't have class tomorrow, so I can stay with you. Let's go. Jiang Yihui didn't wait for her to finish and grabbed the car keys. Going back late. Aren't you afraid that the hostel ants will find you in trouble again? Timothy spat out his tongue and followed. Walking to the doorway, she gave a beat to her feet. Brother, why? You said that you also have things you don't dare to do. Then I'll say one more thing. Do you dare to do it? Chapter 23. You're just one of them. Jiang Yihui raised his eyebrows. Do you dare to record my fingerprints into it? Mushi pointed to the lock on the front door, crying like an aggrieved puppy. Bitter, I've waited for you several times at the door. Look, on my hands and legs. 1, 2, 3. So many packages. Can you bear to see me bitten so badly next time too? Jiang Yihui, it's intolerable. Yay! Mushi jumped up and down with joy. Actually, I did it on purpose. I just wanted to record my fingerprints into it, so that I can come to you in the future with honor. The man lost his smile. Why are you still acting like a child? Jiang Yihui fingerprinted her, thinking of the millet porridge she specially sent today, and the red bumps on his hands and legs. He touched his pocket. This is my secondary card, with a monthly limit of 100,000. Buy yourself something you like. Mushi bit her lip with some trepidation. No. How can I take your money? It's only right that a woman spend a man's money. Is that so? Take it. There's no need to be psychotic. Then, well, Mushi smiled up, her eyes glittering. Then I'll bring you millet porridge again tomorrow. Jiang Yihui waved his hand. No need. It's not that flavor. It doesn't work how many times you eat it. After studying for a day, Su Yumian parted ways with Hee Songcheng outside the library. Hee Sung-chang is worthy of the year of the examination, preliminary examination and retest double first, for the preparation of the examination is very insightful, but also took the initiative to help her delineate some of the key points. Soo Yum-eun originally wanted to invite him to dinner, but Hee Sung-chang temporarily received a phone call from his roommate about the next day to continue reviewing and left first. The days of June are already getting a little warmer. Feeling the oncoming heat wave, Soo Yum-eun returned home and blew the air conditioner for a while before she felt herself coming back to life. She opened the refrigerator, intending to make a garlic broccoli, asparagus stir-fry, and a corn and rib soup. You can't treat anyone less than yourself. Short anywhere, but not the stomach. The meal is ready. Suddenly heard a subtle movement coming from outside the door. Thinking that it is not Xiao Wenbai came back. Soo Yum-eun opened the door, did not see the neighbors, but saw the cleaning ants. Little girl, what is it? Soo Yum-eun shook her head. It's fine. The next day, she arrived at the library at the time she had agreed with Hee Sung-chang yesterday. She helped Hee Sung-chang bring breakfast. Yesterday Hee Sung-chang didn't charge her for that breakfast, so it was fair and reasonable for her to help him bring it today as well. Hee Sung-chang scratched his head, obviously a little less accustomed to it. Thank you. You're too polite. Soo Yum-eun often sits by the window, where there is plenty of light and few people, very suitable for reviewing. Only, she didn't expect to turn her head and see Shirmushi. Today, she came alone. Soo Yum-eun didn't know if she picked this position on purpose, and didn't have any interest in speculating, calmly took out her books and test papers and started brushing up on the questions. On the contrary, it was Shirmushi, who was sitting not far away, who had been absent-minded, moving around, his eyes glancing towards Soo Yum-eun's side from time to time. Soo Yum-eun seemed to feel nothing at all, turning the pages of the book from time to time. Her serious side face had an indescribably beautiful and serene look. Even Shirmushi had to admit that Soo Yum-eun at this moment was breathtakingly beautiful. Maybe that's why she and Jiang Yihui could keep him in her thoughts even after they broke up. Shirmushi's hand holding the pen suddenly exerted force, remembering that day in the haunted house. Jiang Yihui threw her down and ran to Soo Yum-eun's back without hesitation. She was genuinely panicking. Once upon a time, she wasn't qualified to care too much, but now that she was Jiang Yihui's proper girlfriend, she couldn't lose. Hee Sung-chang began to prepare for the examination from the first year of study, and has worked out a very suitable revision rhythm. Driven by him, Soo Yum-eun's efficiency also increased quite a bit. In one morning, brush up on 2 sets of questions. When Hee Sung-chang helped her correct it, he was surprised to find that the correct rate of the 2 papers was as high as 95%. I heard that Soo Yum-eun had graduated 3 years ago and only recently picked up her textbooks again, not realizing that. That's too strong. No wonder Prof. Oh Yang thinks so highly of her. Soo Yum-eun didn't know what Hee Sung-chang was thinking and said hello, getting up to go to the restroom. On the other side, Shirmushi also immediately followed over when she saw this. Wait, Soo Yum-eun turned around, not surprised by her appearance. Something wrong? Last night, I went to the villa and brought him millet porridge, and he liked it so much that he finished it without missing a bite. Shirmushi smiled slightly, revealing 2 small pear swirls. Not only that, Brother Huai also kept me overnight. It was the first time I knew that there was such a rough and sexy side to him that it kept me up all night. She deliberately said plausible, shyly hung her head, eyelashes fluttering, living a look of being ruthlessly moisturized shyness. Soo Yum-eun's heart stabbed and her breathing became difficult. Envious? Shirmushi came to her ear. Regret? Unfortunately, you don't have a chance. Suddenly, Soo Yum-eun raised a smile as she looked at Shirmushi. One word at a time. How do you know that he only did these things to you? Shirmushi's face went white, and then he heard her speak expressionlessly. Maybe, you're just one of them, and certainly won't be the last. After saying that, no matter how ugly her expression was, Soo Yum-eun staggered away. After writing the last question, Hee Sung-chang realized that the seat next to him had been empty for a long time. He picked up his cell phone, intending to send a message to ask. When the silhouette shifted, it was Soo Yum-eun coming back. When he inclined his head, he saw Soo Yum-eun's pale face and was a little worried. Are you alright? Is it somewhere uncomfortable? Fingertips ruthlessly pinched her palm. Soo Yum-eun shook her head. It's fine. Maybe it's too hot and feels a bit stuffy. Let's continue. Hee Sung-chang, good. At 5 p.m. The day's review ended. Hee Sung-chang remembered the dinner that he didn't have yesterday because of the accident. I heard my roommate say that a new hot pot restaurant with good flavor has opened nearby. Go together? My treat. Soo Yum-eun stood quietly. Others could not see it, but she herself knew that all afternoon, her mind had long drifted away. At this moment, when he heard Hee Sung-chang's words, he could only apologize and shake his head. Sorry, I'm a bit sick today. Next time. Hee Sung-chang didn't mind either. Okay, I'll treat you again when I have the chance. Back home, Su Yumian was spread out on the sofa as if her strength had been drained out of her body. In the fish tank, the little goldfish that had been there for a while had grown a bit and was gurgling and spitting bubbles. Looking at the small goldfish swimming around, Su Yumian gradually fell asleep. By the time she woke up again, it was dark enough that she fished her cell phone over and glanced at it to see that it was 8 o'clock at night. No wonder I was woken up hungry. She slipped on her slippers, intending to go into the kitchen to get something to eat, and was halfway there when she remembered that she'd been so busy lately that she'd long ago emptied the refrigerator, and that she'd planned to go grocery shopping in the afternoon, only to forget about it straight away. At this point, the supermarket is not yet closed. Su Yumian simply take the key and go out. The dishes are not much left, but the fresh food area of the fish and shrimp are still alive and kicking. I ended up buying an oyster, and suddenly wanted the sour soup flavor, so I went back to the seasoning section. It was hard to find the packaged sauerkraut, and she reached straight for it, but she accidentally touched the back of a warm hand. Chapter 24, A Doctor for a Stomach Problem. The man's hand, bony and long and beautiful, her gaze strayed to see that his shopping cart was full of pre-made dishes, and her eyes shifted upward to where the owner of the hand happened to be looking down at her as well. Su Yumian smiled. Your dinner, you won't just eat these, right? Ahem. Sometimes when I get home too late, I don't want to order takeout, so I just eat whatever. Xiao Wanbai opened his mouth indifferently. I've done the math, and there's enough of these to provide the protein and vitamins and carbohydrates a person needs for a day. Su Yumian couldn't help but snort out a laugh as she watched him explain in a serious manner. It seems that Prof. Xiao has already taken every aspect into consideration through scientific calculations and precise control. But what would you choose between a fresh, hot meal and these things put in front of you to choose from? Xiao Wanbai was silent. The answer was obvious. Who would want to eat fast food when there was a hot meal? Su Yumian smiled wryly. So Professor Xiao, dinner, I'll do it. In return, you just have to do one thing for me. Half an hour later, Xiao Wanbai looked at the fish on the cutting board. It seems like it's hard to handle. Su Yumian coughed lightly. In fact, usually supermarkets have specialized fish filleting masters, but today there are too many people, so it is just a simple treatment. If you, Xiao Wanbai rolled up his sleeves and took off his glasses. I'll try. Su Yumian nodded. Okay. Sauerkraut sliced fish is better flavored. Raw fish can be a bit of a pain to slice up, so she wanted to be a little lazy, but when she saw Xiao Wanbai standing in the kitchen, she suddenly felt a little guilty. Was it too big and small to let a physicist fillet a fish? 5 minutes later, she looked at the thin, thick, and sizable slices of raw fish and decided to take back what she had just said. Where's the great talent? It's obvious he's too talented. Is this okay? Xiao Wanbai wiped his hands and asked. Can. You're going to rival a professional knife master. Xiao Wanbai was amused by her statement and hooked the corner of his mouth. I've never cooked, but I learned anatomy when I used to study biology. So, cough. Su Yumian bought fish. So Xiao Wanbai pitched in and bought some meat and vegetables, and the two of them had a rich fish hot pot. After eating, Xiao Wanbai took the initiative to wash the dishes. After cleaning up almost, Su Yumian spoke. It's late. You go back first. I'll take out the garbage. Xiao Wanbai has the habit of running at night every day, but today it was really too late. It was already almost 12 o'clock, so he didn't stay much longer. Su Yumian slept for a long time in the evening, thinking that she would not be able to sleep, but she did not expect to feel sleepy after sending Xiao Wanbai. A dreamless night. The next day, before 7 o'clock, I woke up. I really envy you. You go to the library to revise every day and go home to sleep. Unlike me, I have to go on a blind date early in the morning. In the screen, Xiao Yuwei puts on her makeup in the mirror, and when she thinks of the blind date that she hasn't seen a few times, she is not very excited, and the movements of her hands are getting more and more perfunctory. Envy me? Then you'll go to the library with me to review today? Su Yumian heard the annoyance in her words and deliberately pulled away from the topic. Xiao Yuwei deflated. Then forget it. I'd rather have a blind date. She is not the material of a school bully, and it is already an unexpected pleasure to get into B University, and it is enough to have a school god like Xiao Wanbai at home, so she will not join in the fun. By the way, I've PD'd all the pictures from the last time we went out. I'll send them to you to look at. Aha! Ding dong! Xiao Yuwei used WeChat to send the photo over. Su Yumian flipped through them one by one, and there were a few of her wearing a fox hair band on her head, being pinched by Xiao Yuwei with an innocent and pitiful expression. There were also some of her shots of Xiao Yuwei, who would have just gotten off the roller coaster. It was almost like coming back from the dead, and she couldn't help but smile as she watched. Scrolling all the way to the end, only her solo photo remained, intending to turn off her phone when she noticed two familiar figures among the pedestrians that served as a backdrop. She pursed her lips, guessing that she had accidentally photographed Mu Shi and Zhang Yihuayan as well. She was the main character in the photo, and the people behind her were just the backdrop, but the two of them kept holding hands. Instead, it was like she had accidentally intruded into someone else's world. Wang Ma, Jiang Yihui covered his abdomen and shouted twice with a miserable face. However, the villa was silent and there was no response. Early in the morning, he was awakened by pain. A gut-wrenching pain traveled through his stomach and he went cold, nauseous and wanting to vomit. But he couldn't. The feeling is familiar. It's a stomach bug. Remembering that he kept stomach pills at home, Jiang Yihui recalled and rummaged through the box and started looking for them. However, there was only one medicine box left and the medicine was gone inside. He fought through the pain and called his assistant over. Get some stomach medicine and send it to the villa. The assistant did not dare to delay on hearing this and immediately went to the drugstore to buy a box. Driving to the villa, the assistant saw Jiang Yihui sitting on the sofa with a white face and without saying a word, his forehead in a cold sweat. Mr. Jiang, medicine. Jiang Yihui took the pills and warm water handed by his assistant and swallowed them directly. Would you like something to eat? Jiang Yihui waved his hand. You go first. The assistant sighed in relief and left quietly. However, in less than an hour, Jiang Yihui's call came back. What kind of stomach medicine did you buy? Taking it didn't help at all. You can get something as simple as asking you to buy a medicine wrong. Can't you read or can't you see? Jiang Yihui wanted to control his emotions, but the pain in his stomach that wasn't half relieved made it hard for him not to lose his temper. Seeing the box of pills resting on the coffee table, he realized it wasn't the kind he always took, so no wonder it didn't work. Assistant, I'm sorry Mr. Jiang, I didn't pay attention before. What brand of stomach medicine would you like me to buy? Jiang Yihui stared at the pill box and suddenly his mind went blank. It used to be Su Yumian who helped him get ready. He didn't pay any attention to any brand or manufacturer himself, and he saw immediate results every time he took it. Thinking of this, he hung up the phone in annoyance and then flipped to Su Yumian's number. Sorry, the number you have dialed is in progress. He grimaced, remembering that he was still on that woman's blacklist. At that moment, the movement of opening the door came. It was Wang Ma who came back from grocery shopping. Jiang Yihui didn't like having outsiders in the house, so she came in and out at a fixed time every day. At this point, she was about to return to clean up when she suddenly saw a tall figure walking towards her. Wang Ma, where's your cell phone? Wang Ma was startled by his white face. Young master, what's wrong with you? Jiang Yihui was annoyed. His voice was even more impatient. Give me your cell phone to use. I'll make a call. Getting to his cell phone, he expertly dialed the string of numbers without even having to think about it. Da. The other end answered quickly. What's wrong, Wang Ma? The clear voice rang. Before connecting, Jiang Yihui wanted to ask her whether she had messed around enough or not, and when she rolled back, but at the moment, those words were clogged in his throat and not a single word could be spat out. Eventually, he only whispered, I have a stomach bug. Chapter 25, Your son is no longer my concern. On the other end, Su Yumian froze for a moment, and the picture of him and Shirmushi holding hands and smiling in the photo came to mind. Speaking faintly, if you're sick, go to the hospital. I'm not a doctor. With that, he hung up, a light tone, as if the opposite side was really just a stranger. Jiang Yihui was so angry that his cheeks were clenched and he was shaking, and he directly smashed his cell phone against the wall and broke it. Wang Ma sighed. It was her cell phone. Exasperated by Su Yumian's words, his blood rushed up, and Jiang Yihui felt his stomach hurt even more. With a hint of bravado and gambling, he went straight back upstairs and locked himself in his room. Does she really think she can't do without her? Ridiculous. Wang Ma looked at her scrapped cell phone and remembered the call just now, shaking her head and sighing. I don't know what the young master thinks. Miss Su is such a good girl. He can really bear to drive people away. In the afternoon, Wang Ma finished cleaning and knocked on the bedroom door before leaving. Young master? There was no response, so she thought that Jiang Yihui was still angry and didn't think much about it, so she left first. In the afternoon, Zhang Cheating drove to the villa, lightly fingerprinted and unlocked the door, then opened the door and entered the house. Brother, I've come to deliver our mother's decree. This time it's Miss Chin, a PhD from Columbia University. Brother, are you there? She frowned and dialed Jiang Yihui's number, but she heard her cell phone ringing right in her ear and looked down to see it sitting on the coffee table. The cell phone is at home and the person should be there too. After thinking about it, she headed straight for the second floor. Brother, are you in there? Mom asked me to come over and find you to have dinner with the Chin family. Did you hear me? After knocking for half a day, there was no response from inside. What the hell? Why is there no movement at all? Zhang Cheating frowned and called Wang Ma over. Young master has been at home. His face is not good. It should be a stomach illness. Has not been moving. Don't be fainting inside, right? Upon hearing this, Zhang Cheating hurriedly took the spare key and came over to open the door. Sure enough, as soon as the door opened, he saw Jiang Yihui's face as white as paper, collapsing on the floor without moving. Brother, the cold drip went in, and the pain that was so heavy and impossible to get rid of seemed to ease a few points. Jiang Yihui opened his eyes somewhat tiredly. His throat dried as smoke. Water. Chang Jo saw that he was awake and hurriedly poured a glass of water and handed it over, relieving the thirst in his throat. He shook his head and signaled Chang Jo to put the water back. Brother, why? Feeling better? Just now Ting Ting called us and said that you fainted, scaring the guys into rushing over. Yeah, YZ, usually like a fine person, suddenly went into the hospital and almost scared us to death. Zhang Yihui swept his gaze around. There were a lot of people around the ward. Shen Shurian, Gu Yizhou, several came. Zhang Qiting stood by the bedside with a worried look at him. Even Shu Yuqin also came over. There is no Su Yumian. Zhang Yihui pulled the corner of his mouth. She can be really ruthless nah. What's happening to me now? Chang Zhou, the doctor said that you have an irregular diet, plus you may have drunk a little too much alcohol in the past few days. So, cough. Stomach perforated. Zhang Qiting deflated her mouth. Brother, you don't know, the way you looked just now. It almost scared me to death. As soon as I entered the room, I saw you lying on your back. Your soul was gone. Luckily you're fine. The doctor said that you need to recuperate. Don't take it seriously. On the side of Shu Yuqin from the time he woke up to now, has been black face, a stormy appearance. Now see his fragile appearance finally can no longer hold back the fury. Su Yumian people? After such a big incident, why hasn't she come? Zhang Qiting was also a bit puzzled. If before, her brother into the hospital, Su Yumian has long been in front of the bed tea, water, heartache tears, this time, how even a shadow did not see. At these words, a deathly silence suddenly spread. Zhang Yihui was expressionless and didn't say anything, and Chang Zhou and Gu Yizhou, the few who were in the know, didn't dare to say anything. Shen Shurian said faintly from the side. The two of them broke up. Don't you know? Shu Yuqin frowned. Why are you still making trouble? How many days has it been? Her temper has grown. Zhang Yihui's face darkened even more as he listened. Cough. Auntie, this time, I'm afraid it won't be so easy to get well. Shen Shurian glanced at Shu Yuqin. What do you mean? She, Su Yumian, is still putting up a fight? Mom, Zhang Yihui opened his mouth to interrupt. His voice was cold, and his expression was even more biting. This time it's really divided. I mentioned it. What? Shu Yuqin was stunned. Zhang Qiting was also stunned. Calculating the time, Su Yumian did make a bit of a mess this time. Shu Yuqin came out of the hospital room and couldn't even wait to get out of the hospital before immediately calling Su Yumian. Just connected, before the other end could speak. She sneered. Su Yumian, what do you think you are? In the beginning, my son can see you. Is you burned 8 lifetimes high incense? How much money has he spent on you over the years? And how have you repaid him? Heartless thing, a wild dog on the roadside knows more than you. She gritted her teeth. My son is sick now. When are you going to get your ass back dash? Over there? Su Yumian listened quietly and didn't even interrupt, only calmly saying, I'm sorry, your son is now none of my business. Ending the call, she smoothly pulled the plug on Shu Yuqin, then tap on Microsoft, delete, okay. With that done, she exhaled a heavy, cloudy breath, feeling more relaxed and free than she had ever felt before. Over there, Shu Yuqin was hung up with an incredulous look on her face. She called again, but it said she was on a call, and she jumped in place in exasperation. Good for you Su Yumian, so good. Hisancheng saw a not-so-obvious smile curling up at the corners of her lips and asked, is there something wrong? Su Yumian shook her head. Just solving some troubles. At the end of the day, it was already dark and the two left the library. The night breeze brought up a few cool tinges. The dim yellow light illuminated the sidewalk, and the leaves of the trees were blown soughing. Hisancheng looked at Su Yumian's side face, which was white and flawless yet with a few moments of coolness. He gathered his courage. Yesterday you said we'd have dinner together some other day, so how about today? Of course, if it's inconvenient for you then forget it. Su Yumian thought about it. Hisancheng had helped her a lot during this period of time. It was long overdue to invite him for a meal. Yes, I have food at home. If you don't mind, try my handiwork? Hisancheng was somewhat flattered. Your family. Su Yumian nodded. It's a 10-minute walk to the past. It's very close, but if you want to think it's convenient to eat outside, we can also go outside to eat. What to eat you choose? Hisancheng saw that she didn't think much of it at all, and was relieved at the same time as he lost his head. No, the house is quite nice, clean and hygienic. Then I'll trouble you. Chapter 26, Su Yumian is not with you? Su Yumian went home and checked the refrigerator first, and there were still a lot of dishes left from yesterday's purchase, arranging for a beef brisket, stewed potatoes, sweet and sour chops, tomato scrambled eggs, and then sautéed seasonal vegetables. She washed and chopped vegetables with a deft movement, which astonished Hisancheng, who didn't know how to cook at all. Most people nowadays order takeout or go out to eat, and there are fewer and fewer girls like you who cook for themselves. Su Yumian smiled lightly. Everyone has a different lifestyle. I'm just used to cooking by myself. He Songcheng looked at her busy back and surveyed the surroundings. The house is not large, but it was cleaned up and furnished with care. There was a small bookshelf in the living room filled with books, and as he looked at it, he noticed that they were all specialized books, one of which looked slightly out of place because it was a book on physics. He felt it was a bit impolite to stare and ogle a girl's room like that, so he didn't dare look at it much. Soon, a few dishes were served, paired with steaming rice, the aroma of which went straight to the nostrils. He Songcheng took a taste of the sweet and sour chops and stared in shock. "It's so delicious. You're so crafty." He was accustomed to eating heavy oil and salt takeout, and at this moment, he was simply amazed to eat the dishes made by Su Yumian. No, the heavenly dishes. Su Yumian was amused by his exaggerated look. "Eat more if you like it." He Songcheng nodded. "Thank you so much for this meal today." He thought of something, his eyelashes trembled a little shyly. "You are so good at craftsmanship, and your person is so good. It must be very happy to be your boyfriend." Not waiting for Su Yumian to speak, a clang, 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 clang came from the door. She frowned and put down her chopsticks. "You eat first. I'll go see what's going on." Opening the door, Zhang Cheating pulled her without saying a word and was about to walk out. Su Yumian was dumbfounded. "Come with me to the hospital. My brother is sick and hospitalized. He needs you." Su Yumian didn't move and lowered her eyelids. "We've already broken up. His business has nothing to do with me." Zhang Cheating couldn't believe that this was coming from Su Yumian's mouth. "My brother has a perforated stomach and you're still gambling? Don't you have a heart? Don't you love him? Is this your love? You know that he mentioned breaking up just casually. You took yourself seriously, and you turned around and threw a tantrum, blaming my brother for not cajoling you. These 6 years, my brother which point is not good to you. Lives in a villa. Wears designer brands, gold and silver jewelry to pick at random. Black card can be swiped if you want." Zhang Cheating counted and envied herself. "She doesn't even have a black card yet. Thanks to me for speaking up for you before. It's just a matter of you going to the hospital to see him, and that's all you're going to do?" Su Yumian's expression was cold, and her tone was also waveless. "Yes, I'm not happy about it. You can leave." "Okay." Zhang Cheating laughed back in anger. "You remember what you said today. You'd better stay so hard-headed. Don't cry and beg my brother to get back together." When she finished, she kicked the door hard and left without looking back. Listening to Zhang Cheating's footsteps as she left, Su Yumian's fingers holding the door handle whitened a few points. "How are you doing with that?" He Songcheng opened his mouth a little awkwardly. He couldn't hear very well in the room, but vaguely knew that it was two girls arguing. Su Yumian closed the door and smiled back at him. "It's fine. Let me help you serve another bowl of rice." He Songcheng glanced at her expression. Light and not abnormal. Good, but in the second half, the atmosphere was decidedly subtle. Obviously, it was a colorful and flavorful meal, but He Songcheng ate uncomfortably. After a good meal, he hurriedly excused himself and left. The house suddenly quieted down. Su Yumian cleaned up the dishes, but his mind unconsciously echoed Zhang Cheating's words. Gastric perforation. When I was distracted, my hand slipped and the bowl broke. She subconsciously picked it up with her hand, accidentally touching the shards, and she hissed as tears just slammed uncontrollably onto the back of her hand. 6 years, not 6 days, not 6 months. Certain habits had long been engraved into her bones, and the moment she heard that Zhang Yihui had been hospitalized, she was almost instinctively worried, instinctively wanting to go to the hospital to take a look. Well, reason stopped that instinct. Su Yumian thought that she would slowly get used to not worrying anymore and not shedding tears for him. She and Zhang Yihui had gone from the splendor of falling in love to the boredom of staying together, until they finally separated, and she didn't know when the cracks had appeared. Maybe it was the first time he broke his word, or maybe it was the first time he lied. Now that I look back on it, I can only remember some vague fragments. 6 years can be songful or worthless. Zhang Cheating stepped on her high heels and rushed downstairs angrily. Due to walking too fast, she tripped over the garbage in the hallway. So angry that she cursed. What kind of a hell of a place to live in? It's shabby and smelly. It's really exasperating. Suddenly, the cell phone rings. "Brother, why are you calling? Didn't the doctor tell you to get some rest?" She was having a bellyful of fire, and thinking that Zhang Yihui was a patient, her tone couldn't help but soften a bit, but it still carried a few hints of rawness. In the hospital, Zhang Yihui had just woken up from a nap when he heard that Zhang Cheating had gone out. Said that she went to find Su Yumian and asked her to come to the hospital to see you. Chang Zhou shrugged his shoulders and spread his two hands, meaning, can't pull it off, can't pull it off at all. Zhang Yihui's eyes flickered slightly, and he waited for another 40 minutes, during which time he was thirsty for water, sat up and rolled over. and his eyes also secretly swept the doorway countless times. And finally he couldn't help himself and dialed Jiang Cheating's number. "Where are you?" Jiang Cheating vaguely returned. "It's outside. How much longer to come over?" Jiang Cheating did not see Suyu sleep together. Not quite want to go back to the hospital to recruit her brother annoying. "So, just don't go over there, right? I'll go home and pick up the chicken soup mom made for you before dash." "Su Yumian isn't with you?" The other end sensed that her tone was wrong and immediately spoke. "Aha!" Jiang Cheating. "No." Johnny Huai held the cell phone. The corners of his mouth tightened. "Who told you to go find her? What does my hospitalization have to do with her? Can't one of you understand what breaking up means? Mind your own business." "Yes. I'm nosy, so I'm the one who attracts people's dislike and annoyance. You two are noble. You two don't care about anyone." Jiang Cheating was also angry. When she was a soft bun to pinch? What does mean? Jiang Cheating sneered. The other Su Yumian said, "Your matter has nothing to do with her. Sick or dead, it can't be found on her head, and she won't be happy to go to the hospital to see you. Are you satisfied now? Hello, brother? Brother?" There was suddenly no sound on the other side. The phone came down and hung up long ago. In the hospital room, Wang Ma looked at Jiang Yihuai's cold and gloomy eyes, and then swept over the cell phone that fell into pieces on the floor. "Gotta scrap another one." Wang Ma subconsciously covered tightly in his pocket cell phone. Just compensated her it, cannot borrow again. Chapter 27. Even Su Yumian is his heartthrob. At the beginning of July, the temperatures were getting warmer and the weather station issued a red alert. The 35-degree heat had lasted for a week, and Xiao Wenbai's experiment had finally progressed after repeated calculations to verify it. It was hard to have a break, so he dragged his tired body up to the 7th floor, ready to have a good sleep to replenish his energy, when suddenly, there was a loud noise from the opposite side. His movement to open the door paused, turned to look at the tightly closed door, and went forward to knock. "Su Yumian, are you home?" No one answered and he knocked a second time. Still no movement. He hesitated for 2 seconds, hesitating to call the police, when he heard a click and the door opened. Su Yumian's entire body was poking out from behind the door, leaving only a crack in the door. "Something wrong?" She looked calm, and the action of opening the door seemed to be only because of his sudden knocking, and her voice was even more as it often was, without any semblance of abnormality. But inexplicably, Xiao Wenbai just felt that at this moment, she was not in a good mood, like a rose that has lost its moisture and is about to dry up. Xiao Wenbai didn't say anything for a long time. Su Yumian looked at him suspiciously. Suddenly the man spoke. "You said last time that you were working on your thesis? How is it going?" "Su Yumian, I finished writing and submitting it half a month ago, and in the past 2 months, while reviewing, I was waiting for the results." Xiao Wenbai pushed his glasses. "I have a paper in my hand, half finished. Are you interested in taking a look?" Su Yumian. 20 minutes later, at Xiao Wenbai's house, Su Yumian sat on the sofa, looking at the paper thesis in her hand. A bright light crossed her eyes. The title of the paper given to her by Xiao Wenbai was titled Biological Sequence, which discussed the value of the initial biological change. The topic is not new, but the angle of entry is novel, and the verification method is unprecedented. All new conclusions and methods. Innovation, however, means that it needs to be backed up by lots of, and powerful, data. "Is this your thesis?" Xiao Wenbai nodded. "I prepared it during my sophomore year." Su Yumian's mood is a little complicated. No wonder after many years, the teachers of the School of Biology and Information Technology will still sigh for Xiao Wenbai to give up biology and choose physics. It's almost as if God is chasing after the food, and you can write a paper of this caliber in your sophomore year. Why didn't you vote? I think it could have been more perfect. Look at both parts. There is no complete experimental data to support the conclusions. After I switched majors, physics became all that mattered and there was no extra time to finish it again. A flash of regret flashed in the man's eyes as he said this. Su Yumian pondered for a moment. "Then why did you show it to me again today?" "A while ago Professor Ouyang sent me the thesis you completed as an undergraduate and asked me to help see if I could suggest a new topic. Then, I realized that you once did a similar subject." He nodded at the paper in Su Yumian's hand. "So, what I'm asking is, are you still interested in continuing?" Su Yumian's heart fluttered, and those things that were buried deep seemed to be about to break through the ground. She hadn't been in a lab since graduation. "May I?" It's been a long time since she's done it, but those steps, they're all in her head. It's just a little scary in the end. Wondering if I'll ever get used to the rhythm of the lab like I used to. "As long as you want to, there is no problem," Xiao Wenbai said. "Next October, the Chinese Academy of Sciences will form an experimental group, and students enrolled in master's and doctoral programs will be able to apply. And the topic happens to be related to gene sequences. If you can get into this year's graduate school, then after enrollment next year, you will have the opportunity to apply to join. This experimental group, led by several academicians in the field of panbiology, passed its proposal last last year, and while the outside world hasn't gotten wind of it yet, the inside of the U of B knows all about it. This was a rare opportunity for Soo Yumi-in. If you're interested, you can take it back for a closer look. He took out a USB flash drive and put it in front of her. This contains detailed information about the experiment. Soo Yumi-in raised her eyes. Her bright clear pupils rippled with a wave. Thank you. I'll think about it. At 10 o'clock, it was almost time for Soo Yumi-in to go home. Xiao Wenbai sent her to the door. I live across the street. You don't have to send me on purpose. Soo Yumi-in lost her smile. Xiao Wenbai, however, swept over her unintentionally exposed finger and faintly reminded, the band-aid can't be put on for too long, and after sterilizing it with iodine vapor, it's best to expose it. Soo Yumi-in subconsciously curled her index finger. Thank you, I know. Xiao Wenbai didn't say much, only nodded slightly and turned his head to bring a small pot of pink succulent. This is for you. Soo Yumi-in blinked with some surprise, looking at the palm-sized succulent plant, the chubby leaves fading from green to pink. The color value was super high. It's so cute. Do you really want to give it to me? Well, I was walking by the flower store the other day and saw this one lonely pot left, so I bought it as a thank you for buying me fish last time. Soo Yumi-in hooked her lips. I'll take it this time, but, between friends, you don't need to be so polite to have a meal together. Don't return the gift next time. She blinked, the clear pupils of her eyes bright as if stars were twinkling. Good. Xiao Wenbai's heart felt like it had been gently scratched by a feather. In the hospital room, early in the morning, Guizhou and Shangzhou several appointments to visit the sick. Guizhou also carried a thermos pot in his hand in a decent manner. YZ, don't say that brothers don't take care of you. Look what I brought you, millet porridge. Hey, knowing that your stomach can only eat some light, specially let my chef get up in the morning to boil. Don't look at such a small cup, with the ingredients of the great tonic. Safe you eat, immediately live. Shangzhou looked at the bowl of fragrant, golden-colored millet porridge, then looked at Guizhou's smiling face, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. This man is here to deliver porridge and make trouble? Other people do not know. A few of them can be clear. Jiang Yihui does not like to drink kanji. In addition to Soo Yumi-in made stomach kanji, the rest is to look at the degree of too much eyesore. As expected, Jiang Yihui barely tasted a mouthful and threw away the spoon in his hand. No more. It has a strange flavor. Where did you find your chef? You can't even cook a porridge well. Guizhou raised an eyebrow. TCH, you're too picky. There's nothing wrong with me eating it. Jiang Yihui's face was expressionless. If you want to eat it, you eat it yourself. Guizhou lightly grunted. I think it's not the porridge that's wrong. It's the person who cooks it that's wrong, isn't it? My chef is just a big old man. How can he compare to the love kanji made by his dainty girlfriend? Oh, no, should be ex-girlfriend. Cough cough cough. Shangzhou coughed frantically, trying to stop him from being a dead man. Unfortunately, it's still too late. Jiang Yihui, get lost. Guizhou picked up the thermos jug with one hand. Just leave. With such a foul temper, no wonder Soo Yumi-in refuses to come back. If it were me, I wouldn't return either. After that, it slipped away. Shangzhou chased him out and scolded him. You know he's not in pain, and you're still stepping on his heart. How dare you? Guizhou skimmed his lips. Even you know that Soo Yumi-in is his heart's desire, but he himself is still hardened. Want people to come to see him? Straight say ah. All day strong, dead pretend. Xing Chao, say, Cho, why don't you give an assist? Chapter 28. You're coming back? Soo Yumi-in ended her morning run and came out of the shower to see an extra pot of pink among the rows of differently shaped green succulents on the balcony. She poked it gently with her index finger, looking at the soft and tender plant and feeling a few times better. On the table, the cell phone buzzed. She saw the name Chang Zhou appear on the screen and picked up the phone curiously. Chang Z? Why are you calling me at this hour? Something wrong? Sister Yumi-in, how have you been? It's okay. How about you? Here's your chance. Shangzhou immediately sat up straight. I am not very good. Soo Yumi-in frowned. What's wrong? Maybe I stayed up late and drank. My stomach is not feeling well. You sleep, sister. Also do not know how. I now do not want to eat anything. Just think of your boiled stomach kanji. Really especially crave. You see whether it is convenient. I don't dare to say that Jiang Yihui wants to drink it, so I can only save the country in a curved way. Although she only met Changzhou through Jiang Yihui, but after getting along over the years, putting aside Jiang Yihui, Soo Yumi-in's relationship with him was also good. The other guy has spoken and does have an upset stomach. Soo Yumi-in looked at her watch. Convenient. I'll go out to buy food now. You come over to pick it up at noon. Thank you, Sister Yumi-in. You're really too nice. I love you, Mua. Then I'll call you later. Soo Yumi-in lost his smile. At noon, Changzhou received the address sent by Soo Yumi-in. followed the navigation and drove to the side of the University of B. After bending and twisting through several alleys, he finally reached the vicinity of his destination. Pulling over and crossing the boulevard, he found the specific building. Remembering what she said about the 7th floor and no elevator, Chang-jo looked up and subconsciously gulped. 5 minutes later, he stood panting and sweating in front of the door, feeling like he'd gone halfway through his life. Soo Yumien opened the door and let him in, pouring him a glass of water in the first place. Is everything okay? That tired? Chang-jo slowed his breath and waved his hand. Too tired. Sister Yumien, how did you find such a remote place? In fact, he wanted to say shabby, but felt that it was inappropriate and changed his mind temporarily. Quiet and easy to get anywhere. She brought over the porridge loaded on the table. It's just been boiled. Eat it while it's hot. There are also a few small dishes inside. Be careful when you take it, don't spill it. Chang-jo opened a look. Incense confused. No wonder someone misses. He nodded. Got it. Hardworking Sister Yumien. I'll treat you to dinner later. As he left, he couldn't help but look back and spoke with some hesitation. Sister Yumien, you. Before he finished speaking, Soo Yumien pressed the cell phone. It's almost 1 o'clock. I should go out. Why don't I send you downstairs? The unspoken words were instantly swallowed back. Chang-jo nodded. Good. Soo Yumien watched the sports car drift away, before she put away the smile at the corner of her mouth. What Chang-jo wanted to say, she could probably guess. Only now, she no longer wanted to hear it. Sprinting all the way to the hospital, Chang-jo put the thermos bucket toward the small table board in front of Johnny Hwai. Keep it satisfied this time. Johnny Hwai opened the lid with a skeptical face and only tasted a mouthful. His eyebrows suddenly softened. You talk so tough and do so much, but you're still soft? He sent another bite into his mouth and glanced languidly at the entryway. Where is everyone? Who? Chang-jo didn't react. She did this, didn't she? Figured it out now? Coming back? Johnny Hwai raised his eyebrows and grunted. What do you think I am here? A hotel? She can come and go as she pleases? Shin Shuryen sat on the sofa, looking at Chang-jo's awkward appearance, seemingly smiling. Then you really don't need to worry. After all, this is Chang-jo lied and said that he wanted to eat. Soo Yumien only boiled her people. It's even less likely to come. Jiang Yihuai's face plummeted, and he coldly swept a look at Chang-jo. Did I let you go? Who told you to take matters into your own hands? Chang-jo shrunk his neck and coughed lightly. I'm not worried about your health. I haven't eaten much in the past few days. If it wasn't for the kanji made by Sister Yumien, you'd still be starving right now. Johnny Hwai was cold and didn't say anything. Right. I just went to Sister Yumien's house. The place she lives in now is small and shabby, and there's no elevator, so she has to climb the 7th floor every day. And at a glance, she's had a pretty hard time, he said while looking at Jiang Yihuai's face. It was found that although he said he deserved it on his lips, a flash of worry flew across his eyes. Well, by the looks of it, it still can't be put down. Just when Chang-jo wanted to continue saying something, a delicate bow came from the doorway. Chang-jo and Shin Shuryen couldn't help but tremble. Goosebumps all over the place. When Mushi did not receive news of Jiang Yihua for a few days, and could not get through on the phone, she asked Guizhou to know that Jiang Yihua had been hospitalized for a stomach hemorrhage. She panicked when she heard that, didn't even go to class, went straight to the hospital. This will see Jiang Yihua wearing a hospital gown. His face is still a little pale, cannot help but deflate his mouth. Tears also follow the fluttering down. Oh sorry, I just learned about your hospitalization. Do you still have nowhere uncomfortable? The face how so ugly? Do you want me to help you call the doctor? Her series of questions were distracting, and what was even more annoying was that she couldn't stop crying as soon as she arrived. Not only was Jiang Yihua speechless, even Chang-jo and Shin Shuryen found it noisy. Jiang Yihua rubbed his forehead. It's fine now, don't cry. He suddenly missed the past days with Soo Yumien a little. If it was her and he was sick, even if she was sad, she would have organized everything. Sure, Mushi has been very good at reading people's faces since she was a child. The moment Jiang Yihuai's complexion changed, she knew that it was time for her to collect her emotions a little bit. She huffed a few times in a small voice and collected her sobs. Only her eyes were still red, and the bottom of her eyes were full of worry and heartache. Jiang Yihua couldn't help but feel his heart soften when he saw that she didn't make a sound anymore, only looking at himself with a pair of tear-washed eyes. I got sick, very suddenly, but it's nothing serious. It's fine already. You go back to school first. Sure, Mushi pursed her lips. You really don't need me to accompany you? I can make you millet porridge. Chang-jo heard here a snort of laughter. 1,000 hard begging to millet porridge is not yet finished it. This came a voluntary delivery. How so funny it? Sure, Mushi usually didn't have much contact with Chang-jo's few. This would be the other party laughing out loud, and only then did she notice that there were other people in the ward. Hearing him laugh, she intuitively felt a little annoyed. It was just cooking porridge. Was it that funny? Jiang Yihuai understood. Frowning and speaking faintly, no need. You go back to school first. Mushi heard the impatience in the man's words and didn't dare to resist, obediently said yes and left. As soon as she left, Shen Shurian, who hadn't said much, suddenly got up. Are you still drinking that porridge? Jiang Yihuai wanted to say no, but in the end, looking at the bowl of simmering porridge, he still said coldly with a black face, who said I won't drink it? Chapter 29, in the middle of the night, he calls her. In the library, Su Yumian swiped 2 papers in a row, both stuck on the last question. She did half a dozen calculations that remained unsolved, remembered that she had seen a similar type of question in one of the books, got up and went to the lending area and started rummaging through the information and questions. It took a few minutes to find it and was about to leave to go back to her seat when a book next to her caught her eye. The title of the book is Recombination and Fusion of Gene Sequences. She remembered Xiao Wenbai's words and subconsciously drew out the book. After flipping through a few pages, she was surprised to find that the book's ideas were very similar to hers from the ground up. She flipped back a few more pages and was really surprised the more she read, and it sunk right in, until, that is, the cell phone in his pocket vibrated. WeChat messages are displayed on the homepage. Xiao Yue, guess where I am? Su Yumian thought she was playing some kind of word game and was about to reply when she suddenly thought of something. You came to school? Bingo! Outside the library. As soon as Su Yumian went downstairs, she saw the figure standing under the tree. Why did you come over all of a sudden? Just happened to be in the neighborhood, passing by to bring you some delicious food. Xiao Yue's hand lifted upwards. The aroma was overflowing. The stuff is delivered. I should go. Su Yumian, won't you eat with me? Xiao Yue waved her hand. It was meant to be for you, so I won't eat it. I'm still busy. Speaking here, she sighed. I recently took on a new project. I've been busy for 3 days, and I've only slept for a total of 8 hours. And just after I woke up, my dad summoned me to go over. It's just heavenly. Xiao Yue is a designer who only takes a few big orders externally in a year, but every project is not simple, so when she is busy, she hardly has any rest time. This time, it was entirely by proximity, or else she wouldn't have been allowed to go over so half-assed. Speaking of which, this time the matter is still somewhat related to the Jiang family. Her eyes rolled, her little expression a bit thievish. Is there any interest? Not interested. Before she finished her sentence, Su Yumian directly interrupted, and in the meantime, she shoved her own umbrella into her hand. Aren't you going to be busy? Remember to protect yourself from the sun. Xiao Yue looked at her back as she left and raised her eyebrows. She hadn't said anything yet. She lowered her head, glancing at the bidding content on the information, and this time she really didn't lie. One of the Xiao family's competitors happened to be the Jiang family. On the other hand, after Jiang Yihuai sent Mushi away, he blew away Gu Yizhou, who was watching, as well as Chang Zhou. The noisy hospital room suddenly quieted as he rubbed his brow and looked at the needle on the back of his hand, pulling it straight out without thinking. Blood gushed out of the pinhole instantly, and he frowned as he drew out a tissue and casually pressed it twice, found his jacket, put it on, and prepared to leave. Mr. Jiang, you can't leave the hospital yet. The nurse happened to come in to change the water, and when she saw him about to leave, she immediately stopped him. Jiang Yihuai frowned. Get out of the way. The nurse wanted to persuade him further, but when she saw the hostility between his brows and the indifference overflowing from his body, she didn't dare to say anything else, and could only watch him leave before reporting to the hospital at the first opportunity. Jiang Yihuai hated the smell of the hospital, and even more so, he hated the feeling of powerlessness that comes with living in a hospital. All he wanted to do now was to go home. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Shu Yuqin's call to catch up. Jiang Yihuai concentrated on driving and didn't answer, but the person on the other end of the phone wouldn't let up and called several times in a row. He was so annoyed that he had no choice but to press the answer button with one hand. Shu Yuqin's urgent and fast voice came out all of a sudden. The hospital called me just now, saying that you were discharged without authorization. Are you unaware of what's going on with you? You go back to me now. Jiang Yihuai endured listening for a few seconds, and couldn't hold back any longer and hung up directly, turning his cell phone into flight mode in the process. Now that's completely clean. It was only when he entered the house that Jiang Yihuai felt less irritated, and he slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. On his way up the stairs, he spun on his heel and ghosted to the kitchen. In the kitchen, neatly scrubbed and clean kitchen utensils were placed there in rows, and the scene of Su Yumian's busy schedule floated in front of her eyes. It took her time to make millet porridge. She had to prepare the ingredients the first night, wash them and soak them. When the ingredients are soft the next morning, simmer them with the millet. He found it troublesome and asked her not to make it, but when he came home from work the next day, the hot stomach-boosting porridge was in front of him. Later, he stopped advising, content to enjoy the food and the good she was doing for him. In the middle of the walk, suddenly, the door opened from outside. young master? Wang Ma was called over by Shu Yuqin. Jiang Yihui ran out of the hospital. Shu Yuqin cannot take their own son, and worried that he was alone at home in the accident, so he ordered Wang Ma over to take care of. Jiang Yihui explained, Wang Ma, boil some millet porridge, and went upstairs. Wang's mom, why is it millet porridge again? When exactly is MS Su coming back? So tired, so hard. Her heart wailed incessantly, but Wang Ma still put on her apron and entered the kitchen, and began to cook congee stiffly. When the porridge was done, she brought it upstairs and found Jiang Yihui already lying in bed asleep. His face still had little blood color, and his brow was still tight even after he fell asleep. Wang Ma gently put the porridge down, returned to the kitchen to clean up, and then quietly left. In the middle of the night, Jiang Yihui slept in a daze, only to feel a burning in his stomach, and the whole person was like being roasted on fire. The cool needle jabbed into a blood vessel and there was an influx of fluid, and only slowly did he feel that burning pain fade, but it was still hot. Shu Yuqin stood by the bedroom bedside, looking at her son's burning delirium, angry and heartbroken. At 10 o'clock, she called Jiang Yihui, and there has been no answer. Afraid that something would happen to him, she rushed to the villa. As expected, he was found rolling in the door, already burned and delirious. Mouth also kept shouting sleep sleep, sleep sleep, but people how to call cannot wake up. She rushed to contact the family doctor to come. Dr. Lee, how is he? Why? I just took young master's temperature. The temperature has slowly come down. This fever is still an old stomach problem in the end. I'll prescribe some medicine for him, and have it sent over later, so you can remember how to eat it. Jiang Yihui's fingers moved, and Shu Yuqin, afraid of disturbing her son's rest, followed the doctor to the outside corridor. After a bottle of water was hung, the nurse was changing the bottle. Jiang Yihui opened his eyes and saw the silhouette swaying in front of him. He covered his eyes with his arm and spoke somewhat hoarsely. Lend me your cell phone. I'll make a phone call. Getting his cell phone, he dialed the familiar string of numbers. Da, da. 2 beeps later, the other end picked up. He moved the knot in his throat. His coarse voice seemed to choke, and the words he wanted to say piled up in his throat halfway to his throat. Over there, Su Yumian was sleeping soundly. When she heard the ringtone, she closed her eyes and touched her cell phone to connect it, and subconsciously fed. However, no one spoke. Su Yumian opened her eyes with difficulty, thinking she had made a mistake, and was about to hang up. Chapter 30. Good. She did it. In the empty silence of the night, a murmuring soft murmur suddenly came from the other end. Mien mien, I'm in pain. The man's voice was a little trembling when he listened to it. At that instant, Su Yumian instinctively felt heartache. Jiang Yihui, this person, show off, and stubborn, the mouth does not spare people. Drinking to the stomach bleeding, or working overtime to forget to eat, are often the case. During that period of time, Su Yumian didn't think twice about helping him with his conditioning. 3 meals a day were watched at all times, and I found an old Chinese medicine practitioner to learn massage techniques. It took a lot of effort and a long time to regulate his spleen and stomach. Instead, he gets a trouble, and occasionally, when he gets impatient, he frowns and says, "Why are you just like my mom?" The past that had been nearly forgotten resurfaced in this moment, and that sudden heartache quickly subsided. Su Yumian, I'm not a doctor. If it hurts bad, go to the hospital. Jiang Yihui listened to the woman's icy voice. His fingertips turned white, but he still didn't die. I want to drink the porridge you boiled. Su Yumian listened quietly without speaking. The other end didn't say anything either, as if it were a silent tug-of-war and standoff. In the end, she was the one who initiated the hanging up. Jiang Yihui still maintained the action of holding the cell phone. The nurse thought that he had fallen asleep, and without thinking, she looked over and found that he was still awake and had a very ugly face. Young master, you. The nurse was a little alarmed. Jiang Yihui handed the phone back to her and tiredly closed his eyes, no longer making a sound. The next day, when the sky had just turned fish belly white, Su Yumian woke up. She took out her cell phone and called Cheng Zhou. How's your stomach? Feeling better? Still drinking millet porridge? Cheng Zhou was sleeping soundly and thought it was a harassing call from someone. His eyes didn't even open. However, in the next second, when he heard Su Yumian's voice, he immediately rolled over and sat up. Sister Yumian, Sister Yumian, the kanji you made is so good. I finished it in a few mouthfuls, and I'm still thinking about it. I can't wait to drink it every day. Su Yumian didn't dismantle him, and only said for him to come pick it up at what time before ending the call. It was impossible for her and Jiang Yihui to go back to the past, and there was nothing more she could do for him today. Jiang Yihui hangs at home for a few days of water. Finally almost well. In the past few days, she reported to the villa every day with the millet kanji she had boiled. Every time, Jiang Yihui told her to put it down, let it dry, and drink it himself later. Today is the same. She came over to the villa early in the morning, put down the kanji, sat next to Jiang Yihui, and his body also followed the past. Pa, you're finally better. You don't know. I've been worried sick about you for the past few days. Jiang Yihui smiled and didn't answer. Seeing that she showed up on time every day, he asked, no classes lately? Shi smiled and shrugged his shoulders. All warped. The boyfriend is more important. Well, I cannot wait to be with you 24 hours a day, take care of you, cook for you. Jiang Yihui couldn't help but be stunned. He still remembers that when he first established a relationship with Su Yumian, he wanted to take her out to play, but Su Yumian had classes. He pouts and tries to get her to skip class to go out with him and promises that it's only this time, but Su Yumian says nothing. He lost his temper and couldn't help but put down his face and ignored her for 3 days. Su Yumian was also hardened. He didn't look for her. She surprisingly didn't look for him either. In the end, he made amends and apologized and said all the soft words before the two of them got back together. After that, the pair's date location became her classroom. She looks at the board and listens to the lesson while he looks at her and can't get enough of her. Obviously they loved each other so passionately and brilliantly at first. Obviously they had so many good and gorgeous memories. Why did it come to this? Jiang Yihui was suddenly a bit bewildered. Timothy looked up and realized that the man was looking at her with blank eyes, as if he was looking through her at someone else, thinking of something else. A little uncomfortable inside, she shook the man's arm. Pa, what's wrong? Jiang Yihui returned to his senses and waved his hand. It's fine. I'm already fine. You focus on your lessons and don't need to run this way in the back. A few days after that, there's a lot going on with the company and I'll be busy, so I won't have time for you. She was stunned for a moment and nodded with a smile. Okay, I know. Out of the villa, the smile on the girl's face gradually disappeared. Her heart sank violently, and the bottom of her eyes became a little more gloomy. Just now, Jiang Yihui obviously just thought of something. Obviously it wasn't there before. She hesitated, but still took out her cell phone and dialed Guizhou's number. Of Jiang Yihui's several good buddies, she only has Guizhou's contact information. After picking up, she raised her smile. Brother Gu, good evening. Did something happen at the hospital in the past 2 days? I just came out of the villa and realized that Brother Hui doesn't seem to be in a good mood. Did Sister Yumian upset him again? On the other end of the phone, Guizhou had a hard time hunting down a girl at the bar who looked right to him, and the two of them had just exchanged phone calls. So as soon as he heard Shimuxi's question, he casually dealt with it, trying to get rid of her quickly. People didn't come, and just cooked porridge twice. When he finished, he couldn't wait to hang up. Sure enough, Mushi bit his teeth, put away the cell phone, and his eyes were cold. The next morning she went to the library to find Su Yumian, who was reviewing. Jiang Yihui is now my boyfriend. Since you guys have broken up, just do it and stop doing all these extra things, rooting and involving. Su Yumian's mind was still thinking about the topic just now, and when he heard her words, he was a bit amused, but he also solemnly replied to her, don't worry, good horses don't come back to grass. I'm not interested in stealing from you. Watching Shi leave, Su Yumian retrieved her excess thoughts and continued to work on the questions. At dusk, she came out of the library and ran into He Songcheng. In the past 2 days, he was too busy with classes to come to the library, and the two of them hadn't seen each other for several days, so this was an accidental run-in. The last time I invited him to dinner, my intention was to thank him, but I didn't expect that because of Zhang cheating. The scene ended up being uncomfortable, so I was really a bit sorry. So this time, Su Yumian took the initiative to propose an invitation. There was a bit of an accident earlier. Why don't I re-invite you for a meal today? Or I'll do it. Do you have time? He Songcheng didn't expect her to bring it up again and nodded his head with a face full of joy. Of course, I can't wait. Her cooking is so good. Not far away, the image of the two of them talking, laughing, and leaving side by side fell into Jiang Yihui's eyes, infuriating him to the point that his eyes were scarlet, and his hands holding the steering wheel were flushed with blue and white. Last time, when he heard Shu Yuqin complaining, he mentioned that the two of them met in the library, and Xiao Yuwei refused to disclose her current address, so he could only go to the library to try his luck. But after waiting all day, what did he see? Su Yumian was talking and laughing with a man, and it wasn't the same as the one she met last time at the restaurant. What the hell is she trying to do? If it was to find a random wild man to piss him off, fine, she did it. Jiang Yihui's heart was nestled in his chest, and he directly drove up and followed them, trailing the two all the way to the entrance of the alley. The surroundings were poor, with peeling siding covered in moss and narrow passages that were cramped and depressing. He suddenly recalled that the last time he was in the hospital, Chang Zhou said that Su Yumian's living environment wasn't very good, and he didn't think at that time that the not very good in his mouth would be this bad. Further on, the car couldn't be driven in, so he had to park at the mouth of the alley and follow it alone. And Su Yumian, who was walking in front, didn't realize at all that there was someone following behind her. Chapter 31, One Wild Man After Another. He Songcheng was worthy of being the professor's favored student, although he and Su Yumian were not majoring in the same direction. They were able to find some points of convergence when they talked. Su Yumian was quite happy when he talked in depth. She is still preparing for her graduate exams, and has eaten most of the content, but does not know much about the current mainstream research directions in her field, which requires a lot of reading of papers and accumulates over time, and cannot be accomplished overnight. In this regard, Hee Song-chang, as a current graduate student, was naturally better than Su Yumian, who had already left the campus for several years. Behind them, Johnny Huai couldn't help but clench his fists as he watched the image of the two of them talking to each other. She was so hard-hearted to herself that she wouldn't come to see him no matter how much he begged, and yet she could smile so happily at another man. Su Yumian made a large table of dishes with all kinds of flavors. It wasn't the first time that Hee Song-chang knew that she was a good cook, but he was still shocked at first glance at such an abundance of dishes. Are these dishes too much for just the two of us? Su Yumian smiled. You've helped me so much, so of course I need to be rich to express my gratitude. Hee Song-chang scratched his head and spoke with some embarrassment. Actually, I didn't help much. Your efficiency in reviewing was much higher than I thought. When they reviewed together, he could clearly feel Su Yumian's progress. Not only will you be able to learn by example, but you are also exceptionally absorptive, and you basically don't need to be taught something a second time. Reviewing is just one of them. What I am most grateful for, besides you helping me find information for my thesis, is that thanks to you I was able to borrow the original resources that only students at U of B's own school can view. Hee Song-chang was a bit surprised. So you're still chewing on your papers while you're reviewing? He suddenly understood why Professor Ouyang thought so highly of her. After eating, Hee Song-chang sat for a while, saw that the sky was already dark, and got up to say goodbye. Su Yumian sent him downstairs and threw out the garbage on the way. Your cooking is delicious. Thank you. You're welcome. Then, Hee Song-chang scratched his head. I'll go back to school first. See you in the library tomorrow? Good. At this time, Xiao Wenbai came face to face. Should have just come back from the laboratory. His expression was still permeated with a trace of rigor that had not dissipated. Xiao, Professor Xiao. Hee Song-chang immediately stood up straight. Do you live in this building too? Xiao Wenbai raised his eyes, only to see Su Yumian and a boy standing side by side in front of the unit building. His eyes fell on Hee Song-chang's face, which looked a bit familiar. U of B? Yes, Professor Xiao. I'm from the College of Life Sciences, and I've taken your fundamental principles of physics before. Aha! Su Yumian wanted to nod a greeting to Xiao Wenbai, but the man's gaze didn't seem to look at her. Hee Song-chang got out of the way, and Xiao Wenbai went straight up the stairs. Su Yumian shrugged. I didn't expect Professor Xiao to live in this unit too. What a coincidence. Hee Song-chang was excited. I've listened to his class before. It's so good. My roommate tried to grab it this semester and it was empty in seconds. I heard that the ones who grabbed it are basically girls. Xiao Wenbai walked to the corner of the stairs and looked back at the back of the two men. The boy, if he remembered correctly, should be called Hee Song-chang? The first time I saw someone else in Su Yumian's house. A boyfriend? Xiao Wenbai retracted his eyes and lost his smile. What's he got to do with it? Sending Hee Song-chang away. Su Yumian turned to another alley to throw away the garbage. Halfway there, a dark shadow suddenly rushed out and clasped her wrist. Su Yumian's scalp instantly went numb, and she was about to struggle, when she suddenly heard a familiar voice, just permeated with a sense of yin and yang. Out of the blue, Su Yumian. Wild men one after another, playing quite fancy. The man's tone was steep and gloomy. Who was that man just now? What did you guys do upstairs? Su Yumian's smile suddenly converged. Her hand was clenched to the point of raw pain. She tried to break away. Helplessly the man used brute force. The more she struggled, the tighter he clutched. Jiang Yihuai, let go. You answer me first. Su Yumian frowned. Enduring the pain. What's it to you? As an ex-boyfriend, it's not too much to care about your ex-girlfriend's love life, is it? Su Yumian smiled, raising her eyes lightly. So, you also know that you are an ex-boyfriend. So, what are you doing here? Jiang Yihuai choked for a moment. Can't I pass by? The words just fell. A big man from the mouth of the alley to go in. While walking, scolding, who parked the car at the mouth of the alley? I don't see the road is just a little bit, but also blocked the mouth. Driving a sports car terrific a little bit of education is not. Still let people through. Jiang Yihuai. Su Yumian instantly recognized the car across the street that was inviting curses as Jiang Yihuai's Porsche. She didn't bother to figure out why he was really here. Threw out the trash, and turned around. Even if I have a new person, 1 or 2, or 3 or 4, it's none of your business. We've broken up, and I don't need to explain to you what breaking up means, do I? Your future is none of my business, and I ask you to stay out of my present and future. We, she paused, are better off as strangers. Also, I don't know how you found your way here, but please don't come here again. I don't want your girlfriend to get the wrong idea. In the first place, since you chose to give her a name, then I hope you'll be true to your word and be devoted to her. Su Yumian had gotten wet and hurt herself, and didn't want Mushi to be hurt in the same way. A flower like age should blossom freely and upwardly, not be spoiled. Everyone has their own choices. Zhang Yihua chose Shirmushi and she chose to break up. They should both be responsible for their own choices. Zhang Yihua was stunned in place, unable to react for a long time. Su Yumian turned to leave. Zhang Yihua looked at her back and for the first time felt flustered. It was as if something that belonged to him was about to pass away, and he attempted to hold on to it, only to find that he could not hold on to it at all. Are you coming for real, Su Yumian? Yes. She didn't even look back. That's what you used to say. It wasn't that they hadn't made a mess before, but there was no time that made Zhang Yihua so flustered. She said the word breakup so frankly, as if she really won't come back. Zhang Yihua reached out his hand to stay, but he couldn't say a single word. He was the one who brought up the breakup, and he was the one who let go of her hand first. Su Yumian returned home and sat quietly on the sofa. It was no surprise to her that Zhang Yihua would come. This was more like a real goodbye than the last hasty breakup and departure. After Su Yumian left, Zhang Yihua stood downstairs for a long time and did not move, until the intolerable Moncler outlet store was ready to call the police to tow the car. He had to leave. Ooh, so this car is yours? What the hell? I've been yelling for half a day. You're hard of hearing you. Zhang Yihua blasted the gas to the bottom and sped back to the villa in only 20 minutes. Wang Ma is in the kitchen simmering soup. Heard the clanging sound, thought it was something fell down. Did not expect the next second. Saw Zhang Yihua covered in fury through the living room, without a word to the second floor. Wang Ma was struck in her heart. Why did she go crazy again? Chapter 32. Abandon all love for him too. Pushing open the door of the room, Zhang Yihua pulled open the closet like a madman, and went to Su Yumian's exclusive check room, and found that all those brand name bags, clothes, and the watches and hand jewelry he had given to her were all neatly placed, not missing a thing. His eyes landed on a cherry bracelet, and his breath caught suddenly and his eyes flared with ferocity. He clearly remembered that it was a birthday present he had brought back to her from abroad during their third year together. The English word for cherry is cherry, pronounced like cherish, which means to cherish, meaning, she was the one he cherished the most. At that time, she loved it so much that she almost never left it behind. But even this was left behind, as if she had discarded all her love for him as well. Zhang Yihua dropped to the edge of the bed. He suddenly realized that Su Yumian had never been in a temper tantrum. Every word she said could not be more serious. She was really going to separate from him. Clunk. Wang Ma was downstairs when she heard a loud bang, and with a jolt, she rushed upstairs, just arrived at the door, just in time to rub shoulders with Zhang Yihua, who came out of the check room. He was gloomy and stormy. Young master, she called out to ask what had happened and saw him walk away without looking back. As soon as he turned his head, a breath almost slowed him down. Check room. Extremely valuable jewelry cabinet was smashed to pieces. Some hangtags have not been removed, clothes were also thrown everywhere. Not to mention that the Bohemian carpet is a mess. There is no eye to see. Thinking about how I had just cleaned up the kitchen, dumped the pot of porridge that had gone stinky, and now I had to clean up the mess in the bedroom. Wang's mom. Isn't the life of a laborer a life? Psychedelic lights, bad songs, men and women in revealing clothes are dancing hotly in the center of the stage. And in the corner, Zhang Yihua is drinking mulled wine alone. He ordered a bottle of whiskey, taking sip after sip, less like drinking and more like venting. The dim light fell half brightly and half darkly on his face, and his delicate features were clouded with coldness, adding a bit more sexy mystery to him. Passing women were attracted by his aura, ignoring the cold aura emanating from his surroundings, and foolishly approached. Handsome man, how boring to drink alone. I'll drink with you. The woman was wearing a one-shoulder blouse, her body slightly tilted. You could see the white fullness within her chest, the deep groove, but any normal man would look twice. However, Zhang Yihua only coldly swept over. Get lost. His gaze was dark and a bit lurid, and the woman was too intimidated by just one look to stay longer. After chasing away the annoying flies, Zhang Yihua continued to drink. The bottle of whiskey quickly bottomed out, and he raised his hand to beckon the waiter. When, out of nowhere, he saw a familiar back, he instantly chased after that back like a madman, coming up behind the woman and abruptly pulling her arm. Sue. The woman turned around and saw that it was a handsome man. Her original shocked anger turned into a sweet smile and she took the initiative to stick up. Handsome man, are you looking for me? Zhang Yihua was then shocked to realize that he had recognized the wrong person. He frowned and withdrew his hand. Su Yumian would not be so proactive. Sorry, wrong person. The woman skimmed her mouth in disinterest and looked at the man's back and spat out in a small voice. Don't even want the ones that are delivered to your door. Aren't you a man? This damn place was a mess. He really couldn't stay any longer. Zhang Yihua finished the rest of the wine in the cup, took his jacket and got up to leave. Almost to the door, suddenly called to a halt. YZ. Guizhou excitedly patted his shoulder from behind him. When did you come? Why didn't you tell us? We've opened a room upstairs. Why don't you join us for a drink? Zhang Yihua rubbed his temples. No more. You guys drink. Watching him leave, Guizhou was a bit puzzled. To know that in the past this kind of bureau he was never absent. It's hard to Make up with Su Yumian. That's right, just made up. No fooling around for a while. Gu Xiao, what are you looking at? It's just you. By the stairs, someone called out. Guizhou shook his head without further thought and turned back to the crowd. It was 10 o'clock at night by the time we got to the villa. His room and the check room had already been tidied up by Wang Ma, and all those things that belonged to Su Yumian had also been rearranged and put away. He turned on his heel and came into the study. Wall-to-wall bookshelves filled with books almost exclusively related to the biology program. Although Su Yumian did not continue to graduate school, but in her own profession, has not been left behind, often a free time to sit in the study for a day. These books are all she left behind. She sometimes bragged to him about which books were out of print, which ones she had found original topographies of, and how much effort it had taken to categorize them, and she always smiled extraordinarily whenever she mentioned her achievements. His gaze sank as he surveyed the wall of books, and suddenly his eyes darkened and he hooked his lips. Zhang Yihui went downstairs to find Wang Ma, who had packed up the garbage and was about to leave. "Lend me your cell phone." Wang Ma was instantly defensive. "That, young master, my cell phone was broken by you last time. Didn't you buy a new one?" Wang's mom. "Bring it. I just bought it. It hurts to break it." "Zhang Yihui, I'll have someone send you 2 iPhones 16 seconds later." Wang Ma immediately sent her cell phone with joy. Getting his cell phone, he turned around and called Su Yumian. This time, without waiting for the other end to speak, he snaps, "Since you said the breakup has to be clean, then please take away all that garbage that's sitting in the den. I'll only give you 1 day. If you don't move it tomorrow, I'll just have it thrown away." Su Yumian was first stunned, and quickly responded that the garbage he was talking about were the professional books left in the study. Good. With that, she hung up. Zhang Yihui held the cell phone. Hearing that there was no longer any sound on the other end, the corners of his mouth pursed tighter and tighter. Su Yumian remembered that the weight of the book was not light, and it was a bit of an effort for her alone to call Xiao Yue. Wei, are you free tomorrow? I still have some books left at Zhang Yihui's villa. Can you drive with me to move them tomorrow? Xiao Yue naturally didn't say no when she heard this. Okay, you put so much effort into those books. Leaving them for that asshole is also a waste. I'll drive over to pick you up tomorrow morning. Good. However, the next day, she didn't wait for Xiao Yue, but waited for Xiao Wenbai. Xiao Wenbai is usually more shirt, suit pants, a very thick wave of pedantry, but today he wore a simple white tee with light blue jeans, soft black hair naturally falling on the forehead, like a youthful college student's. "Why you? Where's Wei?" Su Yumian couldn't help but be surprised. "Overslept and temporarily asked me to give you a hand." Su Yumian, if she was right, this person must have had too much fun last night and couldn't get up today. Never mind. Something is better than nothing. That would be a pleasure. Chapter 33, It's not like I haven't slept with you before. Along the way, both of them were silent individually behind each other except for a few exchanges at the very beginning. Xiao Wenbai drove a commonly used mobility car today, perhaps feeling that she was not in a good mood. So the car speed is not fast and not slow. Consider it to maintain an even speed. When he arrived at the villa area, the security guard at the entrance even greeted Su Yumian when he saw her. "Ms. Su, haven't seen you in a while. Is this a business trip?" Su Yumian faintly returned a smile and didn't say anything. Xiao Wenbai glanced at the side of her face and didn't ask any more questions. The two came to the entrance of the villa in silence, and Xiao Wenbai stopped the car. "Please wait for me. I'll come out after moving the books." After saying that, Su Yumian got out of the car straight away. "Don't you need my help?" She shook her head. "No, there aren't many books. I can do it alone." After saying that, he walked towards the villa. After ringing the doorbell, Wang Ma's voice came. Coming. Seeing the visitor, she called out in surprise. "Ms. Su, you're finally back." Su Yumian smiled and explained. "I came to get something." "Coming?" Before the words were finished, Zhang Yihui, who was wearing pajamas as if he had just gotten up, stood upstairs with his hands on his arms, looking at her with a smirk. "You came alone? Can you move it?" He had a cup of coffee in his hand and looked down with cold eyes. "Isn't it just a matter of moving it? It's up to me to move it or not." She returned it lightly and headed straight for the study. As he crossed over to Zhang Yihui, he followed. In the study, the books were taken down and put in separate categories. Su Yumian took out the prepared snakeskin bag and put them in one by one, moving carefully. Throughout the entire process, Zhang Yihui leaned on the cabinet next to her, coldly watching as she preferred to get tired and sweaty instead of asking for his help. Su Yumian spent 10 minutes packing, tying the bag tightly, and was ready to drag the bag away when Zhang Yihui, who hadn't said a word, suddenly snapped. He let out a low curse and kicked away the pile of books, his hands swooping her shoulders. "Su Yumian, are you unable to see me in? What do you take me for? Before, when I asked you to come back, you refused to say anything, but now you willingly step into this villa for a few broken books." Su Yumian drew a breath of cool air and struggled. "You're hurting me. Let go." Zhang Yihui, however, turned a deaf ear and scarlet eyes. Answer me, what do you take me for? Am I just a dog that you call and go when you want? Jiang Yihui, you're the one who brought up the breakup. Have you forgotten? Speaking of being at your beck and call, isn't that what you always do to me? What's the matter? It's only now that I've gotten to where I am, and I can't stand it anymore? She pushed his hand away hard, unwilling to make contact with him. The woman's disgusted look completely enraged him, and Jiang Yihui lifted his steps to press closer. Su Yumian subconsciously backed up, kicked her heel on the sofa, and fell down unsteadily. Jiang Yihui was towering over the woman. The woman had just sweated a little, her face was reddened by the heat, and because of her nervousness, she subconsciously bit her lip, making it more and more red in color. As she breathed nervously, her chest rose and fell. Think of all those uncountable nights when the two of them used to cross their necks and entwine. His eye sockets burned and he leaned down to seek her lips without thinking. Sleep. Su Yumian was shocked and angry as she avoided it, pushing against the man's tall body with both hands. Jiang Yihui, what kind of madness are you having? We've already broken up. Jiang Yihui smoothly pressed her onto the sofa, and despite her resistance, he was about to reach out to take off her clothes. Su Yumian firmly grabbed the hem and refused to let go. You don't. Her voice was husky with a few tremors and panic, like a frightened bird, desperate and woozy. Jiang Yihui's body got hotter, abandoning her blouse and probing his hand directly through the hem of her skirt. Su Yumian panicked. What kind of woman do you want that Jiang Yihui doesn't have? Why come to force me? An ex-girlfriend who has already broken up? If you want it badly enough, I can call Toki Mushi over for you right now. You don't want to do that. Jiang Yihui looked at her evasive appearance, her reddened eyes revealing stubbornness and resistance, and his heart couldn't help but surge with an evil fire. What? Just a few days apart and you're getting rusty? It's not like I haven't slept with you before. What's the point of pretending to be a chaste woman? Su Yumian was so angry that she trembled. You asshole. He laughed coldly and pinched her chin. You think you're worth anything good if you leave me? A woman who's been screwed by another man is a fool to take over. Tears like broken beads, simply cannot control. Su Yumian looked at the man in front of her eyes, who she had loved for 6 years, as if she had never really recognized him. What are you doing looking at me like that? Jiang Yihui let out a low laugh, staring at her trembling lips. Wanting it? With that, he kissed him heavily. Then, little by little, he broke her hands and nastily tore her blouse. She's crying. He's laughing. It was only at this time that Su Yumian realized the physical strength gap between women and men. Forget it, consider it a dog bite. Just as she was on the verge of despair, a sudden lightness came over her body. A strong force lifted the man pressed against her. The unguarded Jiang Yihui was caught off guard and retreated several steps backward along with the inertia, only stabilizing his body when his back rested heavily against the cabinet. Xiao Wenbai didn't wait for a long time for Su Yumian, guessing whether it was because the book was too heavy and a bit troublesome, so he got out of the car and knocked on the door of the villa, wanting to come in and help. After Wang Ma opened the door, he clearly heard the noise coming from upstairs, and he quickly walked up the stairs without thinking. Push open the door, just to see such a scene. The man forcibly pressed the woman on the sofa. Despite her struggle and resistance to violence, Su Yumian's skirt was lifted to her waist and her clothes were torn. Resisting to no avail, she could only stare in despair, tears slipping down one by one. In that instant, Xiao Wenbai's reasoning was destroyed and his calmness was gone. How dare he? Is everything alright? He immediately took off his jacket and draped it over Su Yumian, then helped her sit up. Su Yumian's body was shaking badly, her face was streaked with tears, and her originally soulful eyes were dull and lifeless, as if she was still in a nightmare and couldn't break free. Su Yumian. Xiao Wenbai held her shoulders. His voice was calm and steady, with a kind of power to stabilize people's hearts. It's okay, it's already okay. Answer me, are you okay now? Su Yumian. It was only after he called her name 3 times that Su Yumian slowly reacted, and her pupils gradually focused, her gaze falling onto his face. Xiao, Professor Xiao. She's shaking. Xiao Wenbai's warm palm caressed her back over and over again. It's okay, it's already okay. Aha! Su Yumian nodded heavily. Her tears were like a floodgate opening, seeing the two hugging each other like no one else. Jiang Yihui looked at Xiao Wenbai with a gloomy face, recognizing him as the man who appeared in the restaurant that day, and suddenly hooked the corner of his lips nastily. So it's you. How many times are you Su Yumian's spare tire? Also want to play the hero to save the beauty dash. Bang! Not waiting for him to finish, a heavy punch landed in the face. Chapter 34, Ointment. Jiang Yihui wasn't a vegetarian either, lifting his fist and returning it towards Xiao Wenbai. Hit me? Who are you? He cursed as he did so. You didn't know where you were when I was all lovey-dovey with her. Xiao Wenbai intercepted his swinging fist, and compared to Zhang Yihuai's exasperation, he seemed to be calmer and more rational, but only if he didn't look at the coldness that was condensing in his eyes at the moment. And you? What's the status? An ex-boyfriend who's still pestering after a breakup? Or a rapist? Xiao Wenbai's every word was like a sharp knife, piercing straight into Zhang Yihuai's sore spot. You seek death dash, he snapped, trying to pull out his fist. However, Xiao Wenbai's hand that clasped him did not move. Enough! Su Yumian had completely slowed down at this moment. She got up from the sofa, her trembling hands gathered the jacket Xiao Wenbai had given her, and didn't look at Zhang Yihuai. She faced Xiao Wenbai and hung her head. Professor Xiao, I'm sorry for making you see such a terrible scene. Xiao Wenbai frowned. Do we need to call the police? Su Yumian was silent for a long time. Forget it. Let's go. Good. Xiao Wenbai respected her and didn't want to meddle in other people's emotional entanglements. These are my books. I don't have the strength right now. Please help me carry them. Thank you. Xiao Wenbai bent down and picked up the sack on the ground with one hand, then helped Su Yumian leave. Zhang Yihuai stood still, looking at the backs of the two leaving, and furiously kicked over the decorative potted plant at his feet. In the car, Su Yumian looked at the villa in the rearview mirror getting farther and farther away. 6 years, not too long and not too short. When she first moved in, she was excited about the future, decorating the cottage and setting up the garden together. Unexpectedly, on the verge of leaving, it would turn out like this. Ultimately, this villa would no longer have anything to do with her. The people inside, too, had nothing more to do with her. Su Yumian lowered the car window, letting the wind blow her long hair around. As if she was disengaged, she leaned back into the seat and quietly closed her eyes. Xiao Wenbai likewise remained silent, occasionally observing her from the rearview mirror, and realizing that Su Yumian had already fallen asleep. He simply parked the car on the side of the road near University B. No sound came out, just a careless look out the window. Su Yumian did not sleep soundly, but she was too tired, even if she closed her eyes and rested for a while to slow down. Feeling that thoughtfulness in the man's silence, she opened her eyes and looked at him in a complicated way. Just now. Thanks, you helped me once again. Xiao Wenbai, a show of hands. Su Yumian tugged at the corner of her lips. She wanted to thank more than that. This time, last time, no matter what she was like, he never tried to pry into her privacy, allowing her to retain the last of her dignity. Guh, a subtle sound rang out, and Su Yumian's ears turned red as she covered her abdomen. She hadn't eaten anything since the morning. She was so emotional just now that she didn't feel it, but this time when she calmed down, she suddenly felt hungry, although she desperately wanted to hide it. Xiao Wenbai still heard it for the first time. I don't think you've been to the cafeteria at U of B in a long time, have you? Want to relive it? Su Yumian blinked. 15 minutes later, they got out of the car and walked to the U of B cafeteria. U of B is a century-old university, and the library and cafeteria are built in a very recognizable way, especially the cafeteria. Su Yumian also in school when there are 3 buildings, including the country's major cuisine. In recent years there are many exchange students. Exaggerated even foreign dishes have introduced a lot of the main sea of rivers. When Su Yumian was a student, she liked the Chinese food on the second floor the most, and the cook was a round-faced aunt who smiled and looked blessed. And every time she saw her, she would say a few words, and then put a spoonful of meat on her plate. From a distance, she saw the window where the aunt was. It's still the same as before. 3 years after graduation, she wasn't sure her aunt remembered her. Su Yumian lined up and walked over. The aunt was busy upsetting the spoon and didn't say a word. Only when she hit the dish, she felt the weight in her hand. She smiled open at once. Thank you, auntie. Xiao Wenbai swiped his card and the two of them found a seat. It's been a long time since I've had it, and it still tastes just like it used to. The chef's skills haven't deteriorated after 3 years, and have even improved quite a bit. Su Yumian thought back to the past. When I was in college, I often soaked in the lab and forgot to eat lunch, and when I came out it was almost 1:30, and there wasn't much left of the meal. But that auntie would leave me a chicken leg every time. Xiao Wenbai had just lined up behind her. Remembering that the auntie who was playing the dishes changed the impatience on her face to a smile the moment she saw her, Su Yumian tripped over the rice in her bowl and suddenly had the desire to confide. I don't have a good relationship with my roommate. Besides Wei Wei and Professor Ouyang, the cafeteria auntie is considered to be the one who is the most kind to me. Now, there's another one of you. Xiao Wenbai moved. Su Yumian, it's still good to be in school. Quiet, simple, and you can focus on one thing. Perhaps, re-examining for graduate school is the best decision I've ever made. After dinner, the two were in no hurry to go back, so they just strolled around the campus. Along the stone road, Through the grape arbor, a breeze came to the face, and saw the lake sparkling from afar. Su Yumian realized that they unknowingly walked to the most beautiful unnamed lake of the Bee University. The lotus is out of season, but the lake still has a number of rounded leaves that look quite elegant. Su Yumian was a bit tired and found a stone pier to sit down. Xiao Wenbai silently followed behind her and sat side by side with her. The wind is so comfortable here. She braced her hands behind her back and watched the lotus leaves float slowly across the water, her mind stilling. Xiao Wenbai, University B has been advocating environmental protection for the last 2 years, and it's been well executed. So there's not much trash in the lake, and it's really comfortable to sit here and blow in the wind. Su Yumian was silent for a moment and suddenly spoke. What happened just now? He's your ex-boyfriend, right? Xiao Wenbai said. Su Yumian turned her head to look at him. The man pushed up his glasses and didn't avoid her gaze. I'm sorry, I accidentally overheard your conversation before I went into the study. Su Yumian faintly hooked her lips well. Just divided. The mess is not very good. See the joke. Xiao Wenbai's eyes under the lenses flashed a few moments of realization. Recalling the 6 years that the man had said in the middle of the argument, he suddenly had some guesses in his heart. However, he didn't have the habit of pursuing other people's private matters. He just suddenly reacted that the Yisongqing he saw that day wasn't her boyfriend. As the sun set, the two didn't linger too much longer and drove back to their place. Xiao Wenbai helped her carry the books to the door of the house, and when they parted, he handed her a tube of ointment. Bought it on the road. Put some medicine on it. It will get better faster. Su Yumian was stunned for a moment, guessing that he should have bought it while she was asleep. She took it, pursed her lips and said, "Thank you." Chapter 35, Refusal of Pleasure. Entering the house, Su Yumian was the first to place the bag of books. After putting one book away, she broke into a sweat. When she came out of the living room after her shower, she saw the ointment sitting on the coffee table. She took it, unscrewed the cap, and meticulously applied it to the bruises on her chest and waist with a cotton swab in front of the full-length mirror. The cold ointment, with a minty scent, quickly eased the pain. It was still early, and she would have liked to read a book, except that after a long day of exhaustion she had a terrible headache, and could only lie down in exhaustion, and soon fell asleep. In the middle of the night, Su Yumian had nightmares. In her dream, Jiang Yihui pounced on her like an evil spirit, and she couldn't shake it off. The fear and dread was so real that she clutched her collar and snapped her eyes open, gasping for air. The night was still late, but she didn't dare go back to sleep. Bringing the cell phone over, the first time to call Xiao Yue, but the other end has been unanswered. She subconsciously grabbed her cell phone, and when she got up, she found that the balcony light next door was still on, and she hesitated for a moment, but still clicked on Xiao Wenbai's WeChat. Sleeping? There was a delayed reply there, and her eyelids were about to close as she waited when the phone moved in her hand. Aha! Su Yumian reacted half a beat slower to look at her cell phone, and another message was suddenly sent over there. You look out the window. Su Yumian raised his head. The silent late night, the sky was covered with twinkling stars, speckled, bright and radiant. Do you see the shape in front of you, like a folded corner? That's a double constellation. The cell phone vibrated one after the other. In ancient Greece, the twin brothers were hatched from a golden egg. The elder brother brought wars, floods, and a plague to the kingdom at birth, while the younger brother was the child kissed by the goddess of love and the protector of mankind. The older brother was jealous of the younger brother and tried to kill him several times. The younger brother understood the older brother, so he volunteered to be the sacrificial victim when a sacrifice was needed. The sacrifice of the younger brother awakened the older brother to charge into battle for the sake of the country, and after his death, he and his brother were blessed by the gods and became one of the 12 signs of the double zodiac. It is also for this reason that the double sign is the only one with 12 stars connected, and is known as the most beautiful sign and the most difficult to be discovered. A rare presence has been discovered. Think of it this way, does it make you feel any better? Su Yumian hooked up the corner of his mouth. He must rarely type normally, so much so that such a paragraph took almost 10 minutes or so. But, as he said, something rare had been discovered by her, and it was as if something had been re-injected into her troubled heart. She took out her cell phone and replied, "Thank you. Feeling much better." Over there, Xiao Wenbai also hooked his lips as he looked at the message that popped up on WeChat. As he was about to continue writing his report, his cell phone vibrated again once more. Under the same starry sky, I'm happy to look at the stars with you. Good night. Under the same starry sky, the villa study light was still on. Jiang Yihui looked at the empty bookshelves, remembered the image of Su Yumian leaning in Xiao Wenbai's arms during the day, and angrily smashed the cup in his hand. At this time, the WeChat beep sounded, and it was a message from Shi Mu Shi. Bao Bao, are you done? I haven't seen you for days. I miss you so much. I've been doing a lot of strategizing again. Can we go on a date next week? Jiang Yihui casually flipped through it and saw that the last entry was, "Can I come over to you now?" Jiang Yihui's movement was a beat. Since Su Yumian had said that he wanted to make a clean break and start anew, then what was he still insisting on? Originally sure Mu she was his girlfriend. Come here. On the other end, sure Mu she almost jumped up in surprise when she saw the message while cowering under the covers. She had previously intentionally or unintentionally tempted Jiang Yihua many times, even with a few points of seduction, but the man did not respond once. Originally thought that this time was the same, did not think that suddenly he agreed. She got up immediately, ready to change and go out. Her roommate, who was still awake, was a little curious when she saw her going out in the middle of the night. Where are you going in the middle of the night? This you do not know. Spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Can let our big school flower so positive must be only her gold and handsome boyfriend. The roommate who was playing the game snickered, and sure Mu she suddenly blushed. Before, Jiang Yihua refused to touch her, always giving her the illusion that the man would pull away at any time, leaving her with no sense of security at all. This time, if they do sleep, she was Jiang Yihua's woman in name only. So, when she changed her clothes, she also chose sets of underwear and panties. Taking a taxi to the villa, the door opened automatically from the inside before she could open it, and a pair of strong and domineering hands ripped her inside. The next second, she was pressed against the wall by the man and a fierce kiss followed. Sure Mu she was only stunned for 2 seconds before she gathered her courage and responded in a green, slightly rusty manner. The two of them kissed as they walked. Jiang Yihua led her to the living room and pressed her onto the sofa, then his entire body pressed up as well. The man's eagerness made her tilt her head a little too much. Sure Mu she's heart thumped and her breath caught, vaguely anticipating the man's next move. However, Jiang Yihua lurched when he touched her black underwear. How? What's wrong? Timothy didn't understand. The man rolled off of her and sat down on the couch. I'm sorry, you get up first. Sure Mu she was still in love and froze when she heard his words, as if she had suddenly been splashed with a pot of cold water and was chilled to the bone. Why brother? Me, did I do something wrong? She reached out her hand, attempting to arouse him again. Yet before she could touch it, her opponent clasped her wrist. Jiang Yihua raised his eyes coldly. When I speak, I don't like to repeat myself a second time. Sure Mu she pursed her lips in aggravation and eventually sat up, not daring to speak again. Jiang Yihua's expression slowed down a little, personally arranging her dress for her, his tone penetrating a few points of gentleness. Good girl, it's very late. I'll let the driver send you back. It wasn't long before the driver arrived. Sure Mu she looked at the man's back. Since just now, he had kept his back to her, and now that she was leaving, he still didn't say anything. She bit her lip and finally left at the urging of the driver. Jiang Yihua lit a cigarette, looking at the rising smoke. Su Yumian's face flashed uncontrollably in his mind. He closed his eyes and called Guizhou. Where is it? On the other end, Guizhou had a date with a girl and was about to get down to business. When he saw his brother calling, he made a shushing gesture and answered first. It's the middle of the night. What? Insomnia? Find me a clean woman to take the heat off. Guizhou? Didn't he just make up with Su Yumian? How dare you play like that? Chapter 36, 6 years to get rid of. You finally figured it out? Guizhou got up from the sofa with a jolt. Not going to keep pretending to be a monk? In the face of his teasing, Jiang Yihua was expressionless and didn't even raise his eyelids. It's just a game. It's not like it hasn't happened before. Guizhou clapped his hands, relieved that his good brother is finally normal. Okay, immediately help you to arrange, to ensure that it is clean and does not give you trouble. Hanging up the phone, in less than 5 minutes, Guizhou sent an address. Golden Jade 1080. I've had my eye on this girl for a long time. She's still a virgin. You can have her. Jiang Yihua tugged at the corner of his lips and picked up his jacket to go out. The night is deep in springtime. Early the next morning, Guizhou came out of the next room wearing a bathrobe. I drank a lot yesterday and woke up in the middle of the day. The Golden Jade Mansion was the Gu family's property, and he was staying in a luxurious suite that the hotel had set aside for him, which was more spacious than an ordinary 3-bedroom apartment. Yawning, he raked his hair, a little thirsty, and simply poured himself a glass of red wine and headed for the living room. Just as he came out, he saw the woman's sexy back, with several evocative red marks on her bare shoulders. She looked at Jiang Yihua with a sad and pitiful look, yet the man was unmoved and dismissed the man after giving him money. Jiang Yihua raised his eyes and met Guizhou's watchful gaze as he slowly lit a cigarette for himself. That little eyes are pitiful. I look at it all to heart. You actually did not react at all. You in the end do not know how to pity, ah? Jiang Yihua coolly pulled his lips into a smile. Silver and goods. What's there to pity? Also, he raised his glass. Drink? No drink. In the morning, only Guizhou, an alcoholic, drank regardless of the time of day. The fire burned between his fingers, and he brought it to his mouth, taking a shallow drag and slowly exhaling the smoke ring, the man looking pale in the white mist that filled the room. After a night of pleasure, he didn't seem all that comfortable. Guizhou's eyes turned. Half of his body leaned over. You come out. Not afraid of Su Yumian making a scene? Jiang Yihua frowned fiercely. What's the fuss? Ex-girlfriend only, also worthy? Hiss. It doesn't look like they've made up. But, then you should have sometimes Mushi by your side as well? How come you'd rather have me find a golden princess to lash out on than sleep with her? That little girl's figure and looks were quite good, and although her temperament was not as good as Su Yumin's, the tender breath was quite seductive. He was so good that he didn't touch the shoots that were right in front of him. Jiang Yihui slowly exhaled a smoke ring. Good women. Trouble. Gu Yizhou laughed. Then why weren't you afraid of Su Yumin's trouble before? She looks like the kind of woman who is particularly easy to take seriously. Jiang Yihui froze for a moment. Half a moment? Well, that's why it took 6 years to get rid of it. Gu Yizhou laughed heartlessly. That's really something you could say. In mid-October, Su Yumin finally received an email reply from Sai, and her paper passed the preliminary examination. Xiao Yue's entire body was shocked to learn this news. My god, little sleepy, you are simply a genius. That's SCI. Su Yumin, hurry up and stop. It's just the first trial alright. The 8 characters haven't even started yet. At your level, the 2 rounds of review afterward shouldn't be too much of a problem. Don't worry, ENN. To celebrate your passing the preliminary examination, how about I treat you to a big meal? Su Yumin lost her smile. Shouldn't I treat you? Xiao Yue raised her eyebrows. Good sisters still have nothing to distinguish between you and me. It's a deal. You pack up. I'll go over to pick you up now. Putting down her cell phone, Su Yumin returned to her room, opened her closet, and picked out a V-neck small floral dress. 2 months had passed and her hair had grown down to her collarbone, and it was so hot that she simply chose a hair tie that was a similar color to her dress and tied it up. Half an hour later, Xiao Yue sent a message saying that she had arrived downstairs. After changing her shoes, Su Yumin carried her bag downstairs. Xiao Yue's car was parked at the entrance of the alley, and in between waiting, she took out her cell phone to play with it, and inadvertently looked up and saw Xiao Wenbai walking this way. He was followed by a student with a backpack, an inch haircut, and a sunny, handsome face. The two were talking about something, and Xiao Wenbai's expression was faint, occasionally nodding approvingly, until the conversation was almost over, when the boy turned to leave. Seeing this, Xiao Yue hurriedly waved at Xiao Wenbai. Brother! Xiao Wenbai raised his eyes. The eyes under the lenses rippled. Why are you here? I've come to find Sleepy to go to dinner together. Is that your student just now? The boy's long is not the most popular beauty face, but dry clean, handsome face has a different kind of tenderness, especially when smiling, and 2 small dimples simply grow in her heart chin. Xiao Wenbai is not a fool. How could he not see her little mind? People are graduate students from outside schools. Just came over to ask me a question. She wanted to ask again, when footsteps sounded at the stairway. It was Su Yumin coming. Xiao Wenbai pushed his glasses upwards. Aren't you guys going out? I'll leave first. Xiao Yue, don't. You're having dinner with us? No, I have to get back to the lab. He came back to pick up something. Before Su Yumin reached the first floor, she heard Xiao Wenbai's voice. After the last time they met, Xiao Wenbai had been in the lab, and counting, the two hadn't seen each other for more than a month. In the hallway, Xiao Wenbai stood on the 3rd step. The sunlight passed through the small diamond-shaped squares on the wall. From top to bottom, the dappled light and shadow just hit his face and body, and the pair of slightly cool eyes seemed to have been colored with some temperature. With 4 eyes facing each other, Su Yumin was the first to speak out. The jacket from last time. I never had the chance to return it to you. She washed up a long time ago and just never touched it. The girl's voice is soft, a floral dress, revealing a straight and white pair of calves, nude-colored high-heeled sandals on her feet. The whole person looks clean and fresh. Xiao Wenbai shook his head before remembering what she was referring to. His voice slightly hoarse. This time is too busy. Recently I've been living in the lab. Today I came back, but also wanted to take something. Su Yumin was able to see his exhaustion and nodded. Then you get busy first and take care of your rest. Good. In the moment of brushing shoulders, Su Yumin, because she hadn't worn a small high heel for a long time, wrenched her foot down, stepped directly into the air, and her entire body followed and leaned forward. Xiao Wenbai reacted. The first time he used his body to resist, and in the process, he helped her on her waist, so Su Yumin didn't fall down. She patted her chest with palpitations, and as an afterthought smelled a fresh scent of pine. It was the unique smell of Xiao Wenbai's body. Chapter 37 Written Examination for the Examination. Lifting her head, the man's chin almost rested against hers, and without his arm for support, it would have been the equivalent of her entire body flopping into his arms. Su Yumin reacted and hurriedly took 2 steps back. Xiao Wenbai moved the knot in his throat, retracted his hand, and rarely said, high heels are easy to fall, and flat shoes are fine. Su Yumin snorted a laugh for a long time before saying, thank you. Xiao Yue, who hadn't waited for a long time for someone to come, heard a movement and shouted in a puzzled manner towards the building. Sleepy, is that you? Su Yumin glanced out. I'm leaving, bye. Aha. Xiao Wenbai shrank his fists and could still hear the sound of conversation coming from downstairs in his ears as he took a step up the stairs. What took you so long? There's been an accident. Did you run into my brother? Xiao Yue only knew that Xiao Wenbai lived in the neighborhood, not that the two of them were neighbors. Su Yumian answered. She looked frank. Xiao Yue heard and did not ask too many questions, turned to talk about where to go to eat, and finally the two of them settled on a Thai food. During the meal, Xiao Yue talked about the follow-up of the last blind date. One by one, they are all flowing. Their jaws are all going to be dragged to the sky. How come no one has blasted to death this group of rich second generation who have nothing to do all day long? Everyone in the circle knew that she was known to be a fun-loving girl, and suddenly she changed her ways and started dating, all waiting to see the joke. Those who are forced to come, there are not a few good face, one after another words, is only to let her peace and quiet. Do not go out to show their faces, take care of the family's affairs on the line. She was directly angry and laughed. This group of fools are incapable of their own even if it's not enough. Think everyone is like them every day to eat and wait for death? So, in a fit of anger, I shook out all those peoples. Xiao Yue grunted, all in the same circle. Who doesn't know who? Su Yumian didn't find it strange to listen. Wei Wei's character has always been flamboyant. No wonder the hot search has been so lively lately. Either the Li family in the capital had been exposed as cheating, or whichever family had been found to have problems with their taxes. And even she, who had been concentrating on her review, had heard about it. Who let them not be proper people themselves? Xiao Yue said here inside again. Our family is also considered to be at the top of the circle. I also have an older brother. Just like this, I have to be urged to get married by my parents every day. It's really annoying, but don't just talk about me. You don't know, but my great-aunt is quite worried about my cousin, and often urges the marriage in every way possible. Su Yumian thought for a moment. Xiao Wenbai? He's being urged to get married? That kind of scene is still really hard to imagine, but my brother is always away from home, so my great-aunt doesn't have a chance to do anything even if she wanted to. Xiao Yue shrugged. I'm just a bit curious now. What kind of sister-in-law will my cousin who has never been in love with a god in the future find for me? Somehow, Su Yumian suddenly remembered the scene in the hallway just now. He looks as cold as rain, but in actuality, he is not unappetizing, but a considerate, meticulous, and very warm person. Anyone who can make him like him must be really good too, right? Time passes like an arrow. Before you know it, it's December. The preliminary exams for the exams are also coming up as promised. It's been a wet and cold winter in the north side. The week before, the forecast called for snow, which never came down, just sporadic freezing rain in the evenings. And today, during the day, the roads were icy. On the day of the exam, Su Yumian wrapped a thick down coat, put on a cashmere scarf and gloves, and deliberately changed into a pair of warm snow boots before leaving from home. Before entering the exam room, she checked that her pass, pen, and the requisite calculator had not been left behind. Xiao Yue said she wanted to wear a cheongsam to send the exam, which means that the flag is open. Su Yumian knows that she even rushed 2 big projects, cannot get up at all, and it is very big winter. As expected, Su Yumian swept around outside the examination room without seeing anyone, and she didn't feel disappointed. Some friends do not have to intentionally chat. Microblogging will not always contact, but this will not affect your relationship. You still always think of each other. The internet called this no-response type of friendship. An exam took 2 hours. When handing in the paper, other people's faces were either excited or disappointed. Su Yumian was very calm. Just out of the examination room, it was drizzling outside, and it was not good to take a taxi nearby, so she planned to take the subway to go home. And before she could take 2 steps, she was called to stop. Su Yumian? She looked up and saw Atane Jiang standing on the front porch. It's really you. Ever since the last time she went to Su Yumian's house to make trouble and still failed to bring someone to the hospital, Jiang Cheating hadn't seen her again. Little more than half a year had passed, and as far as she knew, her brother and Su Yumian had never gotten back together. This time, the squirming is so bad that even Shu Yuqin, who didn't believe that the two of them could really be separated at the beginning, started to sway a little bit without confidence. Jiang Cheating occasionally hears her mom chattering at home. Why is Why always having stomach problems this time? When he was with Su Yumian before, he didn't go into the hospital for 3 days like this. Ting Ting, do you think the two of them have really split up this time? Is that Su Yumian crazy? You have to be moderate in your tantrums and posturing. Does she still want to marry into the Jiang family? So many years. Shu Yuqin has been smacked. Su Yumian is not worthy of her son. Let the two break up. The words do not know said hundreds of times. This cold really divided. She seems to be a little unaccustomed, not to mention Shu Yuqin was not used to it. Jiang Cheating was also not quite able to accept it. It wasn't that she used to be so supportive of her brother and Su Yumian. What she couldn't accept was that Su Yumian turned out to be the more resolute and forceful party in the matter of breaking up. She also looked for Changzhou to roughly understand the details of the two people's breakup, and her brother directly danced to the rightful owner with his new love. It would be strange if Su Yumian didn't blow up. Now, she was really kind of convinced that the two wouldn't get back together. Cheating. Su Yumian greeted her with a smile. Zhang Cheating saw the transparent stationery bag in her hand, which contained the pass and ID card, and recalled seeing her in the library before. You actually really want to study for the exam. Like Shu Yuqin, she thought that she was just pretending, in order to win back her brother, but she didn't expect her to come for real. Su Yumian nodded her head. Going to graduate school is something I've always wanted to do. I didn't know any better and missed the opportunity in the past. I hope it's not too late now. Zhang Cheating looked her up and down and couldn't help but frown. You should have started reviewing after you broke up with my brother, right? Aha. It's possible. In such a short time, she said, feeling that the chances were small, if not slim, with a record number of people taking the exams nationwide this year, not to mention top schools like U of B, the competition will only get bigger. Su Yumian had already left school for several years, and during that time she had not engaged in work related to her specialty, so the results would probably not be too good if she did it on a temporary basis. It was supposed to be inspirational to rise up after a breakup, but it's not like you can just take the test. Zhang Cheating didn't want to discourage her, so her words were only half spoken. Chapter 38, Sweet Potatoes and She's Sweet. Su Yumian knew what she meant, smiled faintly and didn't argue much. Zhang Cheating, I remember that your undergraduate degree seems to be from the University of B. Which school are you going to take this time? Su Yumian, it's still B Big. Master's degree, or specialization. Gakusho, which major? Bio. Zhang Cheating raised an eyebrow, actually in the same direction as the major she had enrolled in. Is there an intended mentor? Su Yumian didn't hide it and nodded. Yes, Professor Ouyang. Who? Ouyang Wenkyu? Aha. Zhang Cheating remembered the last time in Professor Ouyang's home to see do bellhop so you sleep. Her expression strange a few points. You should not think. Go to the professor's home. Help to do cleaning. Can let her loose to agree, right? Aha. Su Yumian. Last time was a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? To tell you the truth, Professor Ouyang is a top scholar in the field of biology, and she is also known for her strictness, and she has taken in more doctoral students in the past few years, and hardly any master's students, with very few slots. So, Zhang Cheating paused. It's hard to be her student. I'm not going to hide it from you. I'm also taking her postgraduate exam this year. You may think that I'm selfish, but I still want to advise you. Change your target tutor before it's too late. There's still some time left before the results come out. You can totally contact other professors. Zhang Cheating felt that she had said all the words to this point, and was considered to have spoken bitterly and exhausted her words. Thanks. Su Yumian nodded slightly. I'll leave first. After saying that, he lifted his steps and left. Zhang Cheating? That's it? Nothing? After catching the 5 o'clock subway, warm air flowed from the blowing vents, and Su Yumian's almost frozen fingers finally warmed up a few points. Her cell phone chimed twice in her bag, and she took off her gloves, saw the number on the screen, and quirked her lips, her voice a few shades lighter. Hello, Professor. Well, how do you feel? Professor Ouyang's voice was as gentle and optimistic as ever, not putting pressure on her, as if he was just casually bringing it up. Well, know how to do it all, she answered truthfully. That's good. I've never been too worried about your exams. The professor smiled. Su Yumian had almost perfect scores in her major courses in college, and her basic subjects were also excellent. It's so cold. Have you gone home yet? Don't freeze outside. I'm on the subway now. I heard that your leg is starting to hurt again. I bought medicine and will send it to you after the exam. Ouyang Wenkyu hurt his leg when he was young, and his leg would hurt terribly in winter, especially in rainy weather. I had acupuncture 2 years ago and it got better, but I didn't realize it was back this year. Sure, I'll be home for the next couple days. Prof. Ouyang glanced at the calendar. The day after tomorrow, Saturday, and could stop by the house for dinner. Su Yumian looked up, almost at the station. Hanging up the phone, she made her way through the crush of people at the height of rush hour and took the second exit. Just as she left the station, a cold wind rolled up against her and she was blown so hard she could barely stand. At this time, a hand steadily against her back, then a black shadow covered her. She looked up, saw Xiao Wenbai. Surprise raised the corner of her mouth. Why are you here? Just happened to go home to get some information. The road is slippery, not too good to drive, so I took the subway to come. Xiao Wenbai held her upright. The two walked and talked. How did the test go? Su Yumian, it's not too bad. Xiao Wenbai smiled faintly and didn't say anything else. It gets dark early in winter, and before 7 o'clock, the streetlights on both sides of the road are lit up in rows, adding a touch of warmth to the cold, silent night. On that stretch of road from the subway station to the University of B, there is a shopping street with all kinds of stalls selling everything. When Su Yumian crossed the bridge, she heard a stall yelling about selling sweet potatoes not far away. She blinked her eyes, which were a little sore from the wind, and turned her head to Xiao Wenbai. "Wait for me here for a while." Xiao Wenbai stood still, and 2 minutes later, he saw her return with 2 steaming sweet potatoes. "Here." Hot sweet potatoes break open, still bubbling hot. "Bite is sweet, just a little hot teeth." She put in her hand and blew, and tried to bite a little bit, tasted the sweet flavor, instantly bloomed a smile. Su Yumian turned her head and asked him, "Is that one sweet for you?" Xiao Wenbai nodded his head. It was the first time he had eaten such a sweet potato. Su Yumian was instantly a bit smug. "Right, I'm pretty lucky, I can pick the sweetest one every time." Xiao Wenbai was infected by her smile and moved the corners of his lips. His eyes also overflowed with a slight smile. It was 7 o'clock when the two arrived home. As soon as she opened the door, the temperature of the underfloor heating baked her body warm. Su Yumian took the books and pens she brought back to the study. There were several interlaced books spread out on the table. She collected them one by one and organized them on the bookshelf, and found that one of them seemed to be a professional book that Xiao Wenbai had lent her last week. She took the book and knocked on the next door. Xiao Wenbai is used to taking a shower as soon as he gets home. He just came out of the bathroom. His hair was still wet, and when he heard the knock on the door, he went ahead and opened it. "This is the original German you lent me last week and forgot to return." The faint mint aroma was in her nose, and Su Yumian's heart was inexplicably a little tight. Xiao Wenbai raised his hand and took it, and found that there was a note sticker on it, and he was already familiar with her font. And in the lower left corner, there was also a Q version of a small person drawn with a headband and a positive and upward expression. Su Yumian saw the smirk on his face and also realized the bookmarks he left behind, and pulled them off in a panic. Cough. "These are the ones I drew for fun when I was fine." Seeing the deepening smile in his eyes, she changed the topic. "By the way, do you have time recently? After the exam, I want to treat you to dinner. Thank you for helping me all this time." After all this time in the past, she had never had the chance to formally thank him for the exam, and for what had happened in the villa before. Xiao Wenbai looked at the girl's seriousness and didn't refuse, but just suggested, "Just at home? I still prefer your cooking." Su Yumian let out a laugh. "Tomorrow then? After the exam in the afternoon, I'll go buy food first, and when you come back from the lab after you're busy, you can just start dinner." "Good." The next day the rain did not fall. Su Yumian finished the professional examination out, found that the sky behind the large dark clouds can vaguely see a few threads of sunshine. She went to the grocery store and then took a taxi home. At 6 o'clock, there was a knock on the door. Su Yumian opened the door, and Xiao Wenbai changed into the pair of men's slippers that Su Yumian had specially prepared for him, and familiarly came to the kitchen to help. Seeing this, Su Yumian also very tacitly put the dishes that should be washed in his hands. "Here, the old rules, over to you." Turning around, he busied himself with chopping vegetables. Xiao Wenbai looked at her back. The corner of his mouth curved up in an inconspicuous arc. Good. He suddenly realized that such a life, though he had not experienced it himself, was inexplicably interesting. Chapter 39 Sleep. Come back. Saturday. The weather was nice. Thick clouds penetrate the silk-warm sun. Su Yumian morning run slightly sweaty, went home and took a shower, changed clothes and took a taxi to Professor Ouyang's home with the medicine bought. "Professor, these medicines are to be drunk 3 times a day. It's cold now, so you don't need to put them in the refrigerator. Just remember to warm them up when you drink them." Professor Ouyang is not afraid of anything. What he hates the most is the smell of Chinese medicine. It is hard to drink, not to mention that it smells bad. She looked at the blackened potion and moved away from it in silence, struggling one last time. "Must I drink?" "Of course you have to drink it," Su Yumian said. "I've already talked to the aunt at home and asked her to keep an eye on you 3 times a day without interruption." Professor Ouyang collapsed. "Oh, I see. A piece of her student's goodwill, and she couldn't afford not to drink it yet." Looking at her with a disgusted face, like a child, Su Yumian snickered. "The medicine is quite bitter, so I also brought you the mung bean cake from Chuanxi Road. Every time you drink the medicine and eat a piece of mung bean cake, it's not so bitter." The person who had just looked sad instantly smiled. "That's more like it." After almost enough small talk, Ouyang Wenqiu talked about business. Next year, the U of B School of Biology is interested in forming an experimental group, and 3 of the candidates have been finalized, with the last 2 slots remaining. There are 2 requirements. Grades as well as a composite grade point average in all subjects must be excellent, and secondly, lab scores must get 2 A's or better. The conditions of an experimental group were so strict. Su Yumian was a bit surprised. Professor Ouyang could see her thoughts and explained, "There are extra points for entering this experimental group at the end of the period, and outstanding group members can go straight to the doctorate, or accept the offer from the Ninghai Biotechnology Research and Development Company to join their research lab." Ninghai Biotechnology Company is a premier presence not only in China, but even internationally. Their own laboratory, with the industry's most advanced equipment and a strong collaborative team, produces some of the most advanced biotech research in the country, and is known as a scientist's paradise. Su Yumian remembered that the Ninghai creature was the Xiao family's, and Xiao Wenbai really did mean to mention it earlier. I know your grades very well, so I never worry about your ability. Professor Ouyang's gentle eyes gazed at her. The only thing you lack now is experimental experience. In these few years, Su Yumian could almost be said to have never entered a laboratory. The question is whether you are familiar with the operation, whether your hands work well or not, whether you know how to use the new equipment or not. In addition to talent, it takes a lot of time. What else would Xiao Wenbai do in the lab every day? Hands that are all getting more and more practiced. Experience, too, is building up. Suddenly, a pair of old and warm hands held hers. Su Yumian looked up and saw the smile on the professor's face. I believe in your ability. It's not too late to start. Su Yumian's heart stirred and she nodded heavily. I'm not worried about the exam. It's still a few months until the retest, so in the meantime, just eat up these books and materials I gave you. Ouyang Wangqiu also has an experiment in hand, which started as a project 5 years ago, and has been delayed until today and has not yet been able to produce results. She intends to wait for Su Yumian to start school. Immediately let her join in. After all, this program was tailored for her in the first place. Just did not expect. It's just a matter of getting back on track after all, and not mentioning the twists and turns in between. Su Yumian also knew how much the professor was on her case for her. Don't worry, I won't let you down. When she got home, she started going through the information she had brought back. Compared to the exam textbook, these are more difficult to get through because they involve specific operations and specific research results, and require experimental experience. This time I lost track of time, and by the time I responded, it was close to midnight. Su Yumian rubbed her tired eyes, intending to sleep, and just as she lay down, the knocking on the door sounded frantically. Su Yumian opened the door. I know you're in there. Even though there were 2 doors separating the living room and bedroom, Zhang Yuhuai's voice still instantly reached her ears. Clunk dash. The knocking grew louder. Thinking of the last time in the villa when he almost used force, Su Yumian's lips turned slightly white and her grip on the quilt tightened. Su Yumian opened the door. Sleepy dash. She covered her ears, hoping the man would die and leave if he didn't get a response. However, 5 minutes passed. Zhang Yuhuai was still smashing the door, with the attitude that if she didn't open it, he would keep smashing it. The soundproofing in the old neighborhood is poor, and he makes a lot of noise in the middle of the night, so he will be scolded sooner or later. Sure enough, who is it? Noisy in the middle of the night, still not letting people sleep properly? What mad dog barks and barks and barks in the middle of the night dash? Get thee out of here or I'll call the police. Su Yumian had no choice but to lift the covers and get out of bed, put on her slippers and walk behind the door. Zhang Yuhuai, what's gotten into you? She gritted her teeth in anger. I knew you were in. So, open the door and let me in. On what grounds? Who do you think you are? Come in whenever you want. Zhang Yuhuai tugged at the corner of his mouth. Fine, then I'll keep knocking on the door. I knocked. Su Yumian couldn't and could only open the door. Zhang Yuhuai took the opportunity to push hard, fearing that she would backtrack a second later, and slammed the door shut again. The man, wrapped in the odor of alcohol and with his cheeks flushed an unnatural scarlet, staggered as if he could fall in the next second. Su Yumian frowned and defensively backed away 3 steps away. What the hell do you want? Zhang Yuhuai's dark, mesmerized eyes stared at her, not speaking. I don't know how long it took, but he suddenly spoke softly. Sleep, come back. Su Yumian shook her head and gathered the jacket on her body. You know, it's impossible. 6 months, isn't that enough? Zhang Yuhuai, I'm not messing with you. Do you understand? I don't get it. What do you want? Say it. An apology? Reparations? Or kneel on the keyboard? On the durian? This was the last line he could retreat to and the maximum he could bow down to. He'd never been this submissive after countless arguments before. However, Su Yumian still shook her head. Enough. Don't you go too far. Zhang Yuhuai finished yelling and panted heavily. If you're willing to let me in, doesn't that mean there's room for maneuver between us? Tell me, what are your conditions? Just tell me. Zhang Yuhuai gritted his teeth. He had retreated to this point. What else did she want? Su Yumian, I let you in because I didn't want you to disturb the others. That's all. You said it. A split is a split. Be dry and spontaneous. So what are you doing now? Zhang Yuhuai took 2 steps forward and tried to reach out and clasp her shoulders. Instead, the woman stepped back in fear, her eyes full of panic. Don't touch me dash. Chapter 40. Even if you beg me, I won't come again. Zhang Yuhuai was stunned. Su Yumian remembered what happened in the villa that day and looked at him with eyes full of fear and defense. Don't you move. Stay away from me. Sleep. Zhang Yuhuai's heart ached. That day. Don't say it. You go away. There's nothing to talk about between us. Sleep. The man's eyes were scarlet, and he stood stiffly in place. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Let's not make trouble anymore, okay? It's me who shouldn't say those words and do those things. I just missed you so much. On an impulse, I came here because I want you to come back with me. Go back? Su Yumian raised her eyes coldly. Go back to do what? To be a mistress for you? Jiang Yihui, as long as you're willing to come back, I'll immediately break up with Shi Mushi. Su Yumian shook her head. I refuse. Sleep. Just as the man attempted to step forward again, Su Yumian quickly turned around and ran back to the bedroom, slamming the door with a bang. I don't know how long it took, but there was a gradual lack of movement outside before she went out to check. But he found that Jiang Yihui was sitting against the wall, and fell asleep. Su Yumian. Early in the morning, the sun rises. The sunlight poured softly through the glass windows and into the room. The figure huddled on the sofa moved, and the moment Jiang Yihui opened his eyes, a chaotic dizziness came to his brain, causing him to squint uncontrollably. Only after the dizziness eased did he sit up, pinching his brow and subconsciously looking around. Strange surroundings, cramped spatial layout, but winningly clean and tidy, but still Spartan and cramped for him. Su Yumian came out of the bedroom. Jiang Yihui raised his eyes and coldly met a pair of clear black eyes. Sleepy? Su Yumian sat down on the chair, her face expressionless. Remember what you did last night? Jiang Yihui frowned, then shook his head. Sure enough, when he was sober, he could never have said something like, come back, sleepy. Su Yumian pulled the corner of her mouth coolly. Last night at 11 o'clock, you kept knocking on the door, not only disturbing my life, but also affecting other people. So please don't do such childish things in the future. We are all adults. Be rational. Jiang Yihui's head was still hurting, and when he sniffed, his heart felt like he had received a muffled punch. His critical gaze swept over the surroundings, then he hooked out a sneer. Small, old, shabby place. Do you think I care to come here? Even if you beg me, I won't come back. With that, he grabbed his jacket and slammed the door. Walking to the alley, I found Cheng Zhou's phone and dialed. What are you doing? Come out and have a drink with me. Brother, this is just after your last party, isn't it? You still smell like booze. Cheng Zhou was called over and saw Jiang Yihui alone at the bar, one glass after another, still wearing yesterday's clothes. He took a seat next to him and teased with a smile. Jiang Yihui, I told you to come over for a drink. Why is there so much nonsense? Cheng Zhou raised his hands in surrender. Okay, I'll stop. I'll drink. It's broad daylight. The bar staff are off duty. Just the two of them here to drink. Cheng Zhou scratched his head, strange embarrassed. Where are the others? Gui Zhou was called back by his father. Brother Shi has been quite busy lately. I don't know exactly what he's doing. I haven't seen him for several days. Jiang Yihui was just casually asking and didn't take it to heart. He picked up the wine in front of him and drank it in one gulp. Cheng Zhou could see that he was in a bad mood and stayed with him. This drink, from the daytime to late at night. Cheng Zhou called a car and sent the drunken people back to the villa. Cheng Zhou managed to settle the person down. Looking at the sleepy Jiang Yihui, his mouth kept yelling sleep, sleep. He couldn't help but shake his head. Obviously you can't give it up. Why do you want to die? Now it's good to ride the tiger. TSK. Yesterday, after Jiang Yihui had come, the house had been messed up. Su Yumian did a big cleaning inside and outside after he left, and seeing that the time was not early, she did not go to the library, and brushed 2 sets of questions at home to end today's review. For dinner she made herself 2 rolls of nori-wrapped rice, which she didn't finish and had a lot left over. By the time I finished cleaning up the kitchen and sat down, it was 8 o'clock in the evening. She was ready to brush up on another set of questions before going to sleep, and had just set her alarm when suddenly a vibration came from her cell phone. She picked it up and glanced at it. It was a friend request verification. There are only 3 words in the note, Shin Shurian. Su Yumian blinked in confusion. What was Shin Shurian adding her for? Although he is Jiang Yihui's good buddy, he is also not familiar with himself. I've had numerous meals, but only a handful of chances to strike up a conversation. Sulking for a split second, Su Yumian was worried that he was adding himself for something serious, so he still nodded through. Yet half an hour passed with no movement on the other end. It seemed that the other person had just accidentally clicked on the wrong friend request. Although Su Yumian felt a little puzzled, she didn't put it on her mind, put her cell phone to the side, and continued to do the questions. The bar. Shin Shurian put away his cell phone, raised his eyes and looked at Cheng Zhou, who had just sent someone home and returned, his eyes slightly sunken. Sent home? Cheng Zhou nodded his head and poured a mouthful of wine. Luckily I slipped away quickly. Otherwise I would have been in trouble if I ran into Auntie Shu. In the last 2 days, Shu Yuqin went to the villa to go diligently. A bad luck. Was caught. Less to ask questions. By the way, I called you a couple times before and you said you didn't have time. Why are you free today? Shin Shurian looked at the brandy in the wine glass and smiled faintly and opened. It's done. Hiss. Suddenly remembered something. Cheng Zhou hurriedly put down his wine glass. What is it? Is Sister Yumian finished with her exams? Shin Shurian, the day before yesterday. Ha, it ended the day before yesterday. Changzhou hemmed and hawed. You still remember quite clearly. Shen Shurian hooked his lips. Which thing do I not remember clearly? Well, not bad for finance. Full of details. Shen Shurian, thanks for the compliment. You really aren't modest at all. That said, it's been almost half a year, and it's unbelievable that brother Jiang and sister Yumian haven't made up yet. Shen Shurian, oh, aren't you surprised? Surprised about what? Shen Shurian's tone suddenly became light. Sooner or later. That's right, these two will get back together sooner or later. Chang Zhou had his own interpretation of his words. Shen Shurian, say, you're good friends with Su Yumian? Chang Zhou subconsciously straightened his chest. Of course, I've had my sister Yumian's signature stomach kanji. It's more than good. We're both super good. Shen Shurian's eyes darkened. Then after she finishes her exams, how can you also show your appreciation and celebrate for her? Celebrate? How to celebrate? Chang Zhou gave a beat. Or maybe just invite her to dinner? Maybe we can even set these two up. Thinking of Jiang Yihui, who had been drinking mulled wine, Chang Zhou's eyes lit up. Right, why didn't I think of that? Sister Yumian doesn't give Jiang face, but she will definitely give me face. Then I'll save the game. Excuse myself to celebrate the end of her exams, and then arrange for the two of them to create an opportunity. It's still you who has the idea. Shen Shurian nodded and brought the wine to his mouth to block the hooked lips. Chapter 41. Shen Shurian, saying that he would do it. Chang Zhou immediately took out his cell phone and called Su Yumian. Sister Rain Sleep, how have you been? I have something to tell you. After explaining his intentions, there was silence on the other end. Chang Zhou guessed what she was hesitant about, and immediately patted his chest and guaranteed, Sister Yumian, don't worry, this time it's my treat for you. Let's just talk about friendship. Let's just have a meal between friends, and we definitely won't call on brother Jiang. Good. Su Yumian then agreed. Hanging up the phone, Chang Zhou shrugged. That's true, but if there is a chance encounter, it's none of his business. Shen Shurian took the initiative to open his mouth to take the job. Then I'll be responsible for notifying YZ. Okay, it's a deal. Chang Zhou jumped at the chance. If the two of them got back together successfully, he would be the biggest contributor. The sun is shining and the sky is clear. Chang Zhou booked Jin Yuchun in advance. In the past, they often came here to eat, and once they said their names, Su Yumian could find them. Just as she entered the door, before she even had a chance to look, Chang Zhou was already smiling and waving frantically at her. The waiter led her over. Su Yumian put down her bag and sat down across from her. Sister Yumian, I heard that you finished your exams. Congratulations. I've just ordered food. All your favorites. Let's drink one later to celebrate. Chang Zhou didn't have a family history as exaggerated as the other few, but had the best personality and temperament. He had also helped her a few times earlier with small favors, and their friendship had built up just a little bit. Thank you. Your kindness has always been known to me. Chang Zhou laughed. I haven't seen you for a long time, but you're not familiar with me anymore, are you? Do we still need to thank each other? He snapped his fingers and the dishes were served in an orderly fashion. Chang Zi? What a coincidence. A low voice sounded above the two men's heads. Chang Zhou tilted his head, and in the next second, the smile froze on his face. He looked behind Shen Shurian. Where was Jiang? What's this about a chance encounter? Why the sudden change? Hi, what a coincidence. Chang Zhou reacted and could only smile in greeting. Shen Shurian, mind if I sit down and join you? On Chang Zhou's big brain, a big question mark, but on his mouth, he could only say, don't mind. Shen Shurian had already seated himself before he opened his mouth, and his afterglow swept over Su Yumian without a trace. Why are you so interested today? Chang Zhou barely pulled out a smile. It's a special date to celebrate for Sister Yumian. Then his eyes madly hinted towards him. Where is Jiang? Where's the promise that you'll go inform and bring the people? Shen Shurian smiled and didn't pick up the conversation, only slightly raised his eyebrows, his gaze very naturally falling on Su Yumian. Oh, celebrate what? These words were clearly asking her, and although she was not familiar with Shen Shurian, it would be impolite not to open her mouth again. Su Yumian, I just finished my exams. Shen Shurian pondered for a moment. Look at the time. Is the exam? Chang Zhou, play what, big tail wolf? Don't say it's quite like. Su Yumian nodded. Which school are you planning on getting into? Big B. Where's the major? Bioinformatics. Shen Shurian, a cross-cutting science based on biology, math and information science? Su Yumian looked at him squarely with a few moments of curiosity. You understand? Took the elective, but not elite. In fact, I've always wondered the difference between the majors of applied life sciences, bioinformatics, and biology. Su Yumian was positive. Applied life sciences to explore the practical application of biomolecules in anthropology, chemistry, biology, and physics. Biology is a branch of natural science that studies the functions and properties of organisms in a broader sense, and bioinformatics is to use computers as a research tool to study biological big data. Is it not too easy to understand when I put it this way? Shin Shuryen pondered for a moment. Can I understand it this way? Biology is the broad concept. Applied life sciences is the specific practical operation, while bioinformatics is partial to the computer direction, utilizing applied mathematics, informatics, statistics, and computer sciences to study biological problems? Su Yumian couldn't help but look at him with a solemn look for a few minutes. You've said it accurately. Yes? Shin Shuryen smiled open, his brows and eyes pleasant. That is also your explanation in place. I am only responsible for summarizing, with a more understandable language to describe. Su Yumian couldn't help but re-examine the man across from her. As far as I can remember, the occasions when Shin Shuryen appeared were either restaurants, bars, or some kind of clubs, proper playboys, and I didn't expect him to know anything about the field of biology as well. It's also true that you can't tell the difference between a man and a woman. She had been with Jiang Yihui for 6 years, and he didn't even know exactly what she had majored in college, let alone talk about her major. They spent more time either partying with his group of friends at the bar or hanging out in that big bed in the bedroom of the villa. Therefore, suddenly hearing the professional vocabulary she was familiar with from Shin Shuryen's mouth still made Su Yumian quite surprised. Chang Zhou, who was sitting next to him, was completely dumbfounded, and those unfamiliar specialized vocabulary made his brain explode. It was hard to stay up until the end of the meal, and he went to pay the bill first thing. Shin Shuryen looked at his back as he left, hooked his lips, turned his head, looked at Su Yumian's slightly glowing eyes, his gaze getting deeper and deeper. While the two of them chatted, he picked up his cell phone and looked at it. Chang Zhou said he had something temporary and asked me to send you back. Su Yumian raised her hand to look at her watch. It was indeed getting late. Don't bother, I can take a taxi myself. As a gentleman, how can you let a lady go home alone after dinner? Besides, I'm entrusted with the job. Su Yumian pursed her lips. Then, trouble, and honor. The two of them went out of the restaurant. Shin Shuryen took the initiative to take the gloves and pulled open the passenger door for her. Please, like a gentleman indeed. Thanks. The car was quiet for the 20-minute drive, neither of them saying much. Shin Shuryen drove very steadily, hardly any bumps, so that Su Yumian was once attracted by the scenery outside the window. The constantly receding streets, snowy boughs, bare branches, and the wind also penetrated a cool and biting cold. Shin Shuryen turned the steering wheel, occasionally sweeping his afterglow over the woman next to him. She was white and quiet, just sitting there. It carries a light and rich aroma of books. Quite a pretty nose, delicate nose, small mouth and red lips, eyelashes like a fan, looking out of the window out of focus, unconsciously colored with a bit of dainty and cute. It used to be delicate long curly hair, but it didn't suit her. It was beautiful but featureless. Now she just has straight hair that doesn't need to be meticulously groomed. It's just so casually concealed under a scarf and is inadvertently stunningly beautiful. A smile swept across Shin Shuryen's eyes, but it passed in an instant. He took the wheel, looked straight ahead, and seemed genuinely preoccupied. Chapter 42. Do you know how cats die? Thousands of drones hang in midair as they pass by Outer Harbor Road, switching between shapes in a neat and orderly fashion. It was a drone show. The show was only 10 minutes long and the offer started with a multi-million price tag. There are a lot of people who come to the venue to watch. Shin Shuryen's place where they passed by happened to be a relatively good viewing position, so he pulled over, and through the front windshield, watched the four-dimensional model change into various shapes with great interest. Su Yumian followed his gaze and tilted her head, instantly being stunned by the gorgeous drones. Shin Shuryen, guess how many racks are here? Su Yumian, how can this be a guess? Sure, I don't know. I'm guessing. The man paused for a split second. 99, I think. Why? Don't proposals always like to be long? In the next second, Su Yumian realized that the drone swarm had arranged the words "marry me" in the night sky. How can you tell this is a marriage proposal? Shin Shuryen signaled her to look at the observation deck in front of her, and the man in the suit had already taken the roses and hidden them behind him. Awesome, Su Yumian complimented. Once upon a time, she thought Shin Shuryen was nothing more than an uneducated rich young master, but today she realized that he was very different from her impression. Professional, meticulous and observant. Just now at the dinner table when the two of them were chatting, mentioning her profession, he was talking about the current stock fluctuations of Ninghai Science and Technology in between words, just a short mention of 2 sentences, but she realized that he was terribly strong in financial manipulation. However, on second thought, Jiang Yihui's group of friends, inclusive of Jiang Yihui, in the ability to make money, no one is a loser. The world of these heavenly beings was far more complicated than she thought, so it was in her best interest to quit as early as possible and leave with dignity. That's my house up ahead. Thanks for the ride. Shin Shuryen's car could only drive to the entrance of the alley, so Su Yumian got out of the car directly. He knew in his heart that his relationship with Su Yumian wasn't close enough to send someone upstairs, so he didn't stay much longer and drove away after seeing the person off. Without going far, Chang Zhou's call came. Where have you guys been? How come I can't find anyone when I turn around? Just now. He finished checking out and was about to go back when he bumped into his ex-girlfriend who had broken up for almost a year. People who have long been out of touch, as soon as they see him, they pounce on him like Kraft, and ask for a dinner date, and engage in the flirting and teasing bit. It took him a while to shake the man off. Oh, seeing that you didn't come back for so long, Soo Yumian had something temporary to do and was in a hurry to leave, so I sent someone back first, Shin Shuryan said casually. Chang Zhou, what about brother Jiang? Didn't we agree to bring him here and pretend it was a chance encounter? Why did you come alone? He'd been meaning to ask for a long time and had been holding back until now. Shin Shuryan spoke faintly. Didn't find anyone, probably accompanying that little girlfriend of his. Jiang Yihui and his little girlfriend have been meeting not more or less often. Chang Zhou did not suspect. Such a great opportunity. Shame, alas. Ending the call, Shin Shuryan drove to the side of the road, found an unfamiliar card number, and transferred a sum of money. That side received the money and called, worthy of being young Master Shin, refreshing. Next time there is a chance to work together again. If Chang Zhou was present, his jaw would definitely drop in shock, because on the other end of the phone was, quite literally, his cowboy ex-girlfriend. Shin Shuryan, well said, but I'm kinda curious, why did you do that? Let me pester Chang Zhou? To help you stall for 10 minutes? Was that necessary? What can I do with 10 minutes? Shin Shuryan's face was expressionless. Do you know how the cat died? Sorry, take the money and keep your mouth shut. Back home, Soo Yumian took a shower and planned to read 2 papers before going to sleep. Just as I sat down, I received a WeChat from Shin Shuryan. You left your gloves in my car. Next was a picture of a pair of gloves, just the right pair she's wearing today. Soo Yumian then remembered that when she first got on the car, the heating was too much, so she took off her gloves in a smooth manner, and Shin Shuryan took it and casually put it to the side. She didn't think about it at all when she left. Find a time. I'll give you the gloves? Soo Yumian thought about it and replied, can you give me an address? I'll send an errand boy over to pick it up. Shin Shuryan, I live in a neighborhood that doesn't let delivery people in. Let's do this. Let's find a time to have a cup of coffee together. I'll return the gloves to you. Recently I'd been studying at the University of B for my MBA. It just so happens that your undergraduate degree is from the University of B, so if it's not too much trouble, you can take me for a stroll to familiarize yourself with the campus. If the other party had simply returned her gloves or invited her to dinner, Soo Yumian would not have agreed. She was self-conscious that her relationship with Shin Shuryan hadn't gotten to that point, but the other end proposed something to trouble her. Forgetting the gloves would have been their own problem, and now have to trouble people to take the time to send a trip. It's even more embarrassing, since Shin Shuryan has a need to help. It just so happens to be what she can do. That, okay. Shin Shuryan, I'm free next Friday, 11 o'clock in the morning. Is this time okay with you? Soo Yumian didn't have a problem with it and returned an okay gesture. On the day of the appointment, Shin Shuryan parked his car in the parking lot and walked to the coffee shop. The store opened in a small road not far from the University of B. The owner is a very moody person. The decoration is in line with the aesthetics of the current young people, so even if it is a Friday, come to a lot of students. Find a seat by the window. Soo Yumian was a few minutes behind him, and had just sat down when the waiter came up to deliver the menu. The vintage record player is playing a soothing and sentimental English song, and the gentle female voice reveals a bit of petty sentiment. Shin Shuryan ordered an iced Americano, while Soo Yumian asked for a latte. Your gloves. The gloves come in a craft paper bag. Soo Yumian reached out and took it. Thank you. Shin Shuryan looked around. The air was filled with the strong scent of coffee beans. The ambient temperature was neither cold nor dry. Very cozy. Do you come here often? Soo Yumian, occasionally. The floor-to-ceiling windows are directly across from a river that has frozen over in the dead of winter, and bare willow branches hang down by the river, wrapped in a shaggy white layer by last night's snow. When you're in a bad mood, go sit on a bench by the river for a while and you'll be much more comfortable. Shin Shuryan surveyed her expression and faintly hooked his lips. The location is good, and the music is even better. Soo Yumian stirred her coffee and listened to him say, Miles Jazz, which started in the 1990s, is rather less known as the most classic piece of music. Soo Yumian was curious. You seem to know everything? Good at everything, but unfortunately bad at everything. He shrugged half-jokingly. Soo Yumian, however, remembered that Chang Zhou had inadvertently mentioned that Shin Shuryan's mother was a famous musician. However, Soo Yumian nodded to the point and did not continue to ask more questions. After finishing a cup of coffee, Shin Shuryan got up. Let's go. Chapter 43, you're afraid to come because you can't let go? Su Yumian took the paper bag, and the two of them went to the University of B together. The two of them were chatting while strolling around. Su Yumian realized that Shin Shuryen was indeed quite knowledgeable, and no matter what topic she talked about, he was able to pick up the conversation. The tone of voice is unhurried. The attitude is gentle and elegant. Get along, let a person is still quite comfortable. After strolling for half a day, when passing by the stone wall, Su Yumian inadvertently sidestepped her head and saw a familiar figure. Xiao Wenbai had just gotten out of class and was about to go to the lab when he coldly looked up and ran into Su Yumian's eyes with a smile. He froze for a moment and saw Shin Shuryen standing beside her again. What a coincidence! Just got out of class? Su Yumian was the first to speak. Xiao Wenbai nodded. Just about to go to the lab. How about you? I brought my friend to the school for a stroll, by way of introduction. This is Shin Shuryen. After saying that, she turned to Shin Shuryen. This is Xiao Wenbai. The two lines of sight met. Shin Shuryen hooked his lips without trace and extended his hand. Professor Xiao, I've heard a lot about you. Xiao Wenbai returned the grip. Nice to meet you. The Xiao family and the Shin family are both famous families in the capital, and both of them are in the same circle, more or less heard of each other, but meeting is the first time. The hidden smell of gunpowder between the two men. Su Yumian was oblivious to it, but only wondered if these two men had shaken hands for a little too long. Xiao Wenbai glanced at him again and took the lead in letting go. I'll go to the lab first. Su Yumian watched him leave. Shin Shuryen looked at Su Yumian thoughtfully. Are you familiar with him? Su Yumian didn't want to say more, just answered, it's okay. Shin Shuryen didn't ask any more questions. That night, Su Yumian received another WeChat from Shin Shuryen. Thank you for walking me around campus today. Su Yumian replied, it's a favor. You're welcome. She snuffed out her cell phone, threw it on the end of her bed, and lay down. The soft pillows were freshly dried yesterday, and a faint soapy scent lingered in his nose, warm and comforting. Without realizing it, she fell asleep. Without having to review so high frequency, Su Yumian took a rare nap and woke up at 8 o'clock to change clothes and go out. The neighborhood was old, but smoky, and as soon as she came downstairs, she was greeted with smiles by aunts carrying baskets of groceries and walking their dogs. Su Yumian smiled and responded one by one. She exited the alleyway and walked to the next old street, where there was a breakfast place on the corner, with soy milk that wasn't too sweet and donuts that were fried to a crisp. Just inside, she saw Xiao Wenbai sitting with his back turned. She hooked her lips and came behind him, first playfully patting his back, then, extremely quickly sitting down opposite him. Seeing that his expression didn't change much, Su Yumian wondered, why aren't you surprised at all? Ms. Su, this is the second time. Xiao Wenbai brought the donut dipped in soy milk into his mouth. Last week, you did the same thing. What's more, you didn't move much faster than Xiezhang. Su Yumian looked at the big yellow dog chained to the door. She was still trying to argue, when the grandmother who wrapped the ravioli came over to greet her with a smile. Nui Nui is here again. Is it the same today? Su Yumian nodded. 1 donut, 12 wontons. Although the old lady was old, she was very agile, and in no time at all, she brought over the wontons and donuts, and also brought her the small dishes that she usually liked to eat. As soon as Su Yumian saw it, she smiled. Thank you, Grandma. The old lady's eyes narrowed into slits as she smiled. Hurry up and eat. It won't taste good when it gets cold. The wontons were thin-skinned and thick, and the soup base was made with large bones, creamy and milky, with a little bit of freshly chopped green onion, which made it instantly fragrant. She glanced at Xiao Wenbai. Every time, he only ate fixed these two things. It looks quite single. Next time, do you want to try a different flavor? Without waiting for him to speak, Su Yumian looked at the table, found a clean dish, used clean chopsticks to clip 2 tiny wontons and put them on it, and pushed them in front of him. Try it? Xiao Wenbai hesitated for a split second and put one in his mouth to chew slowly. Su Yumian blinked. Well, looking at her blearily, Xiao Wenbai nodded. It tastes good. Su Yumian smiled openly. Right, how can what I recommend not be delicious? Xiao Wenbai laughed along with him. Changzhou, brother banquet. Your birthday is coming up, right? What are you going to do this year? Is it a racing competition or a siren show? Or let's play a big game. How about strippers flying all over the place? Ha ha ha. Guizhou immediately agreed. This is a good proposal. The two men's inquiring gazes were simultaneously directed at the rightful owner, Shen Shuryen. When it comes to play, he has the most tricks up his sleeve of the three. Some people don't look human in a suit and tie, but they are crazier than anyone else at heart. Let's keep it simple and have a birthday party this year. Changzhou? Guizhou? Shen Shuryen? What? Problems? It's not like you. Brother banquet. Changzhou looked up and down. Did you take the wrong medicine today? Guizhou also couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Did you hear it right? Birthday party? You've learned from my old man? What's with the whole birthday party thing? Cood. Changzhou's eyes rolled. Be the meat kind? Guizhou instantly sat up straight, both eyes glowing. Shen Shurian, what are you thinking? The normal kind. The private manor on Jinchang Road. I'll send you invitations in a few days. When he finished, he got up and left. Changzhou and Guizhou exchanged glances and looked out the window in unison. The sun didn't come out of the west today, did it? Su Yumian was still a little surprised to receive Shen Shurian's phone call, and was even more surprised when she heard that the other party invited herself to his birthday party. Invite me? Right. Su Yumian frowned. Jiang Yihuai would most likely be there for Shen Shurian's birthday party, and she didn't really want to meet up with him. No outsiders were invited, just friends getting together. Changzhou is also there. Aren't you going to come? Shen Shurian sensed her hesitation and raised an eyebrow. Or are you afraid of something? Su Yumian held her cell phone and didn't say anything. You and YZ have broken up. He seems to be in a good relationship with his young girlfriend now. You don't dare to come because you still can't let go? Su Yumian frowned slightly. Of course not. We've long since made it clear and clean between us. Shen Shurian hooked his lips. In that case, there's even less to avoid. I'll send you the address. Remember to come. After saying that, without waiting for Su Yumian to speak again, he hung up. On the day of the birthday party, the estate was specially decorated and lively. Jiang Yihuai arrived late with Shirmushi. Taking off her coat, Shirmushi helped him hand over his clothes to the waiter, took his hand, and stepped into the main entrance with him. Jinchang rode inches of gold. Just as soon as the opening is gone, Shen Shurian, this more than 1,000 square feet of private manor were because of their own family members reserved, only to get their hands on it. The layout and furnishings of the manor were all designed by famous artists at great expense, and an old gentleman was invited to arrange the feng shui. It was through the wigwam in the backyard that you reached the place where the guests were entertained. As soon as he entered, Jiang Yihuai greeted Shen Shurian first. For you, happy birthday. He threw over a key. It was the yacht that Shen Shurian had talked about before. He liked to go out to sea, so Jiang Yihuai pitched in and bought a yacht to send him. Shen Shurian, thanks. Jiang Yihuai smiled and wanted to say something else when his gaze turned and he steeply saw a familiar figure. Chapter 44. Shen Shurian. She is my woman. He stiffened violently and subconsciously pulled his hand out of Shirmushi's hand. Shirmushi was caught off guard and couldn't help but frown. Following his line of sight, he found Su Yumian standing not far ahead. Jiang Yihuai frowned and asked Shen Shurian, you invited Su Yumian? Yeah, they're all friends. Shen Shurian smiled harmlessly. Why didn't you say so in advance? Shen Shurian shrugged his shoulders. I got busy and forgot. It shouldn't matter if you don't say it, right? Over there. Su Yumian also saw Jiang Yihuai, but moved her eyes away after only one glance. She had come over on this trip with the intention of delivering her blessings and leaving. She was too busy reading and checking out information to waste time on a party like this. Thinking of this, she walked straight to Shen Shurian. Happy birthday. Year after year, year after year. This is the gift I prepared. It's not anything expensive. Please don't mind it. She pulled out a gift box and handed it over. Shen Shurian took it and laughed in a low voice, taking the good advice. Many thanks. He was the birthday boy of the day, a star-studded presence, and had entertained many people, and by now he was already covered in a trace of alcohol. So happy today. Join us for a drink? The waiter who was holding the wine came over and he picked up a glass of red wine. I'll drink first. He drank it all in one gulp, and naturally Su Yumian couldn't help but drink it. One drink finished, she glanced at the clock and offered to leave. Shen Shurian raised an eyebrow. It's still early. The party just started not long ago and you're leaving? Looking at Su Yumian's difficult look, he changed his words. How about this? You stay a little longer. Wait until you've finished cutting the cake before you leave. Good. Su Yumian agreed. A full glass of wine was a little too strong for her afterward, and the house was too warm, so after standing for a while she felt a little breathless. Shen Shurian was entertaining other guests, and she asked the waiter to follow the round archway and walk over in the direction of the garden. Jiang Yihuai looked at Su Yumian's back with a gloomy face. Just now she didn't give him a straight face. This moment she even left without even looking at him. He wanted to chase him out, but Shirmushi suddenly took his hand. Bow. I'm suddenly a bit uncomfortable. I want to find a place to rest for a while. Can you take me there? Her voice was soft and meek as she leaned meekly against the man's arm, like a fragile gardenia. In such a short while, Su Yumian had disappeared. He could only retract his eyes, and the steps he had taken were retracted with them, only his tone taking on a bit of mania. Let's go. The path that connects the living room to the garden isn't much farther, and all the way along, there is greenery all over the place and a variety of flowers in the greenhouses, some precious trees she had only seen in magazines, which were difficult to survive and required careful care. Not to mention the price was pushing 6 figures, but the garden was planted one after another, almost all over the garden. The woody aroma wafted along the chilly breeze, and she felt the sinking feeling in her heart ease quite a bit. She was going to walk around. Suddenly, a warm breath from behind to embrace over. The man with wine breath sprayed on the side neck. She thought it was Johnny Hwai. She was about to break free, but suddenly heard the man a low laugh. Su Yumian was instantly dumbfounded in place. Her pupils quake. It was actually Shin Shuryen. The unfamiliar heat of his palm on her waist gave her instant goosebumps, and almost without thinking, she immediately broke away and took 2 steps back. "You, drunk, I'm not your date." Shin Shuryen looked at her alert appearance, both eyes rounded like a frightened bird. He opened with a low chuckle. "I'm not mistaken." Su Yumian didn't seem to understand, both eyes blank for a moment, only to hear the man speak again. "It's you I want to kiss." Su Yumian was dumbfounded, half speechless. Her mind was a mess, and for a moment, she couldn't even tell if the scene that was happening now was reality or a dream, because it's too epileptic. Shin Shuryen hooked his lips, his handsome face with a few points of wickedness and uninhibited, mixed with the slightly drunken breath of his body, penetrating a kind of cynicism. What? Surprised? More than being surprised, Su Yumian's CPU burned. You. She moved her lips, but couldn't utter a complete sentence. "Yes, I like you." "What are you talking about? How can I be with you? How do you know it's impossible if you don't try? Aren't you and Jang Hwai good brothers? You've already broken up. What's wrong with me liking you and boldly pursuing it?" Only then did Su Yumian react, and she seriously sized up the man in front of her. One had to admit that Shin Shuryen was tall, handsome, and had a modest gentleman's elegance and gentleness about him. If Johnny Hwai is a cloudy sky, not knowing when it will rain or clear up, then Shin Shuryen is the wind that passes through his fingers, without form, as if it is within reach, but in reality it is difficult to control. "I'm sorry," Su Yumian spoke. "I don't like you." When Shin Shuryen heard this, he actually didn't get annoyed, and even laughed a little, as if he had expected it. "Well, I know." Su Yumian was just about to let out a sigh of relief, but then she heard him speak again. "So, I'm chasing you instead of just confessing my feelings and asking you to be with me. Su Yumian, why can't you give me a chance? Some people can't tell a fish's eye from a pearl and don't know how to appreciate it, but I won't." The man lifted his step and pressed closer. "I know your thoughtfulness, your meticulousness, your talent, and I understand your self-respect, and I understand your persistence. Don't you come over." Su Yumian watched his tall body come a little closer, repulsed, and took 2 steps backward. "No matter what you say, if you don't like it, you don't like it, and the so-called pursuit is just a waste of effort, totally unnecessary." She had never thought of any other possibilities with anyone around Johnny Hwai, not to mention that this person was also his good buddy and brother. "To me, you're just Johnny Hwai's friend. I'll treat these words today as if I've never heard them, and from now on, please don't mention them again either." Shin Shuryen frowned, as if he hadn't expected her to refuse so dryly. "It's amazing that you don't give yourself a chance at all." He reached out to grab Su Yumian's waist. However, in the next second, a brute force tore him away, followed by his fist swinging over. Jiang Yihuai's eyes were scarlet, his fist smashed on the bridge of Shin Shuryen's nose, and as if he wasn't yet relieved, he pounded down another fist. Just now, he didn't feel comfortable chasing out, originally wanting to talk to Su Yumian, but what did he see? His best brother, hugging his ex-girlfriend? Su Yumian's back was to him at that time. He didn't know what kind of expression she had on her face, but Shin Shuryen's face of infatuation. The color of lust was already surging in the bottom of his eyes. It was obvious that there was an adulterous relationship. Jiang Yihuai's brain buzzed, and for 5 whole seconds, his brain was blank. By the time he reacted, his fists were hard. "Good, Shin Shuryen, you are really my good brother. Don't you know that Su Yumian is my woman? What were you guys doing just now?" Chapter 45. Do you think I'm dead? And you? He turned to Su Yumian. "You're really seducing anyone but him. Are you satisfied now?" Su Yumian sniffed. She only felt angry and aggrieved. Clearly she was the one who was inexplicably involved. And what did she do wrong? Facing Jiang Yihuai's questioning, Shin Shuryen was terrifyingly calm. He touched the injury on the bridge of his nose and the corners of his mouth turned up coldly. "You saw what we were doing, didn't you?" Jiang Yihuai's face was expressionless. "So, you don't have anything to explain?" "Explain what? Explain that I like Su Yumian? That I'm going after her?" When these words came out, Su Yumian's face paled. Jiang Yihuai, on the other hand, was burned red with anger and directly raised his fist, continuing to greet Shin Shuryen's face. "Asshole! You like her? Going after her? What gives you the right? Shin Shiryan was punched to the side of his head, his brain buzzing, but he shielded Su Yumian behind him at the first opportunity. What? No? The similar action of sheltering and taking her under his wing once again angered Jiang Yihui, who gritted his teeth and said in a single word, "Of course not. In what capacity are you saying this? An ex-boyfriend who's a thing of the past? Jiang Yihui, I'll go over only when I say so. Who do you think you are? Ha, didn't you say that a long time ago? You mentioned the breakup. We were all there at the time, and you forgot about it so quickly? Good." Jiang Yihui nodded with a cold smile. Waiting for me here? A few points of guilt flashed across Shin Shiryan's face. I'm sorry, you're the one who let go first. That doesn't mean you can chase. Shin Shiryan, are you that unpicky? Rabbits still know not to eat grass on the edge of the nest. Jiang Yihui, calm down. Nowadays in this society, men and women split up. You separated from her. Could it be that Su Yumian can never be with other men? It's not me. There's someone else too. Jiang Yihui's mind cannot help but appear Su Yumian and other men have children. Boom sound, as if something exploded, clenched the hand uncontrollably shaking, consciousness blank. By the time he reacted, he had already raised his fist and landed on Shin Shiryan one after another. Shin Shiryan reacted quickly, dodging and avoiding it the first time, but due to the need to protect Su Yumian, he still inevitably received a few punches. Of course, Jiang Yihui also did not fall a good Shin Shiryan, and he grew up with a pair of pants. Very clear where his weaknesses. Not a moment's work. The corner of his mouth was broken. The forehead also hung color. Shirmushi sat in the lounge for 2 minutes, adjusted her emotions, and then came downstairs to the lobby to find Jiang Yihui. She thought, well, Su Yumian has become the past tense. Like today, this inevitable encounter is normal. They are completely unnecessary to be so calculating, but it seems that she is small-minded. After figuring this out, his mood improved. However, after looking around the hall, he couldn't find Jiang Yihui. It was only when a waiter finally showed her the way that she found her way to the small garden outside. And what did she see? Jiang Yihui is having a big fight with someone, and the other party was clearly one of his good brothers, Shin Shiryan. Shirmushi was startled by the viciousness of the two men tearing each other apart, and when she came back to her senses and saw the injuries on Jiang Yihui's face, she hurriedly stepped forward. Don't fight. You guys stop fighting. If you keep fighting, something will happen. She reached out to yank Jiang Yihui's arm, but he pushed her straight away and she fell to sit on the floor in a state of disarray. Changzhou and Guizhou also heard the commotion and ran out from inside. Holy, what is this? Are you two crazy? Hurry up and stop. YZ, IN. The two men pulled one each. Changzhou, brother Jiang, calm down, calm down. Guizhou, Shin Shiryan, don't be crazy. What can't you say properly and still start a fight? Jiang Yihui and Shin Shiryan, don't pull me, let go. Seeing that the two were going to bring up their fists and charge upwards, Changzhou and Guizhou definitely couldn't let go of their hands even if they said anything at this moment. Say, what's going on? Guizhou's eyes balked between the two. Let's discuss what's going on. We're all brothers, don't hurt the peace. Changzhou also opened his mouth to round up the situation. Guizhou, YZ, today is Feast's birthday, so even the most important things will be moved to a later date. Shin Shiryan used the back of his hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth. His gaze swept over the angry Jiang Yihui, and tugged at the corners of his lips. I meant what I said just now, and this decision has been well thought out, so you're in no position to intervene. After saying that, he turned towards Su Yumian, who had a pale face and lost her eyes, took off his jacket and tenderly draped it over her. Is everything alright? Did you get scared? I'll send you back first. When Changzhou and Guizhou saw this scene, their eyes straightened and they were so confused that their brains wouldn't turn. Shin Shiryan and Su Yumian, what's the situation? So that's why Jiang Yihui went crazy just now? Su Yumian also reacted at this time. Looking at Shin Shiryan's hand reaching out, she stepped back and avoided without a trace, then took off the suit jacket on her body together and returned it to him. No, I'll go back by myself. Leave me out of your business. I'm not a toy to be fought over. And, Su Yumian raised her eyes. One word at a time. Let's not contact each other again. It was said both to Shin Shiryan and to Jiang Yihui, who was not far away with red eyes. Men. Shin Shiryan moved his lips and lowered his eyes. I'm sorry, it was my poor consideration that caused this today. If it caused you trouble, I will make up for it. Su Yumian interrupted. If you really want to make amends, then stay away from me. If at first she was confused, stupid, aggravated and bitter, at this moment, she had calmed down completely, because Su Yumian knew that it wasn't her fault. Shin Shiryan was impulsive and careless. Jiang Yihui was infuriated and made a fuss. And how innocent was she? So she refused to take the guilt, the shame and all the negative emotions onto herself. She just wanted to get rid of the trouble these two men were causing right now. However, how could Shin Shiryan do what she wanted? He had taken great pains to meet by chance, make arrangements, and create opportunities to get along with her by all means, and it was not easy to take advantage of today to pierce this layer of window paper. So how could he allow Soo Yumyeon to easily withdraw from this game of chase? Sleepy, you can choose to refuse, but it's also my right to pursue you. Soo Yumyeon, does he think the matter is not big enough? This fire is not burning hot enough? As expected, Jang Yeoi's already dark-clouded face darkened even more by 2 points once he heard this. Shen Shuryen, do you think I'm dead? Shen Shuryen shrugged his shoulders, beaten and scolded. You accept the reality. Soo Yumyeon, you guys take your time chatting. I'll go first. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. Shen Shuryen, however, did not give her a chance, chased after her, reached out and clasped her shoulders. Chapter 46, 3 Men and a Woman. Shura, the next second, however, it was intercepted by another hand and stopped in midair. Shen Shuryen frowned as he looked at the visitor, his tone unkind. It's you? Soo Yumyeon murmured. Professor Xiao, how do you? At that moment, she nearly choked. Xiao Wenbai's gaze fell on her face. Is it okay? Soo Yumyeon nodded. Aha, but with a strong nasal sound. Good for you, Xiao Wenbai, it just so happens that my car is here. Send you back? Yes, please. Xiao Wenbai wrapped his arms around her and prepared to leave. Soo Yumyeon felt like a small stone on a cliff, to fall or not, until the moment Xiao Wenbai appeared. Only then was he finally grounded. Professor Xiao, what brings you here? Next door to the manor is a high-grade hotel. He came over to attend an academic conference. Halfway break out to take a breath of fresh air. Did not expect to run into the scene. Just in time for something. Wei Shen Shuryen chased after him. Xiao Wenbai, are you going to the wrong place? The academic conference is next door. This is my private manor. Xiao Wenbai's feet lurched, and Soo Yumyeon followed suit. Shen Shuryen, my guests. I will send them myself, so I don't need Professor Xiao to bother. Xiao Wenbai turned around, his gaze faintly sweeping over him. Then have you asked the guests themselves? Soo Yumyeon immediately spoke. I'll go with Professor Xiao. Shen Shuryen was speechless, sleeping. Xiao Wenbai, let's go. Soo Yumyeon nodded. Stop. Watching Soo Yumyeon entangled with both men, Jang Yehuai couldn't tense up anymore. Soo Yumyeon, where do you want to go? Go home. Ha, is back to this man as home, right? Jang Yehuai pointed at Xiao Wenbai, a cold smile floating to the corner of his mouth. Are you that cheap? Can't live without a man? Is it true that before we broke up, you already hooked up with someone behind my back? Soo Yumyeon, you're really good. I said I left so dryly, so I found my next home long ago? Even the people around me are not spared. You are really disgusting. Rage on the head. Jang Yehuai's sanity was completely gone. He now only wanted to use the most extreme way to humiliate this ungrateful, watery woman. Then, he looked at Shen Shuryen and Xiao Wenbai. The broken shoes I slept in smell so good? Worth fighting over? Does she deserve it? Soo Yumyeon couldn't restrain her body from trembling. The man's words were like knives, gouging out her heart with a knife, dripping with blood. It turns out that when the pain is so extreme, it's really just numbness. Her reddened eyes stared at Jang Yehuai with a twisted expression, her teeth cackling with cold, as if she had been immersed in icy water from head to toe. And in that instant, she almost lost all sense. Xiao Wenbai frowned fiercely. The woman's soft body stood trembling in the cold wind, as if the slightest touch would cause her to fall. I thought, for 6 years, that the feelings between us were at least real, but I realize now that I was so bad in your heart. Her low voice was choked with sobs, and a self-deprecating smile hung at the corner of her mouth. It turns out that I chose wrongly from the very beginning, and that's why I made a wrong step, and ended up in the end, never to be able to recover. Seeing the woman's pale face, red eyes, and rustling tears, Jang Yehuai like a stick in the head, chest blocked, uncomfortable. He moved his lips in a frantic attempt to grasp at something, but couldn't get a word out. It was a long time before he spoke hoarsely. Why? Angrily raising his eyes to Shen Shuryen, he pulled up his volume and roared. I'm asking you why. You know that Soo Yumyeon is my woman. Why are you doing this? Shen Shuryen, however, looked at him calmly. I asked you, didn't I? Wasn't it you who asked me to chase after her? What are you minding now? Jang Yehuai recalled the group chat record from not long ago, and suddenly his face went white as paper. Soo Yumyeon was even more trembling and shaky. Xiao Wenbai reached out in time and held her. I'll take you now. Shen Shuryen narrowed his eyes and blocked him. Where are you taking people? Don't forget, this place is surnamed Shen. It's not a place you can enter and leave whenever you want. Jang Yehuai also realized what was going on, and his evil wolf-like eyes looked over, raging anger churning in his eyes. Xiao Wenbai raised his eyes lightly. His normally harmless and gentle eyes became dangerous and stern at this point. The initiator of the academic meeting of Xianya Hotel is Xiao Dong of Ninghai. At this point, the meeting will end soon. He also participated today. I made a call over. He should be able to come within 2 minutes. If you don't want all this crap you guys made today to reach the ears of the Shin family and Jiang family elders, you should learn to stop in moderation. The power and position of the Xiao family in the capital was by no means something the Shin or Jiang families could compete with. Plus, Xiao Wenbai directly moved out the elders of the two families. Shin Shiyan hesitated for 2 seconds. Zhang Yihuai couldn't help but frown as well. In addition, if I remember correctly, the Xiao family and the Jiang family still have cooperation. If the relationship between the two families takes a turn for the worse because of this matter, it's not something you alone can afford. His tone was not light or heavy, but Shin Shiyan and Jiang Yihuai clearly felt the warning in it. Xiao Wenbai didn't care about their reactions and spoke calmly. Get out of the way. Jiang Yihuai's dark face didn't say anything, and Shin Shiyan's eyes narrowed slightly, so he could only take a step back, allowing Xiao Wenbai to smoothly take Su Yumian away. Damn it! Kicking away the stone at his feet, Jiang Yihuai was so angry that his chest exploded. Chang Zhou and Gu Yizhou watched the entire program and looked at each other, not daring to speak. Shin Shiyan picked up his jacket and turned to leave. Jiang Yihuai looked at his back as he left, his gaze somber. Shi stepped forward and held his arm. Carefully speaking, brother why? Off. On the way back, it was raining from the sky. The raindrops slammed against the car window, sliding down in wisps and trailing a trail of water. The howling wind never stopped. Su Yumian looked at the window in a daze. Her heart seemed to break open a hole, and she was shaking badly. Suddenly, the warm jacket gently covered her, and the unique wooden cold fragrance of Xiao Wenbai's body came from the tip of her nose. Her tightly wound emotions suddenly broke down, and the tears in her eyes could no longer be held back. They flowed down. Xiao Wenbai heard her low sobs, and his heart was stifled. He told the driver to pull over, raise the divider, and let her vent her emotions. It took a while for Su Yumian to ease up, remembering what happened just now. Her fingers tightened. Just now. I'm sorry for laughing. Xiao Wenbai spoke seriously. Those asshole words, you don't need to take them to heart at all. Other people's evaluations are originally one-sided, with prejudice, or worse, just to vent their anger. What kind of person you are, you won't know until you've spent time together. At least in my eyes, you're good, so don't punish yourself for someone else's mistakes, okay? The man's tone was gentle, and the look in her eyes was incomparably sincere. Su Yumian slowly stopped her tears because of his words. She looked up and met her 4 eyes. Chapter 47 Zhang Yihuai can. Why can't he? Really? Xiao Wenbai nodded. Aha. She took a deep breath. Thank you. I feel better. Xiao Wenbai saw that she had adjusted her mood in time, and his heart slightly relaxed for a few moments. Hungry? I remember a good Sichuan restaurant nearby. Su Yumian thought about it and didn't refuse. The most distinctive feature of a Sichuan restaurant is the spicy pot. Xiao Wenbai couldn't eat much spicy food, so he ordered a mandarin duck pot. The fiery red soup base gurgles and churns, hot and appetizing to look at. Su Yumian was still in a dismal mood, but feeling the bustle around her. The depression in her heart was a few points less. The beef ribs were soft and flavorful and the vegetables were fresh and green, whetting the appetites of those who had little appetite a moment ago. It was still stormy outside, but warm inside the store. Conversational sounds came from all directions not far away, and Su Yumian's emotions slowly returned to normal. Su Yumian looked up. The man across the table obviously did not move his chopsticks much. Look at the slow and methodical movements. Not like hungry. Come to the hot pot restaurant instead. It is more like this way to comfort her. Thinking back to the last time in the dark rainy day, he also accompanied her in this silent way. Su Yumian was truly grateful. Today, thanks. She hadn't thought that she would be caught in that embarrassing situation, and if Xiao Wenbai hadn't appeared, she was afraid that she would hardly be able to get out of it just by herself. For me, that scene just now was a nightmare. Even if you convince yourself not to care, how can you really be indifferent? Thinking of this, she came back from her daze, bumped into Xiao Wenbai's clear and moist eyes, and suddenly surged with a few laughs. Fortunately, you appeared. Fell from the sky, like a savior. That's not how a savior works. Xiao Wenbai lost his smile. Su Yumian looked at his pupils under the lenses, and the man's voice rang in her ears once again. You are far stronger and tougher than you think. Xiao Wenbai didn't intentionally say these words to comfort her because she was depressed, but clearly and unambiguously told her that she was already strong. Su Yumian was stunned for 2 seconds, as if she saw something, and suddenly laughed. Your glasses, they're foggy. Don't they affect your vision? The lenses of the man's glasses had filled with moisture under the steaming heat and looked a little funny. Xiao Wenbai helplessly took it off and pulled a paper towel to wipe it off. So that's why I rarely come to hot pot restaurants. Su Yumian's eyes tailed slightly as she smiled and propped up her hand. So you don't like coming to hot pot restaurants? Can't say I don't like it, I just find it inconvenient. Xiao Wenbai dried the lenses and put them back on. Su Yumian nodded, remembering that the few times he had eaten at her house, it seemed like he hadn't really shown anything in particular that he liked or disliked. Xiao Wenbai saw that she was lost in thought again. This beef is good, try it. Su Yumian, thanks. I'll do it myself. Xiao Wenbai still had to go to the lab, so he only sent her downstairs. The rain has stopped. The road surface carries a dampness. Coolness from the floor have surged. Su Yummy and cold a shiver. Subconsciously collect the jacket, but smelled a familiar wooden fragrance. She looked down at the dark coat she was wearing, and couldn't help but laugh, thinking of Xiao Wenbai with only a thin turtleneck sweater on his body. It should be no problem, right? However, listening to the man's successive sneezes the next day, Su Yumian concluded that the man wasn't that resistant to freezing either. I sent your clothes to the dry cleaners. They should be back in a few days. Xiao Wenbai waved his hand. There's no rush. It's just a jacket. He still has it in his closet. I came back to get a couple changes of clothes, and I'm going to the lab again soon. He spoke with a thick nasal voice and a mask on his face, and it was obvious from the sound of it that he had a bad cold. Wait a minute. Su Yumian turned around and went into the house, and when he came back again, he was carrying a thermos pot in his hand. This is the ginger soup I made yesterday. You remember to drink it while it's hot. Xiao Wenbai heard the word ginger. His eyebrows knit without trace. Su Yumian didn't see it, just admonished again. There are still cold medicines in the bag. They are all commonly used, and the method of eating is written on the box. Xiao Wenbai's body is healthy and seldom catches a cold. And after hearing her words, his hand lurched, and for the first time, he had the urge to return the thermos. However, immediately afterward, he heard Su Yumian say, after all, it was because of me that you caught a cold yesterday. His hand, which he tried to push back, retracted. Lifting his wrist, he glanced at his watch. Time was running out. Thanks. Ginger soup and cold medicine. I'll take it. Looking at the figure of the man leaving in big strides, Su Yumian then closed the door and returned to the house. There was still something to add to the previous paper, and she had been checking out various websites for the past few days. There are also the books and papers handed to her by Prof. Oh Yang, all of which are in the original German, and her German level is only good enough for daily communication, so when she encounters specialized vocabulary, she still needs to spend time to look it up. Immersed in the sea of papers, Su Yumian's brain was running fast, and her hand was constantly moving her pen to record. Just then, her cell phone rang. She was a little chagrined when her coherent thoughts were interrupted, but she put down her pen and picked up her cell phone to answer. Hello, I'm sorry about yesterday, but there's something I'd like to say to you in person. It's Shin Shuriyen. Su Yumian was silent for a few seconds. Just as well, she also wanted to make things clear. After agreeing on a time and place, Su Yumian ended the call. Zhang Yihuai's angry face flashed in her mind, and she shook her head to get rid of the extra thoughts, continuing to bury her head in her paper. The meeting place was the cafe they had visited last time, not far from the U of B. Pushing open the door, Su Yumian saw Shin Shurian sitting where he was last time. The man, with his back to the entryway, seemed to be aware of it at the moment, and turned his head to look over the moment the doorbell rang. The coat was on hand, and Shin Shurian was wearing a Gucci business shirt with a slightly open collar, revealing a sexy throat and half of his collarbone. It caused the little girl at the next table to peek from time to time. Su Yumian ignored the gazes around her and sat down opposite him, and Shin Shurian asked her what to drink. Su Yumian didn't have much interest in drinking coffee, and directly picked out his intention. I came here because I wanted to make clear what I didn't finish saying that day. Shin Shurian heard the implication of her words, but he was not annoyed. Instead, he brought a few laughs. Then I would also like to say that every word I have said, I mean it. Su Yumian frowned. Then you should know even more that I don't like you and there is no possibility between us. Shin Shurian shrugged his shoulders. I learned a long time ago that in this world, there is nothing that can be undefeated, and there is nothing that can be smooth sailing, but the result is good on it, isn't it? He has always been persistent, and once he sets a goal, he doesn't stop until he achieves it. At the same time, he was patient. He could wait slowly, waiting for Su Yumian to soften, just like when Zhang Yihuai was chasing her, stalking her, and in the end, he managed to get the girl. If Zhang Yihuai can, why can't he? Chapter 48. I've known for a long time that you've slept with someone else. Seeing his confidence, Su Yumian frowned and was about to say something when a voice suddenly rang out. Sister Yumian? Chang Zhou had a dinner party nearby, and when he passed by, he actually saw Shin Shurian and Su Yumian together through the floor-to-ceiling window. Cafe. It's the right place for couples to go on dates. For a moment he thought he had blurred his eyes and looked away, but he didn't realize that it was really both of them. To be honest, although Chang Zhou was surprised that Shin Shurian, this dog, would do this thing of thinking about his brother's woman, it was not so much that he could not accept it. Once upon a time, it wasn't like young Master Shin hadn't done anything more deviant than this, but Su Yumian would accept it, which made Chang Zhou simply drop his jaw in shock. His eyes traveled back and forth between the two, and he had a complicated look on his face, wanting to say something for a moment but not knowing how to do so. Su Yumian rested her mind to continue the conversation, barely pulling out a smile. She greeted Chang Zhou and left first. As soon as she left, Chang Zhou obediently sat in her place and looked up at Shin Shuryen across the table. Hey, are you for real? What, true or false? He took a leisurely sip of his coffee. But I see that Sister Yumian is unlikely to accept you. Shin Shuryen moved and put down his cup. Why do you say that? He suddenly looked positive, causing Chang Zhou to be a bit balked. Just 2 reasons. First, you're not Sister Yumian's favorite type. Second, with your relationship with Brother Jiang, the two of you will never be able to. Shin Shuryen has no class, and his sister Yumian is still picking. Say, Chang Zhou's eyes twinkled and he suddenly moved closer, pressing his voice. Reveal a bit of it. When did your heart for Sister Yumian start? Shin Shuryen absently looked out the window and faintly sipped his coffee before saying, it's very early, probably. Is she just got together with YZ not long ago? Holy beast, are you? Chang Zhou gritted his teeth, thinking that he was really shameless. You're coveting your brother's woman. Shen Shuryen sneered. Did I do anything when they were together? Now that they're all separated, I'm not allowed to think about it? You've had it on your mind for a long time, and that's just wrong. Shin Shuryen snorted coldly. Didn't you also like the same girl as Gui Zhou when you were in high school? Me. Chang Zhou choked. I didn't know better at that time. Besides, it's not like I can control such things as liking, and you know you can't control it, so I can? Jiang Yihui doesn't know how to cherish. Naturally someone else will cherish it for him. Besides, he had already been mindful of their friendship by not going across the board, but waiting until today to make his move. Now, he's just fighting for what he wants. Chang Zhou looked at his stubborn appearance, scratched his hair, and persuaded. What? About that, why don't you just give up? Sister Yumian's temperament you also know. A strong twisted melon is not sweet. Now Jiang Yihui has completely turned his face with Shin Shuryen. That day he let out harsh words to sever the relationship, and from now on where he is there cannot be Shin Shuryen. Now people in the circle are afraid to say much for fear of being implicated in a bad case. The reason for the two suddenly pulling the plug has also become the center of discussion. There is talk of poor cooperation and unequal distribution of benefits. There are also guesses that the relationship between the two families is strained, in the way of the pressure of the elders, and have to turn the other cheek. There's also talk of fighting over a desk jockey. This last speculation has been debated the most. Chang Zhou's mouth is tight, and when someone asks, he just snorts. But the heart still blames Shin Shuryen ungenerous. Two brothers fight for a woman, or Shin Shuryen first showdown. This is to make a mess. Shin Shuryen spread his hands indifferently. You don't need to persuade me. The sweetness of the melon that is twisted by force. You have to taste it to know. Su Yumian went to the mall after coming out of the cafe and bought a new scarf and a cashmere coat. Then it was back to the supermarket to do some more shopping, and by the time I came out, it was dark. It was dark early in the winter, and she couldn't help but quicken her pace toward home. By the time we got downstairs, it was completely dark. Suddenly, a figure rushed out of the dark alley. She assumed it was a homeless person from the neighborhood and instantly her back went cold and sweaty. However, she was relieved when she saw that the visitor was Jiang Yihui, but she couldn't help but tighten her frown by 2 points when she saw that he smelled of alcohol and staggered around. Jiang Yihui had been waiting for a while, freezing to the point of his nose. He took advantage of his drunkenness and pulled Su Yumian's hand. Sleep, you let go. Su Yumian struggled with some discomfort. I don't know when she could no longer accept this man's touch. I'm not letting go, not until you come back. Back to me, okay? Su Yumian didn't know what kind of madness he was having again. You're drunk, sleepy, I'm serious. That's the second man today who said seriously to her. Jiang Yihui, before you asked me what I was coming back for, to be a mistress? Now I'll tell you. I've already mentioned my breakup with Shi Mushi. As long as you come back, what happened between you and Shin Shuryen? I'll treat it as if it never happened. Yesterday, I was the one who spoke too much. I apologize. You can hit me or scold me if you want. The night was getting darker and there were fewer pedestrians. The weather forecast said that today would be the lowest temperature day of this winter season, so everyone should take precautions to keep warm. Su Yumian hadn't felt anything before, but at this moment, she felt her back go cold, and her breath was cold. I'm sorry, she lowered her eyes, lashes fluttering. We can't go back. The stubborn and tough man finally bowed his head and gave in, but she didn't care anymore. You've got a weak stomach. You'd better cut down on the booze. When she finished, she drew her hand away and turned to leave. Drink less. She still cares about him. Jiang Yihui's eyes were glowing. She was still the same as before. She would advise him to drink less. So did he still have a chance? Thinking of this, he raised his steps to catch up, tugged on Su Yumian's hand, and pulled her into his arms. Mian, you still care about me, don't you? Let's start over, okay? That said, he kissed it eagerly. Su Yumian's eyes widened as she pushed him away, wiping her mouth in disgust. Don't you touch me. Jiang Yihui stiffened. The woman's disgusted movements and disgusted gaze like a sharp knife. stabbing him bloody. The body that was flooded with alcohol also suddenly cooled a few degrees. Soo Yumien, in fact, I've known for a long time that during those years we were together, you slept with more than one woman outside. You think you're doing a good job of hiding it, but every woman in love is Sherlock Holmes. And those traces that aren't wiped clean, do you really think I can't see them? The first time I found the tip was when he came back from a business trip, and when I was helping him sort out his suitcase, I found a small corner of the condom bag, less than the size of a fingernail cap, but Soo Yumien recognized with just one glance that it wasn't the one that they commonly used. Chapter 49, Sleeping with the Wrong Person? That night, she slept alone in the guest room under the pretext of not feeling well. She was afraid that if she spent one more second in the master bedroom with this man she wouldn't be able to control herself and throw up. It was dark that night. The wind. It's cold. Tears. Unbroken. The next day she hooked up with a gynecologist at a tertiary care hospital for a full screening. Luckily there were no problems. Since then, she had consciously kept Jiang Yihua away, and he didn't even notice that something was wrong. Also, how can you realize that the house hasn't been fired up for a long time when you've eaten out so much? Soo Yumien, I really think you're dirty, so can you stay away from me? Jiang Yihuai's breath caught in his throat, as if he was being strangled, and in that moment, he didn't even dare to look at her eyes. Turns out, she knows everything. The sky was drizzling again. The wind whimpered and the cold pierced his bones. Jiang Yihuai stood in the rain, letting the downpour hit his body. As if he were a stone statue, he fixedly looked at Soo Yumien's back as she left. Not moving, she rushed out from the curtain of rain, looking at his whitened lips, his body so cold that it didn't have a trace of heat, and cried, "Brother, why? Don't be like this. Will you love your body? You'll get sick if you keep getting wet." She stood beside him, similarly drenched by the downpour and freezing. "You're standing here, but what about Soo Yumien? She doesn't care about you at all. I'm the only one who loves you. I don't want to break up. Please, let me stay by your side, okay?" Jiang Yihua turned a deaf ear and pushed her away with red eyes. "Go away. Fine. If you refuse to go, then I'll accompany you." She was ruthless and gritted her teeth, no longer persuading more. Jiang Yihua was immersed in his own world and didn't care what she said or did. He stubbornly looked in the direction Soo Yumien had left, praying that she would soften her heart, even if it was just to look back. However, she walked away determined and austere. Drunkenness and coldness came up in unison, and Jiang Yihua could no longer support himself and collapsed in the rain. She was so frightened that she hurried forward. "Brother, why? Brother, why? Don't you scare me." Woo! She ran to the entrance of the alley and stopped a cab. The driver was a woman, and the two of them took a lot of effort to carry Jiang Yihua up, back to the villa. The first time to change into clean clothes for him, and towel dry his hair. Busy, cannot care about their own still wet. The family doctor received a call and rushed over temporarily, hanging water on him until midnight. Although Jiang Yihua was still groggy and didn't wake up, but his face at least wasn't as scary as before. In the middle of the night, the tired Mushi half asleep half awake to hear the man issued a vague murmur of sleep. She approached, clearly heard his mouth that one after another sleep. She remembered the scene during the day when he expressionlessly mentioned the breakup with herself, and what she had been afraid of had finally come true. But she was not willing to spent so much time and energy to come to this man's side, so hard to squeeze out the ex, successfully on the throne, how can easily let go? Thinking of this, she looked at the sleeping man on the bed, her gaze growing darker and darker. Finally, as if she had made up her mind, she gritted her teeth, took off the clothes on her body, went to the closet and rummaged for a nightgown that Soo Yumien hadn't taken away to change into, and then, carefully covered Jiang Yihuai's body. Jiang Yihua sleeps in a daze, suddenly felt the familiar flavor, barely hold up his eyelids, and in the blur, he saw Soo Yumien. She's finally back, wearing that favorite nightgown of his, breathing like an orchid, delicate like a demon. This time, he would never let go. With a fierce roll over, Jiang Yihua eagerly kissed up, his voice lovingly, "Sleep, sleep, sleep, you're finally willing to forgive me." The night was a messy one, and the commotion lasted well into the middle of the night. The man fell back to sleep contentedly. Jiang Yihua woke up the next day and subconsciously rubbed his throbbing and painful temples, like there were needles sticking in them. The next second, however, his elbow hit something warm and he stiffened. Turning his head, he saw Shi lying next to him. Both were naked and covered by the same quilt. The girl's neck was left with a little red mark, and her scarlet cheeks were suddenly dainty, and it looked as if she had been viciously moisturized. Jiang Yihua shook his head. Those fragrant and messy images from last night surfaced in his mind a little bit. He slapped his forehead in chagrin. How had he gotten someone to sleep in a blur? She has long been awake. Feeling the man's movement, only slowly opened her eyes. A begonia spring sleep first woke up the delicate appearance. She was first stunned, and then redness climbed on the cheeks. She pursed her lips shyly, then stretched out her hands and embraced Jiang Yihua from behind. "Bow, You made me hurt so much last night, I kept saying no, and you still refused to. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Yihui frowned. What exactly happened last night? Before that fragrant memory, he only remembers being downstairs at Su Yumian's house, watching her walk without looking back. As for when he returned home, and how he got into bed with Mushi, he couldn't remember any of this. When Mushi looked at his face was not good. His eyes flickered slightly, and after 2 seconds, tears snapped down. Yesterday, you fainted in the rain. I took a taxi to send you back, and then took care of you for a long time. I was going to go back, but you pulled me, not letting me go, but also pressed me on the bed. I kept shouting in pain, and you ignored it, and in the end, it became like this. She bit her lower lip, raised her eyes and looked at Jiang Yihui. Her eyes and eyelashes slightly trembled, pitifully soft. Last night, I was the first time. You are my first love and my first man. I just like you and want to stay by your side. If you really want to separate, and I'm not the kind of woman who is a stalker, I'll leave now. With that, she lifted the covers and picked up the clothes on the floor, putting them on as she cried. Jiang Yihui only felt a headache. The moment the girl bowed her head, she revealed the brightly colored hickey on her neck, as if silently accusing him of last night's crime. Mushi's hands were shaking so much that she couldn't button up her coat, and after several attempts, she couldn't succeed, and she was shaking all over, like a rain-soaked and homeless kitten. That's all. Jiang Yihui eventually softened his heart. Let's not mention the breakup beforehand. Let's leave it like this for now. Why don't you get dressed and I'll take a shower before I take you back to school? Listening to the bathroom door close, Mushi then put away that pitiful look and curled her mouth triumphantly. As for the pajamas that proved she had taken the initiative to seduce Su Yumian, long before Jiang Yihui woke up, she had already put them back in the closet as they were. I didn't realize that Pinu's clothes were so wearable. To have fun. Of course, you have to have fun and excitement. Chapter 50, She's still young. Take your time. At night, Jiang Yihui had just finished dealing with the piles of work when Chang Zhou called. Brother Jiang, it's been a long time since we've gotten together. Come out for a drink? Good. Jiang Yihui left the study and had just changed his clothes and went downstairs when he saw Mushi come in through the front door and stand in the entrance hall to change her shoes. With 4 eyes, both of them couldn't help but stare. Jiang Yihui, why are you here? Timothy, Pa, are you going out? Jiang Yihui, aha. The girl bit her lip in embarrassment. So, did I come at a bad time? The man didn't say anything. I came here after class. I didn't skip. Last night you made it too hard. I'm a little inflamed down there, and I've been uncomfortable all day today, and I didn't dare to go to the pharmacy to buy medicine by myself for fear that people would laugh at me, and I remembered that the villa's standing medicine chest had a few creams to reduce swelling and pain, so that's why I came over. She stumbled over her explanation, afraid that the man would find her troublesome. I'm going back to school now. Mushi was late and waiting for his response, gritted her teeth and turned around, ready to leave. Just 2 steps out. Jiang Yihui, come here. The corner of her mouth lifted into a smile, and the moment she turned around she pressed it down again. Pa. Jiang Yihui took out the medicine box, found a few plasters, and read the instructions. These don't work, they can't be used in that place. Mushi was on the verge of crying. What then? Go to the drugstore to buy it? But this kind of thing, how can I? What can I say? She was mortified. Jiang Yihui sighed, then got up. Let's go. Take you to the hospital. No, I don't want to keep you from your business. Jiang Yihui took the car keys. Nothing serious. Chang Zhou is just asking for a drink. It doesn't matter if I go later. So, after the doctor's appointment later, can I come with you? Jiang Yihui, aha. Coming out of the hospital, Mushi's face was as red as an apple. Jiang Yihui, sorry. It doesn't matter. Like that. As long as it's with you, do what I feel happy. The girl's eyes are bright, naive and a little silly. The more heartless she was, the more Jiang Yihui couldn't get over it in his heart. In the end, it was his mistaken identity that had brought things to this point. He didn't dare to imagine what Mushi would cry like if he mentioned breaking up at this time. Get in. Jiang Yihui pulled open the driver's side door. Ha! Mushi froze for a moment and said dully, where to? Aren't you going to Chung Zi's bureau with me? Oh, the girl nodded dutifully and got in the passenger seat. The lively room, the noisy heavy metal music. Chang Zhou was pinching the highball glass wooden intoxication. 1 day, 2 day. Guizhou gave him a kick. Get up. Don't scratch your head in front of me. Disgusting. TSK. What do you know? I've got this new disco I'm learning. You try it too. Don't. I don't have the courage to be embarrassed. Guizhou immediately dodged away, almost writing the 4 big words, don't take it from me, on his face. Where's YZ? Didn't you call? Why haven't you arrived by now? Chang Zhou, I don't know. Anyway, he said he would come for sure. Guizhou pondered for a moment. Did you call Shin Shurian? Called. Guts. Who doesn't know that Jiang Yihui and Shen Shurian had a falling out now, and he still dares to put these two ancestors together, thinking that his life is too long? Really think I'm stupid? Chang Zhou hummed lightly. Brother Fei said not to come. I called Brother Jiang. Yo, speak of Cao Cao. Cao Cao arrives, and here it is. Hearing the commotion, Cheng Zhou rushed to the door to greet him. The next second, only to see Jiang Yihui walk in with Shi Mushi on his arm, and so on. Cheng Zhou hissed. Jiang Yihui had a calm face. Chang Zi, Jiang, Brother Jiang is here. Sit, 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 he hurriedly greeted, pouring wine and handing fruits. In the second half, while Shi Mushi went to the restroom, Chang Zhou finally couldn't help but speak. Brother, what's going on? Didn't you break up with her? Why did you bring someone here again? 2 cups of wine down. Jiang Yihui eyes more than a few points of disorientation. She is still small. Take your time. She may not be able to accept it for a while. Chang Zhou's teeth were sore from listening. Really? You're a college student and you're still young? Jiang this put confused. Then, on Sister Yumian's side, you don't intend to chase back? If that's the case, that dog Shen Shurian must be so happy that he'll jump up and down. Mentioning Su Yumian, Jiang Yihui's heart pricked. Who said that? Then you this. He looked at the direction that Shi Mushi left. Foot in 2 boats. There's no rush. I'll try my best to make it up to Sleepy when Shi Mushi's side is taken care of. Chang Zhou moved his lips. In fact, he wanted to say, opportunity waits for no one. By the time you deal with this, Sister Yumian might have run away long ago. However, seeing that he looked like he was determined to win, Chang Zhou chose to shut up and not go for that offense. It was nearly midnight before the party was over. Chang Zhou was already half drunk, but still managed to get up and sign the order, then was helped to the car by the nightclub staff. The chauffeur is in place to ensure that the person is delivered safely. Guizhou is okay. Did not drink much, just smoke a few more cigarettes. The smell of the body is not very good. He'd renewed a suite at a nearby 5-star hotel, so he could just go straight there now. Jiang Yihui and Shi Mushi were left, and the two of them stood on the side of the road waiting for the chauffeur. Shi Mushi tentatively took the man's sturdy arm, his body then close, just like a little birdie. Wow, it's so late. Let's go straight back to the villa? The implication was that she was willing to stay the night. Jiang Yihui, however, was silent. 2 seconds later, you have classes tomorrow, so it's better to walk you back to your dorm. The corners of Shi Mushi's mouth tightened slightly. Disappointment flashed in his eyes, yet the words that came out were, okay, all yours. Only then did Jiang Yihui's face slow down a little. After sending Shi Mushi outside the Polytechnic University gates and watching her enter, the man calmly withdrew his gaze. Chauffeur, sir, what's next? Jiang Yihui looked out the window, and suddenly, pulled open the car door and went down. You help me drive the car straight back. I'll just stroll around the neighborhood. As we walked, we unknowingly arrived at the main entrance of the University of B. This place was too familiar to him. When he was trying to chase Su Yumian, he often blocked people at the school entrance. Less often you wait 10 minutes to see her come out. More often you wait half a day or 10 hours, and you don't always see someone. But he was happy and never bothered. When he came to the narrow alleyway entrance and went through it, it was where Su Yumian lives now. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Yihui went straight upstairs. On the way, in the dark, he kicked a beer bottle several times, or stepped on trash. Enduring the smoky odor, he finally came to that door. Clunk dash. Sleepy, it's me. Chapter 51. She's a person, not an object. I know you're there. Open the door, will you? Let's talk. Su Yumian, do you hear me? Good job. Su Yumian, good job. You won't open the door, right? You think I can't get in without opening the door? From a show of weakness to calmness to a gradual outburst of anger, Jiang Yihui's patience was running out little by little. Just as he finally gave up and turned his head to leave, he was caught off guard by a pair of cold, stern eyes. Jiang Yihui froze in place and frowned fiercely. The narrow stairwell was dimly lit, and Xiao Wenbai stood on the steps, seemingly having just climbed to this level. Showing up here at this hour, one could think with one's toes and know what he was here for. After Shen Shurian made a mess on that day, and then Xiao Wenbai came out in the middle of the day, Jiang Yihui was annoyed at the same time, but also finally had to realize that the flies surrounding Su Yumian were not simple. Therefore, after calming down, he first had someone investigate Xiao Wenbai's background. It turned out to be the 3rd oldest member of the Xiao family. No wonder even Shen Shurian backed down a little. Jiang Yihui, here to look for Su Yumian? Xiao Wenbai spoke faintly. So what if it is? So what if it's not? You should know what kind of relationship I have with her. So, Jiang Yihui's eyes narrowed slightly. If you're sensible, you should take the initiative to stay away from her. I'm sorry, I'm a person who is notoriously insensitive. Su Yumian is mine. It was in the past, now it's just a temper tantrum, and it will only be mine alone in the future. Xiao Wenbai frowned. She is a person, not an object, and should not be attributed to anyone. If I have to say who she belongs to, then she can only be her own. Jiang Yihui laughed coldly. Prof, Xiao has read a lot of books, but he doesn't seem to know much about women. What's the saying? It's only when you love deeply that you hate deeply. Su Yumian made such a mess with me today, also because she loves me too deeply. Don't believe that if you knocked on the door instead, she wouldn't open it for you just the same. So don't think about things that don't belong to you. It's futile to think about them. After saying that, Jiang Yihui straightly crossed over him and took big steps downstairs. Xiao Wanbai looked at the direction he left, then swept over the door of Su Yumian's house and wrinkled his eyebrows in doubt. Of course he knew that Su Yumian wouldn't open the door for herself. To be precise, she wouldn't open the door for anyone, because she's not even home. Maldives, blue sky, white clouds and the sound of waves. The turquoise-colored water gives a clear view of the fish swimming by below. The sun carries the warmth, the wind is gentle, and the waves are big. 3 days ago, Su Yumian received a call from Xiao Yue. The project in her hands finally finished delivery. The little puppy also went back home for winter vacation. She slept at home for 2 days blindfolded, bored to death, and simply asked Su Yumian to take a trip. As for the place, well, Xiao Yue held her chin. Just the Maldives. Su Yumian thought for 2 seconds and agreed in one breath. Good. On the one hand, it was to avoid this pile of crap Shen Shiyan and Jiang Yihui had gotten up to, and on the other hand, it was also true that he wanted to relax and unwind. Although Su Yumian likes to read and study, she knows that it's not good for people to be too tense, and that a combination of relaxation, work and rest can lead to a long and stable life. At this time, looking at the azure seawater and cloudless sky, she slept on a beach chair, listening to the sound of the waves lapping at the reef and enjoying the warm sunbathing. Su Yumian felt more and more that she hadn't come to the wrong place on this trip. She picked up the mango juice in her hand and took a sip. Not too sweet, not too light, just right, not far away. Dressed in sexy, Xiao Yue stepped over the beach. See her a lazy look, so sex also in the side of another chair to lie down. Alas, comfortable, you are also quite good at enjoying. Saying that, he put on his sunglasses and sucked a mouthful of coconut juice like Su Yumian, while cozily hooking up the corner of his mouth. Su Yumian folded her long legs and leisurely rolled over. Didn't you go on a date? Xiao Yue skimmed her mouth in disgust. That blonde guy is covered in muscles. I thought how powerful he was, but it turned out to be an empty frame. It's not as good as the little milk dog I raised. Su Yumian was a bit amused. The Kevin you saw last time? Changed long ago. This puppy is a sunshine type. Cute looking, sweet personality, smells good all over, and crucially, can cook. It's so delicious. It's you instead. Xiao Yue looked at her through her sunglasses and teased with a smile. Not planning to find another one? How boring is it to hang on to a tree? It's only fun to fall in love with different people. Su Yumian looked ahead to the sea. Don't consider it. No time, no energy, and no need. That's right, Xiao Yue smacked her lips. Men will only affect the efficiency of the schoolmaster in doing the problems and pull down the scores on the exams. She stretched her back. Her eyes had drifted away. So what? Just saw a blue-eyed handsome guy. I'll follow over to talk. You play by yourself first. Bye. Su Yumian raised her glass to wish her. Have fun. Did you find out clearly? Jiang Yihui stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of his office, his stern gaze falling on his assistant. It won't be wrong again this time, right? The assistant was terrified. Sorry, Mr. Jiang, the last time was my negligence. Now it has been checked clearly. Miss Su did not fly to Ha Province, but went to the Maldives. Sure. Here's the flight boarding information. MS. Su's name is on the passenger manifest. Jiang Yihui didn't look closely. He believed that there would be no mistakes this time. The last mistake could not be blamed entirely on the assistant. After all, who would have thought that Shinshir Banquet was so despicable that he actually switched Su Yumian's information with that of another passenger, deliberately misleading the person he sent to investigate and giving him the wrong information. Jiang Yihui, book me the earliest airfare. The assistant took out his cell phone and checked it. Mr. Jiang, the earliest flight is tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock. Then this is the class. Okay, if there's nothing else, then I'll head out. Jiang Yihui waved his hand. The assistant turned to leave, not forgetting to bring the door respectfully. Assistant Lin, why are you sweating? Did Mr. Jiang scold someone? Lin Ming waved his hand. Don't mention it. Right, you help Mr. Jiang book a flight to the Maldives at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. It's too late. I'm leaving first. Okay, don't worry about going to the parent-teacher conferences for Tong Tong. I'm here. Lin Ming lost his smile. You've only been here for a few days? Don't talk big, it's easy to hit your face. Don't worry, how could I get this flight booking thing wrong? You're underestimating me too much. Okay, hurry up. I don't talk to you. Later, really late. Tong Tong have to read me a month. The female assistant immediately took out her work cell phone and started booking tickets. I just had the information of the air traveler tied to my phone, and when I checked out, it showed that I was about to book 2 tickets successfully. The female assistant's first reaction was to call Lin Ming to ask for clarification, whether to book only for Mr. Jiang alone, or to include the other passenger. Mu Shi, and Book 2. However, the cell phone just rang twice before the other end hung up. The female assistant did not dare to ask Jiang Yihua directly. Coupled with Lin Ming's meaning just now, this trip should be quite urgent air tickets. Entangled again and again, she still booked 2, and for good reason. Mr. John can't be going to the Maldives to talk business, right? Since we're traveling, it's definitely a good idea to bring your girlfriend. Well, 2 should be right. Chapter 52 Jiang and Shen's encounter. Early morning, airport. Jiang Yihua sat in the VIP waiting room and casually swiped his friend's circles. With half an hour to go before boarding, he just felt that time was passing so slowly that he couldn't wait for the flight to take off the next second. Suddenly, he lurched in his movements and his body sat bolt upright. Shen Shurian sent a friend's circle yesterday, with a picture of a beach photo, blue sky and blue sea. The sunset is just right. Supporting text, the weather is nice in the Maldives and, most importantly, it's nice to meet people you want to see. Comment A, is Brother Feast going on a vacation to hunt for sex? Shen Shurian replied, hunting for sex is casting a wide net, while I fish with precision. Comment B, is there a situation with Shen Xiao? Shen Shurian replied, showing teeth. The further Jiang Yihua slid down, the darker his face became. The two have too many friends in common. Jiang Yihua down scrolling a few times did not finish reading. Almost all clear, all speculation. Shen Shurian romance comments. This dog thing, letting people give him false news. But in the end, he himself ran to the Maldives to find Su Yumian. Just then the radio alerted the passengers for the flight to the Maldives to board the plane. So he put away his phone, grabbed his jacket, and got up to leave the VIP lounge. But she didn't want to open the door. When Mu Shi was about to come in, and with 4 eyes, the girl's original action of pushing the door was changed to a hug. Jiang Yihua froze in place as she pounced on him. Pa, that's so sweet of you. I just casually mentioned before that I hadn't been to the Maldives yet, and I didn't think you'd take it to heart. She stood up straight and shook the boarding pass in her hand. I heard that the specialty water huts there have the ocean right at the push of the door. Sleep with the sound of the waves. See the sunrise when you open your eyes. And a nice trailing beach dash. Jiang Yihuai's eyebrows jumped as he responded perfunctorily. I'm going to the restroom. With that, stride away. Coming around the corner, he coldly dialed his assistant's number. Mr. John, shouldn't you be on board at this hour? Lin Ming, just say it if you don't want to work anymore. The other end was terrified. Mr. Jiang, where did you start with that? If I remember correctly, I only asked you to book my one-way ticket yesterday. Who asked you to book 2 of your own, and sent it directly to Mu Shi? If there's something wrong with your ears, go to the hospital before it's too late. Lin Ming immediately reacted to the newcomer's whole mess, but he didn't excuse himself, but directly admitted his mistake. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, it's me who didn't account for the situation, and I didn't check and verify afterwards. Jiang Yihuai's tone slowed down slightly. There is no next time. Pa, what took you so long? It's almost over for boarding. Seeing him come out of the restroom, Mu Shi immediately greeted him. Jiang Yihua, let's go. If you get it wrong, you have to get it wrong. Mu Shi is like a happy bird. I'm looking forward to it. It's my first time going abroad. Knowing that she was going to the Maldives, she had deliberately put on light makeup and packed a couple of sexy bikinis in her suitcase. Ever since the last time Jiang Yihua got drunk and the two of them accidentally got into bed, he had stopped touching her. No matter how much Mu Shi hinted at it, he didn't take it. This trip to the Maldives might be a good one. The flight landed and the two flew straight water to the island. Mu Shi has only seen the Maldives from pictures and videos, and the first time he was there, he couldn't help but hold his cell phone and keep shooting. Suddenly, she motioned that she and Jiang Yihua never seemed to have taken a picture together. The roommates knew about this visit to the Maldives, and she rolled her eyes, suddenly turning her cell phone in the man's direction. Jiang Yihua didn't sleep well yesterday. By now he was already a little sleepy. He yawned, looked up, saw that Mu Shi was filming him, and suddenly his face sank, blocking the phone. Mu Shi froze for a moment. Bao, it's our first time traveling abroad together. Don't we take a group photo? Jiang Yihua faintly explained. I don't like taking pictures. When he finished, he closed his eyes to rest. Mu Shi bit her lower lip, and it was as if a pot of cold water had been poured on her originally high spirits. The Maldives has blue skies and wide seas, and as soon as you step off the helicopter, you are greeted by an attendant. After the two checked in, the staff would be responsible for picking up and dropping off the luggage. Jiang Yihua walked towards the elevator somewhat wearily, and with a sudden glance up, he saw Shen Shurian. Shen Shurian had just come out of the elevator, and following the local customs, he wore a resort-style short-sleeved floral shirt with a pair of beach pants of the same color. Maybe the body proportion is too good, also may face too handsome. This kind of flower green, vulgar and greasy dress, froze by him to wear out a few points. Lazy noble. Shin Shuryen also discovered Jiang Yihuai's presence at the first time. He was first stunned. Then he walked towards him with a smile, his fingers still hooking a pair of sunglasses, looking unrestrained and casual. Hi, coming on a trip? Jiang Yihuai's face was expressionless. Yes, such a coincidence? Shin Shuryen hooked his lips. Maybe this is fate? However, you're moving slowly. I'm a day ahead of you. Mentioning this matter, Jiang Yihuai's face became more and more ugly, thanks to the blessing of certain people, temporarily being bogged down by false news. But it seems that you arrived a day early and did not have much to gain. Ah, Shen Shuryen. Do you think she'll be impressed after all the little maneuvers you've pulled? Even chasing after her like a heel? I know her too well, and with me around, you never will be. This was something that Jiang Yihuai was very confident in, just based on his relationship with Su Yumian as a boyfriend and girlfriend. Even if he became an ex, Shin Shuryen wouldn't have a chance. Shin Shuryen's eyes sank, lifted the corners of his lips, and looked at Shirmushi with meaning. How do you know it's impossible if you don't try? People change, aren't you the same? Happy vacation. Saying that, he patted Jiang Yihuai's shoulder. The result was dodged by the latter. I don't need to worry about Shaoshin if I'm unpleasant, but it's some people who shouldn't be too comfortable. After saying that, Jiang Yihuai walked into the elevator with big strides. Shirmushi hurriedly jogged to keep up, and she couldn't help but grip Jiang Yihuai's fingers a little harder. Did Shin Shuryen's words just now indicate that that person is also here? Ding! The elevator door opened and Jiang Yihuai withdrew his hand. I still have things to do. You can play by yourself. After that, he walked away without looking back. Su Yumian looked at the fox mask in her hand. The carvings and small craftsmanship on it were exquisite, and the carved eyes were lifelike. Where'd you get that? It's still weirdly good looking. Su Yumian's inquiring gaze turned to Xiao Yue. She put it on and tried it on, covering only the upper half of her face. Not to mention, it fit quite well with the lower half of her face, and didn't feel out of place in the slightest. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the hotel is going to hold a masquerade ball. All the people who enter have to wear masks. I specially picked out a little fox for you. Not bad, right? Xiao Yue glanced at her outfit. Su Yumian was wearing a red and white half-body dress today. Her hair pinned behind her ear was clipped with a pearl barrette, and the red pendant was hanging down on her temples, shaking and swaying with style. It goes especially well with the little fox on the mask. Chapter 53, A Dance. Masquerade? Well nah, it's a tradition at the hotel to hold it every 6 months with a different theme. Last time it was a masquerade ball and last time it was a Halloween house of horrors. This time the theme is more conventional and more accepted, so there should be a lot of people tonight. As Christmas approaches, Christmas trees can be found everywhere in the hotel and colored lights are hung up, making for a very festive atmosphere. Xiao Yue, I just came in from outside and noticed that the waiters were already all wearing masks, so it must be especially interesting. She chose a fox for Su Yumian and a lion for herself, the queen of the forest. In one word, handsome. Su Yumian, why don't you pick yourself a tiger? Why pick on a tiger? Wouldn't a tigress be more handsome? Xiao Yue, do you want to beg for a fight? Su Yumian grabbed her mask and fled, running while wearing it. Hurry up, I'm going to be late. Ed, you stop right there. Who's talking about a tigress? You are. 23rd floor ballroom. As soon as she stepped out of the elevator, Su Yumian could feel the gazes thrown in all directions. She didn't really like crowds, but the thought of having a mask on her face instantly made her accept it well. Xiao Yue pulled her through the crowd to the bar. A martini. Sleepy, what are you drinking? Su Yumian, a glass of lemonade. The corner of Xiao Yue's mouth twitched. Do you dare to say it again? I want lemon. Xiao Yue directly interrupted and turned to the bartender. Give her a Bloody Mary. The bartender smiled slightly. Okay. Su Yumian can't laugh. Unbeknownst to her, a pair of eyes in the dark at the moment are staring at her back, unable to move away. Jiang Yihuai stood at the entrance of the banquet hall, his body leaning against the wall, glancing at his watch from time to time. He wore the mask of the Song King of Onaria, a patchwork of cracked black and gold with irregular notes that made him look cold and elegant, especially since he was also wearing a white shirt, slightly open below the throat, with such an ascetic beauty that people passing by turned around frequently. After waiting for 5 minutes, Jiang Yihuai was already a bit impatient and was about to leave when Shirmushi suddenly patted his shoulder from behind. Bow, I'm coming. Jiang Yihuai turned around. The girl chose a white rabbit mask, fluffy on her pointed ears, and wore a rabbit eye makeup that fit her pure and clean temperament. I just found the wrong place, so I'm 2 minutes late. Sorry about that. She took his hand and gently shook it. I heard that today's lucky audience can win a mysterious prize, and I'm so lucky I'm sure I'll win. Jiang Yihuai originally still had some resentment in his heart, but looking at her cute appearance instantly eliminated all of it. Let's go. Isn't there a raffle? Over there, Xiao Yue had just put down her wineglass when she saw a small handsome man with a body and face that matched her aesthetic walk past in front of her. Su Yumian didn't wait for her to speak, but had already taken the initiative to speak. Go, take it easy, don't play it off. Xiao Yue gave her a flying kiss, then I'll leave first. Su Yumian helplessly retracted her gaze and looked around. There were indeed quite a lot of people who came, and most of them were specially dressed up. The ball ceremony was full of scents, romantic atmosphere with exotic music. The crowd started to warm up, stepped on the beat and started to dance. Su Yumian walked to the dessert table and fetched some pastries, then found a place where there were fewer people to sit down. And while eating, she took out the iPad she was carrying and started flipping through the papers. Suddenly, a bony hand appeared in front of him, accompanied by the man's low, elegant voice, "This beautiful lady, may I have a dance?" The man was dressed in a black suit, with very eye-catching baby blue cufflinks, and a light-colored Patek Philippe that had a distinctive period look to it, but was inexplicably appropriate for his themed mask of the day, the Phantom of the Opera. Su Yumian met his eyes that contained a smile and instantly recognized who he was. Shun, time, feast. Sorry, I can't dance. Shen Shurian, however, spoke with certainty. I've seen you dancing on your tiptoes backstage at school. The lie was demolished. Su Yumian was speechless for 2 seconds. It occurred to her that he would be talking about the solo dance she hadn't gotten to do at the graduation party her senior year. I practiced for 2 months, but didn't make it to the stage because of a calf injury. Even she had almost forgotten about it, but she didn't think he knew. At that moment, the onstage host said something and a chase light swept over the heads of the crowd. There were waves of screams. Caught off guard, the beam of white light fell on the two men, enveloping them in a circle. Shen Shurian curled his lips. The rule of the ball is that the man and woman who are illuminated by the searchlight must have a dance. God couldn't bear to see me rejected. Can you bear to let everyone down? As he spoke, he bowed 45 degrees and held out his hand in an inviting dance motion. The people around us began to coo. Promise him, dash. Dance a song, dash. Su Yumian gritted her teeth and could only rush her duck and put her hand into his palm. Shin Shurian immediately slid into the middle of the dance floor with her, forward and backward, spinning and embracing. The tall, handsome Phantom of the Opera captures a cunning and delicate little fox. The man's suit pants and the woman's skirt were intertwined and hooked, and with 4 eyes facing each other. Shen Shurian smiled with pleasure and satisfaction. Not only does Su Yumian know how to dance, she's good at it. This is due to the fact that when she was a child, her mother raised her to feel that her own daughter should try to reach out to dance, paint, and learn music and etiquette, as every girl does. She taught Su Yumian to be knowledgeable and versatile, but she didn't realize that she was even more gifted in reading and learning. Physical chemistry, biology and computers. That year she applied for all the subjects of the competition, from the preliminary examination, to the provincial competition, and then to the national competition, and then selected into the summer camp, winter camp training, and finally stood on the podium of the International Olympiad. That year, the entire school, and even the whole country, was ruthlessly amazed by Su Yumian. Countless top schools handed over to the olive branch, exempted from the examination and guaranteed admission, the commitment to study at public expense. Su Yumian all politely refused to insist on taking the college entrance examination, and ultimately took the city's top science student, with the score of the hard test, into the B University. Thinking about what? Shen Shurian's voice was in her ear. Su Yumian looked back. Something from the past. College days? His eyes darkened. A memory that included the last person he wanted to bring up at the moment. No. Su Yumian shook her head. The man suddenly laughed, a low resonant tone emanating from his chest. He spun on his feet and sent his hands spinning, taking Su Yumian in a flying circle. There was another scream around the room. Although Su Yumian was being led by him to the beat and forced to cooperate, the man's steps were not too big and his movements were not exaggerated, as if he intended to take care of her. The hand affixed to her waist was also gentlemanly, holding her up only so vainly, showing no aggression or forcefulness. You look beautiful today. The fox mask suits you. There were a few chuckles in his voice. Su Yumian raised her eyebrows. Such a coincidence. You're here on vacation too? Chapter 54, a deal. Can you stop chasing? Sure. Shouldn't the end of the year be the busiest time for you financial professionals? Yes and no. Shen Shurian hooked his lips, meaning, it mainly depends on the person. Important people, even if they are busy, they have time. Unimportant people, even if they are idle, they are too lazy to take care of them. There was something in Shen Shurian's words, and before she could figure it out, she saw the lights flash and it was time to exchange dance partners. The lights were disoriented and a figure was thrown over. The moment the two exchanged words, Su Yumian clearly saw the unexpected and unbelieving expression on Shurmushi's face. The next second, her wrist was firmly held. the man's other hand resting possessively on her waist. Jiang Yihui provocatively hooked up the corner of his mouth, implicitly glanced toward Shin Shiyan's side, turned his head, and Su Yumian's 4 eyes. His gaze was instantly gentle again. Sleepy, still angry? I went to your house the other day looking for you, but no one answered the door, he said and seemed a little aggravated. If it wasn't for Shin Shiyan being unsettled and purposely switching your flight information, I wouldn't have found you until now. Su Yumian hung her eyes. Indifferent. Are you angry that I'm late? Jiang Yihui looked down at her, and his voice couldn't help but soften. Just now under the spotlight, he saw at a glance that the people who were illuminated were Su Yumian and Shin Shiyan. The two slid onto the dance floor and danced. Shin Shiyan's hand rested on her slender waist, smiling in a flirty and flirtatious manner. The two whispered and stared at each other from time to time, and several times he almost couldn't strain himself to come close to losing his temper. What qualifications does Shin Shiyan have to put his arm around Su Yumian? After 6 years of dating, he hadn't even danced a social dance with Su Yumian yet. So, when it came to exchanging dance partners, he didn't hesitate to dump Shi Mushi. He knew that his Mian was really angry this time, so he was nice and low, trying to coax her back. It was just like the countless times they'd argued before, only this time it took a little more time and a little more effort. To this day, Jiang Yihui still felt that Su Yumian could be coaxed back. Seeing that she was unmoved, he was really a bit aggravated. Mian, are you really so desperate? I know that whether it's Shin Shiyan or Xiao Wenbai, it's all a means you use to piss me off, and I admit that I mind very much, and don't want to see you have contact with them at all. In that case, not like it came out of Jiang Yihui's mouth. In the past, Su Yumian would have snickered and would have felt incomparably happy, because it showed that the man had her in his heart. However now, it's too late. When she realized that she was getting more and more afflicted, more and more worried, more and more living around Jiang Yihui, she knew that the relationship had come to a dead end. Mian, our 6-year relationship, having experienced so much together, having countless memories, do we really just say we'll throw it away? Looking at her always indifferent face, the man couldn't help but grip her hand a little harder. Su Yumian frowned. You're hurting me. Jiang Yihui pursed his lips and loosened his hand. Sorry. When the song ended, Su Yumian retreated from his arms without hesitation. Those things in the past, they've already passed. I've already forgotten all about them. You forget about them as well. Thinking of the scene when she exchanged dance partners just now, she continued to speak. Since you've already made your choice, please finish from the beginning. Don't let every woman you're with get cold feet. After saying that, she turned around and left the field, her back quickly disappearing into the darkness. On the other hand, Shin Shiyan was far less enthusiastic when he danced with Shimuxi than he was with Su Yumian, and was so perfunctory that he looked like he was paddling, and his afterglow kept an eye on Jiang Yihui and Su Yumian. He raised an eyebrow and smiled at the sight of the two disagreeing. It seemed that certain people's tactics weren't working. Although they have fallen out now, the two were solidly good brothers in the past. Jiang Yihui coaxing those means, Shin Shiyan know exactly, is nothing more than buying things to send gifts, or else easily bow ahead, say a soft word. Unfortunately, Su Yumian doesn't eat that anymore. Shen Xiao, very happy? Shi Mushi suddenly opened her mouth, her tone innocent, her expression pure. Shen Shiyan, of course. Is it because Wei was rejected by Sister Su? Shen Shiyan raised his eyebrows and looked at her squarely for the first time. Isn't that what you want to see? Shi Mushi graciously admitted. Yes, I want to stay with him all the time. Then I wish you 100 years of good luck. After saying that, Shin Shiyan let go of her and took 2 steps back. Shi Mushi smiled and nodded. Then thank you, Xiao Shun, and I hope you succeed in holding a beautiful woman. TSK. Shen Shiyan turned around, sympathetically glancing at Jiang Yihui. He thought that he had recruited a white rabbit, but he didn't expect to mess with a bumblebee, the kind with a stinging tail and poison. The moment the two men staggered past each other, Jiang Yihui suddenly spoke. Still the same sentence, stay away from her. Shen Shiyan stopped walking, his eyes narrowed slightly. I still say the same thing too. You're not qualified. At least I've been on a first-name basis. What are you? Jiang Yihui looked at him, his dark eyes somewhat pained. If it wasn't for me, there's no way you and Su Yumian would have come into contact, and she wouldn't have looked at you more than once. Shin Shiyan, before you say that, don't forget that you are only half a caddy with me now, an ex, a suitor, all strangers to her. Jiang Yihui looked at him coldly, but Shin Shiyan was not interested in saying more and left through another exit. Back in her room, Su Yumian took off her mask and took a shower. Cloaking her hair, she made her way to the second floor, where the nighttime sea breeze carried a slightly damp, salty tang. The waves rose and receded, and the dull sound had the magic of stilling the mind. She leaned against the railing and looked out over the sparkling sea level, and there were lights spreading out in strings that, from a distance, looked like stars suddenly appearing on the ground. The night was beautiful and her mood was healed. At this time, Shen Shiyan, who lives next door to the detached water house, also came to the second floor terrace. and saw Su Yumian sitting under the lamp, quietly looking into the distance. Her white-side face was like a layer of filter under the soft light, and he was stunned for a few seconds before he came to his senses. Su Yumian seemed to be aware and turned her head to look. Shin Shuryen reacted first. "Here, your earrings." He spread his hand and a small earring rested in his palm. Su Yumian subconsciously touched her ear, remembering that when she removed her makeup just now, she did find an earring missing, not realizing that it was lost at the prom site. She thanked her and took the things, but Shin Shuryen didn't leave first. "I've been to a lot of places, and only the Maldives gives me a feeling of relaxation and gentleness, just like this sea, wide and accommodating." Looking out over the sea in the distance, he suddenly had a feeling. Su Yumian agreed. Before she came, she was restless. The pressure of her dissertation and Zhang Yihuai's occasional insanity had made her more or less exhausted. Upon arriving in the Maldives, she was miraculously calmed down and began to truly enjoy her vacation all to herself. Feeling her gaze, Shin Shuryen spoke faintly. "Do you have something you want to say to me?" Su Yumian glanced at him with some complexity. "Discuss a matter. Can you stop chasing? It's just a waste of time to do something you know you can't do." Chapter 55, You're none of my business either. Shin Shuryen, however, smiled. "I'm chasing after mine. Don't you care? How can you know the result of something without trying it?" Su Yumian, "Even if the results will be a big disappointment to you?" Shin Shuryen's eyes were deep. "Then I also recognize it." Su Yumian didn't expect him to be so stubborn and didn't say anything else. Shin Shuryen could see her mood and didn't continue to talk, just quietly listening to the sound of the waves with her. He didn't leave until the middle of the night. Su Yumian recalled his silent stubbornness and persistence just now. In fact, Shin Shuryen was a person with a great sense of proportion and boundaries. His pursuit was not forceful or reckless, and he even tried not to cause her any trouble. Unlike Zhang Yihuai, it used to be a poor pursuit, but now, it is not moving and going crazy. Su Yumian sighed. So be it. There was really no way for her to stop what others wanted to do. Just be yourself. Just as she turned around and was about to go back to her room, she coldly saw a dark figure, standing silently in the shadows, like a ghost. Su Yumian was startled and almost screamed out. The dark shadow came out from the darkness. The light shone on his face, and Su Yumian gradually saw the visitor clearly. "Zhang Yihuai, what the hell do you want? It's really scary to be standing here in the middle of the night and not making a sound." Su Yumian left the stage in the middle of the night, and the ball instantly lost its meaning for Zhang Yihuai. He chased them all the way out but couldn't find anyone. Instead, Shirmushi comes over to me like a cowhide and says she's hungry and wants to eat. Zhang Yihuai's patience was instantly exhausted and he was annoyed. Finally, he called a waiter and asked him to take Shirmushi to the restaurant. Due to the hotel's strict confidentiality measures, Zhang Yihuai wasted some effort to get Su Yumian's room number. Can't wait to find it. But see her and Shin Shuryen standing side by side on the terrace looking at the sea? White bohemian backless dressed by the sea breeze blowing up the hemline. The woman looks cool. Straight hair cape, as if the night in the only touch of existence. The man was long, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted. The two stood together, so well matched that they looked like a painting. Zhang Yihuai froze in place. It wasn't until Shin Shuryen left that Su Yumian found him. The man's face was still wearing the mask from the ball, looking at Su Yumian's eyes with a few moments of dark light. When he took a step forward, Su Yumian's brow tightened by 1 point. "What brings you here?" "I've said everything that needs to be said." "You." Before the words were finished, his wrist was clutched by a strong force in the twinkling of an eye. "Why is it okay for him and not for me?" the man questioned with red eyes. Su Yumian struggled and didn't break free, so she simply met his gaze. "What are you mad about again?" "Shin Shuryen. I saw him come by just now," Zhang Yihuai said. "You don't know what he is?" His breath was so close that Su Yumian took 2 steps back. "What do you want to say?" Her detached movements caused his scarlet eyes to be colored with a few more points of anger, and his tone became a few points heavier. "Do you think he really likes you? He's just a sophisticated fox, a flower butterfly who plays the world. Don't be fooled by him." Shin Shuryen was raised as an heir by his family since he was a child, and he had never heard him explicitly express what he liked and what he hated. With few words and a deep mind, sometimes, even he, the brother, didn't know what he was thinking. This time, but suddenly flipped. There was no way for him not to suspect whether Shin Shuryen had other ideas, or even try to use Su Yumian to achieve something else. Su Yumian couldn't understand and didn't want to listen. She opened her mouth faintly. "No matter what purpose he has, it has nothing to do with me." Hearing this, Zhang Yihuai's face slowed down a little, yet in the next second he heard her say, "You're not with me either. It's getting late, and if you're going to continue to be mad, I'll call the butler right now and have him send security." Zhang Yihuai wanted to say more. "Men, on the count of 3, 3, 2. Su Yumian took out her cell phone and it had already turned to the dialing interface. She only had to press the 1 button and the housekeeper would immediately appear. Zhang Yihuai was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. I'll see you tomorrow, he says, and strides away. Not far away on the restaurant terrace, Shirmushi quietly watched all this, unable to see her expression and eyes at the moment in the darkness. Day 2. The sky had just turned white before Xiao Yue returned. Su Yumian poured a cup of milk and held a piece of bread in her hand, and had just chewed twice when she heard the sound of the combination lock going off. Xiao Yue had already changed into a new skirt and was humming in a good mood. Seeing the sandwich on the table, she walked over and picked up a small piece and popped it in her mouth. The bread was toasted and soft and crunchy, and she reached for a second piece. Su Yumian sat on the opposite side of the table, looking at her as if she had a spring in her step, and smiled as she spoke. It seems like you had a very pleasant night yesterday. Of course, it has been a long time since I met such a beautiful little son. Mentioning last night, Xiao Yue's expression was a bit subtle, seemingly emotional, but also like reminiscing. Male dog waist, abs, same thing, the best of the best. The little puppy is from H country, the face value is not to be said, plus the national style over there. All the people are very focused on fitness. She was able to determine that the abs she touched last night were definitely not watered down. It had been a long time since she'd met a bedmate so compatible, especially since he hadn't even left when she woke up in the morning. Milky white skin covered in red marks from her, wet eyes like puppies, and she almost looked animalistic again. Fortunately, there was still a bit of sanity left, and remembering the earlier appointment with the coach, it was not a good idea to miss the appointment, so I rushed back. Didn't I tell you the day before yesterday? I've got an appointment with a deep diving instructor, and we'll be ready to leave for there around 10 o'clock. Maldives seawater is blue and clear. There are specially developed deep-sea diving areas. The depth of about 100 meters into the water can see the fish. Coral reefs is one of the island's signature must-play project. Su Yumian had heard of it before she came here, and was a little timid at the thought of the suffocation and oppression that might occur in the depths of the seabed. But her longing for the sea and the novelty of the sea ultimately overcame her fear, and she agreed to go with Xiao Yue to experience it. The instructor of the appointment has a good reputation in the local community. Humor and patience, especially when I saw that this time the customers are two big beautiful women, but also very careful and thoughtful. Before entering the water, the instructor gave a step-by-step briefing on what to expect, including common hand signals underwater and how to use the diving equipment. Other than that, there will be some basic training and no immediate launching. Xiao Yue had had several deep diving experiences previously and had long been familiar with these. Su Yumian was experiencing it for the first time and listened more attentively, learning the gestures with mistakes. The instructor patted her arm. Hey, your muscles are too tight. Relax. Deep diving will make you feel the ocean differently. Imagine the undersea world is gorgeous and colorful. You can feel the ocean quietly. That's such a beautiful thing. Chapter 56. I told you who was chewing on me. Su Yumian tilted her head and imagined for a moment. The barren imagination was able to come up with very few images, but after listening to the coach's words, she did become less nervous. In the afternoon, when the temperature is slightly warmer, it's time to officially hit the water. There are split and one-piece wetsuits, which can be chosen completely according to one's own preferences. Xiao Yue naturally chose a sexy and beautiful split, and Su Yumian picked a slightly conservative one-piece. But even so, there were a lot of awestruck stares thrown their way as they came out of the locker room, and some even whistled at them. Before going into the water, the instructor told the girls to try to get used to the temperature of the water. When you get into the water, don't be too nervous. I'll take you to the diving area first. Our rescuer is nearby, and in the event of an accident, he'll be the first to come if he gives the sign for help. Good. Su Yumian looked ahead with anticipation in her eyes. Well girls, welcome to underwater world and have fun. Su Yumian was also infected by his smile and hooked the corners of her mouth. It was just that she was inevitably a little nervous about actually going into the water with an oxygen tank on her back. Xiao Yue shook her hand, her thumb pointing to herself, signaling that with her by her side, there would be absolutely no problem. Su Yumian fixed her mind and watched Xiao Yue jump down sharply and fearlessly, and also followed into the water. As her body sank, she felt the light begin to blur and her body become much heavier than on the shore. Xiao Yue sank a little faster than her, and the pressure from the current almost made her about to lose sight of her. Just then, the coach gave her a hand signal indicating that they had now dived 50 meters. Su Yumian lightly breathed a sigh of relief and began to try to immerse herself, feeling the world around her. Schools of fish swam by, passing to her left and right. A transparent jellyfish swam into view, opening and closing like a small umbrella that kept opening and closing. She fiddled with the water, and the sea mother quickly curled up into a ball, became the size of a fist, and disappeared from view. She found it funny her nervousness instantly disappearing as she began to survey her surroundings. Xiao Yue was swimming happily, and when she looked back, she realized that Su Yumian was stopping to observe the fishes, her eyes glittering with curiosity, wanting to catch something, but she could only watch the fishes slipping away from her hands. She looked at her with a raised eyebrow and swam to her side, taking her hand and leading her in the other direction. In no time, Su Yumian saw that a variegated, gorgeous coral cluster appeared in the blurry ocean, as if it was a small dark blue mountain. The coral formations made up of reefs are so colorful that you can barely see the end of them at a glance, and the unnamed tropical fish come and go as if they were in a paradise. The beauty was like another world, and it dawned on her just how wonderful the underwater world the instructor had said it really was. She followed the fish through a round hole in the coral, tracing the starfish in front of her, when suddenly a huge black shadow appeared out of nowhere on the murky bottom, completely blocking the light overhead. Su Yumian looked up and saw a shark resting right above her. She huffed backward. Diving areas are also divided into safety and danger zones, and before going into the water, the instructor swore that the area they were in was absolutely safe from any large creatures. She turned back in a panic, but she couldn't find Xiao Yue or the coach, seeing that the shark was about to spot her. If she didn't run, she would surely become the other side's dish. Thinking of this, Su Yumian turned her head and desperately swam out. The fish around her sensed her panic and scattered in all directions in a brainstorm, and she gritted her teeth and looked back to see that the sharks had caught up with her and were going extremely fast. She looked around. There were coral formations nearby, but not far away there was a dark hole where she could hide. With that thought, she changed direction, swinging her body and swimming downstream. On the way, she could almost feel the shark's breath getting closer and closer. Su Yumian didn't dare to turn back, and in the nick of time, she finally dodged and hid in the hole. Boom! The shark's massive body crashed up and shook the surrounding coral colony with it. Under the huge impact, Su Yumian's arm folded back and severe pain came. She tried to move her arms. Thankfully she could, and she planned to wait for the shark to leave before swimming upstream. However, within a few minutes, the oxygen felt thinner and thinner. Nope. Before going into the water, the coach said that an oxygen tank can support at least 3 hours. How long has it been? How can it run out? Oxygen is depleting faster and faster. Yet the sharks aren't gone. Su Yumian's forehead began to break out in a cold sweat. And finally, as she was about to lose her support, the shark swam away, carrying an oxygen tank on her back. She floated up as far as she could and gestured toward the designated direction for rescue. In addition to this, a rescue button was pressed that was carried with him so that the lifeguards could be notified in the first instance. However, these signals were not answered. Su Yumian did not dare to delay. Can only desperately swim upstream? Once the oxygen in the bottle bottomed out, she was afraid that this little life will be accounted for here. I don't know how long I swam. Su Yumian's movements became slower and slower. When the feeling of suffocation approached, she began to soften her limbs, and her body sank uncontrollably. Her eyelids grew heavier and heavier as she looked at the sea close by, trying a little harder, just a little harder to live. But she couldn't hold out. Su Yumian tears welled up in her eyes, and just when she was about to give up, a familiar face came from afar and then reached out towards her. Sleepy, Su Yumian, wake up! Xiao Yue dragged her to the boat, removed the oxygen tank from her as fast as she could, and unzipped the wetsuit again. The long-lost air filled her lungs, and Su Yumian began to greedily breathe in large gulps. The next second, however, her lungs felt like pins and needles, and she couldn't help coughing like crazy. This cough choked out a few more mouthfuls of water. When that suffocating feeling faded, Su Yumian then felt like she was coming back to life. You scared me to death. I thought you wouldn't wake up. Xiao Yue punched her while wiping her tears. Su Yumian froze for a moment, her voice hoarse. I'm fine, just now in the sea. I saw the rescue signal you sent out before I knew you had met with an accident. It took me ages to find you. When I saw you, you had already lost consciousness. My brain went boom. My whole body went numb. Speaking of this, Xiao Yue patted her chest in hindsight. I didn't dare to imagine what would happen to Su Yumian if she arrived a second later. Fortunately, she was peaceful. Thinking of this, Xiao Yue couldn't help but hug her and whimper twice. When I gave you CPR just now, I was really scared, afraid that you wouldn't be able to wake up anymore. Su Yumian coughed twice and laughed. I told you who was chewing on my mouth, so it was you. Nasty, Xiao Yue snapped. What a time to be joking. Chapter 57, 2 Men, 1 Show. Hey, she doesn't look too good. Should we take her to the hospital? The coach who had been ignored suddenly spoke up. It was only then that Su Yumian realized that there were quite a few people surrounding her, each with a relieved look. Xiao Yue also reacted at this time. I've already called the emergency services just now. Are you still uncomfortable anywhere? My hand might be injured. Su Yumian moved. Just now she was able to move underwater, but now she couldn't move at all. What the hell is going on? How did you suddenly sink? Su Yumian was silent for a moment. My oxygen tank seems to have a problem. Xiao Yue thought of something and immediately picked up the oxygen cylinder thrown aside. The bottle looks fine. The bottom of the bottle. There are holes? It's only the size of a pinprick, but it's there. Xiao Yue's sharp gaze immediately turned to the diving instructor. It's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. Our equipment is renewed every year, and is rigorously inspected before it is taken out for use, and in all these years there has never been a mistake. The coach looked serious and immediately defended himself. Besides, even if there is a real danger, we are in a safe zone where we can be rescued quickly and there is absolutely no chance of drowning. Xiao Yue was even more angry when she heard it. So what you're saying is that my friend is lying? Do you know what would have happened if I hadn't gotten the yacht here in time? Su Yumian swept her eyes at the coach who had been trying to explain. The tension and anxiety on his face didn't seem to be fake, and it was obvious that he also felt very inexplicable. In the midst of all the bickering, Su Yumian suddenly spoke out. I met a shark. Xiao Yue. The coach was even more incredulous. That's impossible. It's true that there are black tip reef sharks outside the safety zone, but they usually only appear in deeper areas below 200 meters, are more timid compared to other sharks, generally avoid humans, and rarely ever attack actively. Su Yumian spoke softly. The camera on the diving suit should have captured everything that went by. If you don't believe me, you can take out the memory card and check it now. The coach was momentarily speechless. Oh my god, what's happening here? At this point, the lifeguard, who had been absent, arrived with a shocked expression on his face, seemingly completely unaware of the incident. Coach blackened his face, just wanting to punch him. Jean, where were you just now? Why didn't you rush to the rescue in the first place? The lifeguard raised his hands in a surrendering gesture, smiled sarcastically and took 2 steps back. Dude, I just went inside to use the restroom. So what the hell happened? Why do you all have such stony expressions? Xiao Yue instantly became furious. You still have the nerve to say that? Aren't you a lifeguard? Just now my friend had an accident and desperately signaled for help, but you weren't there. I have every reason to suspect that you are deliberately delaying. Deep diving area. How important the existence of lifeguards is self-evident. Others are not there. If Xiao Yue did not find out in time, then Su Yumian is likely to be gone. Of course, the lifeguard could not allow such a big hat to be put on his head, and with a bit of roguish cunning excused himself. I just happened to have a bad stomach. It seems that there is no one's rule that you can't go to the toilet during working hours. Besides, it's perfectly normal to meet some accidents in the sea. And isn't your friend all right? He shrugged, his tone a note of needlessness that set his teeth on edge. Su Yumian's body began to flood with coolness, and with the sea breeze blowing, she couldn't help but shiver. Achoo, how could Xiao Yue not see that they were pushing each other away? Originally, she intended to pursue the matter to the end, but when she heard Su Yumian sneezing and coughing again, she couldn't care less and could only send the person to the ambulance helicopter first. Once she arrived at the hospital, the nurse saw that she was dripping wet and brought a set of dry clothes for her to change into. Xiao Yue was worried that there might be something wrong with her hand, and she specifically told the doctor to check it properly. Fortunately, the results of the examination is not serious. Did not hurt the bones, just a little sprained. 2 days to nurse. After taking a bit of ointment to invigorate blood circulation and remove blood stasis, the two of them took the water helicopter again and returned to the hotel on the island. Xiao Yue was furious and found the person in charge of the hotel that offered deep diving services. The person in charge had an okay attitude, but kept shrugging it off between words and, in short, didn't recognize that it was the hotel's fault. In the middle of the argument, Zhang Yihui just happened to go out and return, heard the two men mention Su Yumian's name in the conversation, and then understood what happened. Learned that Su Yumian diving encountered an accident. Though he wasn't there, he was able to piece together the thrill from their mere words, and he was a little backed up. Thinking about Su Yumian is so timid. Alone at home will always call him. Listening to his voice to sleep. Just come back from the dead, still do not know what kind of fear. He wanted to go to comfort a couple of sentences, but found that Shin Shiryan did not know when he came, and at the moment surrounded Su Yumian to offer his attentions. Zhang Yihui gasped for 2 seconds, adjusted his expression, and walked forward. Nian Nian, I've heard all about what happened just now. The sea is so dangerous. If there are any undiscovered wounds, it would be troublesome. It just so happens that Zhang's has invested in the construction of a private hospital in Mail. Why don't I take you there for a full body checkup? Shin Shiryan's long and narrow eyes were slightly upturned, and he faintly said, the hospital's examination results are on the table. Didn't Jiang Shao see them? This hospital in the city center is also good. There is no need to waste time to re-examine. Nian Nian has just been shocked. It's more important to rest at this time. Understand? It seems that Jiang Shao is still not attentive enough. He paused, meaning it, never knowing what a woman needs most. Zhang Yihui glanced at the report on the table and laughed coldly. It's just a small clinic. How can you be so sure that the results will be accurate? The Jung family's medical checkup center has first-class equipment. It doesn't even take half an hour to check it out, and the results seen with the naked eye are more reassuring than anything else. Shin Shiryan, I don't want to argue with you right now. If you really want what's best for her, you should let her rest now. Don't I want what's best for her? Rather, it's you. With your self-righteous tone, Su Yumian is not an employee under you, and doesn't need to put your demands first. Su Yumian watched as the two men spoke to each other, from barely peace to gunpowder spatter, and she only felt a headache. Too lazy to continue watching them argue, Su Yumian simply went back to her room first. In the darkness, Su Yumian looked around somewhat blankly as a deep light wrapped her, her body swaying lightly with that light. It was a little hard for her to lift her hands, but she found her limbs heavy, as if they were tied to a rock, and she had no control over them. The fear of being dragged down as if she was about to fall into an abyss the next second made her sit up in an instant of shock. Chapter 58, I helped because of you. She looked around, and there was a dead silence in the lightless room. Luckily, it's just a dream, yet she couldn't help gasping for air, as if she'd just been plucked from the sea and was desperate for fresh air. Ding dash, the night breeze brushed by. The wind chime hanging in the entrance hall sent a crunching sound. Su Yumian glanced out. The sound of the waves in the quiet night was clearly audible. The nightmare brought a delayed sense of panic. She lay down after how could not sleep, so she put on a coat and went out for a walk. Late at night, the soft sea breeze becomes angular in the cold temperatures. Su Yumian gathered her shawl and stepped deeply on the sand. There were no stars tonight, and the dark night was illuminated only by a few small, sparse lights along the shore. Recalling the thrilling scene during the day, Su Yumian always felt that something was not quite right. Intuition told her that some details had been overlooked. Each node may seem like an accident, but it just happens to occur at the same time, which is mysterious. Although the lifeguard bit the bullet and said he delayed the rescue because he went to the bathroom, it was so justified that it seemed deliberate. Su Yumian raised her eyes, and suddenly her feet gave out. On the shore, Shin Shiryan was on the phone with his back to her. Lawyer Chen, what should I do in a situation like my friend's? Private mediation? Absolutely impossible. Cross-border prosecution is troublesome, but I am a person who is not afraid of trouble. Go through the process. He knew exactly why the hotel's attitude was so arrogant. An international 7-star hotel with exclusive access to the best-located island in the Maldives. Even the royals come over for vacation and stay there exclusively. It does have the capital of luxury. Unfortunately, the wrong person was chosen to watch. Ending the call, he was planning to go back. When he turned around, he bumped into Su Yumian's dark and perspicacious eyes. Shen Shiryan froze, then the corners of his mouth rose. Still awake? Well, couldn't sleep. Came out for a walk. The moist sea air blew on his face, bringing up a cool breeze. Su Yumian, just now, is it about me? Shen Shiryan paused and nodded. Because it happened abroad, the process will be different when pursuing responsibility. I haven't dealt with it, just to be on the safe side. It's better to consult a lawyer. Su Yumian pursed her lips and pointed to the sandhouse not far behind her. A 24-hour convenience store. Do you want something to drink? I'll treat you. Shin Shiryan had originally thought that she would shun herself like she did in the afternoon and turn around, not expecting this development. So consternation surfaced under his eyes, but only for a moment. Then he smiled graciously and nodded. Good. How could he refuse her invitation? Shen Shiryan picked a bottle of cold beer, while Su Yumian asked for a cup of coconut water, and the two of them sat on a beach chair to the side. Su Yumian, thank you. Shen Shiryan rubbed the bottle. I made the decision for you privately. It's good that you're not angry. He had already decided to let the group's legal affairs do the cross-country prosecution, and Su Yumian had the right to know as a party. Am I that uneducated? Su Yumian lost her smile. Besides, that kind of thing should have happened more than once during the day. Shen Shiryan raised an eyebrow and listened to her say the following. They were strangely unshocked, and their first thought was not to calm the tourists, but to make excuses for themselves and to swim through the whole process. Shen Shiryan quietly listened to her and took out a business card. Someone may contact you in the aftermath. You can call this number if you have any questions. Su Yumian glanced at it. Chen Xin, a senior partner of Morningstar Law Firm, a gold medal lawyer specializing in serving the Shin family. Su Yumian pursed her lips, hooked her messy hair back behind her ear, and thanked her again. Thank you. The Shin family had the best team of lawyers in the country, and having them intervene helped her save a lot of complicated steps. For Su Yumian, this was no longer just a problem that money could solve. Shen Shiryan turned his head to look at her, his dark, smile-dyed pupils carrying a few points of solemnity. I'm not a good person. I'm not even a good person, because the victim is you. I will do this. In the night breeze, Su Yumian avoided his gaze and looked toward the sea. What did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly. Shin Shiryan laughed. Oops, it's okay if you didn't hear me. I can say it again. Listen, Su Yumian is a big no-brainer. In the same night, a waterhouse villa at the hotel. She was seriously applying a face mask in front of the mirror. It's true that you get what you pay for, and you can't afford masks and essences that you couldn't afford before, but now you can have as many as you want. Anyway, Jang Hee-hwa's secondary card was in her hands, so he didn't ask any questions about how she swiped it. The skin texture is all better with this premium stuff. Jang Hee-hwa sat on the sofa, his cell phone vibrating one after another, noisily distracting him. "Cece, your cell phone is ringing. Oh, hang up for me. It must be the counselor calling again. It's annoying. It's day to day." "Counselor? Well, nah. I handed in my leave slip before I left and kept calling to ask if it was necessary." She couldn't help but roll her eyes at that. Jang Hee-hwa, so, did the counselor approve the leave you handed in? It should be approved, right? It doesn't matter if it's not approved. I'm already abroad anyway. It's fine. Everyone does it. Jang Hee-hwa, I'll go out for a spin. You get it. Ed, don't. I'll be done in a bit. Wait for me. Unfortunately, the only thing that responded to her was the man's departing back. Jang Hee-hwa thought of Soo Yum-in again. In college, it was hard for the two of them to find time to make a date, and halfway through, Soo Yum-in's cell phone rang non-stop, and they were all called by a professor named Oh-yang. Once or twice okay, can keep playing all the time? A moment of data problems, a moment of literature citation is not right. The back of Jang Hee-hwa are angry, but even if she coaxed him on the one hand, the other side of the phone is also answered as usual, and the attitude is very good. The tone of voice is respectful. Don't you find it annoying? Jang Hee-hwa asked with a huff. She was surprised. How come? It's my problem. How can it be annoying when the professor calls with a kind reminder? Yes, she has always been emotionally stable. Even if the two of them have an argument, she is the first time to take the initiative to communicate and actively solve the problem. Never unreasonable. Sometimes, Jang Hee-hwa felt that she was so calm that she no longer looked like a normal person. Or rather, her sensible appearance made him not see any care for himself. Isn't there a saying? When a woman doesn't have any emotional ups and downs with you, don't doubt it. She just doesn't love you. But she was different. Her emotions were easily tugged by him. She would be on tenterhooks and suffer because of a look, a gesture, a word from him. It will be benchmarked against his moods, catered to unconditionally, and obeyed unconditionally to whatever he asks. So, after 6 years of respecting each other as guests with Soo Yum-in, he met Shi and looked at her worshipful and admiring eyes. Jang Hee-hwa instantly went to the head. Chapter 59, Keeping the Body for Soo Yum-in? This feeling of being needed and nervous is so great, and Soo Yum-in couldn't give it. But after really being with Shi, he seemed to feel that there was something missing. Exactly what? Jang Hee-hwa himself could not say. Walking to the beach. Suddenly, his footsteps lurched, his gaze grew colder and his face sank, only to see Soo Yum-in and Shin sitting side by side on the beach chairs not far away, talking and laughing as they drank something. She finished the mask, scribbled a layer of essence and chased out, but due to wearing a pair of shoes with a heel, stepping on the beach was particularly difficult, and it took a while to catch up with Jang Hee-hwa. "Pa, what's wrong with you?" She followed his gaze. "Sister Yum-in seems to have a good relationship with Young Shun." She smiled, her tone simple. "They even drink together." Jang Hee-hwa's face was expressionless. "Just now, walking from afar, I thought they were a couple. But then again, the two of them look pretty good together." "Bao, do you think it wouldn't be too coincidental? It just so happens that both Sister Yum-in and Shin Xiao are coming to the Maldives for vacation, and the two of them shouldn't be making an appointment, right? Or maybe it's a coincidence. I'm just guessing." Saying that, she took Jang Hee-hwa's arm. "It's so windy on the beach at night. It's strangely cold." Achoo. When she chased her out, she was wearing only a halter dress and had forgotten her shawl. "It's kinda cold at the moment." However, the man did not have the slightest awareness of taking off his jacket and draping it over her, and Jang Hee-hwa stood in place with an expression so cold that she felt a chill when she stood next to him. She clenched her fingers in jealousy, but his face still looked innocent. "Bao, it's really cold. Let's go back, okay?" Jang Hee-hwa withdrew his hand and turned to leave. She was left hanging in place. Her expression was a bit overwhelmed, but soon she chased after him. "Bao, wait for me ah." In the middle of the process, she glanced back in Soo Yum-in's direction and muttered as if she was dreaming. That's quite a life. It was hard to catch up with Jang Hee-hwa, and the two of them returned to their residence. Listening to the sound of running water coming from the bathroom, she turned her head and saw herself in the mirror. A sexy little halter, face like a peach, icy skin. It's hard not to be moved. Jang Hee-hwa took a shower, put on a silk bathrobe, and toweled his wet hair. He walked over to the wine cooler and was about to pour himself a glass of red wine when suddenly a pair of slender, pale hands touched his pecs along the seam of his robe. The warm body then pressed up, and she rubbed against his ear like a kitten. The woman moved teasingly, with a touch of iffy seduction, and murmured, "Pa, you haven't touched me since last time. Don't you want me? I really like you. Don't reject me." okay? Jiang Yihui delayed in responding. Just when Mushi thought that he had acquiesced, and her hand touched the knot of his pants with abandon, suddenly, her entire body was pushed away by a force, and the man's cold and icy voice came along with it. I'm tired and not in the mood. Sure, Mushi was undaunted and still wanted to reach out again. However, when she met Jiang Yihui's temperature-less eyes, she instantly lost all her courage and could only freeze stupidly in place. Jiang Yihui was really not in the mood to deal with her and went to another room. As she looked at the man's departing back, Mushi's chest rose and fell violently, barely able to control her temper. She had thought that after the last time, their relationship would be more stable than before. However, after that time, he never wanted to touch her again. Several times, she'd been so forthcoming, and he'd still sat on his hands. She couldn't really understand what he was squirming about. Doesn't he think he's doing this for Su Yumian? It's still ridiculous. Inside the room, Jiang Yihui turned off the lights and planned to sleep, but as soon as he closed his eyes, his mind was full of images of Su Yumian and Shin Shurian drinking and blowing wind on the beach, talking and laughing. So much so that I tossed and turned all night and didn't sleep at all. Early the next morning, he went to the restaurant for breakfast with a black eye, and Mushi held his hand, being careful the whole time. Opposite him was Shin Shurian, who had just come out of another elevator. The fireworks between the two men were instantaneous when they met on a narrow path. At this time, Su Yumian and Xiao Yue came in from the other entrance, and Shin Shurian immediately went forward with a smile. Hi, two beautiful women. Good morning, how did you sleep last night? He spoke in a natural tone and greeted graciously. However, Jiang Yihui tasted a strong heart. Xiao Yue nodded. Not bad. Su Yumian, it's just that there are a bit too many mosquitoes. The rest is fine. Shin Shurian, let's go. Have breakfast together? Xiao Yue, yeah. A group of 3 people walked inside, and Jiang Yihui was completely ignored. He blackened his face and wanted to chase after him, but Shin Shurian suddenly opened his mouth. I suddenly remembered that I forgot to bring something with me. You guys go first, I'll be right there. Xiao Yue waved her hand indifferently. Fine, go ahead. Shin Shurian folded back, but instead of taking something, he walked over to Jiang Yihui. What do you want? Jiang Yihui frowned. Come with me, I have something to tell you. Shin Shurian threw down a sentence and took the first step in the direction of the safety stairs. Jiang Yihui was not happy with his attitude, but he also knew that what he was going to say should be related to Su Yumian, and after thinking about it, he still followed him. Restaurant. Xiao Yue found that Su Yumian's attitude towards Shin Shurian was a bit different today, and poked her waist in a nosy way. I could see clearly just now. Haven't you always been unforgiving towards people other than Jiang Yihui? How? Figured out. Intend to re-experience the feeling of love? Su Yumian, what is? Saying, he helped me. I'm just grateful. These words are not allowed to be said in the future. Seeing that she was half joking, Xiao Yue shrugged. Well, it seems that your thoughts are very firm. Su Yumian let out a laugh and forked up a piece of sweet potato dipped in salsa and stuffed it into her mouth. Eat yours. In the hallway. What happened yesterday? I've already asked the group's legal affairs to prepare to sue the hotel, and if it goes well it should be resolved in less than 2 months. Jiang Yihui was a bit annoyed. What do you mean? You brought me here just to show off your achievements? Are you out of your mind? For the way he vented his anger first regardless, Shin Shurian had long been accustomed to it, and implicitly hinted. Yesterday's incident, don't you think everything was too coincidental? Jiang Yihui narrowed his eyes. What are you trying to say? You know what I mean. Jiang Yihui frowned. I've seen the surveillance and video footage. The timing of the shark's appearance was indeed coincidental, but there were no traces of man-made artifacts. I know what you're suspecting, Shin Shurian. Not all of us are as duplicitous and devious as you. Chapter 60, sprang in front of him as if the air. He wasn't a fool and thought of this possibility after Su Yumian's accident. So, the first request was to view the video. In the end, it was concluded that the coincidence was that the shark was, and so was the oxygen tank. Shin Shurian frowned. Listen to me. Jiang Yihui shook off his hand and spoke coldly. I'm warning you, stay away from Su Yumian, or else, I'll be rude to you. Shin Shurian looked at his back as he left and raised an eyebrow. He didn't mention Mushi half the time. Did he really not expect it? Or did he intend to cover it up? Mushi stood uneasily in place. Seeing Jiang Yihui walking over with a sullen face, she immediately raised her smile and took his hand. Bow. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Let's go eat breakfast together. I'm so hungry. At the end of her sentence, she puffed out her cheeks in aggravation, petulant and playful. Jiang Yihui gave a light him, but he didn't pull out his wrist again, raised his head and looked around. Su Yumian had long left. He annoyingly inserted his pockets. It is true that Shin Shuryen, the steaming dog, looking for him to talk all have a purpose. Su Yumian stayed on the island for a few days and found that the island not only had beautiful scenery, but the atmosphere was even more open. Tourists from different countries converge here, with different colors and languages, but it doesn't prevent communication. Early in the morning, she had just come out of the restaurant when she was confronted by a black beauty. Hot dirty braids and a fluorescent green bikini are beautifully flamboyant and wild. Feeling Su Yumian's gaze, she enthusiastically threw a flying kiss. Su Yumian bluntly felt her beauty and spiciness and blushed, almost choking on her saliva. Xiao Yue looked over. Are you okay? Got a cold? No, just kind of curious how so many people on the island are wearing bikinis today. The island is surrounded by seawater, and there are naturally many men and women in bikinis and shorts, but it's still rare to see a bunch of them at the slightest glance like today. You actually don't know? Xiao Yue exclaimed. Su Yumian was bewildered. No what? Convinced? You came to the Maldives without any tips. Ha, today is the island's famous Bikini Day. On this day, the ladies come to the beach in their bikinis and the men have a rose in their hand to surf, drink, dance, and all sorts of socializing anyway. And when the sun goes down in the evening, everyone goes back to the beach, and the men present the flower to the woman they think is the hottest in the room. The woman who receives the most roses will be the star-studded princess of the evening and get a mystery gift from the hotel. So, she winked at Su Yumian and said mysteriously, I'm all ready to make sure you're ravishing. Su Yumian was confused. Ha, 5 minutes later, Xiao Yue urged, have you changed yet? A tiny head poked out from behind the door. She was a little hesitant. I feel like this set isn't too much? Xiao Yue raised her eyebrows. Seeing her shrinking in her shell like a turtle, she simply pulled the person directly out of the room and pushed her to the front of the mirror. Wow, do you want to take a look in the mirror? Where is the exaggeration? This is called beauty, okay? As she looked, she nodded her head straight in satisfaction. TSK, TSK, I have a good eye. Look at this little waist, these legs, this deep cleavage. Hey! Su Yumian hurriedly called her back. Stop it. In just 2 words, a scarlet color had already struck both of her cheeks. Su Yumian took a deep breath. Only then did she turn her eyes to look at herself in the mirror. A red bikini, the boldest split flat style. The skin exposed to the outside was blindingly white. But what made Su Yumian call out exaggerated was the 2 pieces of palm-sized fabric in front of her chest. It's a shame. No, 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 I'm going to change. Xiao Yue hurriedly dragged the person back. Change what? It's fine just like this. Those who are not wearing anything didn't say anything. Why are you shy? Wei, you let me go. Just this. Forget it, I really cannot wear out. Don't. At that moment, her cell phone rang. Su Yumian took the opportunity to break away. Leave me alone. Greet your blue-eyed little puppy first. Having no choice but to turn around and walk outside, Xiao Yue answered the phone first. Pa, do you think it's okay for me to wear this? Aha. The man didn't lift his head. Sure, she picked up another set. What about this one? Will the color be too plain? Not bad. How about this one? It feels like the style is a little bit sexier. Sure, she was gesticulating at the full body mirror when she suddenly realized that Zhang Yihui had been playing with his cell phone. Didn't even look at it. Her eyebrows furrowed and her eyes glazed over. And just as she was about to lose her temper, she didn't know what came to mind and her expression quickly eased. But she crashed into the man's arms like a butterfly. These 3 sets. Why don't you help me choose? Zhang Yihui casually pointed. Just that one. Ah, I like this one myself. Looks like we have a heart-to-heart then She bit her lower lip. Will I wear it for you? Aha. Timothy stood up and started to take off his skirt in front of the men. Until unlocking the underwear buttons, Zhang Yihui finally raised his head. However, in front of the spring color in front of him as if the air. He even frowned. What do you do? Timothy froze in place awkwardly. Zhang Yihui, isn't there a check room? Aha, then I'll go in now. Sure, she picked up her skirt and fled. By the time she changed and came out, Zhang Yihui had already put down his cell phone and was rubbing his temples tiredly. He came out this trip to leave in a hurry. A lot of things in the company have not been dealt with. Lin Ming sent over after the important collation and summary. He has just finished dealing with it. Have you changed? Zhang Yihui got up. Timothy, okay, let's go. After saying that, he took the lead and went out the door. After all, he didn't even look at her. Sure, she was full of enthusiasm, as if he had been splashed with cold water. But soon she adjusted her emotions. Men, do not look now. A moment after going out, when a lot of men are looking at it, he will naturally have a desire for exclusivity. Thinking of this, Tokimashi tugged the fabric of her chest down again. Pa, wait for me. The beach was packed. As far as the eye could see, it was densely packed with men and women of all skin tones, bikinis and beach pants of all colors. Sure, she caught up with Zhang Yihui, but deliberately didn't hold him, and even put a small distance between the two of them. Sure enough, along the way, It picked up a lot of whistles from attempted hitchhikers, but Jiang Yihui didn't seem to hear it at all and walked ahead of himself. She clenched her teeth in anger. When he came to the outdoor beach, Jiang Yihui directly laid down, and she stood nor followed him to lie down. The hands and feet are stiff and the expression is awkward. She's here for a vacation and a relationship, not to put a hot face on a man's cold ass. But that cold ass is Jiang Yihui, and she thinks it's worth it. Hi beautiful, are you from China? The handsome brown-pupiled foreigner came over and greeted him with a smile. She smiled sweetly. Yeah, you speak Chinese too? I am a Chinese teacher. The two of them chatted very happily, and during that time, Shi's afterglow kept an eye on Jiang Yihui's reaction. Chapter 61. She is the rose I watered. But the man, like he was exhausted, closed his eyes and began to sleep, simply deaf to everything around him. Wow. Suddenly, the handsome foreigner let out an exaggerated exclamation. That's beautiful. She followed his line of sight, only to see Su Yumian, who was wearing a black split-skirt bikini, walk out from the sandhouse on the side. A white gauze scarf was wrapped casually around her neck, and when the sea breeze blew, it was ethereal. Oh my god, Chanel on earth. It's so beautiful. She looked at the man coldly. Is she beautiful? The foreign handsome man nodded frantically. Do you know Ms. Gabrielle Chanel, the founder of the Chanel brand? Wearing a black dress and a white veil, she walked through the streets of France's Champs-Élysées Avenue, the wind lifting her skirts and the white veil flaring in the air. She gritted her teeth in hatred. What do you think of me then? Am I beautiful? Of course it's beautiful. The man didn't mince words of praise. Timothy, what about me compared to her? Oh, as a gentleman, this is such a tough question for me. But, really, if you want to compare, I think that lady is prettier. She's face completely blackened. She was actually tall, plus she had fair skin, and her wavy curly hair was casually spread across her back, making her look very charming. In comparison, Su Yumian wore a relatively conservative split-skirt bikini. The skirt edge even covered up to the root of her thighs, and the color was a relatively low-key and non-eye-catching black. But her skin was too white, and the black lined her entire body with light. A white scarf. Want to cover but also show? These foreigners have never seen this kind of classical Chinese flavor of subtlety and charm? Things are precious. Su Yumian in a group of flamboyant bikini beauty. Vegetarian unique. Elegant unique. However, what makes she even more angry is still in the back. Originally closed his eyes to take a nap, Jiang Yihui seems to suddenly notice something, rubbing a sit-up. The moment his eyes touched Su Yumian, consternation, amazement, admiration, chagrin, and regret, all kinds of emotions surged in the bottom of his eyes. Shi's expression twisted in jealousy. It's just a doddering flower that has been carefully cared for by a man for several years, and it's only because she's used to living a good life that she has developed this fine skin. So what kind of temperament, beauty, or elegant lady is she pretending to be? But it's just a fishing girl, still pretending to go to the library to read and study, preparing for the examination. I guess I left Jiang Yihui without money, and I want to catch another rich second generation. What's wrong with you? It's all left over from her play. Bow, if I receive a rose from another man, will you be jealous? She rubbed up and leaned her head against his shoulder, not moving to block the line of sight he threw at Su Yumian. Jiang Yihui impatiently pushed her away. It's hot, don't stick over. Why don't I go get you a drink then? Aha. Jiang Yihui nodded. After she left, he immediately re-looked towards Su Yumian. I can't believe I really changed the one I chose for you. Xiao Yue looked up and down a few times in disgust. Black is too plain, and with a white veil, you might as well wear a one-piece swimsuit. Su Yumian coughed lightly. This is quite good. I'm at ease. All right, don't cry if you don't have a rose to collect later. Su Yumian quickly waved her hand. But don't give it to me. However, it turns out that what is feared comes as the sun sets. The most exciting part of Bikini Day, the flower giving, comes into play. Almost half of the men present handed roses to Su Yumian. At first, she pushed back and waved her hand, unwilling to accept it, but soon a succession of men sent roses, and a cacophony of voices began to rise around her, plus the fact that it was an established part of the program and she couldn't break the rules because of her alone, so she had to take it. As a result, the more you collect, the more you get. Xiao Yue? How come it's different from what I thought? Su Yumian? Help! It's not what I thought either. Jiang Yihui in the crowd. Shi's eyes reddened with anger as she looked at the few roses in her hand. Are these people blind? Even Su Yumian didn't wear that black bikini before, and directly changed into a one-piece bathing suit halfway through, which was simply ugly. However, it was this kind of Su Yumian that Jiang Yihui was mesmerized by. She wore a wide-brimmed woven hat with a light-colored ribbon tied in a bow around it. Obviously the simplest style, but it looked generous and expensive when she wore it. As soon as she appeared, she caught all the men's eyes, and she was blissfully unaware of it, just inclining her head as she chatted with Xiao Yue. occasionally revealing a smile that made people move their eyes even more. Angry? Shin Shuryen appeared beside him at an unknown time, looking at his scarlet eyes due to his anger. He smiled and cast his gaze into the distance. She has never been your private property. Zhang Yihui clenched his fists and didn't say anything. She shines brighter than you think, so you can't hide her. Shin Shuryen withdrew his gaze full of appreciation and admiration, turned his head and faintly hooked his lips. Do you regret losing your own rose? But she doesn't belong to you anymore. Something smashed over coldly. Shin Shuryen looked at the fist in front of him that was only a few millimeters away and narrowed his eyes. Not every time. You have a chance to redeem yourself. Zhang Yihui tugged at the corner of his mouth. You're right, but haven't you forgotten that she's the rose I watered? I'm the one who watched her step by step become what she is today. Her beauty, her life, everything she is. I'm there. We've been together for 6 years. And you know what she loves and hates the most? Zhang Yihui looked at him mockingly. She is mine, and we have never been inseparable. What you think is just your fantasy. The bond between us is far deeper than you think. For the first time, Shin Shuryen put away that contempt and looked at him with cold eyes. He knew that Zhang Yihui was right. In the past 6 years, Su Yumian had countless opportunities to leave, but without exception, in the end, they all chose to return to him again. Even if he no longer wanted to admit it, Shin Shuryen could see that Su Yumian's feelings for him were far deeper than he thought. Shirmushi watched as the two men fought and disagreed with each other over Su Yumian and clenched her teeth in jealousy. Why? Why is it that the only thing men see in their eyes is her? Su Yumian, what is it about yourself that you can't do better than her? In the end, Su Yumian harvested the most roses in the room. All eyes fell on her as if wherever she was the center point. Xiao Yue excitedly waved and shouted from the stage, not forgetting to pick up her camera and clunk it at her. The host of the event was a blonde girl with wheat-colored skin and a lively smile. Congratulations to this beautiful oriental lady for being today's most popular rose goddess. Please open the mysterious prize. As soon as the words left his mouth, someone behind him handed over the box. The box is small and very delicate, and one would be tempted to guess if it is some kind of fine jewelry inside. Su Yumian reached out and took it. Open it now? Sure. Let's all of us here witness it together. 3, 2, 1. Su Yumian was in the middle of a countdown, unwrapping the ribbon, when suddenly, Chapter 62, You Protect Su Yumian. I'll protect you. A snake came out of the box, with its white and black rings and slender tail. The snake is clearly a venomous snake. Su Yumian reacted and threw away the box at the first opportunity. Yet the snake had already leapt higher, baring its fangs as it lunged at her. The host next to him had turned white with fear and screamed as he gripped the microphone. The scene was in chaos. Everyone immediately stepped back, instinctively trying to get away from the danger. Su Yumian, however, didn't have this chance at all, and could only watch the viper spit out its letter and bite into her wrist. Right at this moment, the two figures leapt up at almost the same time. Zhang Yihui was closer and faster, grabbing a hand before Shin Shuryen and ripping Su Yumian away. Yet the back of his own neck was exposed to the viper. Look out! Watch out! Su Yumian and Shirmushi spoke at the same time. While the former was protected by Zhang Yihui in his arms, the latter stormed forward and blocked Zhang Yihui with his own body. So, the bite was solidly on Shirmushi's calf. Ah! She ate the pain, and then her body collapsed limply. Zhang Yihui's pupils suddenly shrunk, pushing Su Yumian away, turning around and running over, lowering his head to check the injury on Shirmushi's calf. Sure enough, it's a viper. Bow. The girl was teary-eyed. I'm in so much pain. Zhang Yihui gritted his teeth and took her into his arms. Why are you so stupid? Shirmushi was sweating profusely from the pain. Even so, he still forced himself to pull out a smile. Fortunately, you're not hurt. Zhang Yihui pursed his lips and moved to hold her hand, his voice hoarse. Don't worry, the doctor will be here soon. I won't let anything happen to you. Shirmushi's eyes have begun to be lax, and her voice is getting weaker. I know, I've always believed in you, so don't worry too much about me. Even if it's for your sake, I'll definitely get better. Before the words were out of his mouth, he fainted. Zhang Yihui looked at Shirmushi, who had collapsed in his arms, and completely panicked, yelling, Doctor, where's the doctor? Quickly call an ambulance. Help! That's when the doctors and nurses arrived, lowered the stretcher and carried the man to the helicopter. Only hospitals in Mail can administer viper serum. Zhang Yihui followed without thinking. Xiao Yue saw this scene, couldn't help but roll her eyes. Really think that they are shelved here to play a bitter drama. Only Zhang Yihui, that fool, will fall for it. Saying that, she swept her remaining light towards Su Yumian. She was seen standing dumbfounded, looking in the direction of the helicopter's departure, her eyelashes fluttering lightly before dropping down to hide the disappointment and brokenness in them. It's hard not to mind when you say you don't care, but you've loved in the end. And just now Jiang Yihuai's nervousness, panic, pity, and worry, all kinds of emotions were all seen by Su Yumian. Mian, Xiao Yuwei grabbed her shoulder with a concerned look. Are you alright? Did you get scared? Su Yumian returned to her senses and gently shook her head. It's fine. Xiao Yuwei seemed to notice something and couldn't help but feel a little worried. Su Yumian tried to pull out a smile, but after trying several times, her expression was stiff and unbearable. Only after a long time did she move her lips. Wei, let's go back. Good. Don't worry. I'm really fine. But in a few seconds, she had already returned to normal. I was just thinking that it's really good that he's like this. After a pause, Su Yumian murmured, it's better than before. Hopefully, this time, he's really found the love of his life and cherishes it. Shin Shiyan on the side watched the entire program. The corners of his mouth were harder to suppress than AK. From this moment on, Jiang Yihuai was officially out. Shirmushi has a good physique and was injected with the serum in time, so she quickly turned the corner. After a hospital checkup, it was determined that there were no major problems before the two returned to the island. For insurance purposes, Jiang Yihuai arranged for a doctor to accompany him to facilitate the care of Shirmushi. Inside the room, the girl lay weakly on the bed as the doctor examined her. Jiang Yihuai stayed by the bedside, and several times he wanted to go out to smoke a cigarette. When Mushi, Pa, I'm scared. Will you not leave me alone? What if another poisonous snake comes and bites me? Woohoo! Thinking that she would rather be injured herself than save herself, Jiang Yihuai instantly softened his heart. Okay, I won't leave. You cooperate well with the examination. Aha! Timothy nodded tearfully. The doctor finished his examination, removed the 4 needle, and turned to leave. With only 2 people left in the room, Timothy tried to sit up. Jiang Yihuai reached out to help her, so she followed the trend and softened, leaning against the man's chest. Bow, my calf hurts. Do you think it will leave a scar? No, the doctor assured me, but it really hurts. Just put on a topical. Bear with me. While he was talking, Jiang Yihuai wandered off. He recalled Su Yumian's college physical test. She broke her foot when she started, but she insisted on running through 800 meters. Coming down, the ankle had swollen to the point where it was completely unsightly. Jiang Yihuai sent her to the hospital. The doctor slapped the table and said that she was fooling around, almost hurt the bones, but she froze and did not say a word. Only the circles of her eyes were slightly red. Jiang Yihuai scolded her for being stupid. She shouldn't have run in the first place and just stopped. Instead, she said, the grades are not qualified for graduation. So, anyway, if you bite your teeth and stick to it, you will pass. Besides, I'm in so much pain. Why are you still scolding me? Pa, thinking about what? Seeing that he didn't respond for a long time, Shirmushi's body braced itself and shook the man's arm. What did you say? Jiang Yihuai returned to his senses and looked down at her. I've heard it's hard for even the best medicine to be completely scarless. So is my leg going to be ugly from now on? The thought of having 2 teeth marks on her leg left by a viper made her want to freak out. Perhaps because Shirmushi saved him. This time Jiang Yihuai was extra patient. How could that be? You have to believe in the current medical technology. Taking a step back, if you really have a scar, you can still have plastic surgery. Before she finished speaking, Shirmushi suddenly wrapped her arms around his waist and spoke in a muffled voice in his embrace. If I really have a scar, will you dislike me? Jiang Yihuai froze for a moment, and before he could think of how to answer, he heard her pouting. Even if you really dislike me, I won't leave you. I love you. I'll always stay by your side, forever and ever. A flash of complexity flashed in Jiang Yihuai's eyes. He raised his hand, gently caressing the girl's long hair, but he didn't know how to respond. After a while, he spoke. Thank you. If it wasn't for you, the one who was bitten by the snake would have been me. What do you want? Just mention it. I will definitely fulfill you to the maximum extent. You don't have to thank me. She suddenly tilted her head back in his arms, her gaze sincere as if he was her whole world. Do this, I do it willingly. I know, you actually still have Rain's sleep sister in your heart, but it's okay, I don't mind. I believe that one day, you will be full of heart and eyes will be me. You protect Su Yumian. I'll protect you. Chapter 63, should have had a shameless person to cure him long ago. I love you as much as you love Sister Yumian, and as you begged for her, I beg for you in the same way. So if you're asking me what I want, all I want is a chance to stay by your side. The girl's voice was soft, and there was sincerity in her eyes, as well as a palpable humility. Jiang Yihuai only felt that the string in his heart was gently plucked by something. Don't worry, I will definitely take good care of you in the future, and definitely won't let you get hurt again. Shirmushi hooked the corner of her mouth, lying in his arms, one hand clasped tightly around his waist, her voice sweet like honey. I know, I've always believed so. Zhang Yuai's arm around her also tightened a few points. There was just an indescribable dullness in his heart. I don't know why. With such a big accident at the event, the hotel staff came over as fast as they could to clean up the mess. Because of the personal safety involved, the person in charge went straight to the police. That night, the police came over and questioned all the people involved. Unsurprisingly, nothing was asked, and in the end the incident could only be chalked up to an accident. After all, it's tropical and there's a pristine forest right behind the hotel where snakes are common. But poisonous snakes aren't that common, are they? Xiao Yue spoke coldly. And it's even more uncommon to see it on a beach, where there are lots of people, right? The police looked at each other in disbelief. The head of the hotel also choked on the spot. Xiao Yue sneered. This is the second time. My friend suffered life threats twice on the island. Just wait, this is not over. Mian, let's go. After saying that, he pulled Su Yumian and left in big strides. Alright, calm down. It's not worth it. After leaving the crowd, Su Yumian opened her mouth to advise. You were almost injured and you're still so calm? It's true that the emperor is not in a hurry, but the eunuch is in a hurry. Su Yumian smiled faintly. Winning or losing is not a momentary struggle. What do you mean? You have an idea? Su Yumian shook her head. No, Xiao Yue. This one accident after another. Sleepy, I'm really worried. In case, something more. Su Yumian, however, said, I do have a way for this. What way? Xiao Yue blinked. You guess. After making such a mess and suffering from a considerable shock, both Su Yumian and Xiao Yue didn't eat much, and it was only now that they felt hungry. The two immediately went to the restaurant for a full meal. After eating, Xiao Yue took a phone call and went on a date with a spring in her step. After Su Yumian left the restaurant, she didn't go back to her place, but headed north along the coastline. After about 5 minutes of walking, the stars and bright lights strung in a line, far away, smelled a fragrance. It was a little pungent spice smell, like marinade? Maldives eats halloumi too? Su Yumian searched for the scent and walked to the front of a store. When I looked up, the words Tasting Fragrance Pavilion came into view. Run by a Wachovia? Su Yumian pushed the door in. She thought it was a restaurant, but she didn't expect to find an antique store after going in. The owner's wife is brining chicken claws. No wonder they smell so good. The store is not big. A glance can see the head. 4 shelves, in addition to the shelves against the door to put antiques. The other are some strange knickknacks. Suddenly, a sculpture of a somewhat serious and somewhat cute little man attracted Su Yumian's attention. Less than the size of a palm. The workmanship is exquisite. Whether it's the ruffles on the shirt or the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of the nose, it's alive and well. The boss knew at a glance that she was a Chinese. Met the same hometown. The attitude naturally also warmed up a few points. Little girl eyes are good. These sculptures can be my handmade. Bring back to China as a gift to send people absolutely out of the way. Su Yumian smiled, and after asking the price, okay, you can help me wrap it up. Okay. The boss packed the bag while bringing a postcard and putting it in the bag. If there's something you want to say but can't, just write it on there. Su Yumian pursed her lips, wanting to say that it is not necessary. She has nothing to say that she cannot say, but people send. It is not good to refuse. Back at her place, Su Yumian finished her shower and saw the gift bag sitting on the table. She walked over and drew out the postcard. On it was the most beautiful sea view of the Maldives, which she casually threw on the table. It won't be used anyway. Early the next morning, Shin Shuryan stepped on the clock and went to the restaurant, but the result was that he turned around and didn't see Su Yumian. Only Xiao Yue was eating breakfast alone, a glass and a salad on the table. Good morning, Xiao Shun. Xiao Yue took the initiative to greet with a smile. I see that you've circled around 3 times and have been looking at me. Do you want to have breakfast with me? Shin Shuryan raised his eyebrows, and really pulled out a chair and sat down across from her. Good morning, Ms. Sha. Morning. Shin Shuryan swept over her cup. This milk is good. Xiao Yue, this is soy milk for me. Awkward. Xiao Yue picked up the cup and took a sip. Does Shin Xiao have something to say? Shin Shuryan also stopped pretending and opened the door. Where is Su Yumian? How come I haven't seen her? What do you want with her? Nothing you can't find? Xiao Yue laughed in exasperation. Are all you men in finance so idle at the end of the year? She wasn't blind. From the moment Shin Shuryan appeared on the island, she intuited that something wasn't right. Sure enough, a few days after that, he accosted sleep, all kinds of sleep, great attentiveness. The intention is simply not too obvious. Oh, the math was heard around the country. Shin Shuryan, not idle, very busy. So there's still time to come over for a vacation? Naturally, because there's someone here I want to see. The words have come to this point, and then playing Tai Chi is meaningless. Xiao Yue put down her fork, converged her smile, sat up straight. What exactly is your intention towards Mian? If I remember correctly, you and Jiang Yihuai are good buddies, right? Shin Shuryan, my fair lady, the gentleman's good deeds. There are too many intentions in this. It's impossible to say, and it's not good to say. Xiao Yue. As for Jiang Yihui and I, we flipped. Xiao Yue, I can see that. Because of Sleepy? Shen Shiyan was silent, approximately equal to the default. Ha ha. Xiao Yue couldn't help but laugh. Serves him right, that dog Jiang Yihui. It's long overdue for a shameless person to rule him. Shen Shiyan, you're polite? Xiao Yue finished laughing, drank the last mouthful of soybean milk and wiped her mouth. Okay, I know. Then I wish you to seek a lady soon? Borrowing auspicious words. Shen Shiyan nodded slightly. Take your time eating then. I'll leave you to it. Wait, you haven't told me where the lady is. Xiao Yue raised her wrist to look at the watch. At this point, it should be boarding the plane, right, Shen Shiyan? In fact, Xiao Yue did not expect Su Yumian's way to go back to China. There's only 1,000 days to be a thief, not 1,000 days to prevent a thief? Since this island doesn't match my aura, let's go back home. Chapter 64, Su Yumian went on a date with him? When Shen Shiyan left, he happened to brush shoulders with Jiang Yihui, who had come to the restaurant for breakfast. The latter frowned. Without moving, he scanned the circle and didn't see Su Yumian. Bao, what are you looking for? Timothy asked knowingly as he watched him look around the room. Jiang Yihui retracted his gaze and turned his head to look at her. You have a leg injury. You shouldn't have insisted on coming over. Although you can let people send to the room, but lying for too long. I want to come out to breathe fresh air, otherwise it feels like the whole person is going to mold. Said. She spat out her tongue. Jiang Yihui softly hummed. What do you want to eat? Sandwiches. Milk. Thanks pa. At noon, Jiang Yihui searched all 4 restaurants on the island and didn't see Su Yumian. By the beach in the afternoon, he wandered around. Still nothing. After nightfall, he did see Xiao Yue in the Chinese restaurant on the island, but there was still no figure of Su Yumian. What was even stranger was that Shen Shiyan had never seen it again after that, except for that moment in the morning when he had bumped into it. Did Su Yumian go on a date with him? This conjecture made Jiang Yihui unable to sit still for a second, and he got up, suddenly pausing to pick up the shawl that Shi Mushi had hung on the back of the chair. It was bought on the island, a regular model. Almost all hands had one, and Su Yumian also had it. He walked over and found Xiao Yue. Su Yumian left a shawl with me at noon. Take it to her. Xiao Yue was on a date with a handsome man. When she heard that, she didn't react at all and blurted out, Noon, how can it be? She's all the way back to. Aha! It was only then that Xiao Yue realized something was wrong. Jiang Yihui, you set me up? The man's eyes sharpened. Where did she go back to? Back to her country? Xiao Yue rolled her eyes. What's it to you? Jiang Yihui nodded. It seems that it has indeed returned to China. Getting the answer he wanted, he turned to leave. No need to guess. Su Yumian had left, and that guy Shen Shiyan must have left with him. Xiao Yue, I shouldn't have grown this mouth in the first place. As Jiang Yihui walked, he took out his cell phone and called Lin Ming. Book the latest flight back to China for me. Lin Ming, okay Mr. Jiang, at that time Miss, returned to China with you? You can't make the same mistake twice, so it's better to ask. The man gave a beat. Bao, I just heard the restaurant waiter say that there's a cruise ship going out the night after tomorrow, and there's a captain's dinner in the evening, so let's sign up for that too, okay? She came up and held his arm. Anyway, I can't go back to the country for a while like this, so why don't I just rest assured and play boldly for a few more days? What do you think? Jiang Yihui paused. Lin Ming, hello? Mr. Jiang, are you listening? Is off the books for now. Okay. Mushi, yeah, are you on the phone? I'm sorry, I didn't see. Won't hold you up, right? Jiang Yihui waved his hand. No. The girl instantly cracked a smile. That's good. That's good. The doctor said my wound is fine for now. No infection found for now. At the mention of the wound, Jiang Yihui softened a few points. Cruise ship out to sea. Shall we go? Is it good? I haven't been to a captain's dinner yet. She pulled his arm to pout, her pouty tone sweet as lychee jelly. Jiang Yihui unconsciously nodded. Okay, listen to you. Mua. Thank you pa. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the flight landed at Kyoto Airport on time. As soon as Su Yumian was out of the terminal, the familiar cold wind mixed with ice cracks blew on her face, and she was so cold that she sneezed. Knowing the temperature difference between the two places, she pulled out her long down jacket and wrapped herself up like a ball before the plane landed. As it turned out, it was a misstep. 2 days ago just had a freezing rain. Trees, poles, are hanging icicles, hairy wind and rain. Looking light, but in fact fell on people. Not for a while. Wet clothes will be ice. This road has always been busy, but in the middle of winter and late at night, the traffic is rushing. Just can't get a taxi. Shivering, she took out her cell phone and glanced at the location of the Netflix, which 3 minutes ago had shown 5 minutes to reach her destination, but now it was half an hour. She glanced at the reddening map. The driver had been stuck there for a while. She was hesitating to cancel when a car slowly pulled up beside her. The car window rolled down. Familiar eyebrows, clear and gentle. In the dark gray turtleneck sweater is half-hidden throat. From Su Yumian's perspective, the man's side face seems to be hit with a layer of shadows, but instead adds a few points of fuzzy warmth to his clear and cold demeanor. At this hour, it should be hard to get a cab in the neighborhood, and I happen to be heading home, so get in. Car. Seeing that Su Yumian was cold, Xiao Wenbai turned the heater to the maximum. Remembering that there was a heating pad in the car drawer, he took it out and handed it to her. Warm it up first. Su Yumian felt that her hands were no different from popsicles, and with the use of the heat patch, coupled with the ample warmth in the car, gradually, she felt like she was coming back to life. Thanks, I almost thought I was going to freeze to death at the airport. She sniffled. Xiao Yue said to arrange for a driver. She didn't want to be bothered and refused, but she didn't realize that the airport would also have times when it was difficult to get a taxi. Xiao Wenbai glanced at her. Because of the 2 sessions, the traffic control recently, and the online car is also included, so it's not good to take a taxi. Su Yumian suddenly realized, no wonder there are so few cabs on the road. I almost thought I was going to the wrong place. She turned her body sideways and looked at Xiao Wenbai. What about you? What's the coincidence of showing up at the airport at this hour? Xiao Wenbai explained. An elder returned to China. I came over to pick her up, but she couldn't wait any longer and took the car back herself first. He drove back after receiving the call, only to turn back very suddenly because a high beam made him see Su Yumian standing in the cold wind in the rearview mirror. Su Yumian nodded without asking more questions. Waiting at a red light. Xiao Wenbai, warmer? Aha! She bit her lip a little embarrassed. After a few days in the tropics, I'm suddenly a little less acclimatized to all this cold weather. By the way, I brought you a little present. She remembered something and opened the backpack she was carrying. Xiao Wenbai froze for a moment. Gift? Well, it's not just you. There's also the professor. All of them, Su Yumian said, taking out the one that belonged to him. When I took a look, I thought it looked like you. Xiao Wenbai looked at the sculpture doll in her hand. Shirt and suit pants, gold-rimmed glasses perched on the bridge of his nose, holding a book in his hand, obviously a very serious expression. But because of the overall exaggerated and cute body proportions, it looks very comical. The man was silent for 2 seconds. Did you? I don't think we look much alike other than the fact that we both wear glasses. Chapter 65, First time home in 6 years. Su Yumian smiled and defended her vision, which is not true. This expression right now is just like it. Okay. She held up the little man and shook it, and Xiao Wenbai lost his smile. Nah, not so much now. In the end, Xiao Wenbai took it and thanked him. Su Yumian, you're welcome. The light is green. When I got home, it was early morning. Su Yumian cleaned the house before she left, and before she returned home, she even made an appointment for an hourly worker to come and clean the house. So it was completely impossible to tell that the owner had been away for several days. She took a shower and lay back on the big, soft bed, smelling the scent of the shower gel and squinting contentedly. It's true, no matter where you go, it's still most comfortable at home. On the other side, Xiao Wenbai was still awake. The experiment had reached the closing stages of the first phase, and he'd been so busy lately that he'd squeezed in a trip to the airport. So, he was going to take a shower, change his clothes and head back to the lab. When he was putting on his shoes in the entrance hall, he looked up and saw the sculpture doll Su Yumian had given him. Upon entering, the little thing was placed on the shelf above his shoe cabinet, a separate empty compartment surrounded by books. He raised the corners of his mouth unexpectedly, kinda like that. In the middle of January, the capital fell a heavy snowfall. Su Yumian pushed open the window. The world seems to change into a new snow-white coat. Just after 8 o'clock, the neighborhood kids came out in 2s and 3s and started building snowmen downstairs. The playful sounds are accompanied by the yelling of vendors and are full of fireworks. When Su Yumian went downstairs to buy groceries, she saw small snowmen of different heights and shapes, but neatly lined up in a row. The biggest of the snowmen is Dorky, with 2 kernels for eyes and a pink plastic windmill resting on top of his head, which at first glance looks a bit like Doraemon. Su Yumian had originally walked by, thought about it, and then backtracked, nestling the little tomato in the basket as its nose. Taking 2 steps back, he examined it before nodding in satisfaction. The freshly killed beef at the market was fresh and cheap, and she bought some beef ribs, intending to use them to make spicy beef strips, and the rest would be perfect for soup with a little bit of sweet and crisp radish. Bang bang! Su Yumian heard the knock on the door, took off her apron and went to open the door. The person who came was a neighboring aunt on the 3rd floor. She smiled as soon as she saw her, the creases at the corners of her eyes a few points deeper. Xiao Sua, at home? My daughter-in-law gave birth to a little girl 2 days ago. This is the red egg that our family boiled ourselves. Everyone in the building has a share. Come, this is yours. On weekdays, the 3rd floor aunts look at her as a lonely little girl and take care of her. Hearing this good news, Su Yumian was also happy for her. She said thank you and turned her head to bring out some of the green bean cakes and beef sauce she had made. Surprised and delighted, Auntie pushed back. How can this be a good thing? It's not like I'm giving you eggs for a return gift. Soo Yumian, it's just a little something I made up on my own. It's not a return gift. I just want you to help me taste it, whether it's good or not. Auntie saw this and didn't push any further. By the way, the teacher next door to you, Mr. Xiao, usually goes out early and comes home late. No one opens the door when I come here several times, so you can take this egg to him for me. With that, he remembered that he had to go to the hospital to deliver chicken soup to his daughter-in-law, so he went home first. Soo Yumian looked down at the egg in her hand, a little confused. If she remembered correctly, Xiao Wenbai didn't seem to love boiled eggs much. At 10 p.m., the snow fell silently again. Xiao Wenbai closed the umbrella. The pile of snow rustling from the umbrella shook down. Not a moment, melted into water. There had been some problems with the experiment, one trouble after another, and even he couldn't help but be a little tired of dealing with it. The closer we get to the end of the year, the more the flavor of the year grows. He didn't have a good sleep for a few days, and it was rare that the experimental data was finally corrected to a safe value today, thinking that it would soon be the Lunar New Year. So he gave everyone 2 days off. Xiao Wenbai took out his key and was about to turn the door handle when the door behind him slammed. The warm yellow light drilled out from the doorway, pouring on the floor and also falling on him. The dim corridor instantly lit up, and Soo Yumian's voice was like a heat source in the cold winter. Professor Xiao came back so early today. The third floor auntie added a little granddaughter. Sent red eggs over in the afternoon. Your share is here. You wait for me a little bit. I'll get it. For you. Xiao Wenbai's perception is sharper than ordinary people. This will listen to her clear and gentle voice, but the rhythm of the brain slowed down by half a beat, until his hand was shoved over a small bamboo basket, which contains a few rounded eggs, as well as her today's stewed beef bone soup. It was a long time before he came back to his senses and said in a low, husky voice, "Thank you." Cold wind passed through the hallway. Soo Yumian shivered. "I've warmed up the soup and the eggs. Eat them while they're hot. I'll close the door first." Good. Briefly the light went out and the door slammed back shut. Xiao Wenbai pushed the door into the room and turned on the light, and the empty room seemed extra cold and silent today. He rubbed his somewhat sunken brow and unscrewed the lid of the thermos. The hot soup noodles still had a few scallions floating on them. The radish had been stewed softly and tasted good. He took a bite. It was just the right amount of salty. He glanced at the eggs in his hand. His eyebrows showed a few tangled, but finally peeled one, and with the beef bone broth, it seemed not so bad. Soon the body was warm. He leaned back lazily on the couch, letting his thoughts roam and his mood gradually lighten. There were a few vibrations coming from the cell phone on the table, and I didn't have to look to know who had sent the message. Some years ago, he had stayed abroad, and at every gathering at the old mansion, he had been the absent one. This year, he has plans to stay in the country for an extended period of time, and naturally, family gatherings can't be avoided. No, he hung up on the morning call, and the evening tweet bombardment came back. He picked up his cell phone, and sure enough, most of them were tries and concerns from his mother, and to a lesser extent, various inquiries and concerns from his siblings at home. There was only one, a message from his father, which was really not too far from his mother's in general, but it was just urging him to come home. Xiao Wenbai replied one by one, saying that he would be busy as soon as possible. Putting down his cell phone, Xiao Wenbai's gaze fell on the thermos pot. The soup had already reached the bottom, and there were only 2 pieces of radish left. It occurred to him that he would go back in a couple of days, and by the time he saw her again, it would be after the first of the year. Wouldn't it? Will she stay in the capital for the new year? Xiao Wenbai tried to return the thermos several times, but he couldn't knock on the door of Soo Yumian's house. Without him, at this time, Soo Yumian had already packed her luggage and went to the high-speed train station. For 6 years, she hadn't been home once. I hovered and hesitated for a long time on the mobile ticket buying screen, exiting and tapping back in several times before finally hitting the buy button. Some things can't be avoided, they always have to be faced. Chapter 66. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the largest food market in Linshire was bustling with people. Mr. Sue, here to buy fish again? Right, got any base? There is there. Keep it for you now, said the middle-aged woman as she moved nimbly to weigh and descale. Okay. Su Jinxing took out his cell phone. How much? Why? No need for money. You take it and eat it. My Wang Jifei usually doesn't let you worry much. This can't be done. You are open for business. How can you not charge? Su Jinxing directly swept the code and transferred 30 over. Nothing more, nothing less. The woman heard the collection message and said, Yikes, how's that for? Su Jinxing, I'm only embarrassed if I don't accept it. Then you get busy first. I'll go buy some more green onions. Hey, mister. Sue, wait, anything else? Ahem. It's like this. The woman nervously clutched the leather apron on her body. I've heard that the second middle school has a recommendation quota for the physics competition every year. And if you win an international gold medal, you can even be guaranteed a place in prestigious schools like University B and University Q. Su Jinxing nodded. There is a recommendation quota. Then do you think our Wang Jifei is suitable? Su Jinxing was silent for a moment. Jifei mom, first of all, you have to understand the meaning of competition. You can understand it as students need to use a higher level of knowledge beyond all the knowledge they have at the current stage to complete the athletic competition of the subject. In other words, the exam questions will definitely be much harder than usual. The school does have recommendations for places in all subjects, but they are usually selected for students who are extraordinarily successful in a single subject and have strong academic and competitive mindsets. The woman was a bit anxious. Our family Jifei's grades are very good. The grade ranking hasn't dropped out of the top 20. Isn't that still outstanding and capable? Jifei's mom, listen to me first, Su Jinxing patiently explained. First of all, grade rankings look at the overall performance, and single subject rankings are only informative. Secondly, this time around, the university has already settled on a candidate for the competition recommendation slot. So, there's nothing I can do. So, then forget it. The woman waved her hand with a forced smile. Then you get busy and I'll keep shopping. Hey, you go well. Come back next time. However, after watching Su Jinxing walk away, the woman's smile withdrew, and she poo-pooed on the spot. What is the single discipline ranking that is pulled? My family Jifei Kiki is excellent, and it is only when the eyes are blind that they cannot see it. Also said what people selected. Cannot help. Hypocritical. Sister-in-law Wang, what are you yammering at the fish pot all by yourself? Who messed with you? I seem to have just seen teacher Su heading that way, and wanted to ask about my family Xiaoman's studies. Don't ask. They don't even look at our Jifei. She doesn't even look at your daughter, who's always at the bottom of the academic ladder. What's wrong? The woman skimmed her mouth, saying that my family Jifei is not qualified enough to participate in the physics competition. Cut. Who doesn't know that year his daughter participated in so many alone? Not only in physics, but also in what chemistry and computers. Why doesn't he say it's not appropriate? To put it bluntly, if your own family has a daughter who went to the University of B, you're not happy that someone else's family has a son who went to the University of Q. 2. Sister-in-law Wang, don't say that nonsense. Mr. Su is not that kind of person. I don't care what kind of person he is. If he doesn't allow my son to participate, he just can't see that others are better than him. I don't see how much better he can be. What's wrong with having a daughter who goes to B university? It's not like he hasn't been home for a few years. He's long forgotten about the two of them. I also heard that his incredibly brilliant daughter quit graduate school and job hunting after college. It can't be. No school, no work. So what does she do? Being a honey to a rich man. Lay down, open your legs, and the money comes in. How easy is that? What's the point of looking for a job? Hiss. Sister-in-law Wang, you can't say such things. The girl's reputation is at stake. Humph. If his daughter is working properly, why hasn't she been home for years? It's not because he thinks she's a disgrace and won't let her come back. We're in a small place, and when there's any news, it spreads fast. So Mr. Su has to keep a tight lid on it. Otherwise, how can he still be a teacher? Gosh. Naturally, Su Jinxing didn't hear these comments. Perhaps even if he heard, he would simply choose to remain silent, because in his eyes, what his daughter did was no different than a rich man raising a canary. Su Yumian got off the high-speed train and couldn't help but wrap the down jacket around her body. Even though the city of Lin is further south than Kyoto, it's still cold this month. Sitting in the cab, looking out the window at the ever-regressing scenery, slowly overlapping with the hometown in my memory, Linshire has a small population. Due to the heavy industry moved out of the city one after another, in recent years the government began to vigorously develop the tourism industry. The greening on both sides of the road is done very well. The shabby buildings were renovated and the park was just built. Only the old town remains intact, with the Lin hub bisecting the old and new districts. In the summer, some people raft on the river, and in the winter, the flowing water will be covered with a thin layer of ice, which will be dispersed at the slightest touch, swirling on the water surface, like clear diamonds, shining brightly. There is an aged arch bridge over the river, and the Su house is at one end of the bridge. Through the alley, far away, you can see the Linshire No. 2 middle school staff community, a few large letters. Su Jinxing is that era Q University Physics Department students, was specially recruited to the second middle school in Linshire as a physics teacher, just 1 year to rise to the head of the physics team. He also formed the second grade physics competition team, which has sent a number of outstanding competition candidates to the international arena. None of these students were guaranteed admission to prestigious schools and are now even more successful. It's not too much of a stretch to say that the peaches and plums are all over the world. His strong teaching skills made him one of the first teachers to enjoy the benefits of room sharing. And, still, the youngest of that group of teachers. Thinking of her father, a dampness rose in Su Yumian's eyes. I taught you to read and this is how you read. For the sake of a man, you don't even want to study? Teaching my own daughter like this? I, Su Jinxing, am a teacher in vain. If you go with him, then don't come back in this life and don't recognize us. Sleepy, have you really thought about it? Do you really want to give up mom and dad for him? Well, from now on, I'm not your father and you're not my daughter. Girl, it's here. The driver's master spoke again. Su Yumian snapped back to her senses and took out her cell phone to pay. Thank you. Su's family lived on the first floor and had a small yard, and because her mother loved the color purple, her father built a wisteria arbor for her. When it was time to bloom, the drooping vines were full of flowers, and she loved to sit under the yard and cool off. Seeing that she liked it, her father took the time to make her a swing, which later, as she grew older, went unused. When she leaves home for school, there will be even less chance of seeing her again. 6 years on, and I wonder what happened to the wisteria and the swing in the yard. Thinking of this, Su Yumian blinked her sour eyes, stood in front of the door of her home, took a deep breath, raised her hand and knocked. Chapter 67. It's good to have the rain cleared. Who? When Su Jinxing heard the knock on the door, he immediately wiped his hands on his apron, looked at the freshly made steamed sea bass, and carefully carried the fish to the table before going to open the door. Min, who was watering the greenery in her room, also heard it and glanced outside the courtyard. Who's here? Is it Jiachun? Jiaching just sent a message in the morning, said he'll be here tomorrow. At this point it's probably Auntie Yang next door. You've been unwell for the past 2 days. I asked her to buy some earth eggs for her to send over dash. At the door, Su Yumian looked at her father who opened the door. After not seeing him for 6 years, he seemed to have more gray hair at his temples and more wrinkles on his square face. When she was a child, she loved to sit on her father's shoulders. But now, her father is old and his back is bent. Only those eyes are still clear and sharp, as they were 6 years ago. Daddy, she spoke softly. Su Jinxing went from being stunned at first to being dismayed, and suddenly his face sank. What are you doing back here? There was suddenly no sound from outside, and Min waited for a while, feeling strange, so she came out of the living room and walked out into the yard, walking and talking at the same time. Old Su, why don't you answer back? Who is it? However, when she saw the person standing outside the door, she let go of her hand, and the kettle hit the floor with a pop. Su Yumian's eyes were filled with tears. Her mother was still as beautiful and elegant as before, and the years seemed to favor her extraordinarily. With 4 eyes, she couldn't help but murmur, "Mom." Hearing her daughter's voice, Min's hands trembled slightly, and her lips opened and closed several times, but she couldn't say a complete sentence. Only after a long time did he hoarsely say, "Old Su, come in first." In the living room, the atmosphere was as dreary as a rainy day in June. Su Jinxing sat on the sofa, his face expressionless. What are you still coming back for? Have you forgotten what you said at the beginning? 6 years ago, Su Yumian refused a master's degree for the sake of a man. He was the last to know. That night he was so angry that he had a high blood pressure attack and went straight into the hospital. He had taught her and nurtured her from a young age and never thought that she would give up everything for a man. He remembers that when he traveled all the way to Kyoto to question her, she said that she had made a choice between love and school and would never regret it. Now remembering the scene, Su Jinxing's chest was still clogged. I told you a long time ago, from now on, you go after your love, and your mom and I will live our lives as if there is no such thing as you as a daughter. Dad. Su Yumian slid down 2 lines of tears. Don't call me. Su Jinxing turned his back and didn't look at her. I'm not your father, and I don't have that ability to be your father. Perhaps his mood swings were too great and his blood pressure soared uncontrollably upwards. Min saw this and hurriedly patted him on the back. All right, you know you have high blood pressure and you're still talking so loudly. After Min yelled at him, he turned his head to look at Su Yumian again. This daughter is really stubborn. They had advised and scolded her back then, but she was determined to jump into the fire. I have written so many novels. The heroine of the pen are just straight, stubborn and tenacious character, but I did not expect that my daughter in the matter of love. Then the characters in the novel's shaft. Even Min felt for a moment that she was on top of her love brain, had completely lost her mind. She hardened her heart and spoke in a cold voice. As you can see, your father's health is not good. He can't withstand stimulation. If you still treat us as family, stop stimulating your father and leave now. Su Yumian's throat felt like it was being choked. Her nose plummeted, and tears instantly welled up, blurring her vision. Mom and Dad, I'm sorry. I know it's wrong. I really know it's wrong. Dad, I know you've always expected me to move forward, to go higher and farther, and I'm the one who let you down. She took a deep breath and turned her head to look at Min. And Mom, you've always taught me that a girl has to be self-reliant and not be anyone's appendage. I'm sorry I couldn't do that. I came back this time because I missed you guys so much, and I hope mom and dad will give me another chance to make up for the mistakes I've made. All these years, she had been afraid to come back just because she was afraid of seeing her parents' disappointed eyes. It was also a heartfelt attempt to prove to them that they had made the right choice in the first place. However, reality slapped her hard in the face. Not only was she wrong, she was dead wrong. Dead wrong. Su Jingxing's pupils trembled slightly. What did he hear? She finally admitted she was wrong? Yimin's heart is sour, if not aggrieved. Suffered a loss. Her so stubborn daughter how could say I was wrong 3 words out. Have you really thought this through? Su Jingxing's tone softened fleshily. Su Yumian pursed her lips. I have long thought about it clearly, just afraid that you guys are angry, so I haven't dared to come back. She sniffled, remembering the stumbling and fear she felt before going home, and she looked up carefully. Mom and Dad, can I stay? I want to spend New Year's with you. Su Jingxing turned his face away from his wife and daughter to not let them see the tears in his eyes, and said in a hard voice, since you're back, stay for now. Yimin sighed in relief. Ready to just stand there? Why don't you put your suitcase back in your room? The food is getting cold. Su Yumian's forced tears couldn't be held back any longer because of these words. She cried and laughed. Mom and Dad, I really miss you guys so much. This time, I finally found my way home. Yimin wet her eyes and reached out to take her lost daughter back in her arms. For 6 years, the family has finally been reunited. The family missed out on 6 years, and it was hard to reunite and hug and cry for a long time before they calmed down. Su Jingxing didn't admit that he cried. My conjunctivitis comes back once winter comes. Don't you know? Yimin rolled her eyes and pretended. Keep pretending. She painfully stroked over her daughter's bitterly swollen eyes, exasperated and amused. Look at you. As soon as you come back, you're crying like this. It's not enough for one person to cry, but you need a family to cry with you. Su Yumian wrapped her arm around her and leaned indulgently into her mother's arms, pampering her like she did when she was a child. I haven't seen you guys for a long time, so what's wrong with crying a little? On the contrary, it's you and Dad. In these few years when I wasn't around, are you guys physically okay? Su Jingxing, your mom and I are fine. What should be is still what should be. Don't worry. Su Yumian nodded. Her father's face did look good and his body was still quite robust, except for looking older. My mother is even better maintained, and some people would believe me when I say she's in her early 30s. Having just cried, her eyes didn't feel too good, and she subconsciously reached out to rub them. Yimin slapped it straight away. How many times have I told you not to always rub your eyes with your hands? Old Su, go and cook an egg for Nian Nian and put it on, or else, your eyes might be swollen tomorrow morning. Su Jingxing nodded. When his daughter came back, he didn't say anything on his lips, but the smile on his face didn't break. Okay, I'll go cook it now. He was almost to the kitchen when he remembered. The dishes aren't done yet. No, I boiled the eggs, I've got to hurry up and get them done. Yimin heard, couldn't help but get up and read. Did you do the fish again? All said let me come. You every time will not do, still prefer to do. I look, do how This is not to see you watering it. Home only 3 dishes. Daughter came back not enough to eat I went to the market to buy some. Yimin admonished. Remember to buy panko. I know, Sleepy likes to eat. Listening to her parents' voices, Su Yumian's heart warmed. She turned her head to look out the window. It's so nice that the rain is over. Chapter 68. We're not on the same side, so it's better to split up. Evening. An aroma wafted out of the kitchen. Su Jingxing came out with the soup. 3 fresh soup. Newly learned. How about a taste? Su Yumian looked at a table full of dishes. Pork roasted potatoes, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, steamed sea bass, plus a 3 fresh soup, and braised lion's head, all of which she loved to eat. Yimin picked out the most tender piece of meat on the belly side of the fish and put it into her bowl. Your father can't cook fish, but I just tried this fish. It's your favorite flavor. Come on, eat more. Su Jingxing was not happy. What do you mean I can't be a fish? I do people, not fish. Put, yes. Yimin nodded her head in a no-nonsense manner. You're a superb cook. Whether you're cooking or fish or being a human being, all of them have a way of doing things, okay? This is more or less the same. 2 days ago, I ran into the old Zhang next door, and people are still taking lessons from me. Have me to cook for you every day. You just steal joy. Fine, I'll steal it. You hurry up and eat. You can't even gag your mouth with rice. Why does that sound so perfunctory? If you don't believe me, ask your daughter if I'm a good cook. Saying that, Su Jingxing gently pulled down another piece of fish for her and put it into her bowl. Come on, Nian, taste what Dad made it taste like. Su Yumian hooked the corner of her mouth as she listened to her parents bicker. Bowing his head, he took a bite of the fish. The fresh fish tasted with the sweetness of the fish itself. Su Jingxing knows that she does not like too much seasoning, so she simply put some ginger and green onions to remove the fishy. And when the pot is ready, A little bit of steamed fish soy sauce is drizzled, so that it will not be tasteless, but also to retain the freshness of the fish itself. As far as I can remember, my mother was hardly ever in the kitchen, and Su Jinxing was the chef of the family. After Su Yumian finished her classes every day, she waited in the office for him to get off work, and when it was time, he took her home on his bicycle. On the way home we'll pass through the vegetable market. That piece of the uncle and aunt selling vegetables are Su Jinxing's old acquaintances. Min, on the other hand, never buys groceries because she doesn't know how to choose them, and she also thinks the market is too noisy. The specialty, besides steamed sea bass, is scrambled eggs with tomatoes, or because Su Yumian liked it when she was a child. She learned it, but not knowing how to do it herself didn't stop her from picking on Su Jinxing's cooking skills, so much so that the more the man honed in on it, the more he got more energized, and in the end, he really did become a chef. After leaving home, only Jiang Yihui was left by Su Yumian's side. She cooks for him, prepares everything, and waits for him to come home from work every day to take a bite, when clearly it used to be Dad who did the work and put the dishes in her hands while she just ate and picked at them. Now, such treatment was back, and it turned out that she, too, was a child held in the palm of her mom and Dad's hand. It's been a long time since I've had it, and I still think Dad's fish is the best fish I've ever eaten. Even the 5-star chefs out there can't compete. When Su Jinxing heard this, he was both pleased and emotional. In the future, if you want to eat, Dad will make it for you anytime. Su Yumian held back her tears and responded with a smile. After the meal, Min washed the fruits she bought in the afternoon and cut them into plates. Not seeing anyone in the living room, she headed outside and sure enough, she saw father and daughter sitting in the yard. It gets dark early, the lights in the yard are dimmed, and the fire in the fireplace crackles from time to time, making it cozy and warm. Su Yumian sat on the sidelines, her body baked and warm. The face, the body, the occasional fire jumped, and Min got down beside her, bringing the fruit plate over. The strawberries at home are ripe, fragrant and sweet, your favorite when you were a kid. Try some. The washed strawberries still had little droplets of water on them, and just smelling them gave them a sweet aroma. She took a bite and her eyes curved up at the corners of her eyes. Yummy! Min looked at the smile between her brows, and remembered the way she looked when she came back today. Her heart moved, grabbed her hand and put it in her dry palm, smoothed the hair on her face for her, and looked at her carefully for a couple of moments. You've lost weight. Su Yumian's mouth was still stuffed with strawberries, her cheeks bulging as she stared and shook her head. No way. I just weighed myself. I gained 2 pounds more than I did last week. I just look skinny. You pinch my hands. There's a lot of meat, she said in mock distress. I'm still trying to figure out whether to lose weight. The words did not finish. Su Jinxing frowned. Girl's family, reduce what fertilizer? You are so thin, and then reduce that is not thin into a bone? Nowadays, children are always on the internet. See what diet blogger to follow the trend of weight loss, deliberately hungry even if, but also to take what diet pills. He looked at the headache. Su Yumian's eyes shone brightly, and she leaned on her mom with Min's hand as if she had no bones. I'm just saying. Min knocked her head. It's not good enough to talk about it. Next time you come back, let me know that you've lost weight. And you be careful. Su Yumian had a smile in her eyes. I know. Eminence suffered the weight of her daughter against her body, gently combing her long hair with her fingers, and finally asked what she wanted to ask the most. How have you been out there these past few years? Su Yumian's eyes stagnated, and she lightly brushed off those passages. It's quite good. Where's the who? He didn't come back with you? The question, at last, has come. Su Yumian lowered her eyes and spoke faintly. We've already broken up. In the beginning, after his father had been discharged from the hospital, he had once come to the capital with his mother, but because of her stubbornness, he had been exasperated and left. Since that day, her father was so angry that he severed his relationship with her, and in the 6 years since then, it's been even more of a complete absence. Bringing up what happened back then again, Su Yumian thought that her father would blame her. However, in the firelight, Su Jinxing's pale eyebrows were calm and accommodating. He only sighed softly and said, it was never meant to be all the way, so it's good to split up. Su Yumian choked again. Soon, it was New Year's Eve. Early in the morning, Min woke up the people who were still under the covers. Su Yumian was still wearing her pajamas when she opened the door. Dazed, eyes half open and half squinted, her hair was still sticking up in a small curl, and at a glance, she didn't wake up. Who was it yesterday who said he would accompany me to go shopping for New Year's Eve today? What time is it already? Go and wash your face and change your clothes, and come down for breakfast. Min pushed the man back with some disgust. Isn't it only 7:30? Her voice and she always felt that it was not even light outside. Min laughed in exasperation. 7:30 is still too late for me. Hurry up, the soy milk will be cold later. After this, Su Yumian's sleepiness dispersed cleanly, and moved neatly to wash her face and brush her teeth, changed her clothes to go out, and went downstairs to eat breakfast. Breakfast was soybean milk donuts that Su Jinxing bought at a nearby breakfast store. jar, along with his own stewed rib porridge, which smelled delicious. Soo Yumian sat down and bit into a piece of donut. There was no sign of Soo Jinxing in the yard or the kitchen. She asked, "Where's Dad?" The principal called him over early in the morning, said he had some school business to explain and would be back later, Emin said as the phone rang. She walked out into the yard to answer the phone. However, the communication was not pleasant, because Soo Yumian had never heard her mother's voice so impatient and aggravated. Chapter 69, Mother's Trouble. What gives you the right to say I write? Do you realize how insulting that word is to an author? Yes, you are the editor. I should trust your professional vision and judgment of the market, but that style is not the path I am good at. Even if I want to transform, this step is too big. I think we should all calm down. Well, I have things to do. Emin hung up and turned to meet her daughter's puzzled gaze. She raised a smile. It's okay, the publisher's editor is looking. Is it really okay? How can it be fake? Emin amusedly wrapped her in a hug. The traditional publishing industry has been in a slump for the past few years, and many best-selling authors have transformed to create online novels one after another, making a lot of money, but of course there are those who don't adapt to the market and have been eliminated. The editor also hopes that I can transition to creating online novels, but I haven't thought about it yet, so I'm rather hesitant. Web novels? Soo Yumian was a bit surprised. What type of web novel? Emin smiled a little unnaturally. Urban romance. Soo Yumian. Emin is a suspense novelist. When the suspense market was booming earlier in the year, she came out of nowhere with a book called The Killer, which sold 500,000 copies a year, and then followed it up in the second half of the year with a thriller called School in a Deserted Village, which once again set a new sales record. That year was known as the Year of Emin, and 2 of her books, totaling 5, went straight to the top 5 on the annual book sales list. That's when this current editor came to me. After a period of contact, Emin felt that she was very thoughtful and far-sighted, and was impressed by the spirit of the other party's 3 visits. So in one breath, she signed a 10-year contract. After that, all of Emin's works were given to this editor for revision, publication, and sale. However, the imagined desire to go further did not materialize. On the contrary, after that, Emin seemed to have entered a creative bottleneck. Idea has been rejected. That does not fit the market. No selling point. It is not easy to conceptualize. Okay, the outline is also out. She is ready to try to write. The editor of a phone call over said her outline is not good. To change. When she finished changing the outline according to her editor's suggestions, Emin no longer had the urge to write. She struggled with this herself. Is the inspiration drying up? Obviously she had a lot of stories, a lot of ideas, a lot of thoughts in her head. Is it hard to move the pen when the heart is in the right place? But she kept up the habit of writing every day, and over the course of 10 years, accumulated nearly 1 million words. But they were all ideas that were rejected by editors, and she wrote them for fun as practice. It wasn't released to the public, and it wasn't even shown to anyone else except Soo Jinxing. To say that this decade has seen no output at all is not true. According to her editor's request, she wrote a book of campus youth literature, supposedly because the publishing company wanted to help her push for movie and TV rights, and it just so happened that during that period of time youth campus-themed TV shows were exploding in popularity. But it's not a genre that Emin specializes in, so she had a very rough time writing it, stumbling, and it took her 2 years to finish it. By the time it was officially published and put on sale, another year had passed, and by then the movie and TV winds had long since changed. The theme of youth has become a bad street, sick literature. Emin got a bad rap for that. Regular readers say she fawns on the market at her peril, and book reviewers criticize her for promoting early love and questionable values. Netizens are even more mouth is not merciless, said she Jianlang talent, love brain on the head, good suspense thriller not right, to write youth literature. There are even conspiracy theories that she sells her pen name and has long since changed under the skin. During that time, Emin was almost depressed. Fortunately, the company of her husband and daughter allowed her to slowly come out of the haze. But since then, she no longer goes online, and even her cell phone is a senior citizen's phone. 10 years, a young adult campus novel. Other than that, Emin has nothing new to write. Oops, enough about that. Are the fries good? Yummy. It still tastes the same as before. Soo Yumian looked at her mother's face, wanting to say something, but in the end she didn't say anything. It's just that the soy milk is a bit hot. Yeah, then let it air out a bit more. As we approach New Year's Eve, a little celebration is added to the quiet life of the small town. Lanterns were hung on both sides of the street, and the street trees along the road were holding colored lights. The small supermarket near her home was overcrowded and had limited goods, so Emin simply drove to the big supermarket in the city center. After parking the car, mother and daughter took the elevator to the first floor. Before he even entered the door, he saw 2 standing signs on the left and right with the word blessed written in large letters. Then look inside. People to people, People crowded are to buy New Year's goods, a happy atmosphere. There are no children in the family, but on New Year's Day there is no shortage of relatives on the Sue side of the family. Graduated students visit the door, and nearby neighbors also occasionally come over to the door, so dry goods and fruits are unavoidable. Passing by the snack section, Emin picked up some more branded candies and chips and cookies. I remembered that I was running out of oil, salt and vinegar at home, so I bought some more bottles and jars. Wandering to the seafood area, looking at the living and breathing Rochester shrimp, Emin turned around and wanted to ask Sue Yumian if she wanted to buy some shrimp to go back. As a result, the person who had been following was nowhere to be seen. Emin raised an eyebrow and pushed the shopping cart back 2 rows, and sure enough, she saw Sue Yumian holding a cold raw chow in her hand and putting it into the shopping cart. The chocolate is a bit slightly bitter, but at home, with the heat blowing, eating popsicles, and feeling that head-to-toe coolness, it's definitely a one-of-a-kind winter presence. She had wanted to take 2 quietly, but she hadn't expected to be caught so soon. She blinked and looked at Emin pitifully. "Can I keep 2? Emin was good-natured. "What do you think?" In the end, Emin didn't put them all back and left one in the cart for her. "Mom, do you need to be so strict? How can one be enough to eat? There's you and Dad, your father, and I don't eat." "Then I can." Emin gave her a blank look. "Beautiful you. 1 stick, no more." Sue Yumian. "Okay, hey, Emin." Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Mother and daughter turned back in unison. Just a woman in her mid to late 40s, wearing a white suit, with her hair combed up and coiled into a bun at the back of her head and secured with a pin. A little literary in her business, with average looks, flat features, and even overly raised eyebrows that made her look a little mean. "What a coincidence. Willow editor." Emin greeted with a smile. "Yes." The woman smiled as she walked up to the mother and daughter, her gaze falling on Sue Yumian. "This is, Emin, my daughter. All that old? Remember the last time we met? She was still in high school, right?" "Right." Lunyan swept over Sue Yumian's face, growing into a big girl. "So pretty, like you." Emin's smile grew more genuine. There isn't a mother under the sun who doesn't like to hear people compliment their daughters. "By the way, how are you thinking about the transition you talked about on the phone this morning?" Emin's smile stalled. It was only when Sue Yumian heard this that she reacted to the fact that the woman in front of her was actually her mother's editor. Chapter 70. So lucrative? How come she didn't know? Emin, I forgot to buy 13 flavors just now. Mien. Go get a packet from the shelf over there. Good. Sue Yumian knew that her mother was trying to sidetrack her. Seeing her daughter leave, Emin then opened her mouth. "As I said this morning, I'm still thinking about it. Consider it. I mentioned this matter to you 3 months ago, didn't I? You also said you wanted to consider it at that time. Fine, then I'll give you time to consider it. But it's been dragging on until now, and you haven't given me an accurate answer." Emin frowned. "We've worked together for so many years. You should know very well that what I specialize in is suspenseful thriller-type short and medium-sized novels, around 20 to 30,000 words. You are now suddenly asking me to transition to writing web novels. This, two don't match at all. Isn't it all fiction? How come they don't go together? Literature is all common. There's no such thing as a match." The woman's tone was a little stern and her smile tightened. Emin tried to analyze it to her. First of all, web novels are basically long, often over 1,000,000 words. Secondly, popular online genres, such as urban romance and luxury marriage, these are not what I specialize in, so how do you want me to write it? Isn't the lesson of green fruit enough? It was also said to be transformed in the beginning, but what happened? The Green Fruit is Emin's much maligned young adult campus novel. Lunyan's gaze flickered slightly. His tone softened. "I know, that year, that novel caused your word of mouth to plummet. You still can't get over it in your heart, and you even withdrew from the net." "Yes, why did you ask me to cater to the online market by writing those overlord romances if you knew I was retiring from the internet?" Emin, don't get excited. Listen to me first, Lunyan said in a good voice. The reason why Green Fruit didn't open up the copyright market is because you were too slow. When you finished writing and publishing, it's been 3 or 4 years, right? Movie and TV drama wind direction has long changed. When I proposed to let you transition in this direction, indeed the youth campus category is very hot, so the pot can't simply and crudely be dumped on me, can it? You're responsible too. Of course, we all are. I'm not shrugging it off. I'm just taking stock of the lessons learned. Emin didn't say anything. She admitted that she did write slowly, but it wasn't even a subject she was good at, and even her thoughts were all over the place. So how could she write fast? Lunyan saw her silence, continued to be bitter, but this time is not the same. As far as the online market is concerned, urban romance and luxury marriage that are evergreen, whether you write fast or slow, do not have to worry about it. Last time there are problems. I guarantee that this time will definitely not repeat the same mistakes. Emin frowned more tightly. I've read all those online articles you sent me. fast-paced, new and exciting, and detached from the reality of exaggeration. The beginning is readable, but the further you look, the more watery the plot is, and even the name of the protagonist has changed after a million words. I'm not saying that network novels are bad, and I'm not criticizing anything. It will be fire must have its fire reason, but as far as I'm concerned, I'm really not suitable for this kind of style of creation. Lu Nian's eyes snapped. I've said so much, communicated with you for so long, and you're done with a not suitable? Yimin was puzzled. What else? It wouldn't have fit. Ha, Lu Nian sneered. Do I have to pick my words apart? Fine, then I'll have a good talk with you today. In these 10 years, you've only created one novel and it's selling miserably. If you don't come up with something new, then what's the need for you to exist as an author? Is a writer who can't produce work that generates sales still a writer? Yimin also got angry. I have a lot of ideas, but you, Lu Nian directly interrupted. Those ideas of yours are featureless. There is no selling point. Writing it out will only waste time, waste the book number, and it won't sell at all. Do you think you're still the hot queen of suspense? To put it bluntly, you're long past it now. Yimin, you need to recognize reality and yourself now. Mom-Su Yumian couldn't listen any longer. Striding out from behind the shelves, Yimin immediately forced back the flickering tears in her eyes and pulled out a smile. Did you bring it? Su Yumian shook the 13 flavors in her hand. Here yo. I see that it's getting late. Dad might already be back from school. Let's hurry up and check out and go back? Good. Then Auntie Lu, we'll leave first. Su Yumian said goodbye for her mother, because she knew that Yimin must be very upset right now and didn't even want to face the person who made her so upset. Ryunan smiled slightly. Okay, I'm going to wander around some more. After saying that, she looked at Yimin. What I just said. Think about it. Alas, they are all old friends, having worked together for so many years. Yimin half-lidded her eyes and didn't say anything. Su Yumian took the shopping cart and led her away. Mom, did you sign a 10-year contract with that Willow? Aunt, aha. If I remember correctly, this should be the last year? Yimin did the math. That's true. What do you think of her as a person? Yimin was silent for 2 seconds and squeezed out. Is still very professional. Su Yumian smiled and didn't say anything, only saying, you still have your contract, right? Yes. Why? Can you find it tonight and show it to me? Yimin, what are you looking at this for? Just looking around. What? You can't show it to me? Of course not. You can look at all of Mom's stuff. He. Mom loves me the most. Then send me a copy of the novels you've been writing yourself at home all these years. Yimin was even more surprised. It's all scrap manuscripts for practicing writing. What are you doing looking at it? Just, all of a sudden, I realized it's cool to have a writer mom, and wanted to seriously pay you a visit so I can talk to someone about it in case they ask later. Otherwise people will think I'm lying. When she was a child, Su Yumian was eager to read 2 of Yimin's best-selling books, The Killer and The Deserted Village School. But every time, Yimin said, it's too gory. It's not suitable for children, and you should wait until you're 18 years old to watch it. But when she actually turned 18, Su Yumian had no interest in turning over her mother's work. After graduating from college, it took her countless days of waiting for Jiang Yihui to come home to finish the 2 books. Needless to say, the mother is a suspenseful genius. From the logic, to the suspension of disbelief setup, to the plot twists, it all forms a perfectly impeccable closed loop. No wonder both books are still on the book bestseller list to this day. But in the last 10 years, her mother never released any more suspenseful works, and although Su Yumian found it strange, she didn't explore why. Until today, seeing her mother's edits, she seemed to know what the problem was. A publisher's editor can wear a Dior set and carry a Hermes crocodile platinum bag? What kind of publishing house? So profitable? How does she not know? Chapter 71, thinking of her on New Year's Eve. Moreover, from her conversation with her mother, Su Yumian heard no editor's concern for the author, only oppression and PUA. Can't you? Can you do it? Okay, I'll go back and send it to you later, just in case you don't have the patience to read it all. Su Yumian assured. Absolutely not. When he arrived home, Su Jingxing was pasting the couplets at the door. He couldn't see it fully himself, but it was Su Yumian who looked at it with a crooked head. Dad, it seems to be a bit crooked, a little to the left. Yimin got out of the car and sked, shaking her head. Why do I feel like it's too far up? You move down. Su Jingxing obediently pulled the couplet down a few centimeters, and then heard Yimin say, no, it's too low, it's better to go higher. Su Yumian, that's about right. Su Jingxing pasted, down from the ladder, compared the 2 sides, always felt a little strange. Is it not aligned? Yimin saw the problem. Did you post it wrong? Su Jingxing coughed dryly. It seems to be true. He reversed the couplet for the lobby and the couplet for the main entrance, and the 2 sides were not symmetrical at all, so he said how it looked weird. Yimin spoke lightly. It's over. This winter vacation, the brain really cannot turn. Su Jinxing, Su Yumian snorted, didn't hold back, and laughed out. New Year's Day, New Year's Eve, Emin personally kneaded the dough and wrapped Su Yumian's favorite sauerkraut dumplings, with thin skin and lots of meat, dipped in a little bit of balsamic vinegar, appetizing as hell. According to custom, Su Jinxing prepares a table of good food, in addition to the necessary chicken, duck and fish, as well as the local favorite buckle meat and steamed dumplings. It implies that the year is full of prosperity. At 5 p.m., the family sat down to a nice New Year's Eve dinner. After the meal, Su Yumian helped clean up, and Emin hurriedly told her to put it down. Don't get it, go to the living room and watch TV. I'll be fine with your dad. Su Jinxing poked his head out of the kitchen. That's right, if you can't sit still, go outside and play in the yard. Having said that, Su Yumian still helped clean up the garbage, and washed out the fruits, cut them up, and opened the snacks and put them in a basket for easy access. At 7 o'clock, after cleaning up, the family sat down, and the sound of firecrackers was already coming from outside. Su Yumian opened the window. The fireworks in full bloom and the darkness of the night hung high in the air, blooming and going out. She dragged her chin, feeling the brief peace and happiness. Suddenly, the cell phone vibrates. It was Xiao Yue's New Year's greeting text message. Su Yumian curled up the corner of her mouth and also returned a large paragraph of blessings. A video call popped up on the other end immediately. Xiao Yue's long hair was slightly curly, and she wore a pearl hair clip on her head, different from her usual style, quiet and ladylike, and it seemed that she had tightened up quite a bit after coming home. Su Yumian guessed at a glance that she would only put away that backbone when she met her elders. On the contrary, Xiao Yue saw the background wall behind her, a little surprised. I thought you with the same as in previous years, or in Kyoto for the new year. Thought a moment after dinner to ask you to come out to play, but look at your room. Back to the old home? Su Yumian was with Jiang Yihui for those 6 years, and New Year's Eve was spent in Kyoto. Shu Yuqin did not like her, thinking that she was of average birth, average education, and deluded into entering the door of the Jiang family, and never had a good face for Su Yumian, let alone inviting her to spend New Year's Eve with her. At first, Su Yumian would still be sad, and then also thought about it. Since Shu Yuqin does not like her, then they are not far away from each other. Just save face and don't recruit anyone. Jiang Yihui sandwiched in the middle. Many times our evasive attitude. Do not take the initiative to mention, but also do not ask. Turn a blind eye. It never occurred to me to address all the issues between my girlfriend and my own mother. Su Yumian sympathized with him and never made demands. For example, where exactly to spend New Year's Eve, whether to accompany herself or Shu Yuqin. She never gave him such difficult problems. Looking back now, I realize that my concessions, patience, and understanding were all just self-motivated. Men don't appreciate it, they just take it for granted and take it for granted. Su Yumian, well, I missed my mom and dad, so I bought a ticket and came back. She said it simply, but Xiao Yue knew clearly that it must have been hard for her to gather the courage to go home. How's the health of your aunt and uncle? It's been a while since I've seen them. Say hello for me. It's pretty good. I was just asking about you at dinner. During the university period, the Su family couple knew that Xiao Yue was their daughter's best friend, and when they went home for summer vacation, they often asked Su Yumian to bring some specialties over to her. Xiao Yue still had a bit of a craving now when she thought of the beef sauce made by Su Jinxing. So when are you coming back? How long do you plan to stay in the old country? Su Yumian thought for a while. It should be a while. It's been too long since I've been back. I want to spend more time with them. Xiao Yue nodded. That's right. You haven't gone back for so long. They should miss you too. On the other end of the phone, Xiao Yue shifted her gaze downward, not knowing what she had swiped on the iPad. Her eyes brightened up a few points, laughing to death. I saw something interesting. Su Yumian, what is it? You didn't see it? No. Xiao Yue then remembered that she had long ago pulled Jiang Yihui's blackout. Ahem. I'll give you a broadcast. Just now she posted a friend circle dynamic. Presumably Jiang Yihui bought her a Hermes Kelly bag and deliberately took it out to show off. Xiao Yue do not know when they add the time Mushi. Casually brush to the same as watching the fun, say what New Year's gift. The lower right corner and 2 hands out of the picture. For fear that other people do not know Jiang Yihui in the company of her New Year's Eve, the result is not a moment of effort. The party's good brother came out to dispel the rumor. Cheng Zhou also did not know whether he was really lacking in heart or intentionally diaphragm. In a slip of envy and jealousy and hatred of the comments were particularly conspicuous. Wasn't brother Jiang just at Morningstar? You're home so soon? The comment section was all pretty awkward for a while. Xiao Yue couldn't help but skim her mouth. Still too small and petty. A Hermes to get rid of her. Think about you and Jiang Yihui together at that time. What to have nothing. If she wasn't so flamboyant it would be fine. But she was matching pictures and chat logs, so her small mind shouldn't be too obvious. However, these are not the key points. The most extreme is a friend circle sent by Jiang Yihui 2 minutes ago. A picture of a single hand holding a glass of red wine with the master bedroom in the background, and a framed picture can be seen faintly on the nightstand. It was a photo of him and Su Yumian when they traveled to the North Sea 2 years ago, with the caption, "Drunk and thinking of her." Serves him right. Why don't you just get drunk and kill him? Xiao Yuwei was in the middle of spitting. When she sensed that there was no sound on the other end of the phone, she immediately cleared her throat. Why? It's New Year's Eve. Why are you talking about these bad luck things? Chapter 72 Happy New Year. Professor Shaw. Su Yumian faintly hooked her lips. It's fine. There's no need to avoid it. The words were said, but the atmosphere still fell into silence. Suddenly, the background voice on Xiao Yuwei's side became noisy. Nian Nian, let's not talk to you first. The family banquet is about to start. My mom is looking for me everywhere. Good. After hanging up, Su Yumian was about to put down her cell phone when several WeChat messages came in one after another. It's Xin Shurian. There's the transnational indictment, the acceptance receipt, a general description of the progress so far, and the rest is just some paperwork that needs to be signed by her. Transnational prosecution is more complicated and takes more time than ordinary prosecution procedures, and to be able to move forward so quickly, to be honest, Su Yumian was a bit surprised. She downloaded the file, completed her signature online, and resent it to Xin Shurian. It was received there in a second, and another message was sent, with a bit of a joking tone. Trust me so much? Aren't you afraid I'll sell you out? Su Yumian, you won't. Xin Shurian's heart fluttered and he suddenly laughed, obviously receptive to her words. The corners of his mouth tickled lazily as he typed quickly. Don't worry, it's just some papers that have to be signed, nothing other than prosecution. Su Yumian raised her eyebrows, not caring about his explanation. She wasn't a fool. The documents that needed to be signed, she had read them carefully and had no problems before signing them. Besides, if Xin Shurian wanted to count on her, he wouldn't go so far as to use such a roundabout and low-level tactic. After a couple of seconds, the phone vibrated again. Xin Shurian, Happy New Year's Eve. I hope my wish comes true next year. Su Yumian flipped the phone over and covered the bed. She wasn't Santa Claus. What did his wish have to do with her? Sleepy, your dad cooked dumplings. Come eat dash. Emin's shout came from downstairs, and she immediately got up, responding briskly, coming. At 8 o'clock, the spring show starts. Su Yumian ate the hot dumplings and parents sitting on the sofa together listening to the host's gentle voice slowly said the opening speech. Occasionally eat a mother fed to her mouth Chelsea. Really do not too happy. At 12 o'clock, along with the sound of the host counting down on the TV, a bunch of fireworks rushed up into the night sky outside the window, and the colorful light exploded like a dream. In the yard, Su Jingxing was likewise preparing to set off firecrackers. Emin stood to the side covering her ears, not forgetting to remind her husband, be careful. Firecrackers are lit and crackle to signal a smooth year ahead. Su Yumian smiled as she looked at her parents in the yard, when she suddenly felt the cell phone in her pocket vibrate. An unmarked number called. She never answered calls from strangers, but looking at Kyoto's IP address, she picked it up anyway. Happy New Year. A familiar voice came from the other end, calm and refined. The smile at the corner of Su Yumian's mouth widened as she looked at the fireworks blooming in the night sky. Professor Xiao, Happy New Year. Xiao Wanbai guessed from Xiao Yui's words that Su Yumian might have returned to her old home. After the family banquet, he returned to the study, opened the computer and wanted to recalculate the experimental data. However, halfway through the calculation, he suddenly stopped the pen, and his eyes unconsciously drifted toward his cell phone. 2 seconds later, he picked up his cell phone and found Su Yumian's number. This is the cell phone number they exchanged when they first met. After that, he never voluntarily dialed the string of numbers again. His heartbeat accelerated slightly as the beep sounded until it showed the call was connected, and before the other side could utter a word, his brain preceded him with a command that made him open his mouth and say, Happy New Year dash. The same blessing was sent from the other end, and there seemed to be a hint of laughter in the girl's soft and serene voice. Xiao Wanbai couldn't help but picture in his mind the way she held the cell phone and wished him a Happy New Year with a slight smile. Fireworks bloomed, illuminating the side of her face with a smile. It must be beautiful. On the first day of the new year, Su Yumian was allowed to sleep until 11 o'clock. The sunlight climbed onto the windowsill, light seeping through the curtains, and she opened her sleepy eyes to see the dark shadows of the tree branches swaying outside the window, casting themselves openly on the curtains. Out of the sun? She sat up, yawned, and walked over to the window, pulling back the curtains with a swish. Sure enough, the daylight hit the snow on the far side of the mountain, bright and wobbly. Su Jingxing and Emin read books and sunbathe in the yard. Su Jingxing ears heard the sound of the window opening and knew Su Yumian woke up. He is a teacher, has always been very time conscious. for Su Yumian love's sleepy habits are not agreeable. He picked up his teacup and took a sip. It's all because your mom spoiled you, sleeping until this point, not eating 3 meals normally. Do you still want your stomach? Young people nowadays, they don't pay attention to their bodies, and when they get old, they know it's awesome. Emin stuffed a petal of orange into his mouth. Sleeping? When are you going to nag me? My daughter has graduated and is no longer your student. What's wrong with taking a nap on the first day of the year? Saying that, she looked towards Su Yumian by the window. Your father is just an old fart. Don't listen to his nagging. There's breakfast left on the table for you. Heat it up and you can eat it. Su Yumian smiled. I know. The sun was shining brightly, and after breakfast, she joined in drinking tea and soaking up the sun. Dad, what kind of tea is this? It smells so good when you drink it. Su Yumian smelled the teacup. The light and fragrant tea flavor is light but not greasy, and there is a shallow jujube fragrance in the mouth, as if a drawer of good pastry. Drinking with flavor, very unique. This is the old white tea left over from a few years ago. Xiao Hui sent it to me. Su Jingxing took a sip and smacked his lips. It does taste good. Su Yinghui, the only son of his great-uncle's family, Su Yumian's cousin. I thought you didn't like tea? Su Yumian, like other little girls, liked milk tea and fruit tea, and was not interested in pure tea that was somewhat slightly bitter and needed to be savored. She smiled. People change. They didn't like it before and now they suddenly do. 2 years earlier, Zhang Yihui always drank, so she tried to get him to use tea instead of alcohol. Only, Zhang Yihui didn't succeed in quitting drinking. Instead, she fell in love with drinking tea. Emin was sensitive to what was going on, frowned and glared at him. Changing the topic, you still have the nerve to say that the little bit of tea at home was all drunk by you. Have you forgotten what the doctor said? To drink less tea and more water? Su Jingxing rubbed his nose and didn't say anything. It didn't take long for Su Yumian to gloat, but Emin turned her head and criticized her. And you? What's the point of staying at home all the time as a little girl? The weather is so nice. Go out for a walk. Don't get moldy. Just like that, Su Yumian was directly pushed out of the house by Ms. Emin. A few minutes later, she stood in the intersecting alleyway, suddenly unsure of where to go. Not wanting to run into the surrounding neighbors, she thought for a few seconds and picked a path that was less crowded and secluded. Aimlessly, walking everywhere. However, without realizing it, she came to know. To middle school, the school where Su Jingxing taught and the high school she attended for 3 years. Chapter 73, didn't she follow a rich man? At this time, during the winter vacation, most of the students were on vacation, and the whole campus was very cold. The security guard noticed her standing in the doorway and looked her up and down. You're on vacation from college and came back to see your teacher, right? Senior year is going to be remedial, so there are still classes going on at the school. Without waiting for Su Yumian to open her mouth, he waved his hand behind his back and coughed lightly. Go in, keep the commotion down, don't disturb the senior class. Su Yumian. Sure enough, silence is golden. She wasn't really here to visit her teacher, so she didn't head for the building, just wandered around the playground twice, passing the school's honor window as she prepared to leave. Then came the picture of himself. The following line of introductory small print. Su Yumian, in 20XX, the top science student of Linshur College entrance examination, admitted to the biology department of B University. The wind was a little disorienting, and she tilted her head to avoid it. The leaves on the ground were swept up in a small whirlwind, and what had been sunny was dark in the blink of an eye. Su Yumian raised her arm to block the wind and was about to leave when she suddenly heard someone let out an ouch and shouted, Teacher Su. Su Yumian raised her eyes and looked. It was really Su Jingxing. I remembered that he had mentioned yesterday while watching the spring show that he was going to make a trip to the school today to deliver papers to the senior class. Here we go. Mr. Su, so early? On the first day of the year, isn't the house busy? The one who greeted him was a female teacher about the same age as Su Jingxing. Su Yumian, a little impression. Also live in the faculty and staff community, but with her family is not in a unit building. She also teaches physics, and is in the same teaching and research group as Su Jingxing. At that time, Su Jingxing was leading the Qingbei class, and she was teaching the general class. So, Su Yumian hadn't taken her class, but her daughter Zhang Xiaotong was in the same class with her. Teacher Zhu. Su Jingxing greeted with a smile. It's okay, the house isn't too busy. What? Your family Yumian is not coming back for New Year's Eve again this year? The 3 words back had just reached Su Jingxing's lips, but before he could say them, he heard Zhu Wanmei continue. You say she is also really go to Kyoto to go to a university. People are like changed. Good books do not study. Now even parents and family do not want. Su Jingxing tried to explain. Actually, Yumian she. No need to say. I understand. Alas, a good girl. When her grades are so good, why don't you take the right path? learning those girls who are not in tune to take shortcuts, can only say that the prosperity of the big city charming eyes na. Su Jingsing's smile sunk slightly. Who said our family yummy and doesn't follow the right path? Zhu Wanmei's smile was a bit awkward. She was also a momentary slip of the tongue and actually said it right in front of someone's father. But what did Su Jingsing's expression mean? It's not like she's talking nonsense. Su Yumian went to Kyoto to study, and it's a fact that he won't return once he's gone. You don't drop out of a good grad school, and you don't drop out with a fake. I also heard that she has a big money outside. To someone as a mistress, the rumor is that there are a lot of things. There's no such thing as an empty cave. There must be such a thing. That's why people are saying so. Can't it be that they're still slandering her? MS. Su, your mood I understand. Encounter this kind of thing I also sympathize. After all, so good daughter, said Bad. To say that at first should not let her go to B University. In our local read a Lin University or go to the provincial city to read AZ University. Close, convenient discipline. Have to go to that outside to do what? It's a good thing that the bird that was released flew away as soon as it flew, and you two were unlucky. Su Jingsing's face had completely sunk. Teacher Zhu, my family's Yumian is the top child. No matter where you heard these words from today, please don't say them again in the future. Because, it's all nonsense. One might even say slander. It's not the kind of character one should have for a teacher. After saying that, Su Jingsing left in large strides, his back all but permeated with a wave of anger. Zhu Wanmei rolled her eyes. You've done it all, and you still won't let people talk about it? Still a top-notch kid. Bull asterisk. Corrupt school spirit, shameless thing. Think about how proud Su Jingsing was in the beginning. Having a daughter who was first in every subject and won prizes in competitions was notorious throughout the grade and even the school. Back to summarize the General Assembly are Su Yumian hanging in the mouth, smiling that called a proud. And the result? So what if I get into the University of B? In the end, it's still going to be a plaything for the rich. Yuck. Su Yumian hid behind the window when she heard half of it. She couldn't imagine what expression would be on her father's face in the face of all the slander and abuse. He was such a reputation-loving and upright teacher. Nor did he dare to think about how upset Su Jinxing would be if he found out that she was there and had heard those words. So, she had to hide. Su Jinxing handed the test paper and reference answers to the head of the senior year group and left. Just walked up to the front door of the school. Dad, sleepy? Why are you here? Su Yumian, strolling around the neighborhood. This way I see that the sky has changed, and it is about to rain. You don't listen to your mom. Let us masters hurry home. Good. Su Yumian got on the back of his bike. 1, 2, 3. Su Jinxing built up his strength, pedaled twice, and the bike leaped out. Dad, I'm sorry. What's the point of apologizing for being nice? Haven't been back to see you and mom in years, putting you guys through so much stress and so much gossip. Su Jinxing, what to say? This is not back well. Back on good. Should have gone in earlier. Your picture is still hanging in the window. Su Yumian, really? There's also your competition certificate too. Remember your first physics competition and I asked you if you were nervous and what you said? Su Yumian, what did I say? Forgot. You said, senseless. Really? I'm that crazy? You were just wild in high school. You're crazy because you got good grades. Gee, I'm weirdly embarrassed to say that. Ha. On the way back, as expected, it rained. The rain was still laced with snow crystals, which fell on his clothes and were cold to the bone. When he arrived at the door of the house, with his jacket covering him, Su Yumian didn't get wet much, but Su Jinxing's half of his arm was wet, and he sneezed twice in a row, worried that her father would catch a cold. Su Yumian jumped down from the back seat, immediately pushed open the door, and rushed into the house. Just after taking the towel out, I heard a voice talking to Su Jinxing, and the decibels were not small. That's really your family, Yumian? Didn't she follow a rich man in the capital? At that moment, Su Yumian was really angry. Are these people ever going to finish? She took a deep breath, raised a big smile, and walked straight over. Aunt Lu, what are you farting about? Chapter 74, Throwing a Mop at You. Goo. It's really yummy and just now at the door I thought I recognized the wrong person. Lu Chuanxiu, the next door neighbor, is known for her broken mouth and loud voice. Her husband also teaches at the second middle school and moved into the faculty neighborhood the same year as Su Yumian's family. When she saw Su Yumian come out, she hurriedly took 2 steps up and stared at her from head to toe. TSK, my good boy. Not good. Why don't they say that big cities raise people? Girl, this is developed Su Yumian, look at the dress, the body, the clothes, the shoes, it's so chic. Lu Chuanxiu caught is a fierce boast, and then lowered his voice, toward Su Yumi and squeezed eyebrows. Girl, I heard that you mix well in Kyoto. There is a way. Cannot give my second sister introduced to the introduction? Su Yumian was a bit confused. Introducing what? Ahem. It's that kind of big boss. The golden son-in-law. Ah, my second sister has a good figure. Also looks pretty. The key is young. Only 22 it. Su Yumian's face sank, half a step back, pulling away from her. Aunt Lu, you may have misunderstood. I didn't go to Kyoto to mix, and I don't have much of a doorway. I can't help you. Lu Chuanxiu sniffed. His eyebrows tightened. Yummy and Na, our two families neighbor. Why still hiding? They have earned money, got good, but also have to give others a way not? Su Yumian laughed in anger. Who am I? I'm giving people a way out? Aunt Lu, you think too highly of me. Seeing her several times to shirk, Lu Chuanxiu face smile a close. Ouch. This person a developed. The tail will buckle to the sky. Just kidding. Who is a good girl is willing to go eat that mouth cheap rice? Ah. Sister-in-law Lu, watch what you say. Without waiting for Su Yumian to speak, Su Jingxing violently threw away his bike and rushed forward to protect his daughter behind him. His face was solemn, anger burning in his eyes. You can eat nonsense, but you can't talk nonsense. My family, Sleepy, is clean, but you are full of, I spray manure? Lu Chuanxiu also angry. She and the Su family was not to deal with. Neighbor to neighbor. Friction is not broken. You go listen to yourself. Our district this piece. Who does not know your daughter a few years do not go home? Outside the evening big money? I'm not the only one who said that. If you have the ability to go to block everyone's mouth. You Su Jingxing's eyes reddened with anger, his chest heaving violently. Nonsense. Believe what you say. Che, did not let people say really win and stand. Fake to death. Mean sight-sized Su Yumian up. What kind of good girl dresses like this? The look of seducing men anytime, anywhere. Disgusting. You get out. Su Jingxing covered his heart, breathing hard. Dad. Su Yumian hurriedly rummaged for the anti-hypertensive pills and fed them to him. Raising his head again, he looked at the woman with cold and chilling eyes. Calling you an aunt is for the sake of being a neighbor for so many years, and you still stomped your nose and cursed to my doorstep? In that case, then I don't have to be polite, said. Su Yumian casually picked up the mop in the corner. May you mean just washed, wet and still hanging water, manipulated to swing to the woman. Lu Chuanxiu screamed, beating people, can't even hide. It still got her out of the way, but most of the water from the mop flung itself onto her. Su Yumian, oops, just mopped the toilet, haven't washed it yet, just in time. Lu Chuanxiu's face changed drastically, as if she really smelled that stench from herself. You little girl, too hateful. Su Yumian shook the mop and continued to swing it at her. Lu Chuanxiu held her head and scurried away, running to the door and still not forgetting to turn back to put a vicious word. I'm not finished with you guys. This damned wisteria of yours, sprawling into my yard. I'll burn it all down in a fire tomorrow. I'm sick of looking at it. After saying that, he pulled out his legs and ran, because Su Yumian was chasing after him again with a mop raised. Roll, come once, I'll beat you once. Su Yumian put down the mop and breathed a long sigh of relief, but when she turned around, she saw Su Jingxing's gloomy expression, and her heart thumped. It was only after a long time that he mumbled and volunteered. I'm sorry, Dad. When did you learn that? Just like this, that. Su Jingxing imitated her earlier mop-swinging maneuver. Su Yumian, ahem, a girl's family, it's better to be a bit more skillful and refined. You can't learn the behavior of a shrew. Dad. Su Yumian stepped forward and took hold of him. Just tell me if you're relieved just now. Aha! Su Jingxing, relief. Is she the one who pulled the wisteria from the patch of wisteria in our house near her yard? In fact, the two families spaced out a small piece of open space. Lu Chuanxiu unauthorized fill in the soil planting vegetables, everyday feces and urine to the top. Su family planted wisteria flowers just vines climbing out of the courtyard wall. Not yet fell into that piece of open space, was destroyed by her clean. Su Jingxing is generous, and Yimin doesn't like to argue, so he hasn't mentioned the matter of the vacant land all these years, but instead makes Lu Chuanxiu feel that the vacant land is hers. She said the flower branches grew over and blocked her vegetables from the sun, so she pulled them all out. Su Jinxiang sighed, but it gave your mom a bad heartache. Su Yumian bit her lower lip. She didn't expect her parents to be so aggravated during the years she wasn't at home. Dad, the ones they say, no need to rationalize, just take it as a fart. Knowing nothing, you're just chewing the air. My daughter, who I know better than anyone, is not that kind of person at all. Su Yumian's eyes were slightly red. Come on, don't tell your mom about it later. She's the one who loves to think. Aha! On the second day of the new year, we began to visit relatives. Su Yumian was dug out of the quilt by Yimin early in the morning. Don't sleep, go clean up and dress nicely. We'll go to your eldest uncle's house later. Su Yumian's grandparents had 4 children, and Su Jingxing was the 3rd oldest, with 2 older brothers above him and a little sister below him. Su Jinchi, the eldest uncle, dropped out of school in his early teens to work on construction sites, and then came out in his 20s to take on jobs on his own, and then switched to the building materials business after accumulating his first bucket of money. Nowadays, he has his own building materials company, lives in a villa, drives a Big Ben, and is considered a very big boss in their small place. His grandparents had always lived with him, so every year on the 2nd day of the new year, the 4 siblings of the Su family would gather at the oldest's house. In previous years, there were only Su Jingxing and Yimin, but this year there was an extra Su Yumian. Happy New Year, great aunt. Fong Rong opened the door and froze for a few seconds as she looked at the pavilion girl in front of her. This is Mian Mian? Yimin smiled slightly. Happy New Year, sister-in-law. As he spoke, he handed over the fruit basket and the healthcare products for the old man and the old lady. Fong Rong, just come, what else to buy? Really, just waiting for your family, please come in. Yo, this is Rain Sleep? Rare guest, haven't been back for a few years, why did you think of coming back this year? Chapter 75, isn't it better than her Su Yumian? The speaker was the 2nd aunt, Zhou Qin, who worked at the Electric Power Bureau, carrying an iron rice bowl, eating public food. Usually not much pressure, so the heart is wide and fat. She wore a bright green sweater today, and her short hair was permed into wool curls and fluffed out like a sturdy Christmas tree. What are you talking about? Can you talk? Second uncle Su Jinha tugged at his wife. Compared to Zhou Qin's wide and fat, Su Jinha is long, with a beige pullover sweater, matching suit pants, and his hair combed back into a big back head, wiped shiny. 40 or 50 people. The face cannot see half of the signs of age, and can even be described as suave. The Su family has good genes, and all 3 Su Jingxing brothers are handsome. Zhou Qin was husband a grip, skimmed his mouth. What well, I did not say nonsense. You sleep indeed several years have not been with everyone for New Year's Eve. I'm this aunt is nothing. It is Jin Xing and Yimin strange thoughts. After saying that, she warmly greeted up again and pulled Su Yumian. No wonder it is said that a woman's age changes as she grows. The more she changes, the better she looks. It's just not the same for those who have been to the capital city. The temperament is different from the people in our small place. Su Yumian wore a white long-down jacket today, which she took off after entering the door, revealing an apricot-colored sweater inside, paired with a light brown tweed skirt and a pair of curry-colored boots on her feet. Wear your hair down and secure the front pieces with a bow hairband. The whole thing looks clean and well-behaved, with a sweet, creamy breeze. No wonder Zhou Qin said she had a good temperament. Su Chanqian sniffed and secretly skimmed her mouth. Mom, you talk a lot. Can you be quiet? Zhou Qin glared at her. All you know is to play with your cell phone all day long, and you still think I talk too much. Take lessons from your sister, not to mention other things, just dress up this point. You have to learn. Su Chanqian is wearing a short tight top with a JK skirt today, a pair of snow boots under her feet, and her eyeliner is hooked very thick, and she looks like the kind of girl who has a temper. She has the body of Zhou Qin, waist round legs thick. This dress can be said to be short to avoid the long. Su Chanqian didn't seem to realize this and rolled her eyes after hearing Zhou Qin's words. Where is big brother? Su Jingxing looked around and didn't see Su Jinchi. Fong Rong, answering the phone in the study. The client called. It's impossible not to answer it. Look at this New Year's Eve, and there's no time to accompany everyone. The old lady who had been sitting on the sofa and hadn't said anything immediately spoke up. Jinchi is such a big boss. It's normal to be busy. Don't rush him. Let's wait for him to finish his work and then start the meal. It is. The old man nodded in agreement. Just wait. It's not like we're starving. Fong Rong looked embarrassed. How can this work? Why not? The old lady's tone was resolute. I'll wait when I say so. Who dares to have an opinion? This way Then well, the new year. Indeed people all the intention is good. Come, younger siblings quickly sit down. Fong Rong greeted Yimin. Sister-in-law, you go and get busy. Don't worry about me. After Yimin finished speaking, she took the initiative to sit away from the old master and old lady. Yimin was rescued from the river by Su Jingxing, who had forgotten all her previous memories and did not know where she was from, why she had fallen into the river, or whether her parents were still alive and whether she had any siblings. In short, she had no mother's family and was an orphan. Su Jingxing is the only one of the 3 brothers in the Su family to go to university, and is still the top school Q University, which is the same as B University, so it can be said that the old Su family has shown for the family. The second old man had also taken pride in his youngest son and wanted to introduce him to the factory manager's daughter. As a result, Su Jingxing has taken a liking to Yimin, who is of unknown origin and has nothing to lose, and is quite resolute in his attitude. The second old man felt that it was Yimin who seduced Su Jingxing and scolded her for being the reincarnation of a vixen, and until now, she still has a knot in her heart. Among the 3 daughters-in-law, Fong Rong is virtuous and capable. Zhou Qin speaks pleasingly, and only Emin can't see how to look at it. After a long time, even Su Jingxing was not treated well. What good is a son who marries his wife and forgets his mother? How can he compare to his eldest son who feeds, clothes and is a boss? Su Yumian sat down next to her mother. Anyway, her grandparents didn't like her, so she didn't bother to come along and curry favor. Just eat this meal in peace and walk away. Mian mian. This bag of yours is quite good looking. It is a branded item, right? After her great-uncle Fong Rong put down the fruit plate, she suddenly looked at Su Yumian. In a flash, all eyes gathered. Without waiting for Su Yumian to open her mouth, Zhou Qin jumped ahead and said, "Yo, that logo is called something AIOA, right? Su Chanxian, don't open your mouth if you don't know. That's Hermes. Ha, just in the TV series, that bag that doesn't move for hundreds of thousands of dollars?" Zhou Qin drew a breath of cold air. She does not understand luxury bags, but she is idle every day at work to catch up with the drama. Not long ago the hit 30 So What Inside the Heroine and Those Rich Wives Party Handle What a Horse. Expensive. Su Yumian's Hermes were left in Zhang Yihuai's villa, and this one vegetable basket was bought with her own money. I carried it out today to match my clothes, and there was no lagoonette, so I didn't expect my great-aunt to recognize it. Fong Rong was a bit surprised. Is it really that expensive? Although her husband was a boss and her family had opened a company, she herself had suffered along with Su Jinqi, so she didn't really care about dressing up, not to mention not carrying designer bags. The old lady sniffed and couldn't help but glance over to Su Yumian's side. The old man looked over as well. Su Yumian's expression was surprised. How come? I saw that the leather store on the roadside was having a sale, and casually bought it for only a few dozen dollars. So Zhou Qin skimmed his mouth. The original is a high imitation. No, high imitation also won a few $1,000s it. This can only be considered low imitation. Su Yumian nodded. The second aunt also knows high-quality replica bags. I wasn't thinking about it so much. I thought it looked good and bought it. Su Chanxian sniffed and lifted her eyelids to look at her for a moment. Fong Rong, come on, everyone, eat the fruit. The discussion about the bag is kind of over. Zhou Qin, this Chelsea that sister-in-law bought is sweet and big. It's for J, right? Fong Rong, I don't know anything about J or not J. Anyway, I just picked the most expensive ones to buy, thinking that Inghui and his dad both love it, so of course I had to buy the best. Su Inghui, the only son of his great-uncle and great-uncle. How come I haven't seen FAI? He's back, right? Fong Rong, no. In Kyoto, said the company is starting up. A lot of things have not been straightened out. This year will not come back for New Year's Eve. Zhou Qin was surprised. Shall we started his own company? He's really capable. That was a bit sour. Fong Rong smiled. Fooling around, kids fooling around. I don't think so. This is so busy that he doesn't have time to go home for the new year. Shelby is really competitive. No wonder mom and dad value him as their eldest grandson. The second old man favoring the oldest family is not a day or two. Plus Su Inghui is the only grandson of the Su family. Thinking of this, Zhou Qin was envious and jealous. I can't wait for a son to pop out of my belly. But on second thought, the oldest three's family only had one daughter as well, and it instantly balanced out. Early years Su Yumian good grades. Su Chanxian back to the bottom. Her heart is not good. But after Su Yumian graduated from undergraduate school, she didn't continue to study, and she didn't look for a job, so she is equivalent to a hobo. Her Chanxian can at least go to her mother's family's relations, into the power bureau to mix, and later find a good man to marry. But it's better than her. Su Yumian, Chapter 76. Boyfriend didn't come back with you for New Year? Zhou Qin snickered in her heart. Her eyes swept and landed on the pile of fruits brought by Su Jinxing, sister-in-law. Did you also buy Chelsea? Why do you look so much smaller than the ones bought by sister-in-law? Emin's smile gave way to a gentle tone. How can our family be compared to sister-in-law's family? Zhou Qin let out a giggle. Don't say. It's really true. Big brother and sister-in-law's family, that's naturally incomparable to anyone. Su Yumian hooked her lips, acting as if she had no intention. Second auntie, what kind of fruit did you buy? Zhou Qin's smile faltered. Su Yumian didn't seem to notice. It just so happened that the bag was at her feet. She casually picked it up. Let's see. There are apples, pears, oranges. None of it is the expensive fruit of the season. Still, second auntie knows how to choose, and it's all that everyone gets to eat on a regular basis. Zhou Qin listened to the piercing ears, but could not pick Su Yumian's words wrong. Yes, yes, yes. Thinking to buy some everyone loves to eat. Speaking of the Zhou Qin origin is good. Parents are the power bureau of the official workers, but also when a small official. She is the only daughter of the family. The day that is quite moist. From childhood there is no lack of money to spend, but she was calculating and not generous to people, especially with the family. Su Yumian, second auntie is really considerate. Zhou Qin, cough. Fong Rong coughed lightly. Don't just talk, eat the fruit. Good. Thank you, great auntie. Su Yumian graciously took a Cheerios and put it in her mouth. It is indeed sweet. Zhou Qin, however, ate without any flavor. Feeling embarrassed, she turned her head to her husband, hoping for just a word of comfort. However, Su Jin he didn't give her a single glance. Mom, eat 2 more. They're crunchy and sweet. Su Chanqian signaled her to move faster, or it would be gone in a while. Zhou Qin, eat, just eat. You 2 masters are here to torture me. Su Chanqian, sick. Su Jin he, cure it before it's too late. Soon it was 12 o'clock. The nanny had already come out of the kitchen 3 or 4 times to ask when the meal could be set. Fong Rong, let's wait a little while longer. Jinchi isn't done yet. The old lady immediately nodded her head. We'll set it up when all the people are here. After another hour, Fong Rong began to look upstairs towards the study. Mom and Dad, why don't we eat first? It's New Year's Eve. We can't let everyone wait hungry, can we? That doesn't matter. I'm not hungry anyway. Are you hungry, old man? Not hungry. Is anyone hungry? The old woman then looked to the crowd. There was silence. Okay, let's wait a little longer then. The old lady hammered it out. Suddenly, wait for what? Waiting for me? A female voice came from the foyer, removing the outer down jacket to reveal a black suit, her hair sharply coiffed and secured behind her head. Xiao Chang? The old lady stood up from the sofa and looked at her old daughter. Didn't you say you had to be on duty and couldn't come? Su Xiaoqing is the person in charge of a bank branch. The New Year's Day to be on duty. In advance to the old lady greeted, said not to come, got the guys down there to help watch it. It's just a matter of leaving for a little while. Time for a meal. Not much of a problem, she said as she changed her shoes. Sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, second brother, third sister-in-law. She began to greet them one by one, and in the next second, her gaze landed on Su Yumian. Mian is back? Little aunt, Su Yumian called out, grown up and pretty. Just, the gaze swept over Su Yumian's face, then fell on the bag in her hand, and couldn't help but frown. Little Chang, come, eat the fruit. Fong Rong greeted warmly. Su Xiaoqing smiled, took out a small box and handed it over. New Year's gift. Sister-in-law has worked hard for the whole family this year. Fong Rong was a bit surprised. For me? Sure, you're too polite. Little Chang. Fong Rong took it and put it aside, intending to unwrap it later. Su Xiaoqing, however, took the initiative to mention, it's a full gold bracelet, and if you don't like the style, you can take it to the Golden Wisp Pavilion to exchange it. Zhou Qin yod. Xiaoqing is really generous. A shot is a foot gold bracelet. Su Xiaoqing raised her eyebrows, a little bit proud, but her mouth was modest. Where? What good things have sister-in-law not seen? What is this point of mine? All sister-in-laws, sister-in-law has, what about me and your third sister-in-law? Zhou Qin was half joking, half serious. You're a bank president. You usually deal with big clients. You won't be ignorant of this human condition, right? Su Xiaoqing didn't spoil her. Second sister-in-law, does that mean you want it too? Zhou Qin's smile remained unchanged. Who wouldn't want a gold bracelet? Sibling, do you want it? The conversation led to Emin, and Zhou Qin and Su Xiaoqing looked over in unison. Emin, sibling, speak up? At the critical time Su Jinxing opened his mouth. She doesn't like to wear jewelry, and I haven't seen her wear any of the ones I gave her. Zhou Qin skimmed his mouth, saying that a bumpkin is a bumpkin, and actually doesn't like gold jewelry. Siblings don't like it, I like it. Zhou Qin was cheeky. Xiao Chang, you won't be thick-skinned, right? Su Xiaoqing, okay, then sister-in-law will be the host some other day and invite everyone to your house for a meal. Still afraid of not receiving gifts? Zhou Qin's face darkened. Her family doesn't have a villa, and she can't even turn around such a big group of people. If you feel that your home is small, it's fine to treat everyone to a meal at an outside restaurant. Su Xiaoqing seemed to know what she was thinking, not waiting for Zhou Qin to open her mouth to push back, directly blocking the back way. Zhou Qin, you're kidding. Such a big group of people. Mustn't we set up 2 or 3 tables? It's not good enough for a low-grade restaurant. It's not good enough. How much is this going to cost? Collecting a gold bracelet from her. I'm afraid I've posted more than enough. I'm just kidding. But Greenie took it seriously. Su Xiaoqing bristled. It's almost 2 o'clock. Are you still eating? Zhou Qin had nothing to say to ease the embarrassment. It's just that the words come out, obviously even more unappealing. The old lady's face sank. You didn't eat in the morning? Hungry like this? Zhou Qin choked. Su Yumian, while everyone's expression in the eyes, looked at the wall clock. This point, still let people wait, either really busy, or frame big. Just then, a voice came from the second floor. Why hasn't dinner been set? Su Jinchi walked down the steps, a polo shirt with light-colored slacks. Although he has gained a lot of weight in middle age and has a beer belly, that face still shows the handsomeness and good looks of his youth. Zhou Qin sniffed and secretly skimmed her mouth, saying, if you don't come, Who dares to eat? Fong Rong saw her husband busy, smiled and greeted him, explained, originally intended to eat first, but everyone said to wait for you together, thinking that the new year, indeed people are all together to be interesting, so it is, waiting for me to do what? Su Jinchi frowned, let the guy starve? And mom and dad, they're old, can they stand to be so hungry? Fong Rong was a little overwhelmed, wanting to explain, but didn't know how to open her mouth. Jinchi, what are you blaming our Rong for? We're the ones who made her wait. What do you call New Year's Eve if the family isn't neat and tidy? The old lady immediately spoke up for her daughter-in-law. Su Shaoqing also nodded. How can you blame sister-in-law for this? It's not like you can't starve if you eat a little later. Su Jinchi's face then improved. Okay, then don't delay. Let's start the meal. At the dinner table, Zhou Qin swept her gaze and fixed it on Su Yumian. Yumian nah, your boyfriend didn't come back with you for the new year? Chapter 77, I don't want to eat this meal. When Su Yumian the thing made quite a big fuss. Su Jinxing and Yimin also went to Kyoto, but after returning, they refused to say anything. But from the rumors she'd heard, the real situation shouldn't be much worse. It was nothing more than Su Yumian not wanting to continue her studies in order to fall in love. It is said that her object is quite well off and seems to be a rich man, so it is no wonder that she doesn't even read books and wants to keep someone on a leash. Su Jinxing and Yimin couldn't help but frown. Su Yumian was calm. No, we've already broken up. I've heard that those rich people are very discerning, and you may just be playing around with you. Look how stupid you are, actually taking it seriously. A rich family is not something that ordinary people can marry into, Zhou Qin said while TSK shaking her head. If you want me to say the girl's reputation is the most important. You guys so many years it. He just did not give some compensation? In TV dramas, those rich old men can be so generous that they give tens and tens of millions of dollars in breakup fees. In this way, Su Yumian is not a loss. But Zhou Qin's heart was a little sour. If you can get so much money after sleeping with someone for a few years, it's just like a pheasant turning into a phoenix. But on what grounds? She, Su Yumian, is not a great beauty. Why should she earn this money? And it's so easy to earn? Then won't Lao San's family get fat too? Su Yumian raised her eyes, her gaze carrying a few points of sharpness as she looked straight at Zhou Qin. What does second aunt feel? What compensation should I have? Just money, jewelry. Enough. Su Jinxing slammed the table and stood up violently. Second sister-in-law, although we are family, I ask you to speak politely. Zhou Qin followed suit and stood up. How am I being impolite? I'm just concerned about my niece, can't I? Are you that caring? Yo, San, what do you mean by that? Yimin got up and squeezed her daughter's hand. Second sister-in-law. Jinxing's meaning is very simple. That is, you are talking hard, talking nonsense without regard for the occasion or evidence. Zhou Qin had originally thought that she had come forward to persuade peace. After all, Yimin was usually of a soft and gentle nature, especially in front of the old master and the old lady. I didn't expect her to go head-to-head this time, seeing that the two of them were united, along with the fact that they were not in a position of reason. They simply couldn't say anything, and immediately kicked Su Jinha beside her and scolded. Are you dead? Your wife is being bullied. Do you care? Su Jin he skimmed his mouth and ate his own. Unresponsive. Su Chanqian also chose to ignore it. Snap. The old lady dropped her chopsticks and looked coldly at Su Jinxing. It's New Year's Eve. Are you finished? Your second sister-in-law only said a couple of unpleasant words, but it is not completely unreasonable. Plus her starting point is good. You two couples to be so uptight and not let go? Su Jinxing was aggrieved. Mom, listen to what second sister-in-law said. Is there such a thing to say about one's niece? Why are you still on her side? Although Akin's words were not nice to hear, it's also right to distinguish them carefully. Ordinary couples break up. There are still mental damages, not to mention the rich people in the capital. The handout should be more generous. Otherwise, our daughter to sleep for nothing? Mom Su Jinxing was already so angry that his eyes were red. Nian Nian is also your granddaughter. How can you talk like this? Yimin was also almost so angry that she cursed, but fortunately her senses were still intact. She took a deep breath and turned her head to look at Su Jinxing. This meal is really meaningless. Husband, let's go home. In the face of the two old men, she had already tried to hold back as much as she could, but when it came to her daughter, she wouldn't be worthy of being a mother if she retreated and held back any longer. More than meaningless, it's simply chilling to eat. Nian Nian, let's go. After Su Jinxing finished, he took his wife and daughter to leave the meeting on the spot. The old lady looked at his back and cursed. You unfilial son, you've just been brought up by the vixen, and you're daring to disobey your parents. If I say one sentence, you have 10 sentences, each of which is disobedient. You go far away. Take the little vixen born from the vixen and never recognize me as your mother. Yimin's blatant defiance was a hard slap in the face to her. At this moment, the old lady's dislike for this daughter-in-law reached the extreme point, and even Su Jinxing, The son also complained together. Who do you think you're looking for? But such a contraption. The old saying is true. When you marry a daughter-in-law, you forget your mother. They're all disobedient and unfilial. On the way home, Su Jinxing was silent. Emin saw this and gently shook his hand. Su Jinxing raised his eyes and smiled at her, signaling that he was fine. I've gotten used to my mother's favoritism over the years, and it's not the first time I've been on the receiving end of a disagreement like this. In the past, they could tolerate it, but when it comes to Su Yumian, even if Su Jinxing's temper is good, he can't condone their slander like that. When they arrived home, Emin was ready to cook, but was held down by Su Yumian. Mom, I'll do it. In the past, when she was at home, Su Yumian didn't dip her fingers in the water, and it was Su Jinxing who did the work and brought it to her. Yeah, I'll let you guys taste my handiwork today. Don't burn the kitchen down later. Su Jinxing, who was still depressed, couldn't help but say. Su Yumian was sad and angry. Am I so unattractive? The couple nodded in unison. Su Yumian. 1 hour later, looking at the table of dishes in front of them, Su Jinxing and Emin's expressions seemed as if they had seen a ghost. Stir-fried pork loin, beef brisket with tomato, shredded pork with fish, sweet and sour pork, crispy chicken, roasted duck leg, 2 stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and a bowl of white jade tofu soup. Emin gulped. You did all this? Su Yumian's chin lifted. Aha. Su Jinxing picked up the chopsticks and tasted a bite, then both eyes glistened. Don't say. The flavor is quite good. Emin, really? You taste it. Hiss. Emin ate a piece of ribs, followed by a breath of cool air. When did you learn that? I can't believe it. Su Yumian replied arrogantly. Think I've been out there for nothing these past few years? Hurry up and eat. It will get cold in a while. A full family meal. After eating, Emin and Su Jinxing were pressed by Su Yumian on the sofa to watch TV, while she herself went into the kitchen to wash the dishes and clean up. When he finished getting out, before he could walk to the living room, he heard Su Jinxing's slightly choked voice. Amin, our sleep has been suffering outside these years. Yes, seeing how she chooses vegetables and how skillfully she tosses them in the pan, she must not have done much in her spare time. Su Yumian's eyes reddened. In the middle of the night, there was a heavy snowfall, and while the wind was cold outside the window, the people in the house slept soundly. Su Yumian got up early in the morning, and heard Su Jinxing say, last night the snow was too heavy, and the balcony door was broken. In the next 2 days, you guys don't go to the balcony, in case you get smashed. It's not good. Old neighborhoods, living for decades, although the structure of the house is still solid, but the interior of the things have long been old and decayed. Once encountered in extreme weather, it is easy to get into trouble. Su Yumian glanced around. As far as she could remember, she had lived here since she was born, and for so many years, her home hadn't changed. Once upon a time she didn't think so, but today she realized that her house is very old. Even the decor is still in the same style as a decade or so ago. What makes you say I destroyed it? Which one of your eyes saw me do it? Don't think that just because you're some bull writer, you can spit blood. The sound of an argument came from outside, and Su Yumian and Su Jinxing rushed to the courtyard, only to see Emin's eyes reddening and breathing heavily, while directly opposite Lu Chuanxiu crossed her arms with a leisurely and smug look on her face. Chapter 78, The Ancient Greek God of the Mop. Who else but you would do such a barbaric thing? Emin was obviously furious. She seldom spoke ill of anyone verbally, and savage was probably the most offensive word she could think of. However, for Lu Chuanxiu it didn't hurt, only to see her cross her waist and sneer twice. Barbaric? This is barbaric? You've never seen a more savage one. You admit it? You did this? Emin stared incredulously. Lu Chuanxiu's gaze flickered slightly. Be careful what you say. What am I admitting? Where is the evidence? Do you have evidence? Besides, even if I really did it, so what? If you have the guts, you can have the police come and arrest me and put me in jail? The law says that damage to something has to be over $5,000 before a case can be filed. Take it that I don't know the law? Emin was furious with her. Su Jinxing hurriedly went up to protect his wife behind him. Sister-in-law Lu, don't be too bullying. My family's wisteria flowers aren't in your way. We're all neighbors. Why do you have to be so desperate? Su Yumian scanned the circle, only to see a yard full of wisteria flowers. Near the two public courtyard wall of the flower rack is broken and destroyed, at the moment half hanging in the air. The whole yard was in pieces, comparable to a large destruction site. You say it's not in the way. It's not in the way? Lu Chuanxiu saw Su Jinxing help, not only not afraid, but also rolled up his sleeves ready to do a big job. Your flowers blocked my vegetables, son. Growth is not good, but also particularly easy to grow insects. This is called not in the way? And these shelves, Lu Chuanxiu pointed to the ground, angular, facing my window, affecting my feng shui. This is called not in the way? Su Jingxing gasped and laughed. First of all, the open space in the middle of the two homes is communal, and can't be used to grow vegetables. You said that your vegetables grow insects, and I also said that because of this vegetable patch of yours, our house has piles of mosquitoes in the summer. Did we say anything? Secondly, these trellises are built in my yard. Even if some of them are expended, they don't exceed the location of the open space, much less reach out to your house. Across the street, MS. House family's trellis is also facing your home window. Why don't you go and lift hers? Mr. How? The staff community is known for being grumpy and not to be messed with. Lu Chuanxiu didn't even dare to fart when he saw her. In the end, it's all about bullying good and fearing evil. Lu Chuanxiu bristled. I don't like to set off her family, but I don't like your family. What's wrong? What's wrong with you? It's a big yard, planting some flowers and grasses, being elegant and pretentious. If you have the ability to buy a large villa, the front and back of the 2 yards want to plant what, and do not have to compete with me here, do not you think so, Mr. Su, you, the poor man's life, favoring the rich man's disease. Ah shucks, Su Jingxing, a man, can't argue at all. And the other party exasperated him so much that he almost broke the big defense in 3 or 2 words. Emin was even more unable to intervene. Su Yumian is also not good at cursing, but she went to the corner and picked up the mop she had swung yesterday. Su Jingxing had just washed it and it was still wet. Auntie Lu, it seems that the mop that cleaned the restroom yesterday still didn't make you remember. It's okay, let's continue today dash. Saying that, without even giving Lu Chuanxiu a chance to react, Su Yumian brushed and pulled a wave. What do you want? Ah, screamed Lu Chuanxiu, tripping over his feet as he stepped back. He leaned his whole body back and fell on his face. Dashimin didn't hold back and burst out laughing. Su Jingxing experienced yesterday, already familiar, alas. Sister-in-law Lu really sorry. The child capricious, did not fall you right? However, the law provides that their own fall cannot count. The police are useless, cannot make a case. Su Yumian curved the corners of her mouth, the output of cultural people, but also to see her father do unto others as they would have them do unto you, kind of played into his hands. Lu Chuanxiu's face sank. Su Jingxing, by the way, I just scrubbed the toilet with this mop. I haven't had a chance to wash it yet, but it should be okay. Squatting poop in our house isn't dirty. It doesn't matter much. Sister-in-law Lu shouldn't mind, right? Don't mind your head. Yeah, Dad, did you forget? Su Yumian picked up. I dumped all those dishes left over from yesterday's meal in the toilet, and even though I flushed it at the time, it still felt greasy. Auntie Lu, do you think you'll smell like driving rain? Father and daughter, you a sentence and I a sentence. How disgusting. Lu Chuanxiu, originally complacent face instantly black and comparable to the bottom of a pot. You guys dash. She twitched her nose, as if she actually smelled the driving rain from herself that Su Yumian was talking about. You guys wait. Dropping that, she walked away as fast as she could. Take a shower. Must take a shower right away. At that moment, Su Yumian felt like the ancient Greek god in charge of the mop. For her daughter's behavior, Emin both feel relieved, but still a little less agreeable. Girl family, how to move to lift them up. Not elegant at all. Who made her hate so much? Su Yumian looked at the wisteria flowers all over the ground, her eyes full of heartache. Su Jingxing had already silently started cleaning the scene. When the sky clears up, I'll renail the flower stand and move it to the yard. It's not like it's a big matter of principle, he thought, more or less. He was fine with this kind of aggravation, but he didn't want Emin to go through it again. Su Yumian was silent for 2 seconds. Dad, have you ever thought that people will get an inch? Lu Chuanxiu dares to do this today and will dare to do it in the future. Like she said herself, it's not more than 5,000. The police department doesn't file a case, and there's nothing anyone can do about it. Su Jingxi sighed. What else? Decades-old neighbor. What kind of person she is, I know better than anyone, but we live here. Head up, head down. If we quarrel every day, the impact is not good. Emin also advised. Forget it, she has made such a mess not once or twice. Let's put it to rest. Let's be generous and not get on her bad side. Then, Su Yumian thought about it. What if it doesn't live here? Emin and Su Jingxing just thought she was a child's idea and didn't take it to heart. You don't live here? Where do you live? Changing houses? The two couldn't even think about it. The second middle school in the most prosperous part of the city of Lin. Now this piece of high prices, with the couple's current savings, only enough to buy a set of 2 rooms in the suburbs of a small commercial housing. Su Jingxing commutes between school and home every day, which is not as convenient as the faculty neighborhood where he now lives. Early morning on the 4th day of the Lunar New Year. It had been snowing all night, but it had finally stopped, and golden sunlight was coming through the clouds. Su Yumian got up early. By the time Su Jingxing and Emin woke up, a hot breakfast was already on the table. Yam and millet porridge, fried bread, corn sandwiches, delicious. Su Jingxing gave a thumbs up. It's got some of my style. Yimin rolled her eyes. My daughter's cooking is much more delicious than yours. Su Jingxing, that's not because I have good genetics. Have this talent. Yimin. Yes, yes, yes. You can always brag about yourself anyway. After the family finished breakfast, Su Yumian finished cleaning up and offered to let her parents accompany her out for a walk. Su Jingxing couldn't be bothered and immediately agreed. The warm winter sun was most restful. Yimin loves the weather. Her daughter hadn't been home for a long time, so the family took a leisurely stroll along the river near their home. Su Yumian guided them to another road without a trace, and when the couple reacted, they realized that what their daughter had brought them to was actually the sales department of a certain Netflix property. Chapter 79. Su Jingxing was surprised. How did you get here? Su Yumian was about to speak, when the staff from the sales department came over with a welcoming smile. Are several of you looking for a house? We have a full range of household types. No matter if it's just need or improved housing, it can all be satisfied. Su Yumian, let's take a look first. This side is our sand table. You can see that our whole third phase is very reasonable planning, surrounded by supermarkets, schools, hospitals, very complete support. Su Yumian's eyes swept over the sand table. Building to building, it seems to be denser. It can't be helped because it's a high-rise, so the spacing between buildings will be tighter. You have a cottage area, I hear? Lakeside Pearl's entire development is planned for two types of housing. One is ordinary commercial housing, which is the sandbox Su Yumian now sees, and one is a small detached villa. The word small is added because the villa has only 2 floors, each of which is not too large, but comes with a front and backyard. 3 entrances, new Chinese architectural style, perfect for a small family. Abandon the concept of detached big villa, designed for small families, not only to meet the demand for living space, but also does not appear empty and cold. Coupled with the original new Chinese style, all factors make the Lake Pearl become a net red disc in the city. Su Yumian had done the rundown before she came. So, I want to see the lake house. Su Jingxing loves to grow flowers and must have a large yard at home. Yimin likes to read and create outdoors, so she also needs to have a relatively quiet backyard, preferably with a pavilion, so that she can drink tea and rest in her spare time. Once the staff heard that she wanted to see the villa and could accurately name the villa area, they seemed to have done their homework. She took a quick glance at Su Yumian. Although she had a plain face, she was very pretty. The clothes on her body couldn't tell the brand, and she didn't carry a bag in her hand. From the surface alone, it's not really easy to determine whether she has the purchasing power or not for a while. After all, that face, it just doesn't look like a poor person. But, Mian, what are you talking about? Su Jingxing hurriedly pulled his daughter to the side. Just look at the sand table. What villa are you looking at? People really think we want to buy it. Su Yumian, Dad, what do you think of this property? It's pretty good. Several coworkers have bought high rises here. It's so close to the second high school that you don't even need to ride a bike. Just cross the street and walk for 5 minutes. But prices are also ridiculously high. Because of the finishes and the location, the price per unit is exactly double that of other high-rise neighborhoods on the market. Why don't we buy a set too? Su Yumian spoke out of turn. Su Jingxing's eyes almost glared out. Don't joke. In case people's staff members take it seriously and end up realizing it's a waste of time. Yimin nodded, still working in the new year. It's not easy for people. We were supposed to be shopping around. Don't delay people's performance. Su Jingxing, that's it, hurry up. The muttering, though suppressed, was still heard by the sharp-eared staff. The smile immediately faded. It was a lot of fun to watch and play. That middle-aged couple looked like people who lived frugally. What kind of money could they have? And buy a villa? Why doesn't she go to heaven? Su Yumian gave her parents a reassuring look, walked over to the sandbox, and said bluntly, "Can we see the villa?" The staff smiled slightly. "Sorry, our detached cottages are only for sale to VIP customers." Su Yumian knew that many high-end properties had the rule of checking the capital to see the property. Then what are the mandatory requirements for VIP customers? First of all, one must have the qualification to purchase a home in the Pro City. This is the most basic. Secondly, the account liquidity must reach $20 million, or hold at least one black card from the 5 major domestic banks. And of course, you can also show other real estate rights certificates that can prove your financial strength. Whether it's cash, deposits, or black cards, Su Yumian has it all. Just as she was struggling with which one was better to take out, Su Jingxing had already tugged on her arm and pulled her outward. While walking also said, "How to talk more and more outrageous. Also 20 million liquidity. We are not acting in a TV drama." Yimin spat in a whisper. "My novels don't even dare to write like this. You actually dare to ask for the exit." The little girl went out for a few years, but her guts have grown quite a bit. Then turning his head, he smiled apologetically at the staff. "Sorry for the delay. The kids were playing around." Now, The woman didn't even want to pretend, and just rolled her eyes. Where did you get that peasant from? You can't afford a villa, so you come here to act like a big spender. What's wrong with you? Emin froze, and Su Jinxing didn't look too good. However, since he was in the wrong, he was too embarrassed to take it into account and only apologized one after another. Seeing this, the woman became more and more unforgiving. You guys, you still want to buy a villa? I'm afraid you can't even afford a toilet in the upper floors. There are really all kinds of evil spirits these days. It's a lucky new year. It's bad luck. Originally, it was annoying to work during the spring festival, and I thought I had a big client, but I didn't realize it was the three poor bees. Speechless to death. Emin frowned. Although it's true that we were wrong, but aren't you being too mean when you talk like that? At least the door is a guest. Do not come in if you think it is mean, and the door is a guest. You kind of deserve to be called a guest. Do you have purchasing power? Since you can't afford it, why are you still looking? My time is precious, not for you to waste. How do you know we can't afford it? Su Yumian's brows tightened. Please speak with respect. You say you can afford it? I even said I'm a tycoon, and it doesn't cost me anything to believe it anyway. Su Yumian sneered. Even if I could afford it, I wouldn't buy it from someone like you. Oh, well, wait until you can afford it. She was disdainful in her heart, certain that poor ghosts like Su Yumian, not a few pennies in their pockets, talk better than they sing, but they are just trying to show off, deliberately pretending to be broad. She saw more people like that every day. Okay. Su Yumian nodded her head and looked around. Suddenly her gaze landed somewhere. She walked right past the woman to the diagonal. Are you a staff member here? The young girl is not very old. Should have just worked not long ago. Her face still carries a few points of youthfulness. When she was approached by Su Yumian, she was still carrying a tray. When she heard her words she froze, and then nodded her head. Yes, I am. Excuse me, can I help you? Can you show us a room at the lake house? The little girl pursed her lips, apparently a little embarrassed. We stipulate that you have to check the capital first to see the villa. So, I know. Su Yumian nodded, fished a black card out of his duffel coat pocket and handed it to her. Is this okay? The little girl immediately froze, then nodded frantically. Of course, please follow me. Wait, the ignored woman suddenly spoke up, stepping up on her heels and pointing to the black card in the tray. Don't be a fake, right? Chapter 80, the card is real. The face hurts. Sister Wang. The little girl was a bit overwhelmed. What are you looking at me for? Do you know the steps of capital inspection? If something goes wrong and you let some cats and dogs in, can you afford it? I probably know the steps. It was taught during the training. If there is no problem with this lady's black card after the capital verification, then the responsibility is not on me. Not working for a few days, learning quite fast. But there is one thing I want to remind you. Do our business have to have eyes? What kind of talent is our service object? Who can afford? Who can't afford? All have to have a heart count, otherwise it is a waste of time. The little girl pursed her lips. Thank you, Sister Wang, but I've only just arrived. I haven't opened a bill yet. I'm currently in the learning stage. I have to watch and practice more. I'm not afraid of wasting time. After saying that, she looked at Su Yumian. Miss, according to the prescribed process, we will check this card of yours next. If there is no problem, you can see the room. Then he turned to Su Jinxing and Emin. Uncle and Auntie, you guys sit over here for a while and have a cup of tea. It'll be done soon. Su Jinxing quickly waved his hand. No, you're too polite. He was in a panic now. Why is Sleepy still for real? When the card is tested later, it's all over. It's better to retreat early. Just a few words of damage. There is no need to gamble on this. Emin was calmer than Su Jinxing, at least on the surface. She sat down and took a slow sip of her tea. It's just that. The hand holding the teacup has been shaking. Missy, this way please dash. Good. Su Yumian nodded, and was then guided into an office. Snort, pretend. Let's see how long you can pretend. You really can't see the coffin without tears. 10 minutes later, the two came out of the office. Well, the card is fake, right? The woman was surprisingly still guarding the door. It seemed that she was determined to fight Su Yumian to the end today. However, both ignored her like she was air. Miss, have you really considered it? The little girl looked at Su Yumian with some apprehension. Aha, why don't I just take you to the site? That will give you a better idea of the location and environment before you. No, I've already looked at the sandbox inside earlier. Available. Can a sandbox be the same as the real thing? It's a multi-million-dollar house. Yo, 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 yo. The woman let out a giggle. Xiaoqi, now you know what it means to have a dangerous heart, don't you? When you first enter the workplace, you still have to learn. Consider today a lesson, and you'll know what to look at in the future. Aha! Sister Wang, have you misunderstood? Xiaoqi was embarrassed for her. Misunderstand what? Misunderstanding that someone is swollen and still letting you accompany her here to act? As she spoke, her eyes kept glancing at Su Yumian. No, Sister Wang, Miss Su's card dash. I know, it's fake. Don't be so stupid in the future. When people say black card, you really think it's a black card? Kiki, no, it's true. Pfft, silly you? The woman rolled her eyes, her smile widening. Kiki, how do I convince her? Missy, do you really not need to reconsider? Xiaoqi once again confirmed to Su Yumian. No, sign the contract. Although the unit price of this property is higher than the average house price in Linshur nowadays, but people have a good location, full supporting facilities, or well decorated, directly handbagged to move in. A slight premium is also normal. Compared to the price of housing in Kyoto, it has been very friendly. Plus, Su Yumian did her homework in advance before coming here, and understood the room type, orientation, hardware, software and so on of the lakeside villa clearly. So, whatever the little girl was introduced as, she already had it in her mind. The excitement in Kiki's eyes was about to shut off. And, the payment method is? Full payment. Su Jingxing did not expect his daughter to really want to buy a villa, and the money is ready. He was about to speak, trying to speak, and before he could, there was a shock of pain on his waist, and it was Emin who twisted him. Just watch what your daughter is going to do and keep your mouth shut. Su Jingxing had to press on. After Kiki received the other bank card with trembling hands, and after preparing a series of contracts with her hands. Missy, have you really thought about it? If it's okay, I'll swipe your card now. Su Yumian nodded. Brush it. Xiaoqi as if sleepwalking, step by step to complete all the operations, and finally see Su Yumian sign the purchase contract. The financial side of the message 5 million has been accounted for. Her heart that floating in midair feeling of unreality slowly disappeared. Geez, what kind of luck did you step on yourself? I can't believe I sold a villa within 2 days of going to work, and it's still the king of the building. A whole $5 million. She's too lucky. Kiki grinned, grinning like a fool, until the rest of her eyes saw an ironic face before she collected herself. But within seconds, she couldn't help but snicker again. What about hundreds of thousands of dollars in commission? Who wouldn't laugh at that? The woman who was so arrogant and full of sneers a second ago was now blue in the face, her eyes glaring like bronze bells. Kiki, what were you trying to say? Oh, Sister Wang, I just wanted to say that Miss Su's card is indeed a black card, and just now in the VIP reception room I have accompanied Miss Su to select the room type and negotiate the price, and came out to go through the signing process. The woman's lips trembled. She really wants to buy it? Sure, the contracts are all signed. How can this be fake? Su Yumian didn't know what the woman was thinking at the moment and didn't care. Walking straight past her. Dad, Mom, it's almost time to shop. Let's go back and pack up. Su Jingxing's entire body was confused. Collect? Pack what? Even though we don't have to move the furniture and appliances in the house right now, you and Mom's clothes, personal items, and whatnot, have to be brought to the new house, right? Su Jingxing nodded his head numbly. Yes, that's the truth. Not, where did they get a new home? Until he left the sales department. Su Jingxing was still confused. When he got home, he eased up a little, went to the couch and sat down, rubbed his palms on his thighs and rubbed them together, and finally spoke. Sleepy, you bought a house? Su Yumian nodded. Or is it a villa? She continued to nod. Full payment? Nodding again. Su Jingxing was silent for a full 10 seconds. Buy a house this big thing? How come you didn't discuss it with us beforehand? Su Yumian was able to understand her father's concern as she explained. We've lived in our house for so many years. We've been repairing it. Isn't it normal to change it? The reason I didn't say anything was to surprise you. Su Jinxing was still worried. How much does that house cost? Su Yumian's gaze flickered slightly, stretching out a hand, comparing it to a 5. Su Jinxing, of course, knows that the unit is million. The villa to come, it cannot be as long as 500,000 yuan. Although he had already prepared himself mentally, he couldn't help but feel his heart tremble when he actually learned the number. Where did you get all that money? From a credit card? Or, Chapter 81, $50 million. She doesn't feel guilty about taking it. Loan sharks? $5 million. He worked all his life without eating or drinking, and could not save this number. Su Yumian was vain. It's not like I've done nothing over the years. I've still saved a little bit of money. At that moment, Emin, who hadn't said anything, suddenly spoke. How did you save it? The eyes still had a hint of sharpness to them. Su Yumian sighed. It seems that those rumors outside, Emin had more or less heard them. Mom, the money was earned through proper channels, on my own, clean and well spent. It's not a lie. In the beginning, Jiang Yihui had gone so far as to turn his back on his family in order to be with her. In order to cure him, Zhang Zhouyao stops all bank cards and orders Xu Yuqin not to provide him with any help. The toughest time. 2 people crowded in less than 10 square meters of the basement. Rainy days and water leakage. The body is cold, but the heart is hot. Jiang Yihui tries to start his own business and needs startup capital, so Su Yumian goes out every day to work odd jobs and save up money. Then I was introduced to a biotech company that makes beauty products, and at first I tried their products and then worked with the research team to provide relevant skin data. Later, by chance, Su Yumian wrote a program to help them batch statistics of sample data, making the originally complex statistical work instantly become simple and efficient, and the accuracy rate is greatly improved. The company offered $500,000 to buy the program. Su Yumian did not immediately agree to go back and tell Jiang Yihui after he came out to negotiate the price. It had to be said that Jiang Yihui had a talent for being a crooked businessman, and the final program was sold at a price of $2 million. So far, Su Yumian successfully helped him save the first bucket of money. With this money, Jiang Yihui created his own company, and 2 years later, became the industry's newest. On the day of the listing bell ringing, he said to Su Yumian, "The company is half yours." That night a check for $50 million and a contract for the transfer of the land were produced. At that time, the two were in the middle of their feelings. Su Yumian was surprised. "What do you want to give me this for? The money is there, the land is there, and from now on it's a little landlady. I don't want your money and I don't want to be a landlady. She just wants to be Mrs. Jiang and work with him until the end of her days." However, Jiang Yihui insisted on putting these 2 items in the drawer. "I have never taken back anything I gave away." Su Yumian didn't think it was a good idea to give it. She wouldn't want it anyway. In the latter years, although the two of them had a small quarrel in 3 days and a big quarrel in 5 days, Su Yumian never even thought of touching these 2 things, until finally resolving to leave him. Thinking about it now, if Jiang Yihui really loved her and wanted to marry her for the rest of his life, then when the company went public in the first place, what was handed over to her should have been stocks, not cash and land that could be bought out in one go. The $2 million from 6 years ago, together with years of companionship and care, this $50 million check, Su Yumian took it without any weakness at all. Just this middle of the original twists and turns, she did not want to mention in front of her parents, in vain to cause them heartache. Yimin knew that her daughter might be hiding something, but since she said she was clean and at peace with herself, it should be true. Then, "So, I'm going to live in a villa soon?" Yimin's only concern was dispelled, and all that remained was happiness. Su Yumian nodded. "They are all current rooms. If you want, you can stay there tonight. Except for the bedsheet and quilt cover and intimate clothes, everything else is full. There's a rockery and fish pond in the front garden, and a water pavilion in the backyard. So from now on Dad can plant whatever flowers he wants." Su Jingxing's eyes were glowing. "Is it, like, this big? You'll see when you move in. You can buy seed and sod ahead of time. I will place an order now. First buy the shelves. Your mom likes wisteria. When the time comes, good traction climbing vine. Then buy a few pots of hydrangea. When the flowers bloom in May, crave the old Xie." Lao Xie is a colleague of Su Jingxing. The two teach different subjects, but have a good relationship, as both are senior flower growers. Mr. Xia moved out of the faculty neighborhood some years ago and bought a commercial home nearby. Because it was the first floor, he was given a small yard, which he planted with flowers. But because of the small area, you can only keep some small potted plants, and you can't even think about plants like hydrangeas that only look good when they bloom over a large area. When he said do it, Su Jingxing picked up his cell phone and started browsing a certain treasure. Suddenly, he had a beat in his action. Moving to a new home. Then what about this house now? Su Yumian, keep it. Is it necessary? Su Jingxing turned his hand to the house after watching the other teachers move out. Because of its good location and proximity to the second middle school, there are quite a lot of people who buy it, mostly parents who come from out of town to accompany their children. And of course, the price is great. Although Su Jingxing cannot afford to give up the old house, but think of the daughter to buy a villa spent so much money. The house sold at least can subsidize a little. How could Su Yumian not know what he was thinking? But, don't live there anymore. But keep it? Wait a minute. Su Jingxing was puzzled. Wait for what? We'll find out when the time comes, making it quite mysterious. Su Jingxing grunted. It's not that Su Yumian doesn't want to say it, but the less people know about this kind of matter, of demolition, the better. Trouble can follow in case of a feng shui leak. As for why she knew, she had to thank Jiang Yihui. His company won the bid for a large shopping mall development project in Lin City, and Su Yumian accidentally rummaged through the contract in the drawer while reading in his study. Seeing the familiar word Linsher, she couldn't help but open it up and read it, and found that the planning area of the shopping mall included the second middle school's faculty and staff community. The specific program is in one word, demolition. The little girl from the sales department just called and said to go back tomorrow. There's still some paperwork to be done. Su Jinxing, then can I move some of the potted plants there first tomorrow? Su Yumian, of course you can. The villa's black box was handed over. Now we just need to pick a good day and move in. Emin, then I'll pack some of my clothes to bring over tomorrow as well. The next day, Su Jinxing and Emin got up early. One was busy moving those flower pots of his and the other was busy packing clothes and shoes. Su Jinxing also specially called a tricycle. Large and small flower pots filled the back of the bucket. He squeezed into the front driver's side. Sleep, I first go over with the master. A moment after your mom finished packing. You two first go to the sales department. I finished moving and then go to find you. Good. 10 a.m. Sales floor. Xiaoqi had already waited at the door early, and when she saw her, she raised a big smile. Sister Su, here. That's about all the specific formalities. It'll be quick, she explained as she walked. Very quickly indeed. 10 minutes later, Su Yumian and Emin came out of the VIP reception room. Sibling? Yumian? Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Emin turned around. Second brother? Su Jin. He was dressed in a suit with a tweed coat, the ever-present big back head, leather shoes polished. At first glance, more faction than Su Jin Shi, the real boss. What are you guys doing here? Emin, we're here too. How come you disappeared as soon as I turned my eyes? Make you sit and listen to someone introduce you properly. Aha! Zhou Qin's complaints came to an abrupt end the moment she saw Emin. Chapter 82. You don't accomplish anything and you're still living in your old age? Zhou Qin raised a smile and walked forward, taking Su Jinha on her arm. What a coincidence. Younger sibling, actually bumping into you here. Emin also smiled and greeted. Second sister-in-law, what are you and Yumian doing in the sales department? It's not to buy a house, is it? No, they had bought it yesterday. So Zhou Qin looked her up and down. The corners of her mouth smile deepened. Let's take a look at the house. On this Lake Pearl, but the net red property it is said that the high level of a room hard to find. A lot of people lined up to give the sales plug red envelope cannot buy. Thanks to the fact that our Chanshan has a doorway and knows the real estate consultant here. This has evened out a set of properties for us. No, just placed an order and came out after signing the contract. Speaking of this, Zhou Qin's eyebrows seemed to rise to the sky. The corners of his mouth were harder to suppress than AK's, and when he saw Emin's astonished expression, the kind of snickering and smugness instantly reached the extreme. Didn't expect that, did you? Envious, aren't you? Jealous? Ha, too bad you didn't. Emin was indeed quite surprised, but she was surprised that her second brother and sister-in-law actually wanted to change their house again. Didn't she remember changing the set just 3 years ago? What's with the change again? Why, that one is too small. It's still almost fun to live in, and how can the environment and facilities catch up with this place? Emin nodded. So are you guys going to sell your current house or rent it? Sujinya, we're ready to. Before she finished speaking, she was tugged by Zhou Qin, who hooked her lips and smiled. We are neither prepared to sell nor rent, and we're not that bad off. So what's the point of selling? Put it there as real estate, waiting for appreciation. How good. The Zhou family is rich, and Zhou Qin's parents spoil her, so they do have that backbone. Sibling, you haven't seen the upper floors here yet, have you? Emin shook her head. I haven't seen it. Yesterday, as soon as Sleepy came in, she wanted to see the villa, and before she had a chance to look at the upper floors, she tapped out. I tell you, inside decoration can be beautiful. What hoods, water heaters are brand goods, and the layout is very reasonable. I heard that is specially invited foreign masters to design. There is also that greening you do not see. The lawn is fully paved. All runways are plasticized. There are special basketball courts, badminton courts. Zhou Qin counted her blessings. I tell you, it's not exaggerated at all. People who live here have to live 10 years longer. The corner of Su Jinha's mouth twitched. Is it that exaggerated? Why not? Didn't you just go and see it in the field? It's not like I'm talking nonsense about what's right in front of me. Su Jin he just didn't think he should say that in front of his siblings. After all, she and Laosan had lived in the employee community for decades and had never changed houses. So wasn't saying this poking into people's hearts? However, Zhou Qin wanted this effect. She rolled her eyes. I say, sister-in-law, you've been living in that workers' neighborhood for more than 20 years, right? Haven't you ever thought of changing your house? If I say, you should buy this property, then we sisters-in-law will be neighbors, and we can take care of each other up and down, inside and out, right? On this house price it. Zhou Qin wanted to say, there may be so a little over budget, but it should also be okay. The old 3 how to say is also a key high school teacher, usually for students to make up for the lessons, make a little extra money and so on. Money does not come well. No problem. Aha! Emin, now that the education department is asking to reduce the burden on students, they are not allowed to take extra lessons outside. Old Su has always obeyed the arrangements and rules and never engaged in these. Zhou Qin bristled. It's just stupid to not even make money when you have it. third brother can't make any extra money, but there's still you. I see that those writers casually write a book. The copyright will earn tens of millions of dollars. Younger sibling, you have been writing for so many years. Surely it's not bad. Emin smiled awkwardly. If she could really make money from copyrights, she wouldn't have to wait for her daughter to buy them a villa. Su Yumian could see Emin's impatience and took the initiative to speak. Second uncle, second auntie, Mom and I still have things to do, so we'll leave first. Don't. There are not so many things to do in the first month of the year. I'm not talking about you, Yumian. You're in your late 20s and early 30s. You don't study, you don't find a job, and you don't even have a boyfriend. What girl your age has to rely on her parents? She's still remembering the revenge from Chelsea earlier. It's hard to catch a chance. Of course Jochin wanna get back, not to say far. Let's say your big brother, now in the capital, opened his own company. The future is boundless. Although my family Chanxian is not so capable, but also with their own efforts to enter the electricity bureau, but also counted on the iron rice bowl. Sometimes I really worry for Lao San and them. Hard work to raise children but nothing, not to say shine the family, even their own food and clothing has not been solved, still have to gnaw the old. You say this. Jochin shook her head, accompanied by a few sighs. On the side, Su Jin he frantically glared at her, but she acted as if she couldn't see. Emin's smile cooled down. The voice is not salty. Yes, Shanshan most competitive. College graduation can be admitted to the power bureau. Jochin, as if she didn't understand, smiled more and more complacently. That's right. Our Shanshan has never let us worry about her since she was a child, and she is obedient and sensible. Her grandfather said, in a couple of years we'll introduce her to a system within the object, when the official wife to go. Speaking here, Jochin's voice was 2 degrees higher. This life does not ask for anything. After all, there is no shortage of anything. I just hope that our whole family is healthy and peaceful on the line. What is the point of saying this? Su Jin he really cannot bear it. East pulls the younger siblings. Sorry, this person is such a mouth on no door. You do not see strange. When Jochin heard that, what's wrong with that? Su Jin I gave you face, didn't I? Now I am not even able to speak? It's the truth. It's not nonsense. Why are you apologizing? Su Jin he was seized with a look of embarrassment, but he didn't dare to retort again. His life all depends on the evening on a powerful in-laws. Joe father and mother are leaders of the Power Supply Bureau. His current job is father-in-law through the relationship to take. Power Authority outsourced third-party testing company. A daily commute to and from work to play a card. The rest of the time to casually touch the fish. More than 10,000 per month to hand. He was able to live so well, all thanks to the Zhou family, and Jochin was the only daughter of the second old man. How could he dare to mess with it? Seeing that he didn't say anything, Jochin became even more furious. Say it. Weren't you quite able to say it just now? Why don't you say anything now? Su Jinha's face was ugly. In front of his siblings and nieces, he was pointed at by his wife and scolded, so it can be said that he lost his face and lost his dignity. But Jochin didn't seem to notice the man's bad mood, or noticed it but didn't care and continued to output. I think back in the day, Jochin, was also a flower in the bureau. How did I look at? At that moment, Kiki chased her out of the reception room. Sister Su, luckily you didn't leave. Could have scared me to death. Su Yumian, anything else? It's my problem. The contract was taken wrongly. The original of this purchase contract should be held by the owner, and we keep the copy on our side. Just now I got the wrong one in my hands and feet. See if this original is right. Chapter 83. She actually bought a villa? With that, she handed over the paper in her hand. Su Yumian read it and made sure it was the original, then handed her the copy he was holding. After the exchange, Kiki took a long sigh of relief. I'm really sorry. It's my first time handling a villa. I'm not familiar with a lot of processes, so I've delayed your time. That's okay. Jochin stood off to the side, understanding every word, but confused by the connection. What contract did you just say this is? Jochin pointed at the document in Xiaoqi's hand. The purchase contract. Who's that? Of course it's Sister Sue's. She bought the house. Jochin's body shook, almost unsteady. You mean, she, Su Yumian, bought a house here in your area? Sure. Kiki looked puzzled. Who was this guy and why did he keep asking stupid questions? How is it possible? Jochin's pupils shrunk, and her whole body felt like it was struck by lightning. Did she buy the 19th building? Or the 20th? Which floor? What house type? How many square feet of floor space? Ma'am, you might be mistaken. The 19th and 20th buildings are the ordinary high-rise we are selling. Sister Sue and the others bought villas. What? Don T. Villa? 2 words. Jochin's voice almost shouted out of tune. They bought a cottage? Is it a lake house? How is this possible? How can I? Su Yumi inside, second auntie. I may really be too bad. I'm 20 or 30 and have no job. so I can only send my parents a set of villa to show my filial piety. I hope they can live happily, and also let you not have to worry so much about them. Don't you think so? Zhou Qin, we still have to go decorate the new house, so we won't delay second brother and second sister-in-law from looking at the house. Yimin smiled faintly. Suddenly, a salesman ran over and found Su Jin Hu with Zhou Qin. Gu, didn't you say you were coming out to go to the restroom? Why did you come here? This is the VIP reception room. You guys really know how to pick a place. Su Jinha tugged at Zhou Qin, who was still in a daze, and seeing that she didn't respond, he can only open his own mouth to apologize. Sorry, we didn't know. Have you discussed this? Is it Zhou Shangjuan or Xiao Hong on the real estate book? Let him come over with his ID card when you are sure, or you won't be able to sign this purchase contract. Really, this lack of common sense has caused her to waste her morning. People's Gu Xiaoqi has sold a villa. She hasn't even opened a bill yet. Sure enough, people are more angry than people. How come you're not so lucky yourself? Villa 5 million things it. The commission alone is several $100,000. I'm crying with envy. Su Yumian and Yimin looked at each other. What did they hear? Zhou Xianjuan? Xiao Hong? Isn't that the name of Zhou Qin's parents? So you're buying a house for your aunt and uncle? Yimin laughed. This property has a good environment and is suitable for their retirement. Of course not. Zhou Qin subconsciously retorted. It's just in my parents' names. The house is still ours to live in as a family of 3. This way then write your names, or Qianqian's name This is more convenient. That's it. Seeing this, the salesperson, wanting them to book it today, advised, you'll be living there anyway, put your own names on it. It was for the sake of being classmates with Qianqian that I desperately tried to help you get a set of properties, otherwise it would have already been snatched up by other customers. If you put it off until tomorrow, or longer, I'm not sure I can still keep it for you. As we all know, our property is to open one set and sell one set. It's all up for grabs. Don't Zhou Qin panicked. We have to buy it. Definitely buy. Okay, then take out your ID and you can sign the contract now. Zhou Qin's eyes flashed slightly. Can it wait until tomorrow? I'll definitely come and buy it tomorrow. The sales expression cooled down. Alright, then tomorrow. If someone orders it in the middle of the day, then I can only apologize. Zhou Qin gritted her teeth. In that case, I'll make a call first, okay? Good. Zhou Qin turned around and walked out of the VIP area, found a corner, and before dialing, she even turned her head to observe Yimin's mother and daughter, confirming that they couldn't possibly hear before pressing the number. Hey, Dad, it's me. I came to Lakeside Pearl today to show you and Mom the new house. Yes, it's that Netflix property. It's very hot. Jin He and I have seen it. The environment is very good. Right, especially sought after. Why don't you rush over and sign the contract today? This is a little bit safer. Zhou Qin's calculations were brilliant. The house she's living in now is actually not bad, but it's still a little less interesting than the Pearl by the lake. It just so happened that her parents wanted to change their house, so she planned to persuade the 2 old men to buy the high-rise here first, and then grind it out so that her parents could live in her current 3-bedroom apartment, while she and Su Jinha's little family would live in the new house. Anyway, Mom and Dad only have one child of their own, and when the time comes, the real estate and all that won't be left to her. It's just earlier or later. As for the name on the house book, it will be her parents first, and then transferred to her name after the full payment is made. When the time comes, just go through the gifting process and save even the taxes. So that's the deal then. Mom and Dad, you guys hurry up and take a cab over here. Yeah, it's near the second high school. On Zhou Qin's side, who exactly is going to buy the house? Who will eventually move in and whose name is written in the housebook? Su Yumian and Yimin don't care at all. They didn't even have the patience to see Zhou Qin perform to the end and left because Su Jingxing has already called to urge. Didn't you say it would be quick? Why has it taken more than an hour? I tell you, this front yard and backyard design is simply fantastic. I just took a stroll around, and I feel that not only can you plant flowers, but you can also create a plot of land to grow vegetables and fruit trees. Listening to her husband's excited voice, Yimin was also a bit pressed. She hadn't seen her new home yet. There's been a bit of a delay. We'll be there now. After watching their parents sign the contract and finish swiping their cards, Zhou Qin and Su Jinha drove the 2 old men home again before the couple left the car. Zhou Qin leaned back toward the backrest and breathed a long sigh of relief. It's finally settled. Why are you so positive about Mom and Dad buying a house? What's the difference between today and tomorrow? You have to drag the 2 old men all the way here. It's already dark. Zhou Qin rolled her eyes. What do you know? That house is up for grabs. If you miss this village, you won't have this store. Of course we have to strike while the iron is hot. As for why I am so positive, Zhou Qin couldn't help the corners of her mouth from rising. Hey, let me ask you, do you want to live in this house? The corner of Su Jin's mouth twitched. What kind of question are you asking? Who doesn't want to live in a good house? The key is to be able to afford it. Fine, if you want to live there, I want to live there too. Soo Jin-ha heard the calculation and snobbery in her words. What do you mean? Jo Chin asked rhetorically. What do you think? Isn't my parents' house still mine in the end? What's wrong with enjoying it earlier? Besides, the suite we're living in now isn't that bad. You don't mean to dash, Soo Jin-ha huffed. I just want to. What's wrong? What's the problem? Who made me their only daughter? Mom and dad wouldn't approve of a house that expensive. Don't worry, I've got it covered. Yeah, a house that expensive. A high-rise alone is enough to empty the wallet of the average working family, let alone a villa. Where did she, Soo Yumian, a little girl, get so much money? Chapter 84, the whole family knows. Thinking of this, Jo Chin couldn't help but feel sour in her heart. Soo family 3 brothers, the boss had the best life. This is no doubt. People big boss it, and their ordinary family has long been pulled away. Secondly, it is their family, although Soo Jin he is not enough than the top, but more than the bottom all. With her parents' relationship and connections, she mixed up a manager of a testing company, not to mention the leisure, annual salary of 300,000 or so, he himself and the electricity bureau iron rice bowl, and now Chanqian also mixed in, and then how to count the well-off family, rich and prosperous. The worst is the oldest family. So what if I got into Q University? In the end, you'll end up back in the local area as a poor teacher, and you're a deadbeat who doesn't know how to make extra money. Emin is even a flamboyant, to put it nicely called full-time writer, to put it badly that is hobo. After all these years, I don't see her writing any amazing books. How many books have been published and how many rights have been sold? What kind of writer is this when he hasn't even had a single book signing? Sitter is more like it. This was a good situation, but now the oldest family is suddenly living in a villa, and it's still the best property in the pro city. Her parents spent half their life savings and could only afford a regular high-rise, or the smallest one. What gives the oldest family the right? Soo Jin-hee, what has Lao San and his family been doing lately? Is there anything unusual or anywhere not quite right? How am I supposed to know that? Aren't you his second brother? It's not like our two families usually move around much, and besides, didn't you tell me to keep them to a minimum? Jo Chin, it's true that she doesn't really like to socialize with the oldest family. After all, who likes to socialize with the ones who are worse than her? She was afraid that Emin would open her mouth and ask her to borrow money. Soo Jin-hee, what are you doing talking about this all of a sudden? Don't you think it's strange that the oldest family bought a villa without a word? Soo Jin-hee was silent. Why don't you feel it? It's just so weird. It's like a beggar suddenly transformed into a rich man. Who wouldn't be curious about the reasons inside? Didn't my younger sibling say it was bought by Sleepy? Ha, where does she? Soo Yumian, a maiden, get the money to sell her body? What are you babbling about? Wait, selling money, why didn't she think of that? Jo Chin's 2 eyes were glowing. Contempt and dislike showed on his face, but when carefully discerned, underneath it was clearly hidden jealousy and unwillingness. She took out her cell phone and dialed a number. Hey, Green, busy? What's the matter with the second sister-in-law? I went to look at a house in Lake Pearl today, and guess who I saw? Su Xiaoqing was disinterested. Who? Your third wife and Rain Sleep. They're in the sales department too? Yeah, not only in the sales department, but also bought a villa. What? Su Xiaoqing suspected that there was something wrong with her ears, or else there was something wrong with Jo Chin's mouth. She had never thought that the word villa would have anything to do with Sango's family. Are you sure it's third sister-in-law, not big brother and sister-in-law? The corners of Jo Chin's mouth twitched. I'm not old and dim-eyed. I'm not so bad as to recognize the wrong person. Plus, Fong Rong and Yimin, these two, the difference should not be too big. How can not recognize the wrong? Su Xiaoqing swallowed her saliva. Their family, buying a villa? You can't be mistaken, right? I've seen the purchase contract. How can it be fake? How can it be? Jo Chin sighed. At first I had the same reaction as you. But who let the third family, Yumian, compete? A few years do not go home. Earned a lot of money. Once home to buy a villa for mom and dad. We can envy not come. Su Xiaoqing grabbed the key in her words. You said that the villa was bought by Yumian? Yes, this child is really outstanding. Unlike our family Chanqian, can only enter the power bureau to get a dead wage. Rain Sleep, where did she get so much money for a little girl? Jo Chin covered the lips, smiled profoundly. This I do not know. However, you also said that people are little girls. Well, now the little girls can be big. Brand name clothes, luxury bags, cannot afford to buy their own, but cannot afford to have someone to send off. Su Xiaoqing frowned fiercely. Alas, look at this mouth of mine. What should be said should not be said. All to the outside. Okay, then you busy. I hang up first. Jo Chin saw fit not to dwell on it too much. Su Xiaoqing, however, held the cell phone that had already been hung up with a thoughtful face. Hanging up Su Xiaoqing's phone on the front foot, Jo Chin dialed her sister-in-law Fong Rong on the back foot. Sister-in-law, I'm Jo Chin, just as you called. I have some cigarettes, wine and souvenirs sent by customers on this side to pay New Year's visit, divided into two. One for your family and one for Lao San's family. Come over to pick them up when you have time. In previous years, Fong Rong would share some of the things she received for the new year with Zhou Qin, but this year was the first time she had to share it with the oldest three families. Zhou Qin's heart sank, sour as a pickle. How come there's a third year this year? Fong Rong, in the past years, we gave less, so it was just for you guys. This year there is more. Zhou Qin said, I can take any more. Alas, sister-in-law thinks of us at all times. I naturally thank you 1,000 times, but Lao San and their family is only afraid to look at these things. Can't see it? Fong Rong frowned. Yeah, people are rich people who are going to live in a lake house. What kind of good cigarettes, wine and souvenirs don't they have? Lakeside villa? Fong Rong had naturally heard of this property. Not only have you heard of it, you've been exposed to it. Seeing that her son has reached the marriageable age, she, as a mother, has also started to prepare for the wedding house. Her family Ying Hui is a talented man, and now he has started his own business and opened a company. In the future, he definitely wants to marry the right girl, so the wedding room cannot be sloppy at all. It's not just a matter of living comfortably and having easy access to transportation, but also about the neighborhood environment, networking, and preferably a wealthy neighborhood. After choosing and choosing, I finally looked at the pearl on the lake. High-rise naturally can't take it. To buy is definitely to buy villas. She had been to the sales office twice, the first time to prepare for the capital inspection process and the second time to formally view the property. After the villa she saw very satisfied. No matter the house structure or decoration design, are the top of the Linsher real estate, just the price. The cheapest ones cost $4 million. Loans are definitely not allowed. This is not the future of the woman's family to look down on it. Besides, who takes out a loan to buy a villa? It's all full payment. She went back and discussed it with Su Jinchi, and the man hesitated. Although our days are now better than before, but do building materials this business? You also know, often by the developer owes payment. Alone last year there are nearly 2 million accounts confiscated back. Currently the company's liquidity is tight. Really can't allocate 4 million to buy a villa. Don't worry, your son's wedding house must be bought, but there's no rush. He doesn't even have a girlfriend now. It's too early to think about this. Fong Rong's ironing action gave a start, but that property is very sought after. If you don't buy it now, you might not be able to buy it later. Chapter 85, Chicken Soup for Big Girls. That doesn't matter. When the payment for the goods is recovered and the funds are abundant, we will increase the price a little to buy it from others. Fong Rong moved her lips. She wanted to say who buys a second-hand wedding house, but her husband has said to this point, coupled with the company is really difficult. Fong Rong can only give up, but the lake house has become a problem for her. If you don't buy it, you're not willing. If you buy it, you're short of money. Are you sure it's the lake house? Fong Rong spoke into the phone and reconfirmed. Zhou Qin hooked his lips. See, anyone feels incredible? The oldest three